Let's go see the action. Ron muttered to himself, his gaze sharp and focused. With my current strength, I should surpass Son Goku and even the androids.
But he paused, reflecting.
He could sense a gap between his own power and that of Son Goku. The system had recently notified him, power level 5. This isn't combat power, Ron speculated. It's likely some kind of unit within an unknown scale. I'll figure it out eventually. Stepping out of his modest rental home, Ron took a deep breath before lifting off into the air. The flying technique, second nature to him now thanks to the angel bloodline coursing through his veins, came effortlessly. Soaring through the skies for the first time, Ron marveled at the feeling. This is nothing like flying a plane.
It's liberating.
The cool breeze against his face and the endless view of the landscape below filled him with exhilaration. But his moment of awe was short-lived. Son Goku's energy spiked suddenly, unmistakably intense even from this distance.
It's already begun,
Ron exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. In an instant, his body became a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Moments later, he reappeared atop a rugged mountain peak, overlooking the battlefield below.
The scene was chaotic.
Rolling hills stretched far and wide, and in a valley below, Son Goku faced off against Android 19, with Piccolo observing nearby. Not far from them stood Android 20, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on the fight. Son Goku, now in his Super Saiyan form, radiated immense energy. His golden aura blazed fiercely, his power clearly overwhelming Android 19's. What incredible energy!
Ron muttered.
It's one thing to sense it, but witnessing it up close. This is on another level. Nearby, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. Goku's energy is unbelievable.
Tien Shinhan stammered. Yeah, Yamcha agreed.
I felt it from King Kai's planet before, but up close, it's terrifying. But Piccolo's sharp eyes caught something the others missed. Goku's breathing was labored, his movements slightly sluggish. Even in his Super Saiyan form, something wasn't right. Why is he already struggling? Piccolo muttered, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Goku moved with blinding speed, vanishing from sight before reappearing behind Android 19. With a thunderous elbow strike to the android's midsection, he sent his opponent hurtling into a nearby mountain. The impact shook the ground, but Goku didn't celebrate. Instead, he clutched his chest, gasping for air. It's the heart virus, Ron observed from above. His gaze turned analytical as numbers appeared in his mind, an ability granted by his mysterious system. Son Goku, Power Unit 4. Combat Power, 250 million, and dropping, ***. Android 19, Power Unit 4. Combat Power, 120 million, ***. Goku's strength should be at least 500 million, Ron muttered. But the virus is draining him fast. The strain of maintaining Super Saiyan is only making it worse. As if on cue, Android 19 emerged from the rubble, unscathed. The androids, devoid of pain receptors, were relentless. Charging at Goku, 19 unleashed a barrage of punches and energy blasts. Goku tried to defend, but his movements grew slower, his breathing more ragged. Pain etched across his face, his body trembling under the strain. Piccolo, what's wrong with Goku? Tien Shinhan asked urgently. Why is his energy dropping so quickly? Is this the cost of being a Super Saiyan? No, Piccolo replied grimly. It's the heart virus. Trunks gave him medicine for this, but knowing Goku he probably forgot to take it. The realization hit hard. Piccolo's fists clenched as he watched Goku struggle. On the battlefield, Goku's power plummeted further, down to 80 million. Sweat poured down his face as Android 19's relentless assault continued. Each blow landed harder than the last, sending Goku staggering. Goku! Krillin shouted, his voice filled with panic. Tien Shinhan stood frozen, disbelief written across his face. How could even Goku lose like this? He murmured. The once unshakable hope they placed in Goku was now faltering. Against the unyielding androids, it seemed even a Super Saiyan wasn't enough. And above them all, Ron hovered silently, his expression unreadable. A desperate struggle. The battlefield shifted drastically as Son Goku's golden aura dimmed. His transformation into Super Saiyan ended abruptly, leaving him vulnerable. Android 19 wasted no time, gripping Goku tightly and beginning to drain his energy. Pain etched across Goku's face as his body convulsed under the relentless energy absorption. Damn it! Piccolo growled, clenching his fists. He, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan prepared to intervene, leaping into action, but their charge was stopped abruptly. Android 20 appeared before them, blocking their path with cold precision. This is a battle between 19 and Son Goku, Android 20 stated flatly. His glowing red eyes scanned the group. If you value your lives, you will not take a single step forward. The chilling threat froze them in place.
Damn you!
Krillin muttered, his fists trembling. He wanted to act but knew their odds were slim. If they attacked now, it would only mean their deaths. Piccolo, however, was not one to be easily deterred. A sly smirk spread across his face. If that's the way you want it, he muttered, before charging Android 20 head-on. The attack was poorly timed and deliberate. Just as Piccolo expected, a red beam of energy shot from Android 20's eyes, piercing straight through his chest.
Piccolo! Piccolo, no!
Krillin and Tien Shinhan shouted in alarm as Piccolo collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. The situation worsened as Goku's energy levels dropped drastically. Ron, hovering above the battlefield, observed silently. His unique ability allowed him to quantify the fighter's energy in terms of unit values and combat power. Son Goku's energy has fallen to Unit 1, Ron noted, his expression calm but curious. His combat power is down to just 10,000. He's no different from an ordinary human now. He glanced at the others. Krillin and Tien Shinhan remain at Unit 3, with combat powers of 500,000 and 650,000 respectively. Android 19, on the other hand, has absorbed enough of Goku's energy to push his combat power to 200 million, though his unit value stays at 4. Ron pieced together the mechanics of the system he'd been analyzing. The unit values are clear now. Ordinary beings with single-digit combat power are Unit 1, fighters between 10 and 10,000 are Unit 2. From 10,000 to 100 million, they're Unit 3. And combat power between 100 million and 1 trillion qualifies as Unit 4. He paused, his confidence growing. My own unit value is 5. That means my combat power is between 1 trillion and 1 quadrillion. Even now, I'm leagues ahead of Goku and Vegeta. Neither of them has even reached a billion yet. Ron's mind raced as he considered his position. With my angel bloodline, I may be able to train quickly enough to close the gap with the true angels. But compared to beings like Whis or Vados, I'm still light years away. His gaze returned to the battlefield below, where Goku's lifeless form was now being brutalized by Android 19. In that moment, a figure appeared, a blur of motion that struck Android 19 with immense force, sending the android crashing into a nearby mountain.
Who?
Ron's eyes widened. The dust settled, revealing a familiar face.
Vegeta!
Krillin and Tien Shinhan exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with hope. The Saiyan prince stood tall, his trademark smirk plastered across his face.
Humph, Vegeta scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain.
Kakarot may be a fool, but only I am allowed to finish him off. You mechanical puppets aren't worthy of the honor. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Goku's battered body flying toward Piccolo and the others, who managed to catch him just in time. Piccolo, no longer pretending to be injured, stood up with a grim expression. Well, it looks like the fight isn't over yet, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Vegeta turned his cold gaze toward androids 19 and 20. Come at me, he taunted, his aura beginning to flicker with power. Let me show you what a true Saiyan prince is capable of.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Go and see the excitement. With my current strength, I should far surpass Son Goku and the artificial man. Ron muttered to himself again, because he could feel that there was still a big gap between Son Goku's strength and his own. Just now the system reminded me that my strength is 5. And this 5 is definitely not a combat power, it may be a unit value in an interval. As for what kind of unit value, I haven't researched it yet. Stepping out of his rental home, Ron went straight to the flying technique. Having already fused with Angel's bloodline, the ability of flying technique is naturally self-teaching for him. Slowly, Ron enjoyed the scenery all the way and rushed towards the place where Son Goku's breath came from. After all, this is my first time using flying technique. Although I want to experience the feeling of flying. Although I have also made a plane before, flying in the sky with my own ability is completely different from flying a plane. 10:45. Son Goku's breath began to explode. It looks like the battle has already begun. After feeling the eruption of Son Goku, Ron stopped wandering around. With a flash, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it had already reached the top of a mountain. What came into view was the bare rolling hills. In the valley, Ron found Son Goku and Piccolo, and, of course, Android 19 and Android 20. Son Goku is fighting Android 19, and Son Goku has turned into Super Saiyan form. The breath is indeed very strong, and it is obvious that his strength far exceeds Android 19. It's amazing. What a powerful chi. It's so scary to feel it up close. Tien Shinhan looked at Son Goku in horror. The aura is really strong. Although I felt the aura of Goku becoming a Super Saiyan on the planet King Kai last time, it was too far away at that time, so it wasn't so scary at all. Yamcha was also shocked. It's just that Piccolo's complexion is not good at this time. He felt that Son Goku after becoming Super Saiyan should be stronger than this. And just before he turned into Super Saiyan, he was already panting. So what happened? Was Son deliberately lowering his own strength to deceive the artificial man? Whoosh! Son Goku's body flashed, and he was behind Android 19 in an instant. Then he put his right elbow heavily on Hao's waist. Call out. The body of number 19 flew out like a fired shell. It directly smashed into a mountain peak. Hoo. At the moment when Android 19 was knocked into the air, Son Goku gasped for breath. At this time, Ron found that he could actually see the fighting power of Son Goku and number 19. At this point, Son Goku's unit is 4. The combat power is 250 million, and it is still declining. Looks like Son Goku's viral heart attack has been committed. Otherwise, his combat power should be at least 500 million. Looking at the panting Son Goku, Ron said lightly. And the units of Android 19 are also 4. The combat power is 120 million. With such a huge gap, it stands to reason that Son Goku can easily solve Android 19. But he had a heart attack, and it was obvious that he had already started to lose his strength. Especially after casting Super Saiyan's transformation, the viral heart attack spread faster. Android 19 was apparently unhurt, and charged straight at Son Goku. Because they don't have any pain nerves, unless they are directly disassembled, their combat effectiveness will not be weakened. Yeah, the sharp and terrifying screams continued to come out of Android 19's mouth. The fists kept pounding on Son Goku. Son Goku also began to rush to deal with it. At this time, he felt as if his chest was about to burst. Really heart-piercing pain. Piccolo, what the hell is going on? What's wrong with Goku? Why do I feel that his breath is starting to weaken? Could it be that the consumption of Super Saiyan is so huge? Tien Shinyan, who was watching the battle, naturally felt Son Goku's breath began to drop rapidly, so he looked at Piccolo and asked. Because of this matter, it is estimated that only Piccolo knows about it. No. The reason why his physical fitness has declined so quickly is not because he became a Super Saiyan, but because of a heart attack recurrence. Impossible. Didn't Trunks give him special medicine in the future? Why did the heart attack still recur? Piccolo shook his head, as if answering their questions, and seemed to be talking to himself. Then there was a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that this guy didn't take the special medicine for heart disease? This guy's son is a bit nervous, maybe he can really do such a thing. At this time, Son Goku's physical fitness is getting worse and worse, and he has begun to be at a disadvantage. Bang bang bang, Android 19 kept attacking, hitting Son Goku in the cheek with a punch. At this time, even though Son Goku still maintained the form of Super Saiyan, his combat power dropped directly to 80 million. Sweat kept rolling down his face, obviously in great pain. Goku. Kellen and Tien Shinyan looked worried. Unexpectedly, even Goku who became Super Saiyan was defeated. In this case, they have no chance of winning at all. Are artificial humans so terrifying? And at this time, Son Goku has exited the form of Super Saiyan. Android 19 began to absorb Son Goku's energy unscrupulously. The pain on Son Goku's face became more intense. Surge. Piccolo and the others clenched their fists tightly, then jumped up, ready to help Son Goku. It's just that at the moment when their bodies were just moving, artificial man number 20 suddenly appeared in front of them. Then he said indifferently, this is the battle between the 19th and Son Goku, so you don't want to take half a step forward. If you want to die, I can fulfill you. After finishing speaking, he directly opened his arms and acted as a few people. Hateful. Clint clenched his fists tightly. Did they just watch Goku's energy being completely absorbed? But they are making a move now, and they don't have any confidence. It would just be death in vain? Piccolo suddenly had an idea, and then raised the corner of his mouth. Then do this. The moment the voice fell, he kicked Android 20 directly. It's just that his movements are very clumsy. Before the feet touched the artificial man 20, a red light suddenly shot out from the eyes of the artificial man 20. Instantly penetrated Piccolo's chest. Piccolo. Kellen and the others saw that Piccolo was defeated in an instant, and their expressions became even uglier. You must know that among them, apart from Goku, only Piccolo is the strongest. Now that both Goku and Piccolo are defeated, they have no chance at all. At this point, most of Son Goku's energy has been sucked away by Android 19. Son Goku's combat power is rapidly declining, and his unit value has also become 1 at this moment. It's no different from ordinary people. Krillin and Tien Shinyan still have unit values of 3, and their battles are 500,000 and 650,000 respectively. After Android 19 absorbs Son Goku's combat power, his combat power has obviously been greatly improved. It has reached the level of 200 million, but his unit value remains the same and is still 4. Ron has been observing the changes in the fighting power and units of several people in the canyon. Apart from Son Goku, the units of the others haven't changed much. It seems that my guess is not wrong. The unit value of an ordinary person should be 1, that is, an ordinary creature whose combat power is only in single digits. When the combat power is between 10 and 10,000, the unit value will become 2, which is an ordinary fighter. The combat power is between 10,000 and 100 million, and the unit value will become 3. Whether you are 10,000 or 99.99 million, the unit value will be 3. In the future, it should be that the combat power is between 100 million and 1 trillion, and the unit value is 4. And my current unit value is 5, that is to say, my current combat power should be between 1 trillion and 1 capital. Maybe it's because I got Angel's bloodline, so I haven't clearly marked the combat value. But what is certain is that my combat power is much stronger than Son Goku's now. The current Son Goku and Vegeta's combat power has not even reached a billion, but my combat power has at least reached a trillion. After looking at the unit values and combat power of everyone below, Ron also slowly figured out the meaning of his own unit 5. It also made him more clear. Even if I meet Majin Buu now, I can easily get rid of him. Because Majin Buu is the strongest Gohan Buu, the combat power is about 800 billion. There is no breakthrough sign, so no threat to yourself. It is estimated that in the entire Dragon Ball Z period, the only one who may be able to compete with himself is probably Vegeta, who was born after the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. Of course, for a real angel, his current combat power is simply not noticeable. If my estimate is correct, Angel's unit value is at least 12 or more. That is to say, for angels like Whis and Vados, their combat power should be above this value. Of course, this is just my own guesswork. Perhaps Angel's true strength is higher than this. Therefore, compared with the real angel, the gap between myself and the real angel is probably larger than that of the two galaxies. Even the strength of gods of destruction far surpassed him. But fortunately, with the blood of angel, he should be able to practice seriously very quickly, right? At this time in the canyon, Son Goku was dying. Piccolo is still lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, intending to take the opportunity to save Son Goku. At this moment, suddenly a figure passed by, and it was in front of Son Goku and Android 19 in an instant. Without any hesitation, he kicked a room of Android 19 hard. Kicked it out directly. Vegeta. It's Vegeta. Seeing the person coming, both Kellen and Tien Xinyan had expressions of surprise on their faces. The sudden appearance of Vegeta means that they have hope again. At this time Piccolo also stood up from the ground. Originally, he had his own plans, but now that Vegeta appeared, it seemed that he couldn't continue to pretend. Kakarot can only die in the hands of labor and capital Vegeta, you puppets are not qualified for that, Vegeta said to Android 19 and 20 coldly. Then he directly kicked Son Goku's body towards Piccolo and the others. Hey, you guys hurry up and send Kakarot back, and let him eat the special medicine. And you can go home and watch TV and drink milk. I can take care of these puppets by myself. The corners of Vegeta's mouth raised, looking at Piccolo and Klin with an arrogant face, he spoke. But now he does have the right to be arrogant in front of them. Cut. What did Vegeta say? Don't he know that one more person has more power? Kellen said with an unconvinced face. This guy's words are a bit too self-respecting. It seems that only their Saiyans are eligible to fight. I'll send Goku back first. Anyway, I'm the weakest among us, so I can't help much, Yamcha said proactively. Although it made him feel embarrassed to say such a thing, it was the truth. In the past period of time, his main thoughts were on picking up girls and practicing baseball, and he didn't do extra training at all. So the strength has been standing still. Son has a viral heart disease, and it is very likely to be contagious. You should also take a special medicine when you arrive. Piccolo nodded, and then said to Yamcha. In the following time, Son Goku was sent back by Yamcha, and Vegeta also played a wave as he wished. Vegeta after becoming Super Saiyan naturally shocked Piccolo and the others. Because according to their previous understanding, transforming into Super Saiyan requires a peaceful heart. And Vegeta obviously doesn't have that condition. But according to Vegeta, he has a very pure heart of evil. A pure heart of evil is enough to turn him into a Super Saiyan. It's just that only he himself knows what kind of painful training he has gone through in order to become Super Saiyan. Unsurprisingly, Vegeta paired Android 19 with ease, and almost humiliatingly defeated. Android 20 can only run away after seeing how powerful Vegeta is. Because number 19 has absorbed a lot of Son Goku's energy just now, and his strength surpasses himself. Even he was easily dealt with by Vegeta. Then he is absolutely impossible to be Vegeta's opponent. If he stays here, he will only die. And he also realizes now that his previous energy calculations for Son Goku and Vegeta were completely wrong. Because the energy Son Goku and Vegeta showed just now is much stronger than what I estimated. Vegeta was not in a hurry to chase. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze to the mountaintop not far away. He stretched out 3 fingers directly, and threw an energy ball over. Only then did Piccolo and the others realize that there was a person on the opposite mountaintop who had been observing what was happening here. Unexpectedly, even he didn't find out, but Vegeta found out. Rumble? The moment the energy ball hit the top of the mountain, it exploded immediately. Call out? Ron's body flashed, directly in front of Vegeta and Piccolo. Even Ron himself didn't expect that the first person to find himself would go to Vegeta. You must know that Piccolo is very smart, and his hearing and eyesight are much better than ordinary people. It seemed that he was too involved just now, so he didn't notice himself appearing at all. Who is he? Are you with the artificial people? The moment they saw Ron appear, Kellen and Tien Xinyan asked solemnly. This guy didn't release any breath at all, so they didn't find out when he was hiding on the top of the mountain. It shouldn't be. It doesn't feel like him, and he doesn't have that sinister and evil feeling. Haven't you noticed before that the clothes of artificial people are very special, and they have the iconic RR logo on their clothes? Piccolo shook his head and said, judging from this guy's attire, he is more like an ordinary earthling. But his hair is silver, and the pupils of ordinary people on Earth are black, but this guy's pupils are light purple. This is enough to show that he is different from ordinary people. And just now, he was able to appear in front of them in an instant, and he didn't see his movements clearly at all. It is almost certain that his strength is very strong. But from his body, he didn't feel anything dangerous, and his senses had always been very keen. It means that he should not be with the man-made people. I don't know what his purpose is. Hey, you are sneaking and hiding on the top of the mountain. Are you in the same group as the two puppet man-made people just now? Vegeta stared at Ron, the corner of his mouth curled up in a haughty arc, and he asked. Just after becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's self-confidence swelled even more. So completely ignored Ron's terrifying speed just now. Vegeta, you still speak so aggressively. Klein said in a low voice. What is sneaky? Ron smiled, stared at Vegeta and said, I stood there openly, it's just that you were blind and didn't see it. Why did it get into your mouth? But it was sneaky. Also, didn't your parents teach you that it's polite to ask people? To be honest, he doesn't like Vegeta very much now. One reason is that this guy is too arrogant, and self-righteous. Second, the last time I went to the capsule company, I didn't even enter their gate, which made Ron feel very annoyed. Although the anger has dissipated now, they don't have a good impression of Vegeta. Especially this period, this self-righteous Vegeta. Oh, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like that. It seems that you are not afraid of death. How dare you talk to my uncle Super Vegeta like that? Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently. After becoming Super Saiyan, he can't wait to fight. The cyborg just now was too hard to beat, I haven't had enough of it yet. Unexpectedly, this reckless guy would dare to provoke him. Of course I'm afraid of death. But you are not qualified to say such things to me. Don't think that becoming a Super Saiyan will make you invincible. There are too many beings stronger than Super Saiyan in this world, Ron said to Vegeta flatly. Because at this stage of time, there are already many people stronger than Super Saiyan Vegeta. Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16 are all stronger than Vegeta. In a few days, the artificial monsters Cell, Son Goku, and Son Gohan will overtake him. So Super Vegeta, it became a joke. Oh yeah, I have to say that your ability to make jokes is really mediocre? Then you won't say that those who surpass Super Saiyan include you, right? Vegeta said provocatively. In this world, no one is his opponent. Although within a period of time, I was surpassed by Kakarot. But after his unremitting efforts, he finally regained the dignity and pride that belonged to Prince Saiyan. Became the first Saiyan warrior in the universe. What a coincidence, there really is me. Ron said lightly. My current strength is much stronger than Super Saiyan Vegeta. Hey Piccolo, do you think that guy is telling the truth? He said that his strength may surpass Vegeta, but I can't feel the fluctuation of chi from his body at all. Kellen on the side looked at Ron, and couldn't help asking Piccolo. This guy is well informed, and his eyesight is much stronger than his own. I can't feel the breath of the guy opposite, maybe Piccolo can feel it. Have no idea. Piccolo shook his head, and then said seriously, like you, I can't feel his anger, but judging from the speed he showed just now, this speed undoubtedly surpasses Super Saiyan. After finishing speaking, both Kellen and Tian Xinyan frowned. Even faster than Super Saiyan? So even if this guy can't feel his breath, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he was hiding his aura. This is not difficult for some masters. But as long as he starts a fight with Vegeta, then he will definitely burst out with his aura. When the time comes, it will be clear at a glance whether he is strong or weak. Hey, you're such an overestimated idiot, to say such outrageous words. My uncle is Super Vegeta, but the #1 soldier in the universe. As for an ant-like thing like you, I can crush you to death with a snap of my fingers. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Ron. Originally he thought that after he became Super Saiyan, these guys would be afraid of him. But now it seems that this guy has no idea how powerful Super Saiyan is, or he doesn't even know what Super Saiyan is. But that's okay, anyway, soon he will know what Super Vegeta means. The title of the #1 soldier in the universe belongs to him. Yeah. Ron smiled coldly, then waved to Vegeta and said, since you are so confident, then come and try it, as it happens that I haven't really fought yet, so I can use you to verify my current strength. He is also the angel blood that he obtained 2 or 3 hours ago. Indeed, I haven't experienced any battles yet, so I can practice with Vegeta. In this period, Super Saiyan Vegeta also has that qualification. Things who don't know how to live and die, you are so contemptuous in the face of the universe's #1 Super Vegeta, there should be a limit to getting carried away. Seeing Ron's lazy, even disdainful expression, Vegeta clenched his fists angrily. I didn't expect that after I became a Super Saiyan, there would be people so blind. In this case, I had no choice but to clean him up properly. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Vegeta's voice fell, his body burst out. What a fast speed! It seems that Vegeta didn't use all his strength when he dealt with the artificial man just now. It's gone in a flash. Is this the speed of Super Saiyan? Seeing Vegeta disappear almost instantly, Kellen and Tian Xinyan were full of horror. Vegeta's speed just now was faster than Goku's before. Of course, it was mainly because of Goku's heart attack. It's just that this speed, in the eyes of others, may be very fast. But in Ron's view, this speed is very slow, almost no different from a snail. Not to mention that his strength has far surpassed Vegeta. It can be said that it is not a dimensional level at all. Also, I have comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, so Vegeta's speed looks so slow. Easily, Ron dodged Vegeta's attack directly. What? How is this possible? No, I've become a Super Saiyan, how could this happen? Seeing Ron dodging his own attack with ease, Vegeta's face revealed a look of astonishment and disbelief. Then he gritted his teeth and punched out his fist again. Whoosh whoosh. Vegeta is really fast. Especially for Kellen and Tien Shinyan. You can only see after images one by one. But Ron didn't have to think about how to dodge his attack at all, because his body would react automatically. That's the power of Ultra Instinct. It seems that this battle is lost for Vegeta. There is a huge difference in strength between the two of them. Vegeta has no chance of winning at all. It's unbelievable that besides artificial humans, there are such powerful and unknown human beings on the earth. Piccolo said with an unusually serious face. I hope this result is as I thought, and it is not capable of destroying the earth. Otherwise, his degree of danger may be countless times higher than that of artificial humans. It's too strong. Vegeta has launched hundreds of attacks, but he didn't hit his body. And that guy looks so calm, he's just playing with Vegeta. Although Vegeta's speed was very fast, Clin and the others knew very well that Vegeta sent out so many attacks just now, but none of them hit the silver-haired guy. One can imagine how fast he is. South UBD, I will never forgive you. Hundreds of attacks were easily dodged, and Vegeta completely lost his mind at this time. If this is normal, it's fine. But now that I have just become a Super Saiyan, I haven't fully felt the power of Super Saiyan yet. It was such a setback. This is absolutely unacceptable to Vegeta, who has a strong self-esteem. Haha. A low growl came from his throat, and Vegeta's breath began to rise. The golden arrogance around the body is also more intense. After raising his aura to a certain level, Vegeta launched an attack again, although it seems to be a little stronger than before. After all, Saiyan has a characteristic, that is, it can burst out with relatively strong power after anger. Although Vegeta is not like Son Gohan, he can explode with indescribable terror in anger. But after being angry, it can indeed help him improve a little bit of strength. It's just that such an improvement can't make up the gap between him and Ron at all. It seems that I underestimated my strength a little too much. The gap between us is too big, Vegeta. So I have no interest in continuing to play with you. The moment Ron's flat voice fell, Vegeta had already appeared in front of him. Without dodging or evading, Ron stretched out his index and middle fingers of his right hand and touched Vegeta's chest directly. Click. The battle suit on Vegeta's chest burst instantly. The body flew upside down like an arrow leaving the string. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he exited the Super Saiyan form in an instant. With just one touch, Vegeta completely lost his fighting power. This is the gap. After all, his combat power is only in the early 300 million. Boom boom boom. Then it directly smashed 4 or 5 mountain peaks, and the body finally stopped. A shocking mark has been plowed on the ground. Just kidding? How is this possible? Kellen and Tien Shinyan were completely dumbfounded, and even Piccolo opened his mouth wide in surprise. I didn't expect Vegeta to be defeated by him in an instant after he became Super Saiyan. Originally, they all realized that there was a big gap between Vegeta and that guy, but I didn't expect the gap to be so huge. Vegeta attacked hundreds of times without even touching the corner of the opponent's clothes. But that guy's one easy blow directly knocked Vegeta out of combat. You two stay here and don't talk. Let me go over to see how the situation is. My intuition tells me that he should not be our enemy. TCH, that guy Vegeta is too reckless and too self-righteous. Piccolo turned his head and said to Kellen and Tien Shinyan. I hope Vegeta's reckless actions just now didn't make the guy in front of him feel angry. Otherwise, the situation may be quite bad. Kellen and Tien Shinyan also nodded obediently, because they all knew that this guy in front of them was something they couldn't afford to mess with. If he could kill Vegeta in an instant, then all of them combined could not be his opponent. It is no exaggeration to say that they do not exist in the same dimension at all. Piccolo could only look in front of Ron nervously. Then he asked in a very polite tone, "May I ask who you are?" In fact, saying such a thing still made him feel very humiliated. But now in this situation, I can't take care of myself. Seeing that Ron didn't speak, Buick continued, "My name is Piccolo, and the two of them are my companions. Vegeta did offend me just now. Please forgive his ignorance. I know him, a very arrogant person." Seeing Piccolo being so polite, Ron didn't want to make things difficult for them. After all, I don't hate guys like Piccolo and Son Goku. Moreover, Piccolo has always been very proud. At this time, he can say such a thing, which is obviously lowered. "My name is Ron, don't worry, I'm not your enemy," Ron continued. Although he has gone through the past few years, he no longer needs friends. But there's no need to stand against them. Oh, so it's Mr. Ron. Piccolo was relieved when Ron said that he was not hostile. "I'm going to see other artificial humans, if you want to see it too, follow along." After Ron's voice fell, his body jumped, and he turned into an afterimage and rushed into the valley. Piccolo didn't hesitate, and followed directly, because he always felt that the artificial man just now was a bit wrong. Future Trunks said that artificial humans are very powerful, but if it's just the strength just now, Trunks can handle it completely. Maybe there are other more powerful artificial humans behind them, but this is just my own guess. Kellen and Tianxin Yan also gritted their teeth and followed. Just after they left, a white light cluster appeared. Then, a time machine appeared above Vegeta with a hope sign on it. It is the time machine that Trunks rides on. After the hatch of the time machine was opened, the Trunks of the future time and space fell out of it. Dad. The moment he came out, Trunks saw Vegeta lying on the ground. Damn, am I still late? Fortunately, Dad seems to still have breath, and he was not killed. Trunks hurried up to Vegeta. Help Vegeta up. It is a blessing and misfortune that it was not directly killed by artificial humans. After all, in the future time and space, artificial humans are brutal and murderous. Mr. Vegeta, wake up. Trunks quickly shook Vegeta's body. He wants to know what happened just now. If the androids did all this, then why didn't they just kill Dad? Search a hole. Before opening his eyes, an angry voice came out of Vegeta's throat. There was even more pain on his face. What Ron did just now, although he didn't exert any strength. But for Vegeta, it was simply a fatal injury. So it is very lucky that he is still alive at this time. Mr. Vegeta, what happened? Did the artificial man hurt you? Seeing that Vegeta had become conscious, Trunks hurriedly asked. At this time Vegeta reluctantly opened his eyes. It is the Trunks that you see. It's you BD. For Trunks, Vegeta is also very annoying. This guy, like Kakarot, turned into Super Saiyan earlier than himself. This matter has become my heart disease some time ago. And every time I dream that Kakarot and this kid are walking in front of me. I chased after them desperately, but I couldn't feel their footsteps. And they are all able to transform into Super Saiyan. In my dream, standing in the distance laughing at myself. Mr. Vegeta, what's going on? Did artificial humans hurt you? Trunks didn't care about Vegeta's attitude at all. Because no matter what, this guy is his father. And according to my mother, my father is very proud and has a very strong self-esteem. Perhaps after seeing himself become Super Saiyan, he touched his self-esteem that he cares most about. Hey, don't be kidding. As far as the possibility of the artificial man you mentioned, how could it be my opponent? And I dismantled it in a few clicks. Didn't you see it yourself? One of the man-made humans is there. Vegeta gritted his teeth, looked at the head of Android 19 not far away, and said disapprovingly. But who was the silver-haired guy who beat him? Why is his strength so powerful? I have clearly become a Super Saiyan, but I was defeated by him in an instant. What's more, after I attacked countless times, that guy seemed to have eyes all over his body, and I couldn't hit him all at once. Then, who is that person? Is that thing an artificial human too? But I've never seen him before. Trunks looked at Android 19's head and said in a daze. The artificial humans in the future time and space are artificial humans, number 18 and number 17. The appearance of boys and girls is simply impossible to be this kind of robot. Nanny? What are you kidding? Aren't they the man-made humans you mentioned? How could you have never seen them? Vegeta was also confused. Just now I clearly killed one of the man-made humans with my own strength. Now this brat actually told himself that that guy wasn't the man-made man he said at all. That means, besides the two of them, are there other artificial humans? It's not. The artificial humans in the future time and space are Android 17 and 18. They look like boys and girls, which is not like that at all. Looks like everyone got it wrong, and Android 17 and 18 are not there yet. Trunks frowned and spoke. That being said, it seems that the situation is quite dangerous. Vegeta's face was even more ugly at this time. After finally killing an artificial human by himself, this guy actually said that it was not the artificial human he said. Is this joke going too far? Mr. Vegeta, let me take you to heal your injuries first. Without your help, Uncle Goku and the others may not necessarily be able to defeat number 17 and no 18. Trunks picked Vegeta up. Although Vegeta resisted very much, there was nothing he could do at this time. If he stayed here, he would not be able to go back by himself. Then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Goku's heart disease should have recovered, right? I remember that a few years ago, I had already given him the special medicine. Taking it on time, his heart disease should have been cured by now. TCH, that idiot. There is a special medicine but you don't take it, you might be dead now. Vegeta pouted, and said in a cold tone. He has never seen such a stupid Saiyan. This BD Kakarot is really an embarrassment to Saiyan. What? Uncle Goku didn't take the special medicine I gave. Trunks frowned tightly again. How could Uncle Goku play with his own life like this? If Uncle Goku hadn't joined the fight, they wouldn't have had any chance of winning. Because Android 17 and 18 are just too powerful. With the strength of myself and my father, it is impossible to defeat the man-made human. Mr. Vegeta, let me send you to heal your injuries first. Uncle Goku is not here now, and when Android 17 and 18 appear, you are the only one we can rely on. After Trunks finished speaking, he returned to the capsule company directly with Vegeta on his back. And this time on the other side, Ron easily found Dr. Gero's lair. For other people, it is impossible to perceive the chi of the artificial human at all, because they have no chi at all. But Ron could feel the fluctuation of their energy, so he could quickly lock their position. In fact, android number 20 is Dr. Gero. It's just that this guy transformed himself into an artificial human. Ron has reached the outside of Dr. Gero's lair. In front of him, there is a mountain as high as hundreds of feet. And there is a cave halfway up the mountain. And in that cave is Dr. Gero's research institute. At this time, Piccolo, Kellen, and Tianxinyan also caught up, already out of breath. Even though Ron had slowed down and waited for them, the speed was still beyond their ability to catch up. Mr. Ron, is that cave Dr. Gero's lair? Piccolo asked out of breath. You have to be prepared. In fact, besides Android 19 and 20, there are other powerful androids. Ron nodded, and then said what he said. This is Android 17, 18, and 16. The strength of each of them is far beyond Android 19 and 20. What? Besides the two of them, are there any more powerful artificial humans? Piccolo and Kellen were shocked, and soon the shocked expression on their faces turned into a dignified one. Just those two artificial humans are already very difficult to deal with. If there were a few more artificial humans, they would not have the strength to deal with them at all. And whether Ron will help them, this is an unknown. In Dr. Gero's research institute, the old man's face was very ugly. He didn't expect Son Goku and Vegeta to be so powerful, completely exceeding the energy value he had previously assessed. Damn, those bastards have become so powerful. The current situation is based on my own strength, and I am not their opponent at all. Are you really going to release the 17th and 18th? I don't know if these two guys have been repaired. If they haven't been repaired, it's not a good thing to let them out. Dr. Gero hesitated at this moment. He is now in a dilemma. The strength of Android 17 and 18 is very powerful. As long as you release them yourself, you can definitely get rid of Vegeta and Piccolo who are in the way, but the problem is that when I released them last time, these guys still had human consciousness left. Don't listen to your orders at all. And the last time he almost killed himself. That's why I locked them up and repaired them again. I don't know what the result is now, but now I feel the energy of Piccolo and the others. If you don't release them quickly, those guys will break in and probably kill me. Android 20 is just very difficult to choose. Wandering around in the lab. Forget it, after such a long time, they must have been completely repaired. After gritted his teeth, Dr. Gero made up his mind. Let the 17th and 18th out. Because he can only do this to protect himself at this time. He can only pin all his hopes on the fact that Android 17 and 18 have been fixed. After making up his mind, Dr. Gero walked up to the number 17 machine slot. Then the start button was pressed directly. The slot of the machine was opened, and a handsome boy with short black hair came out of it. The eyes are indifferent, and there seems to be no emotional fluctuations. Wearing black short sleeves and light blue pants. A signature orange scarf. The boy looked around indifferently, and then locked his eyes on the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. At that moment, strong resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes. But then he said to Dr. Gero very respectfully, "Hi, Dr. Gero. What? You actually took the initiative to greet me. Great, it looks like you two are fully healed." Hearing that Android 17 took the initiative to greet him, Dr. Gero looked excited. She had been worrying about this just now, but now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Then he continued, "Since you have already repaired it, then the 18th must have been repaired as well, so I will release you all now. At that time, your task is to kill all those guys outside." After speaking, Dr. Gero went directly to the front of machine slot number 18. Then the start button was also pressed. After the number 18 machine slot was opened, a blonde girl walked out of the machine slot. She has short blonde shoulder-length hair, a denim vest on her upper body, and black socks on her lower body. The temperament of the whole person is cold and glamorous, just like the boy just now, and there is no emotion in his eyes. The whole person's temperament has a feeling of repelling others thousands of miles away. Like number 17 just now, number 18 also looked at the surrounding environment first, then saw number 17. And number 17 gave number 18 a wink. Number 18 naturally understood it in seconds, and also glanced at the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. Then a smile finally appeared on his face. Say the same to Dr. Gero. "Good morning, Dr. Gero." "Oh, even number 18 greeted me. Looks like you guys have really fixed it, which is great. The task of the two of you now is to go out and kill all those people for me," Dr. Gero said excitedly. "As long as there are numbers 17 and 18, no one can hurt themselves. Son Goku and Vegeta are no good either. Kill those people? It's very simple. But before that, I think there is one more thing that needs to be resolved." Number 17 suddenly smiled, and that smile was full of sinister and cautious taste. "What's the matter?" Dr. Gero's expression changed. "The two of them are just machines made by themselves. Just do things according to your destiny. There is no need to have a mind of your own at all. Last time, it was because they had their own thoughts that I sealed them up. I didn't expect number 17 to talk to me like this now." It made him suddenly smell a dangerous breath. "It's really not that important. That is." Number 17 suddenly laughed, but the voice still remained. Dr. Gero is still listening carefully. At this moment, the body of number 17 suddenly flashed, and it was in front of Dr. Gero in an instant. Then he snatched the remote control from Dr. Gero's hand. "What? What are you doing? Number 17. Give me back the remote control." Dr. Gero immediately turned pale with shock. You must know that this remote control is the remote control to stop their energy in an emergency. Now being snatched away by number 17 is definitely not a good thing. And this guy didn't listen to himself at all. They haven't been fixed, they're still the same as before. That's what I'm talking about, you bloody old man. This should be the emergency energy stop device that controls the two of us. Number 17 asked Drive Jero while playing with the remote control in his hand. No, it's not. This is just the remote control of the air conditioner in our research institute. Dr. Jero immediately shook his head in panic in denial. Yeah, judging from your nervous expression, you should be right. Number 17 smiled coldly again, and then shook it hard. The remote control instantly turned into pieces. Then it was thrown to the ground by number 17. You BD. How dare you do such a thing last time, I will seal the two of you again. Dr. Jero roared angrily. The thing I was most worried about actually happened. Damn old man, you have done so many hurtful things, now it's time to pay back. A cold killing intent suddenly shot out from Android 17's eyes. Then, with a flash of his body, he kicked Dr. Jero heavily in the face. Dr. Jero's head was kicked out of the air. His head was in a different place, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his own work, which was something he never thought about. Hey, old man. Number 17 glared at Drive Jero, then stepped on his head. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Dr. Jero's head instantly turned into a pile of parts. Oil was still coming out of it. At this time, the iron door of the laboratory was also opened. Ron and Piccolo appeared outside the iron gate. The moment the iron door was opened, Ron set his sights on Android 18. Because the money is, when I watched the Dragon Ball anime, I always felt that number 18 was a goddess-level existence. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, is strong, and can make money. Almost all advantages are combined. Such an almost perfect goddess was finally overwhelmed by Kellen. This is estimated to be difficult for many people to accept. It's not that Kellen is not good enough, but it's really far-fetched to match the number 18. Are the two of them the cyborgs Trunks was talking about? Damn it, these two guys actually killed Dr. Jero who made them. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. It seems that these androids are as brutal as Trunks said. He didn't even spare his biological father, he was just a group of machines that didn't have any thoughts and only knew about destruction. Oh, are there so many people here to play with us? Just now I was worried that I would be bored after going out, but now it seems that such a thing will not happen. Number 17 saw Ron and the others standing at the door, and then said with a smile. However, no 17's smile always makes people feel a little cold. Hey, what have you been looking at? If you stare at me like this again, be careful that I will gouge your eyes out. Number 18 looked up at Ron, and then threatened in a cold tone. This guy has been staring at him since he entered the door. This feeling of being stared at all the time is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Especially their experience is different from that of ordinary people. They have changed from ordinary people to artificial people. It can be said that it is equivalent to a monster among humans. So if they are stared at like this all the time, they will be very repulsed and resist this kind of gaze. Ha! Ron smiled and joked, as the saying goes, everyone has a love for beauty, so when I see beautiful women, I naturally need to look more often. Is there anything wrong with that? In fact, what he said seemed to be joking, but it was also true. Number 18 is definitely one of the few beauties in the world of Dragon Ball, and number 18 is probably more attractive to everyone because of her temperament. In terms of appearance, it can only be ranked second. After hearing Ron's explanation, number 18 was at a loss for words. This guy's answer made him not know how to refute for a while. Although I have now become an artificial human, but for praise, there is awareness. Hey, there are still people who can appreciate your beauty. Not bad, number 18. Number 17 said jokingly, you must know that your sister is a real ice cube. Before they were transformed, they didn't look at any men at all, and few people dare to open their mouths to tease number 18. This guy is really the first person. Shut your mouth, number 17, if you talk so much, be careful, I will tear it apart. Number 18 said in a cold tone. Mr. Ron, isn't it appropriate to say such things at this time? Piccolo on the side quickly reminded. You know, according to Trunks, artificial humans are killers without batting an eyelid. Ron was admiring her beauty now? This is so weird underscore. What's inappropriate? Ron rolled Piccolo's eyes. Anyway, they are the ones who are nervous, and I am not nervous at all. Because they are not their opponents at all. When I first entered the door, I saw the fighting power of number 17 and number 18. The combat power of number 18 is around 450 million, while the combat power of number 17 is slightly higher, exactly 500 million. It has to be said that this combat effectiveness is much higher than that of Piccolo and the others. Even Vegeta, who has become a Super Saiyan, is not as good as number 18. But in his own eyes, he was indeed pitifully weak. This kind of combat power, in my own eyes, is probably not even up to the level of a little mouse. Number 18, it seems that none of them are very strong. Playing with them is a bit too boring. Let's go directly to Son Goku to play, that guy is probably stronger. Number 17 glanced at Ron and Piccolo and said. In fact, the first command Dr. Jero gave them was to kill Son Goku. Anyway, that stinky old man is dead now, so I don't need to follow their instructions. It's just that it's boring if it goes on like this, so let's find Son Goku to play. Number 18 nodded, then looked at the machine slot number 16 next to it, and said, there seems to be an artificial human developed by Dr. Jero here, why don't you take him with you? When she thinks about life locked in a machine tank, she can empathize with it. Because she and number 17 have been imprisoned for a long time, she knows very well what it feels like inside the key. To put it bluntly, dogs in captivity are even more uncomfortable. Okay, whatever you want. Naturally, number 17 did not refuse. With one more partner on the road, they will be a little more lively. After all, they are no longer normal human beings. It is estimated that other humans will not regard them as companions. Whizzing? Then when the 18th was about to release the 16th, suddenly there were two bursting sounds, and then Vegeta and Trunks flew directly to Piccolo and the others. Vegeta? And the boy from last time? Klein exclaimed. How did the two of them get together? And Vegeta was injured before, and now he seems to have fully recovered. Looks like they used Sen beans. Hey, the two man-made humans you mentioned are the two of them, right? Piccolo pointed to numbers 17 and 18 and asked. He knew that Android 19 and the previous Drive Gero did not have that capability, because Trunks alone can definitely get rid of them both. Although Trunks is also Saiyan like Son Goku and Vegeta, but his character is very decisive, and he will never drag his feet. This can be seen from the last beheading of Frieza and his son. No, that's right. They are Android 17 and 18. Looking at number 17 and number 18 in front of him, Trunks suddenly showed a fearful expression on his face, because his fear of these two guys is completely deep in his bones. The reason why the future spacetime becomes that way is caused by these two artificial humans. You all get out of the way, I can clean up both of them by myself. It's just two puppet dolls, how could it be my Super Vegeta's opponent? At this time, Vegeta's pretentious problem was committed again. This guy always feels that he is uncomfortable all day long if he doesn't pretend. But before, he acted aggressively in front of Ron, and obviously restrained himself a lot after being beaten up violently. Now Vegeta is too embarrassed to look at Ron, because he knew very well in his heart that no matter what, he was no match for this guy, because the gap between them was too great. Although he always felt that this was a great shame, he was easily defeated after becoming Super Saiyan. But he can't change the reality, and it also made him realize clearly that Super Saiyan is indeed not omnipotent. Definitely not the number one soldier in the universe. Mr. Vegeta, the strength of the two of them is very strong. With your own strength, you can't win at all. I think it's better for us to join forces. Trunks reminded quickly from the side. However, Trunks glanced at Ron, because among the warriors fighting against the artificial man in the future time and space, there is no such a person in front of him. And in the future time and space, I have never seen him. But he can appear beside Uncle Piccolo and the others, which means that he has great strength. At least they are Z fighters of the Earth? Stop laughing. To deal with this kind of puppet doll made of scrap metal, Lao-Tzu Vegeta alone is enough. Vegeta is as arrogant as ever, as self-righteous as ever. Even if he was almost killed by Ron just now, his ability to put on a show hasn't changed at all. Ron thinks that if there is a ranking list of pretentiousness in the world, then Vegeta must be at the top. Of course, I remember that in the TV series I watched before, there was also a character who liked to act aggressively. He has a classic saying, there are very few people in this world who can equalize with the poor monk. But there are many people who can kill the little monk. At this time, Vegeta seems to like to pretend more than this little monk. Of course, it's just a metaphor. Mr. Vegeta, you are too conceited. With your own strength, it is impossible to defeat them. Trunks summoned up his courage and spoke loudly to Vegeta. It seems that my mother has said a little less. Apart from his strong self-esteem and arrogance, he is also very self-righteous. In the future time and space, I can only compete with one of them. The reason why I couldn't beat them was because the two of them teamed up. Although Dad's strength is a little bit stronger than his own, but definitely not much stronger, so if he wants to single out two artificial humans, he has absolutely no chance of winning. I will absolutely not allow this time and space to be destroyed by you like the future time and space. Trunks clenched his fist tightly, with a determined look in his eyes. The future time and space have become like that. This time and space must not repeat the same mistakes. Almost as soon as the sound fell, a huge ball of energy condensed in the palm of Trunks. Then it went straight to Android 17 and 18. Rumble? The moment the energy ball exploded, the entire mountain collapsed. You meddling brat. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly. Then everyone could only fly out of the range of the explosion. Solution, solved it. Clint asked innocently. Impossible, the attack just now was not enough to kill the artificial man. Trunks shook his head. The number of times he has fought against artificial people has been hundreds of times. So I have a good understanding of their strength. The attack just now was simply not enough to kill the artificial human. It's even possible that it didn't do them much harm. Cut. Useless brat, you know how to waste energy. Vegeta cursed coldly. Sure enough, after the thick smoke disappeared, their bodies appeared in everyone's sight again on the 17th and 18th. There was no injury at all, and even the clothes were intact. Number 18 is still dragging the number 16 machine slot in his hand. Then Android 16 was released directly. As in the original book, the cyborg is a big, muscular man. The look is very gentle, and it doesn't seem to match the 3 words of artificial man. But, damn it, why is there another man-made human? What the hell is going on with number 16? Is there such a guy in the future? Trunks. Piccolo asked from the side. No, there are only numbers 17 and 18 in future time and space, and there is no number 16. Trunks shook his head. It seems that the situation in this time and space has changed a lot because of his last appearance. Nanny? Trunks. Your name is Trunks, the same as my son's name. After hearing Piccolo's words, Vegeta's face suddenly revealed a look of horror. This brat's name is also called Trunks? And he's from the future, capable of turning into a Super Saiyan. Could it be, this brat is his son? I'm so sorry, Dad. Before I kept it from you, I was worried that if you knew about it, it might affect my birth. Trunks could only say apologetically. But now that I have been born, I don't have to care so much. The reason why he didn't bring up this matter just now is that he hasn't figured out how to explain it to his father. Now that Uncle Piccolo has spoken out, that's just as well. Search. Are you kidding me? My Vegeta's son is a coward. Vegeta gave Trunks a cold look. Although this guy looks as handsome as himself, and being able to become a Super Saiyan at this age shows that he is working hard. But he is also too timid, and his character is too obedient, which is not like himself at all. Now you guys just show me how my Super Vegeta dismantles their puppet dolls. After Vegeta finished speaking, his fists passed suddenly. A deep roar came from his throat. Haha. Accompanied by low growls, Vegeta's aura began to rise rapidly, and golden arrogance burst out directly from his body. The combat power began to soar. Maybe Vegeta was almost killed by Ron before, and then after being cured, his combat effectiveness was more or less improved. But this increase in combat power is no longer as terrifying as Namek. Originally, Vegeta's combat power was about 300 million, but now his combat power has increased to 350 million. After that BD injured me, I didn't expect to improve my combat effectiveness so much. After turning into Super Saiyan, Vegeta glanced at Ron and thought, it seems that this is a real blessing in disguise, right? After turning into Super Saiyan, Vegeta's body rushed directly towards Android 17 and 18. Humph, overwhelmed guy. In this case, let me play with him. Number 18 gently brushed his golden hair, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Being locked in the machine tank for so long, I didn't have a good activity, and my muscles and bones. Now if Vegeta wants to make fun of himself, then he will play with him. After finishing speaking, the body also jumped up. You bunch of puppets who don't care about life and death are just playing around. Get down on the ground for my uncle. After the arrogant voice fell, Vegeta punched number 18 directly. He firmly believes that becoming himself a Super Saiyan, one punch is enough to dismantle this pile of scrap metal. Boom! The moment the two fists came into contact, there was a deep collision sound. A circle of terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. The surrounding area began to vibrate. You have to say that Vegeta and number 18 are strong at this point. Nanny? Why is this puppet doll so powerful? The punches did not send number 18 flying, and Vegeta showed a look of astonishment on his face. You must know that your own strength is very strong now, and the power of this android 18 does not seem to be weaker than itself. Just when Vegeta was surprised, number 18 directly swept over. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly dodges. Brush. The sweeping force made the air rustle. Search for the unforgivable puppet. Vegeta seemed to feel humiliated by not beating number 18 with one punch. After all, he is now a super powerful Super Vegeta. Then launched another storm-like attack. The fists and feet were constantly blasted and swept out. But number 18 was able to deal with all of Vegeta's attacks with ease. This made Vegeta even more mad. Is that the power of artificial humans? So strong. Although the two seem to be on par, in fact Vegeta's strength is simply not comparable to that of no 18. And in terms of speed, number 18 is far better than Vegeta. Piccolo whispered with a serious face. Vegeta's power is indeed very strong, they all know this. But the power of the previous android 18 seems to be stronger than Vegeta. Because she felt like she was playing Vegeta all the time, and she didn't mean to fight seriously at all. No, it's impossible. How could such a thing happen? The android 18 here is actually much more powerful than future time and space. Why did this happen? Trunks also shook his head and said with an incredulous expression. In the future time and space, his own strength can be compared with number 18. To be more precise, if there is only android 18, I am absolutely sure that I can defeat him. But Dad is stronger than himself. At this time, the battle with number 18 seemed so strenuous. And number 18 is more like playing with Dad. From this point, it can be proved that the number 18 in this time and space is much stronger than the number 18 in my future time and space. Swipe. Vegeta is still attacking frantically. Number 18 is dodging with a relaxed face. This lazy and arrogant attitude made Vegeta even more angry. You have to know that you are a majestic Super Vegeta. How can you not even beat a woman? What's the matter with hiding? Don't hide if you have the ability. I will dismantle you into a pile of scrap metal in no time. Number 18 has been avoiding, so every attack by Vegeta will miss, and he will inevitably become impatient after a long time. Hey, your mouth is too smelly. Hearing the word scrap iron, no 18's face obviously changed. What they care about the most is that others say they are artificial humans. And this guy went and said directly that they are broken copper and iron. This really touched the anger of the 18th. Call out? The next second, no 18's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he was in front of Vegeta, and then punched out with a heavy punch. This time, number 18 didn't have any reservations, but went all out. Humph. Have you finally had the guts to collide with me head-on? Vegeta snorted coldly, raised the corner of his mouth, and also greeted him with a punch. Boom! Call out! The moment the two fists collided, Vegeta's body flew upside down. Rumble, Dad! Trunks yelled worriedly, and then wanted to rush forward to help Vegeta. Piccolo and Yan, they will naturally not lag behind. Because according to Trunks, these two artificial humans will kill most of the human race and destroy the Earth. This is no longer a problem for Vegeta alone, but a crisis for the entire planet. So they must not sit idly by. It's just that when the three of them just got up, the body of Android 17 suddenly appeared in front of them. Then with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he said, "This is a battle between Vegeta and number 18, and none of you are allowed to intervene. If you insist on intervening, it's okay, then let me play with you." At this time, number 17 was like an insurmountable mountain. Trunks and Piccolo stopped as well, because they knew that even if the two of them teamed up, or even the four of them teamed up, they couldn't be the opponent of number 17. So at this time they can only be anxious. On the other hand, Ron didn't intend to make a move, because he's well aware that numbers 17 and 18 aren't what Trunks says they are. This spacetime android 17 is still on the 18th. There is a big gap between the 17th and 18th when you come to this spacetime. Since they were released, they have not attempted to kill innocent humans. And the 17th and 16th also love small animals very much. It can be said that they are two very caring artificial humans. Rumble? At this moment, the mountain peak embedded with Vegeta suddenly exploded. And Vegeta also came out from inside. At this time he was a little embarrassed. Various degrees of scars appeared on the body. There was also a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. "Hey, you damn puppet, you actually made me feel pain? Not bad. Very well, damn puppet, I will never forgive you." Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth, the blood stained his white gloves. A bloodthirsty look suddenly appeared in his eyes. "It's okay to be defeated by that BD before? I didn't expect that now, I would be so embarrassed by a woman again." This is something he absolutely cannot bear and cannot forgive. Cut. Number 18 pouted. "This guy's mouth is really not ordinary. Originally, I just wanted to play with him, and didn't mean to hurt him. But he was so ignorant of good and evil, and repeatedly uttered hurtful words. If this is the case, then I must teach him a good lesson. Ask him to keep his mouth clean the next time he talks to someone." Whoosh. This time, Vegeta continued to choose to take the initiative, because he couldn't contain the anger in his heart at all. The clenched fist was emitting golden flames. It's dangerous, Vegeta is fighting with all his might. However, the fighting power between the two of them is still quite different. The combat power of number 18 is as high as 450 million, while Vegeta's combat power is only about 350 million after recovery. In fact, in the world of Dragon Ball, when the difference in strength is around 5%, it is difficult to distinguish between strong and weak. Either side has the potential to win. When the difference in combat power between two people is 10%, although there may be a certain gap, it will also evolve into a protracted battle. But when the gap between the two is around 30%, it's almost a crushing battle. No chance at all. At this time, the difference between Vegeta's combat effectiveness and Android 18's combat effectiveness is just about 30%. In other words, number 18 already has the strength to defeat Vegeta with a crushing posture. Boom! In the next second, Vegeta's fist hit No 18's forehead. However, No 18's face didn't change at all, but Vegeta's expression suddenly froze. Then, a pained look appeared on his face. When I zoomed in on the camera, I realized that No 18's knee had already pressed heavily against Vegeta's chest. Wow! A mouthful of bright red blood spit out directly from Vegeta's mouth. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief. How could such a thing happen? Why did it end like this? He couldn't figure it out. He has become the legendary Super Saiyan. But why he couldn't fight twice in a row? Vegeta was confused at this time, but number 18 showed no mercy. He directly kicked Vegeta's waist heavily and sent him flying. Boom! Rumble! When Vegeta's body hit the mountain peak not far away, it directly smashed the mountain peak into rubble. Obviously, this time, No 18's power is stronger. Dad. Looking at Vegeta, there is absolutely no chance of winning. With a roar, Trunks drew out the long sword behind him, skipped number 17, and was thrown down towards Android 18. Cut. Number 18 pouted, and then easily caught Trunks' long sword with one hand. He punched Trunks hard in the chest. The moment the body flew upside down, Trunks immediately returned to normal. Obviously, just one blow knocked him out of combat. Trunks, Piccolo and Yan also went to help, but were easily defeated by number 17. After all, the strength gap between them is really too big. After defeating everyone present, number 18 brushed his blonde hair. Then, number 17 and number 18 looked at Ron. Because this guy was the only one who didn't make a shot. "I said you guys are really stable. Your companions have already fallen, and you can still stand there and watch the fun." On the 17th, Ron, who was watching the excitement with his fists folded on his chest, said calmly, "Let him see that these guys all appeared together, then Vegeta and the others are definitely his partners? But why is there no information about him in his database?" Number 18 was also staring at Ron, expecting his answer. "Sorry, I just met them, so I'm not really friends. The main purpose of my coming here is to see the first goddess of Dragon Ball, and to see the excitement by the way." After being cowardly, Ron said lightly, Cut. Stop being glib in front of me. Don't think that I won't teach you a lesson. Vegeta fainted too quickly just now, and I haven't vented my anger yet. It's just that I can teach you a lesson and vent the boredom in my heart. Number 18 said something to Ron in a cold tone. What Vegeta said just now really made her feel very uncomfortable. Even if he had already defeated him, he was lying on the ground unable to move. But the anger in his heart still hasn't dissipated. It just so happened that only this guy was still standing, and I could vent my anger on him. You're treating me like a punching bag. Then all I can tell you is that it's a very stupid idea. I'm not as weak as they are, Ron said lightly. Unexpectedly, number 18 actually turned the anger on himself again. Could it be that the fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the pond? That's great. I'm afraid I'll beat you 2 or 3 times. That would be too boring. Number 18 said coldly. I hope this guy is really as he said, not as weak as Vegeta and the others. Otherwise, you won't feel the joy of fighting at all. If you want to fight, just the 2 of you. Anyway, no matter what, you can't be my opponent. Ron still said calmly. Not to mention the 2 of them, even if you add up Vegeta and the others who have already been slapped down, it's still not enough to slap him. It's really crazy. Number 17 said with a sneer, and then said to number 18, clean up this arrogant guy and let him know how powerful our artificial man is. In No 17's cognition, his strength is the strongest existence in the universe. His idea is exactly the same as that of Vegeta before. It was precisely because of his arrogance that he was later absorbed by Cell. Cut. I can take care of him without you teaching me. Number 18 glanced at number 17, then with a flash, he rushed towards Ron. At this time, she obviously exerted all her strength. Much faster than Vegeta, but from Ron's point of view, she was only faster than Vegeta. Ron's body just dodged slightly, and he easily dodged No 18's attack. What? Was it actually hidden? A look of surprise flashed in No 18's eyes, because at this time she had already used all her speed. This guy escaped so easily, and Ron never made a move, thinking that this guy was simply too weak, that's why he didn't make a move. But now it seems that this is not the case. Being able to dodge his attack just now shows that his speed is already very powerful. Call out? But it was too late to think about it. Number 18 was another roundabout kick full of power. Ron bent down easily, dodging No 18's attack again. It was snatched again. What are you kidding? Is this BD able to see my movements clearly? Number 18 frowned slightly. If it was a coincidence once, then it was definitely not a coincidence that he accurately avoided his attack twice. It's that this guy can really see his movements clearly and then dodge them. What are you doing on the 18th? Hurry up and get rid of that guy. Number 17 spoke lazily from the side. He felt that number 18 just wanted to play, so he missed it on purpose. Little did they know, number 18 couldn't hit Ron at all. Shut up. Turning his head, number 18 cursed directly at number 17. You must know that you have already displayed all your speed at this time. You BD, you will never escape this time. Number 18 gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Ron again. Whoosh, then directly launched a continuous attack. Straight punches, uppercuts, roundhouse kicks, sweeps. All kinds of moves were used, but Ron's body still couldn't be touched. Impossible. How could this happen? Absolutely impossible. At this time, No 18's heart was extremely broken. Every time I attack, I can be dodged skillfully by this guy, and he always had a relaxed look on his face. In other words, he can easily dodge his own attack. How can there be such a person in this world? Ha. However, although his heart was extremely broken, the attack on the 18th still did not slow down. After roaring, he punched Ron again. Snapped. Enough is enough, you are not my opponent at all. Ron took number 18's attack easily. It's such a pity to use such a beautiful hand to fight. After speaking, Ron gently pushed No 18's hand. Push her directly in front of number 17. To be honest, he doesn't want to fight number 18 now, nor does he want to hurt her. Because of Android 17 and 18 this time and space, they're actually not that bad. So there is no need to hurt them at all. More importantly, I still have a certain liking for Dragon Ball's number 1 goddess number 18. One must know that number 18, who is known as the king of notebooks in his own world, is the dream of many boys. Damn, how could such a thing happen? Number 18 clenched her silver teeth tightly, her expression quite ugly. Originally, she thought she could clean up that guy easily, but he didn't expect that he would tease himself like this, and the gap between himself and him is simply hard to make up. Why are there such powerful humans in the world? However, there is no record in their data. What's going on? Number 18, is that guy really strong? Number 17 raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. At first he thought number 18 was just playing, but slowly, he also realized that something was wrong. Number 18 must have exerted all her strength, as can be seen from her expression. But under the full attack of number 18, that guy actually performed so easily, and with a light push, number 18 was pushed out. It seems that there are more powerful existences in this world besides Son Goku and Vegeta, and the title of himself as the number 1 in the universe seems to be inaccurate. His strength is indeed very strong, and his strength has completely exceeded my expectations. Originally, I thought I could get rid of him in 2 or 3 hits, but now it seems that I was wrong. His strength far surpasses mine. Even number 18, who has always been quite stubborn, said with a slight frown and nodded. It was a humiliating thing to admit that others were stronger than him. But now she also had to admit it. After all, he knew very well from the battle just now that he couldn't be that guy's opponent at all. Since you are not even his opponent, let me try his strength. I'm the strongest artificial human in the universe, and I don't believe this guy will be my opponent. The corner of No 17's mouth twitched, and there was a desire to fight on his face. Almost at the same time as the sound fell, the body suddenly appeared in a flash. Appeared directly in front of this Ron. Then he also asked with a smile. Hey, who the hell are you guys? In our database, there doesn't seem to be a master like you on Earth. The attitude of number 17 is quite polite. After all, although this guy doesn't like to talk very much, he is still good in terms of manners. My name is Ron, I'm an Earthling. Ron replied flatly. In fact, I don't know how to count myself. It stands to reason that he should be an Earthling. But this morning I fused Angel's blood. In this case, he should be regarded as an angel. It is estimated that even if he told number 17 that he is angel, he would not know what angel means. Earthlings? Looks a little different from you. But it doesn't matter, because I will tell you with my strength next. My strength is the most powerful in this universe. No one can surpass this power. The 17th spoke very confidently. That kind of confidence seems to be comparable to that of Vegeta before. Yeah. Then I can only say that you are a bit overestimating yourself, because your power is in the universe, but it's far behind. Ron didn't mean to hit number 17 on purpose, he just told the truth. It is undeniable that in this period of time, at this moment, the strength of number 17 is quite strong. At least on Earth, it can also be ranked in the top 5. But if you look at the universe, it's too far away. Especially after a while, there are many people who surpass number 17. Stop joking here, don't think that you can say such big things in front of me after defeating number 18. I have the number 1 power in the universe. Number 17 pouted and said. Maybe this Ron in front of him is quite strong, but it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Then come and try. If I'm not mistaken, your strength is not much different from No 18. Ron shrugged and spoke. I have observed before that the combat effectiveness of Android 18 is around 450 million, while the combat effectiveness of Android 17 is slightly higher than that of Android 18. It has only reached the level of 500 million. Perhaps for others, such combat power is indeed quite amazing. Especially for Vegeta and Piccolo, who are already lying on the ground, for them. But in front of Ron's eyes, there is no difference between 450 million or 550 million. Cut. I really overestimate myself. Since you want to find abuse, then I will fulfill you. Number 17 curled his lips, and the moment the voice fell, his body burst out directly. In an instant, he was in front of Ron. It is undeniable that his speed is indeed faster than number 18. But that's all. Whoosh. Number 17 punched out, and the air that was shaken by the punch was rustling. Snapped. It's just that in the next second, what number 17 never expected, Ron took his fist easily. Is this your strength? It seems that your so-called number 1 in the universe is nothing more than that. It's much worse than I imagined. After the flat voice fell, Ron just gave a light push. Call out? No 17's body flew straight out. Very, very fast. Boom boom boom. Almost instantly, the body of number 17 shattered countless peaks. Then a long trace was plowed on the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Although Android 17 has unlimited energy, but after all, he is also a body of flesh and blood, the result of normal human beings being transformed. So such a terrifying power is naturally not something he can bear. Then number 17 didn't even have the strength to stand up. Infinite energy does not mean unlimited physical ability, and it does not mean that the body will not be injured. And in the face of absolute power, even the so-called immortal body is just a joke. What's more, number 17 is just unlimited energy. No, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How could this happen? I would be defeated. And it's actually in such a destructive posture. Number 17 was lying on the ground, shaking his head like a rattle. The face is full of unbelievable expressions. Obviously he has such a powerful force. Obviously, I have always felt that I am the number 1 soldier in the universe. But why is there no way to fight back in front of this guy? With just a slight push, he severely injured himself. If this guy attacks him with all his strength, then he absolutely believes that this guy can kill him in an instant. The gap in strength is really too big. Number 17, are you okay? Number 18 ran to number 17 and quickly helped him up. I didn't expect that the interface was number 17, and it was defeated so easily. Not even Ron gave any chance at all. Damn, why does this BD have such great power? Number 17 clenched his fist unwillingly. But at this time, even if the two of them made friends again, they had already realized the gap between the two of them. This gap is definitely not something that can be made up easily. I don't know, I didn't expect that besides Son Goku, there are such powerful humans on Earth. It seems impossible for us to defeat him today. Number 18 stared at Ron and said solemnly, I just hope this guy doesn't embarrass them. Otherwise, the strength of the two of them would not be able to win at all. And the guy on the 16th doesn't seem to like talking very much. It is more like a failure, and it is estimated that it has no combat effectiveness. The gap in strength between the two of you and that Ron is too great. Leave as soon as possible before he wants to hurt you. At this time, Android 16 also came over and said, Although his body is equipped with a power monitoring system, it cannot detect Ron's strength at all. This guy doesn't seem to be using energy, nor is it the chi that Son Goku and the others use. It's a very mysterious power that I can't perceive. After hearing what number 16 said, number 18 nodded to number 17. Because what number 16 said was right, they also felt the gap between them and Ron. If you continue to entangle and make this guy angry, at that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Maybe he would kill the three of them directly. Because Ron has it all. At this time, Piccolo and the others, who had been knocked down to the ground, felt turbulent waves rolling in their hearts. Although Vegeta was defeated by Ron before, but the strength of these two artificial humans far surpassed Vegeta. They can also easily defeat Vegeta. Unexpectedly, in Ron's hands, although he couldn't make a single move, an understatement changed that android 17 into a serious injury. This kind of strength, to be honest, has completely exceeded their imagination. At the same time, they were even more curious about who this guy was and why he possessed such powerful power. It is absolutely impossible for him to be a person from the Earth. If he is a person from the Earth, they have lived on the Earth for so many years, so there is no reason not to know each other. And when everyone was shocked, Android 18 came to Ron. Then with anger on his face, he said, "You BD, I will never let you off so easily in the future. Maybe it's to save face for the last time?" After speaking, number 18 left directly with number 17 and number 16. But at the moment, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, whether he was a human or an artificial human, his personality was very strong. Never been defeated by a man at all. This matter today, let her completely remember it in her heart. One day, I must go to that BD again to get back the face I lost today. Ron didn't stop them either. Anyway, after they go out, they will not harm humans. More importantly, if you want to gain the favor of number 18, you must not act too hastily, because that would most likely backfire. For now, let nature take its course. After the man-made people left, Kellen stood up. Because among the few of them, Kellen was the least injured. Then he quickly distributed the fairy beans to others. "Are you all right, Trunks, Piccolo?" Kling quickly helped Trunks and Piccolo up, and then asked. The artificial man just now was too powerful. Even if a few of them joined forces, they would be completely defeated in a few seconds. This is simply not something they can handle. "I'm fine. It's just that the artificial humans were not solved today. Now that they have escaped, the situation will definitely be quite bad. This time and space is estimated to be like the future time and space." Trunks shook his head, then said solemnly. Hearing this, Piccolo and the others looked very bad. Because according to the previous description of Trunks, in the future time and space, after the artificial man appeared, Son Goku had died of a heart attack. The other fighters were all killed by the man-made humans. Although it is said that Goku in this time and space has not died of a heart attack, but judging by his appearance, he will definitely not be able to participate in the battle within 5 days. And the two android numbers 17 and 18 just now have the ability to kill them. This time on the other side, Vegeta's complexion can be described as extremely ugly. Today is definitely a very shameful day for him. After becoming Super Saiyan, he originally wanted to show it to everyone. "I am the real strongest Saiyan." But these bastards didn't give themselves any chance at all. Beaten in humiliating fashion both times. "South. You bastards are unforgivable. I will never, never forgive you." Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan again, and after a roar, it turned into a golden light, and his body disappeared in a flash. Today's blow to him is really too big. It is estimated that this guy wants to find a place to come down by himself. "Dad!" Trunks yelled quickly, but he didn't catch up. Because he knew that the most important thing for Dad now was to come down by himself. "Piccolo, what shall we do now? I don't know about the cyborgs. Where did they go? Will they destroy other cities?" Kellen looked at Piccolo and asked. Because of all of them, the smartest is Piccolo. "Stop kidding, how do I know what to do? Also, don't pretend to be so familiar with me. Don't forget that I am Piccolo Daimao." Piccolo shook his face directly, and after yelling at Klin, his body also disappeared in a flash. Only the cornered Kling, Trunks, and Tien Shinyan remained in place. Both Vegeta and Piccolo are gone now. With the strength of the three of them, nothing can be done. And Son Goku is still unconscious. I don't know if I can save a life in the end. At this moment, the three of them walked up to Ron in a tacit understanding. Afterwards, Trunks asked Ron, "Mr. Ron, you could kill the artificial humans before, but why didn't you let them go? Those man-made people are demons, they will destroy the entire earth and destroy all the cities." Trunks didn't look good, but his tone was kind. Because he knew very well that he didn't have the strength to speak unceremoniously in front of Ron. "You think too much. The artificial man in this time and space is different from the artificial man in the future time and space. They're not as bad as you think. If you don't believe it, you can observe them for a few days." Ron glanced at Trunks, then said lightly, "What? Mr. Ron, you mean, are the artificial humans in this time and space different from the future time and space?" "But he obviously heard us just now," Trunks and Klin said in surprise. They were easily defeated just now, which was witnessed by everyone. As for Vegeta, it was even worse. "Why did they hurt you? Don't you have any points? If Vegeta didn't bite a puppet doll, would number 18 teach Vegeta a lesson? And after they beat you, they didn't kill you, did they?" Ron asked in a flat tone, word for word. I don't want to help artificial humans elit them. It's because they are really not bad people at this time. It seems to be true that number 17 just now can easily defeat us, then he has absolute strength to kill us. But it's obvious that he just wants to defeat us and prevent us from intervening in the battle between Vegeta and number 18. He doesn't mean to kill us. Tian Xinyan thought for a while and nodded. If the high-level android 17 wants to kill a few of them, it is actually a very simple thing. Because the strength gap between them is too great. Trunks started thinking aside. What Ron said just now is correct. If it is an artificial human in the future time and space, they will not give any way to survive. When they defeated all the fighters just now, they would definitely kill them? Okay. To be honest, I don't hate any of you, so let me remind you, it's best not to provoke artificial humans. After a brief reminder, Ron disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in a flash. Artificial man has appeared, so Cell should also appear soon. After returning to Western Capital, Ron found a restaurant and prepared to eat something. After all, I drank a little wine in the morning, so my stomach is empty now. Even if he has angel blood, he can still feel hungry. Perhaps it is the dependence of human beings on food? Simply finding a small restaurant, Ron ordered a few small dishes, and then began to eat. And at this moment, Android 17, 18, and 16 also made their way to Zido. Cut. That BD, I will never let him go. Number 18 was still mumbling and cursing. With a strong character, she completely remembered Ron. I said number 18, just think about this kind of thing. Although I really want to deal with that guy, but I have to say that his strength is too strong. Even if we join forces, there is no chance of winning. So when it comes to revenge, you'd better not think about it, lest you hurt yourself. Number 17 gave a wry smile, and then spoke dissuadingly. He always thought that he was the strongest existence. But Ron taught himself a good lesson today. Let him understand what it means that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. The gap between himself and Ron is irreparable. As much as I hate to admit it, it's the truth. Number 17 is right, that Ron is really unbelievably strong. So you'd better get rid of that idea. Number 16 on the side also spoke in a rare way. Cut. You two cowards mind your own business. Number 18 pouted, glared at the two of them and said, although she also knew that the two of them were telling the truth. With one's own strength, it is impossible to defeat Ron. But I was just not convinced, I just didn't want to let that guy go so easily. Okay, I've been imprisoned by that stinky old man Dr. Gero for so long, to be honest, I kind of miss the food I ate before. Let's go get something to eat first. As for getting revenge on Ron, we'll talk about it later when we have time. The 17th also doesn't want to continue to entangle with the 18th about this matter. Anyway, as long as you can't touch it in the future, it's fine. Number 18 nodded, she also had the same idea. The three of them also casually found a small restaurant and walked in. It's just a coincidence that I just found the restaurant Ron just entered. As soon as they walked in, they saw Ron eating. TCH, this guy really lingers. How can I meet him here? Number 18 frowned. Obviously I left earlier than him just now, why did this guy arrive in the Western capital so soon? And it looked like he had eaten half of his meal. Hey, it looks like we have a fate with him. If you come, let's be safe, let's eat here. Anyway, I also felt it before. Although his strength is very strong, he didn't mean to hurt us. That's where he's different from the guys like Vegeta. Number 17 smiled helplessly and said, it was indeed unexpected that they could meet him in this place. At this time, number 18 walked up to Ron and said, what are you doing with us? If you want to fight, then come again. I will never be afraid of you. He felt that this guy must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, the world is so big, how could it be such a coincidence? Ron had already sensed their arrival. In fact, he also felt quite coincidental. After they left, they unexpectedly came to Zido. Coincidentally, they just walked into this restaurant again. I have to say, as the 17th said, it is quite fate. After swallowing what was in his mouth, Ron raised his head and looked at number 18 and said, it's really strange what you said. Obviously I came here first, and you only came here now, so why did I follow you? Also, it's not that you fell in love with me and followed me secretly, and then to avoid embarrassment, another thief came and shouted stop the thief. Ron looked at number 18 with a smile on his face. Of course, this is just a joke. It would be impossible for number 18 to fall in love with him if he only met once, and he angered number 18. He felt that the love at first sight plot in movies and novels would never happen to him. And he's very self-aware, and not that attractive himself. You're not so pretty, how could I follow you? I can't wait to beat you to the ground immediately. Number 18 said coldly. Okay, number 18. Let's not disturb other people's meals, let's find a seat first. Number 17 glanced at Ron, then said to number 18. Although this guy hurt himself just now, he didn't think this guy was that annoying. So there's no need for them to have trouble with Ron. Number 18 could only grit his silver teeth and walk to the other side. I don't know why, but I always get angry when I see this guy, and I can't help but want to quarrel with him. I've never had this feeling before. An hour later, Ron had almost eaten. Maybe it's because I have fused with Angel's blood, so my appetite seems to be much bigger than before. The amount of food I ate today feels like the amount I used to eat in the past 3 days. Fortunately, I didn't give up on myself during these 3 years, but worked hard while practicing. So I saved some money myself. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing to eat Overlord meal. Although it is completely fine to eat a king's meal with my current strength. But I don't want to do that. Perhaps this is a matter of principle. And at this time, the 17th and 18th were also finished eating. Obviously, the two of them didn't want to pay the bill. One is that they really have no money, and the other is that they don't have that habit anymore. After eating, Ron left without looking back. No matter whether I like number 18 or not, stalking is not my character. This kind of thing is fine. And number 18 has been watching Ron all the time, seeing this guy walk away without even looking at himself. There was an inexplicable fire in her heart. Aren't you beautiful? Not attractive enough? Logically speaking, not seeing this guy would make him feel better. After all, out of sight is out of sight. But for some reason, after this guy left, he became even angrier. He didn't even bother to eat a table full of food, so he just walked away. After leaving the restaurant, Ron returned to his rented house. My current strength has become very strong. But compared with the guys in the Dragon Ball supermarket, it's not enough. Even if it is Super Saiyan God, I may not be able to beat it. Of course, this is only in terms of pure combat power. If I am really Ultra Instinct, I can definitely take down Super Saiyan God with ease. But no matter what, I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Angel's bloodline, the improvement speed should not be too slow, right? I remember that in the interview after the broadcast of the Gods and Gods theatrical version, the old bird once said that Super Saiyan God is 6, Super Saiyan blue color should be 7, Gods of Destruction Beerus is 10, and Angel Whis is 15. In fact, for a long time, many people thought that this was based on the strength of Gods of Destruction, and then used percentages to estimate the combat effectiveness of several other people. For example, Super Saiyan God is 60% of Gods of Destruction. The strength of Super Saiyan Blue and Gold Frieza should reach 70% of Gods of Destruction. As for the strength of Angel Whis, his strength is 150% of that of Gods of Destruction Beerus. But with the broadcast of Dragon Ball Super, many people have strongly questioned this division of combat power. Because of Super Saiyan God, it is simply impossible to reach 60% of Gods of Destruction. Who knows 1 in 1,000, it is estimated that it is very hanging. You must know that in the comics of the second season of Dragon Ball Super, even the perfect Son Goku of Ultra Instinct still has a considerable gap in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus. So it is completely impossible to say that Super Saiyan God is 60% of Gods of Destruction. This conclusion has been completely overturned. As for the Super Saiyan blue color, it is even more impossible for the strength to reach 70% of Gods of Destruction. Otherwise, it is absolutely possible for Son Goku to crush Beerus when he casts Kaioken 20 times, or even when he casts the ultimate Ultra Instinct. It seems to describe the 6 of Super Saiyan God and the 10 of Beerus, not the combat power or the percentage. It is very likely to be a unit of a certain value, just like the unit values I saw before. Ron began to guess. It is very possible to describe the numerical values of Super Saiyan God and Beerus, just as the numerical units I see are the same. The numerical unit of Super Saiyan God is 6. Then his combat effectiveness should be between Beijing and Guy. As for the Super Saiyan blue color, and the combat power of Gold Frieza, it should be between Guy and Zi. Because in the revived Frieza, it was introduced that the strength of the Golden Frieza should be around 100 Guy. If it is calculated in this way, it is reasonable. The strength of Super Saiyan blue Son Goku should also be around 100 Guy. As for the strength of Gods of Destruction Beerus, it should be between the soil and the ditch. As for the strength of Angel Whis, it should be at the level of a monk. You must know that my current unit value is only 5, while the real Angel's unit value is 15. This is simply an insurmountable span. Although now his own strength is very strong. Especially in this time period, there are almost no opponents. But if compared with Gods of Destruction Beerus and others, it's a bit pale. Or it is no exaggeration to say that he can kill himself in an instant. It seems that I must quickly improve my strength. Otherwise, if I really meet Gods of Destruction and them, I won't be able to fight at all. Ron swore inwardly. I already have the blood of Angel, so I can cultivate faster than Super Saiyan. And what makes Angel the strongest is not just their fighting power. More importantly, they have many superpowers. This is beyond Sun's grasp. Time passed day by day, and 3 days almost passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Ron didn't go out for a walk, but concentrated on practicing in the room. I have to say that Angel's bloodline is really strong. Just in these 3 days of practice, I have already made a great breakthrough in my strength. If you give yourself 3 years, or even 10 years, you have absolute confidence that you can surpass Gods of Destruction Beerus. It's even entirely possible to reach the level of Angel Whis, but before that, his own strength was not very strong. It's not that there are no strong men in this world, it's just that they haven't appeared during this time period. What if it happens during this time period? Isn't your situation dangerous? So no matter what, I must improve my strength as soon as possible. In fact, during these 3 days, many things happened on the earth. Strange things happened in the small town of Poltz in the north of Western capital, as well as in many surrounding cities. That is, all human beings disappeared overnight. It's not for money, and there is no robbery. All the bodies disappear and only the clothes are left. Others may not know what the hell is going on. But Ron and the gods of Earth understood. It was the monster cell that appeared. Although this guy is considered a big boss in this time period. But in Ron's eyes, his strength is still not worth mentioning. I can completely crush it with a little finger, even if it has evolved into a perfect body. It's just that he doesn't think it's necessary to take care of this kind of thing for the time being. Improving strength is the more important thing. Anyway, as long as you want to clean up the monster cell, it only takes a second or two. All human beings on the planet are panicked. All the Z fighters were also tense at this time. Now the matter of the cyborgs has not been dealt with, and the two cyborgs are still at large. But something like this happened again. Obviously, this is the work of some very terrifying monster. Because even they didn't feel the breath of the monster. This hidden enemy is even more terrifying than artificial humans. Besides that, their only spiritual support, Son Goku, was lying unconscious on the bed. Vegeta and Piccolo also disappeared completely, so all of a sudden, these people were completely out of order. As for Android 17 and 18, they are not aware of the danger at all. Another 2 days passed, and more humans disappeared. And the monster Cell is getting worse. God is the only one besides Ron who knows the existence of Cell. In order to protect the human beings on the Earth, the old god finally chose to merge with Piccolo. Piccolo also got his wish and became a god Piccolo. And while Ron was practicing, suddenly, he felt two very powerful chi. This kind of breath is definitely something I have never felt before. And more importantly, these breaths are not the breath of ordinary people, but the breath of gods. There was a breath in it that made him feel a little familiar. Two terrifying spirits of God. These two spirits are definitely not Supreme Kais. Supreme Kai simply can't reach this level. Could it be that gods of destruction Beerus has awakened? The moment he felt those two auras, Ron stopped all his training instantly, with a horrified look on his face. These two divine auras are much stronger than him, so it is almost certain that they are gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis from the 7th universe. Because in this universe, except for the two of them who are stronger than themselves, it is estimated that no one is stronger than himself. Even Majin Buu can never be his opponent. More importantly, Majin Buu is alive, he is not a god. And what I feel now is the breath of God. It would be great if it was the two of them. I can directly ask Whis to teach me some methods of angels cultivation. If I practice with him for a period of time, it will definitely be much faster than my own groping. More importantly, I know their preferences too well, so it is not impossible to stay in the gods of destruction world. Ron said to himself. Gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis are both typical foodies. They have almost no resistance to food. As long as you lure them with delicious food and let Whis guide you, there is absolutely no problem. It's just that the only thing that puzzles him now is, why does Beerus wake up at this time? Although my inexplicable appearance may disturb the future of this time and space a little bit, but my appearance has absolutely nothing to do with Beerus. Thinking of this, Ron walked out of his rental house, and then disappeared in an instant with a flash of his body. After fusion has Angel's blood, not only his strength and speed have been improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, he also inherited some of Angel's characteristics, that is, he can survive in the universe. Call out? When it reappeared, Ron's body had already entered the universe above the earth. The breath of God just now came from over there, go and have a look. Ron glanced at a black spot far away, and then his body flashed into a silver light in an instant. Disappeared in the universe once again, and at this time in the 7th universe, on a barren planet in the far southern Milky Way. Suddenly two figures appeared. The dress of these two people is very strange. And if you look closely, you will find that one of them is not a person at all, but a hairless cat in simple clothes. The skin is purple, but it is as tall as a person. And very fat. And beside him was a slender and chic woman. The skin is light blue, the facial features are very delicate, and a long silver-white ponytail hangs down to his waist. With a calm expression, he holds a staff in his hand. The clothing styles of the two of them look almost the same. If Ron was by their side at this time, they would be able to recognize these two people at a glance. One of them is Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe, and the other is Angel Vados from the 6th universe. It's just that why the two of them appear in the 6th universe at this time really makes people feel puzzled. Master Compa, the planet in front is a super wishing bead. Vados pointed to a planet not far away, and then said in a flat tone. Finally found the third wishing bead. But this thing is really hard to find. I wasted a few years and only found 3 so far. Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe pursed his lips, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and said in a very flat tone. It took 4 or 5 years to find the wishing beads. I didn't expect to find only the third one now. The super wishing beads are distributed in the 6th universe and the 7th universe, so it is more difficult to find them. More importantly, I and the Beerus guys are incompatible. Normally, this wouldn't have come to the 7th universe at all, because if that guy finds out, there will be another quarrel. So under normal circumstances, I would not come to the 7th universe. It's just that Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe is sleeping, so he secretly ran over to look for the wishing beads. If that guy finds out, his plan to find the super wishing beads will not come true. It's really hard to find. It seems that it is not that simple to eat top-level food. Vados sighed softly. In fact, what happened this time was not just Mr. Kompa's idea. In fact, I have always liked food, so he and Mr. Kompa are typical foodies. That's why I accompanied Master Kompa to look for super wishing beads. He has his own idea, that is, he wants to defeat Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe in the food competition. And my purpose is very simple, I just want to eat some delicious food. So the two of them hit it off with this matter, but thinking about being able to eat superfood, and be able to beat that guy Beerus in the food competition, everything is not so difficult. Anyway, it's considered weight loss. Gods of Destruction Compa said indifferently. In fact, although I like food, I prefer to see the dejected face of that guy Beerus. But in this gourmet competition, after I beat Beerus, I must humiliate him. Let him know that the 6th universe is the real gourmet kingdom. Although during this period, I may be suspected of cheating. But this does not affect the final result at all. Hey, it's unbelievable that such words as losing weight came out of your mouth, Mr. Compa. Vados looked at Compa in surprise and said, you must know that I made him lose weight before, which was more uncomfortable than killing him. And I have adjusted the weight loss package for him many times, but he will not eat it at all. Today, she actually said that she wanted to lose weight, which naturally made her feel extremely different. Cut. What's your expression? Are you so surprised that I lost weight? Besides, I'm just talking, you don't have to take it too seriously. Compa glanced at Vados, and then said with contempt. This guy Vados knows how to fight against himself all the time. And I always like to despise myself. This made him feel very uncomfortable. But there is no way, after all, he is an angel. I am just the gods of destruction. On the surface, gods of destruction looks very imposing, but in front of angel, it is far inferior in terms of status and strength. Of course I wouldn't be surprised if this sentence came out of someone else's mouth, but I would be very surprised if it came out of Master Compa's mouth. Vados replied again. Okay, let's take the Super Dragon Ball back quickly. If that fellow Beerus finds out, it will be more or less troublesome. Compa naturally doesn't want to entangle this matter with Vados anymore. Because every time there is a dispute between two people, I will always be the loser. What's more, now their main task is to take down the Super Dragon Ball. I have always been at odds with that guy, Beerus, and if he finds out that he is stealing super wishing beads in the 7th universe, the problem will be quite troublesome. You can rest assured about this, Master Compa. Master Beerus is sleeping at this time, and with Master Beerus' character, he will never wake up for decades. Vados said very firmly. Although she is the angel of the 6th universe, she still has a little understanding of the affairs of the 7th universe. Especially the sleepy gods of destruction of the 7th universe. I remember tens of millions of years ago, Master Zeno held a peekaboo contest throughout the universe. Master Beerus just hid and slept for 50 years, and all the universes that were almost killed that time were wiped out by Master Zeno. And because of that incident, all the gods of destruction hate Beerus so much, so the degree of sleepiness of Beerus can be imagined. Anyway, it's not too late. Compa said again. Even though Beerus was sleeping, I always felt uneasy. Maybe that guy suddenly woke up. What should I do? Each angel is very powerful and has special abilities. The entire universe can be observed. Vados has this ability, and so does Whis. Finding yourself and Vados in the 7th universe is not a difficult task. After all, both of them are angels. Fine. Vados nodded too. If things fail, then in the end, I won't be able to eat delicious food. This is something I am more concerned about. Call out? Just when the two were about to get up and leave. Suddenly, a piercing sound sounded, and then a figure appeared opposite the two. And this figure that suddenly appeared was naturally Ron, who had just felt the aura of God and then galloped all the way over. Originally, he thought that these two divine spirits should be Beerus and Whis, but he did not expect to meet Compa and Vados. It's actually the two of them? Why don't these two guys stay in the 6th universe and come to the 7th universe? The moment he saw Compa and Vados again, Ron also showed a look of horror on his face. Because it is completely different from what I imagined. He thought he could see Beerus and Whis. But now it was Vados and Compa that appeared in front of my eyes. By the way, I remember that in Dragon Ball Super, Compa and Vados spent more than 10 years looking for super wishing beads. Then they appeared in the 7th universe at this time, most likely to find super wishing beads. Soon, Ron thought of their purpose in coming to the 7th universe. In Dragon Ball Super, Ron actually doesn't like the role of Compa, the typical kind of lazy, bad-tempered and narrow-minded. As for Angel Vados of the 6th universe, he really likes it. Although Vados has light blue skin, this does not seem to affect her beauty, but adds a bit of exotic color to her. After all, in real life, some black girls are very popular. Nanny? Who is this guy? Why did he appear suddenly? The moment they saw Ron, Compa, and Vados also showed surprise on their faces. Because they never thought that there would be human beings in this place. What the hell is going on here? Vados. Why did such a guy suddenly appear here? And judging by his appearance, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Compa looked at Ron, then asked Vados. By the way, this guy looks a lot like Angel. The same silver white hair, the same light red pupils. Especially after taking a look at Vados, he realized that this guy looked more like him. I don't know either, Master Compa. Vados shook his head. He had never seen such a guy. It's just that looking at him, it does feel a little familiar. And he was able to come to this place in an instant, which shows that his strength is also quite good. Have you not seen him? But I think he looks a bit like your angel. Could it be a trainee angel from the 7th universe or something? Compa asked again. This guy's body also seems to contain the power of God. It means that he is most likely an angel. It's not. Vados shook his head very firmly, and then said, the apprentice angel of the 7th universe is Myers, not him. And among all the angels and trainee angels, there is no angel like him. So I'm sure he's not from our angel family. Although each angel is responsible for supporting the gods of destruction of a universe. So there are very few opportunities to meet each other. But how many angels there are in total, who are the angels in that universe and the apprentice angels, they still know each other very well. After all, they are the children of the Grand Priest, and they are brothers and sisters to each other. So it is natural to understand. So he was absolutely sure and felt that this guy was not angel. At least not from their angel family. So that's how it is. From what you've said, it looks like he just looks similar to Angel. Kompa said something lightly. If it wasn't for Angel, nothing would happen. Even if he killed him directly, nothing would happen. With a universe so big, it's impossible for Beerus to know that he killed people in his universe. It is estimated that even if he destroys a planet by himself, he will not know what is going on at all. Hey, who are you? Why did you come to this kind of place? Kompa asked indifferently. Although he said that he is not afraid of killing people in the 7th universe. But a human being is like an ant in his own eyes. So I don't pay attention to ants all the time, let alone take them to heart. As long as the ants don't come to provoke me, then I generally won't hurt them. But if any human ants dare to challenge the dignity of gods of destruction, then I will destroy him without hesitation. I'm just an ordinary person in this universe. Ron replied, neither humble nor overbearing. Although the opponent is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, this is nothing to him. So I will never bow down in front of him. TCH, a mere human, actually talking to gods of destruction in such a tone. It seems that the people of the 7th universe, just like Beerus, have no manners at all. After hearing Ron's answer, Kompa frowned slightly. Because what gods of destruction pays most attention to his face? Now that this guy is talking to gods of destruction in such a lazy tone, it is undoubtedly a kind of disrespect for who is destroying. At least he thought so. Master Kompa, it is estimated that this human being does not know the existence of gods of destruction. I don't know that you are the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, so his tone will inevitably be a little arrogant. If Mr. Kompa cares about these things, he probably won't be able to finish it. Angel Vados on the side reminded. If the existence of gods of destruction is not known, then speaking in this tone is not disrespectful to gods of destruction. Because they are very clear, those who do not know are innocent. The other party doesn't even know that you are gods of destruction, so why should they respect you? You're right about what you said. If that's the case, forget it. Anyway, it's just a human ant, it's the same whether you kill it or not. Kompa also said something lightly. As long as this guy doesn't get in the way of their work, or their search for the Super Dragon Ball, it doesn't matter anymore. Hey, human, get me off this planet right now, we have things to do. In this case, there may be a way out. Afterwards, Kompa spoke indifferently to Ron in a commanding manner. Anyway, a human being is like a small bug in his own eyes. I don't need to be polite to him at all, and I don't have that habit. Because when he usually talks to all human beings, he is arrogant and superior. So here is the 7th universe, and this habit is hard to get rid of. After hearing Kompa's scroll, Ron frowned slightly. What this guy said just now really made him feel very uncomfortable. Or it can be said to be very uncomfortable. Although he is gods of destruction, he doesn't take himself too seriously. I'm so sorry, I don't want to leave just yet. Staring at Kompa, Ron sneered. Gods of destruction, while terrifying, is not omnipotent. There is indeed a gap between these current strengths and gods of destruction, but I have already mastered the perfect ultra instinct. If he really fights gods of destruction Kompa, maybe he can let himself know how far his current strength is from gods of destruction. And in the Dragon Ball Super animation, even in the manga gods of destruction battle, his performance is very average. Even if he loses to Kompa, escaping from his hands should not be a problem. Kompa's arrogant posture just now made him feel uncomfortable. If he was still an ordinary person now, then it would be nothing more than him yelling at him. But now he has the blood of Angel, and has mastered the perfect ultra instinct. Even if you really fight, you can hone your actual combat experience in actual combat. After all, on Earth, he no longer has any opponents. This feeling of having no opponent is actually quite boring. So if I can fight against gods of destruction today, maybe my strength will also be improved. What? I heard you right, how dare you talk to me like that? What a lifeless ant, do you know who I am? After hearing Ron's words, Kompa's expression changed suddenly. Just now he felt that the tone of his speech was already very polite. But this BD, dare to refute his own words? It seems that he is really impatient to live. I have lived for hundreds of millions of years these days, and I have never seen such an arrogant human being who dared to talk to gods of destruction like this. I'm so sorry, I really don't know who you are, and don't be too self-righteous. Now that he was ready to tear his skin apart, Ron had nothing to fear. At worst, fight Kompa. Although I know very well, gods of destruction is indeed arrogant, and also has the qualifications to look down on everything. But at this moment, the guy's arrogant attitude made him feel a little unbearable. Besides, he is only the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, and it is not so easy to kill himself in the 7th universe. Besides, if the battle is too intense, Angel Whis will definitely notice it. At that time, maybe Beerus will be forced to wake up. After all, anyway, the 7th universe is jointly governed by gods of destruction and Angel. If something big happens to a universe, Angel and gods of destruction need to be jointly responsible. So once the battle is too fierce, Angel Whis absolutely can't sit idly by. Although Angel has always been in a neutral position, this is the 7th universe after all. And Whis is the angel of the 7th universe. Master Compa, I think it's more important for us to find super wishing beads. He doesn't know the existence of gods of destruction, so his words will inevitably be a little rushed. After hearing Ron's words, Vados said to Compa again. And the attitude of the 7th universe human being in front of him is not bad. More importantly, if this incident continues, they won't be able to get the super wishing beads. At that time, if Master Beerus is alarmed, it will be a very troublesome matter. Shut up, Vados. Damn it, dare to talk to gods of destruction like that. How dare you tell gods of destruction not to be too self-righteous? It's the first time I've heard such stupid and ignorant words in billions of years. After hearing Ron's words, Compa's face instantly revealed an angry look. I have been doing gods of destruction for hundreds of millions of years, but no human being has ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of myself. Then he gritted his teeth tightly and said angrily, I wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect you, an ant, to be so ignorant. If that's the case, then I will definitely get rid of you completely today, even if you are from the 7th universe, no exception. Compa's voice was full of anger. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. After all, in their eyes, the dignity of gods of destruction cannot be challenged. What Ron said just now was obviously extremely disrespectful to gods of destruction, so he must be punished as he should. Don't think that just because you are a god, you can be superior. I may not be your opponent now, but one day I will surpass you, the so-called god. At this time, Ron had already given up all his strength, and he no longer had any fears about gods of destruction. Although I don't ask gods of destruction to treat human beings equally, but this guy kept his mouth shut and said to spare his life and let himself go. That lofty attitude really made me very uncomfortable. In this case, let's play a game? Anyway, at this time, I have no opponent, and perhaps gods of destruction is my best opponent. Beyond the gods. A look of surprise flashed in gods of destruction Compa's eyes. Then he continued, it seems that you know the existence of God, and dare to speak so rudely to gods of destruction on the premise of knowing the existence of God. You committed the crime knowingly, so I will kill you completely, and even your soul will be completely destroyed, and I will never leave you any life. If this guy is ignorant, although I will not forgive him, but at least feel better. Unexpectedly, this ant would dare to speak out to provoke him when he knew that he was gods of destruction. Then I will never kill him easily? I want to torture him well, and finally kill him completely. Perhaps this is the only way to vent some of the anger in my heart. Master Compa, this is the 7th universe. The purpose of our visit this time is to find super wishing beads. If there is any commotion, Lord Beerus may know about it. At that time, if you want to collect super wishing beads in the 7th universe, things will not be so simple. So I think Master Compa, you should calm down, let's find the super wishing bead first, and then talk about other things. Vados at the side saw the tense atmosphere, and immediately stepped forward to persuade him again. Because he felt that the human being in front of him didn't seem to have made any mistakes. Because Master Compa's tone was really bad before. Although Master Compa is the gods of destruction, she has always felt that the gods of destruction should also be a little more polite. Stop talking nonsense, Vados. Finding super wishing beads is of course very important, but this ant dare to challenge the majesty of gods of destruction. I absolutely want to let him know how stupid it is to not have you for gods of destruction. At the same time, let him pay for his stupidity. Gods of destruction Compa reprimanded directly and coldly. Obviously, this matter has no turning point. He must teach this stupid ant a good lesson. Otherwise, the majesty of her gods of destruction will be provoked, which is something she absolutely does not allow. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. It's obvious that I made a mistake first. Vados could only mutter aside. Although I am higher and stronger than gods of destruction in both god position and strength. But one thing, my main duty is to assist gods of destruction. So under normal circumstances, I absolutely can't go against any decision made by gods of destruction. However, Vados still kindly glanced at Ron, and then said, you should apologize to Lord Compa. I know you may have some strength, but it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of gods of destruction. It would be a pity if he was killed because of this. Although the little guy in front of him is a human from the 7th universe, he seems to feel something familiar from his body. So she didn't want this little guy to be killed by Lord Compa. And almost after Vados' voice fell, a cold electronic synthesizer sounded in his mind. It is the sound of the system. Ding! Vados discourages the host from apologizing to gods of destruction Compa. In the face of this situation, the host is asked to make a choice. Option 1, listen to Vados' advice, and obediently apologize to gods of destruction Compa. Reward, 5,000 megabytes of fighting power. Option 2, refuse to apologize, and compete with gods of destruction Compa. Reward, flash time power. After the task is completed, you will be rewarded. After the sound of the system sounded, Ron was slightly surprised. But I didn't feel too shocked. After all, what I have obtained is a god-level selection system, and when faced with a choice, the system will naturally appear. It's just that the choice this time seems to be very good. Although he said that he wanted to listen to Vados' dissuasion, and knew that she had good intentions. But it is absolutely impossible for me to compromise with gods of destruction Compa, a fat pig. Besides, things have come to this point. It is estimated that even if I compromise now and apologize to him now, this guy should not let it go. If that's the case, why should I apologize to him? Although the combat power of 5,000 megabytes is quite attractive to me, but if compared with Shen Shigong, there still seems to be a big gap. Because 5,000 trillion combat power is a fixed value, and the ability of flashing time will grow infinitely with the improvement of one's own strength. I choose the second, refuse to apologize, and take on Gods of Destruction Compa. There was no hesitation, and Ron quickly made his choice. Because of this choice, I actually made it when I contradicted Gods of Destruction Compa. It is also a surprise to be able to get the reward of flash time skill now. Stop joking around here, Vados. Do you think I will let this stupid and ignorant ant go today? It's just wishful thinking. No matter what, I won't let him go. Gods of Destruction Compa said in a cold tone. Although sometimes I am afraid of Angel. But today, even Vados must not interfere with his own decisions. This stupid ant must die. Master Compa, let me remind you again, if you fight too fiercely and disturb Lord Beerus at that time, and let him wake up, the situation will be bad. I'm not speaking for anyone now, but explaining this fact. If you still insist on doing it, then please feel free. Vados said in a very calm tone. Even if Beerus wakes up, even if I can't get the super wishing bead, this ant must die today. At this moment, Compa seemed determined to kill Ron no matter what he said. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Ron also knew that there was no turning back at this time, so he could only speak to Compa in a cold tone. To be honest, I didn't want to make trouble with them like this at first, but Gods of Destruction Compa's temper seems a little too hot. They simply didn't put human beings in their eyes. It seems that human beings are not even comparable to an ant in their eyes. Then have a good fight with Compa? To be able to fight against Gods of Destruction at this stage, to be honest, he still feels very excited. Because he knows very well that if he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he must improve in actual combat. Damned ants, I will help you now. Gods of Destruction Compa's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light suddenly shot out. And at that moment, Ron also felt the breath of Gods of Destruction Compa, and he had a huge improvement. At this time, his fighting power was also clearly presented in front of Ron. Compa's unit at this time is 8, and his combat power is between Zi and Rang. A combat power of more than 1000 Zi. After seeing the combat power released by Compa, Ron frowned tightly. He knew that this would definitely not be the true strength of Gods of Destruction Compa. Maybe he didn't want to release all his power for some reason. Even though he was prepared in his heart, he was still shocked by this terrifying fighting power. If this guy unleashes his full power, his power is likely to be in the soil or between the ditch. Because the unit value of Gods of Destruction Beerus is 10, Gods of Destruction Compa is definitely not as powerful as Beerus. But the gap should not be particularly large. After all, who can be Gods of Destruction without 2 brushes in their hands? Then if he exerts all his strength, the unit value is likely to reach 10 as well, and his combat power is between ditch and ravine. But even if he didn't display his full strength, the strength of more than 1000 Zi is far from being comparable to his own. After all, his unit value is only 5, and his combat power is between Zhao and Jing. If you only look at combat power, you can't be Compa's opponent? Oh, it seems that Master Compa has reservations, and he is probably afraid that Master Beerus will find out that he came to the 7th universe. Or maybe he didn't think it was necessary. Vados whispered to himself. But even so, she could feel that Master Compa's strength far surpassed that little guy in front of her. Damn ants, now I will let you know the fate of offending Gods of Destruction. Almost as soon as the sound fell, Compa's body suddenly appeared in a flash. It has to be said that this guy's speed is amazing. It is simply not Vegeta and artificial humans, they can be compared with each other. It can be said that they are not on the same level at all. However, although Compa is much stronger than himself, he can vaguely see his movements at this time. And Ron, who comprehended the Ultra Instinct, reacted very quickly. With a retreat of the body, he directly avoided Compa's attack. Of course, this is a spontaneous reaction of the body, without thinking about it by the brain. That's what the Ultra Instinct does too. Because after the brain thinks, the brain has to issue instructions to the nerves of the body, and the speed will definitely be much slower at that time. Nanny, how is it possible that this ant escaped? Unexpectedly, the ant in front of him escaped his attack? Just a human being, it must be a coincidence. This feeling. Probably not, he is just a human being, how could he master that realm? The moment Vados saw Ron dodging Compa's attack again, his expression changed suddenly. It seems to be very surprised. Because the moment Ron dodged just now, it seemed that he had cast Ultra Instinct. But it shouldn't be, if he was just a human being, how could he master something like Ultra Instinct? But from his body, I obviously felt something very familiar again. Could it be that he is really Angel? It's just not the Angel of this time and space. You must know that this kind of thing will happen, but the probability of it happening is relatively small. Observe again, if this is the case, then this guy is probably Angel. Vados started watching the game very seriously. Because the moment Ron dodged just now was so similar to Ultra Instinct. What's more, his hair is also silvery white. This is also very similar to Angel. Although I can feel that his essence is still human, but it seems to have some characteristics of Angel. I see this time, how do you avoid it? After a brief surprise, Compa's face showed a fierce look again. Then the body flashed out again. Call out? Another straight punch without fancy. Ron's expression was very calm, and with a flash of his body again, he easily dodged Kampa's attack. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? The 2 consecutive attacks failed to hit Ron, and Kampa's face became slightly ugly. If it's a coincidence that one attack misses, it's obviously not a coincidence that it misses both. It's that this guy does have some kind of terrifying speed. Can dodge his own attack in an instant. You must know that in the entire universe, except Angel Vados, who can evade his own attack, no one can escape his own attack. Even if I have adjusted my combat power to a very low level, it is absolutely impossible for a human being to be comparable. It looks right, this little guy has really mastered the Ultra Instinct. But if he's just a human, how would he know about the existence of Ultra Instinct? And he has also mastered Ultra Instinct. But if it's Angel, even in other time and space, I should know something about it. At this point Vados was a little puzzled. She couldn't figure it out, and also thought, how could this guy master Ultra Instinct? And it's obvious that he's very skilled at it. Except that Angel can do it, even gods of destruction can't do it at all. The only one who has stepped onto the threshold of Ultra Instinct is Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th Universe. As for human beings, they cannot touch Ultra Instinct at all, because this is the realm of gods. To be more precise, it should be an angel's normal state. Does this guy get a special mention from Whis? But I have never heard Whis talk about taking apprentices. Obviously not as powerful as Mr. Kampa, but he has always maintained a calm posture. And from what he said before, it can be heard that he should know the existence of gods of destruction, and seems to know that Master Kampa is gods of destruction. It seems that this little guy is indeed very mysterious, and there are many secrets in him. Just when Vados was extremely puzzled, Kampa had already gritted his teeth and attacked again. As the gods of destruction, it was a great humiliation to him that both of his attacks failed to hit a single human. Call out? Kampa's body flashed away again. Swipe. In an instant, several attacks were launched in succession. Every punch, every kick seems to be able to tear apart the space. It has to be said that the attack of gods of destruction is indeed terrifying. Besides, he hadn't exerted all his strength at this time. Maybe he is afraid of gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis of the 7th Universe. After all, no matter what, he is the gods of destruction of the 6th Universe. No matter how long his arms are, he should not reach the 7th Universe. What's more, Kampa and Beerus never see eye to eye. Although they are twin brothers, they behave like enemies, and they are extremely jealous every time they meet. After Ron used Ultra Instinct, he kept avoiding Kampa's attack. As he got serious, the speed increased. At this moment, even after casting Ultra Instinct, Ron felt that his speed could not keep up. After all, the gap between himself and whoever is destroying is not even a little bit. Even if Kampa is the weakest gods of destruction, it is definitely not an existence that can be compared with the current self. Brush. Kampa swept out again. Although he looked very fat, it didn't affect his speed at all. Ron's body quickly retreated to avoid it. Although he escaped Kampa's attack, his chest was aching from the scorching energy. It seems that continuing to dodge with Ultra Instinct is not an option. I have to fight hard. If I can't beat him then, I can only run away, Ron thought. Although running away is a very disgraceful thing. But if you have to choose between face and life, you will choose life without hesitation. After all, people who have lived 2 lives will cherish their lives even more. Ants are ants, so they know how to run around. But in front of gods of destruction, do you think these are all useful? If gods of destruction wants to, it can make you and this planet completely disappear in an instant. Seeing Ron's face gradually becoming serious, Kampa said with a proud face. No way, this is the power of gods of destruction. Mastered the power of law. As long as he wants to, he can indeed make this planet and this lifeless ant in front of him completely disappear from this universe in an instant. But I can't do this now, and I can't use all my strength to fight. Beerus and Whis will definitely find out once you use the power of destruction. At that time, his wish to find a super wishing bead will be in vain, and killing people in the 7th Universe is indeed a bit against the rules. More importantly, I have always been at odds with that skinny Beerus. If he finds out about this, he won't be afraid of him at all, even though his strength may not be as good as his. However, if this guy goes to Suzino-sama, he will be overwhelmed. This is also what I am most afraid of. So until now, I haven't shown my real strength, let alone use the law of destruction. You do have that ability. But why don't you use it? Are you also afraid? Ron frowned and said to Kampa. I have almost figured it out now, this guy Kampa is afraid of Beerus. Otherwise, he would have started fighting with all his might. Hehe. What a lifeless bug. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you if I crush a little bug to death? Kampa grinned again. This little human bug in front of him is really not that good at angering himself. I haven't been this angry for tens of millions of years. And he was PED off by a human. This is something absolutely unforgivable. So no matter what, I must kill this lifeless BD. After the angry voice fell, Kampa's body flashed out again. This time his speed became faster, and Ron saw that his combat power was soaring, and it had been stable at around 1000. But at this time, his combat strength has doubled, reaching the level of more than 2000 Zi. Call out? Almost instantly, he was in front of Ron. The huge gap in strength made Ron feel a huge sense of oppression. It was as if a mountain was thrown directly towards him. Go to hell. And who doesn't know how to live or die? A cold and angry voice came out of his throat, and the next second Kampa punched Ron directly. This punch directly tore apart the space, creating space ripples around it. It is so fast that even Ultra Instinct cannot dodge it. Although Ultra Instinct is very powerful, and can autonomously dodge any attack. But if the gap between the two is too large, then there is a limit to what Ultra Instinct can do. Seeing this, Ron quickly crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! With the power of a punch, Ron's body shot out like an arrow from the string. Boom boom boom! The body smashed countless mountain peaks in an instant, and finally stopped at a place thousands of feet away. There were gravel all over the ground, and Ron had 2 shocking marks under his feet. At this time, his expression was extremely solemn, because he felt that his arms had completely lost consciousness. Even the clothes on his arms were directly smashed into powder by the punch. This gave Ron a new understanding of the strength of gods of destruction. You must know that even if this guy's power is displayed now, it may not even reach 1,000th of it. Is this the strength of gods of destruction? It's much more terrifying than I imagined. It seems that although I am invincible on Earth, there is still an insurmountable gap between me and gods of destruction. Unless you learn from Angel, it may not be easy to surpass gods of destruction in a short period of time. Ron moved his arms reluctantly, thinking secretly in his heart. Angel must have their Angel's own training tricks, and these tricks may not be the same as those of Saiyan. This is what I need most now. As long as you get Angel's guidance, your own strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, there is no doubt about it. Oh, can you still stand? It seems that I underestimated you a little too much, but I didn't kill you with one punch. Seeing that although Ron was in a bit of a mess, he was not killed by his punch, and even stood there straight. This surprised Kampa more or less. A human being can bear his own strength. I have to say that he is always proud of it. But that's all. Because today I will definitely let him stay here completely. It's really a good seedling who can reach this level at a young age. Maybe in the future I will be qualified to become a gods of destruction of the universe, but it's a pity that I will be killed by Lord Kampa today. Vados on the side murmured regretfully to himself. You must know that in the entire 6th universe, the only human being who can reach this level is probably the Killer Hit. More importantly, the Killer Hit has lived for 1,000 years, which is a monster-level existence for ordinary people. And the guy in front of him, if he read correctly, his age should not exceed 100 years old. Even if he has cultivated to this level in 100 years, he is indeed a rare cultivation genius. And at this time in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, Angel Whis was watching Ron and Kampa through the jewel on his staff. Every move is within the scope of his surveillance. Oh, who is that kid? It's so powerful that it can fight Lord Kampa to this extent, and it seems that it has never appeared before, at least I haven't seen it in the universe. There was a suspicious look on Whis' face. But having said that, Lord Kampa has come to our 7th universe every now and then in the past 2 or 3 years. Should we tell Lord Beerus about this? Then he spoke to himself. The guy who fought Lord Kampa was very powerful in terms of strength and fighting talent. And judging by his appearance, he is indeed very similar to that of Angel's patriarch. If I can, maybe I can apply to make him a candidate for Gods of Destruction in the future. After all, there is already a 7th universe for a trainee angel, otherwise, this guy might still be a trainee angel. It would not be a good thing for such a combat genius with powerful talents to be killed by the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. At least for their 7th universe, it's not a good thing. And now, Lord Kampa runs to the 7th universe every now and then. With his character, it's too late to get out of nowhere. There must be something, at least what is good for him to run so frequently. Otherwise, he would definitely not come to the 7th universe, and he must take a good look at it. Especially the guy named Ron, really interested me. Do you want to wake up Lord Beerus? Whis on the side began to struggle. Because such decisions are usually made by Gods of Destruction, Angel seldom makes decisions independently. And Master Beerus' sleep quality is particularly good. If he wants to wake him up, he can only rely on his perfect singing voice. But now there is a very important question. If he wakes up Master Beerus, let him know that Master Kampa is doing something in the 7th universe. Maybe the two of them will fight again at that time. Even if it is arguing endlessly, myself and my sister will feel quite a headache. Whis looked at Beerus, who was sleeping soundly, and finally decided not to wake him up. If this guy didn't wake up and forced him to wake him up, then he would be in a lot of trouble again. And at this time on that barren planet in the 7th universe. After a brief breath adjustment, Ron felt the energy in his body begin to recover rapidly. And he could feel that his strength was increasing rapidly. How did the energy increase so quickly? Could it be because of the injury just now? Could it be said that Angel's blood can also increase strength like Saiyan's recovery from injury? Or, this is just a characteristic of the enhanced version of Angel's bloodline? Ron's face was full of surprises. Unexpectedly, after being punched just now, after a short breath adjustment, his combat power is actually improving rapidly. And the recovery ability is also very strong. Half a minute ago, I felt that my arms had no strength at all. The whole body can feel the pain like longing. But now that pain has completely disappeared, and more importantly, my arms have fully recovered. This was a pleasant surprise to Ron. His energy is recovering quickly? It's incredible. He was attacked by Lord Kampa just now, and his energy has obviously been greatly weakened. But in just a few breaths, his energy has actually recovered. No, to be more precise, his energy has become stronger. Ron's quick recovery brought surprise to Vados' face again. Even their angel couldn't recover in such a short period of time after being injured. And while recovering, his energy seemed to be stronger than before. What happened? Guess wrong? Could it be that this guy is not Angel? Because Angel has absolutely no such characteristics. As Angel, she knows Angel well. Hey, lifeless ants, let me see how many times you can take my attacks. With Ron standing up straight again, Compa roared. Then the body flashed out again. Brush. Without any hesitation, and without any bells and whistles, Compa punched Ron directly. Come on. I can pick up many more times. There was also a fierce look in Ron's eyes. Since this guy wants to put himself to death, then he will never agree with him? His recovery speed is so fast, as long as he doesn't use the power of destruction to kill him in an instant, maybe it is a good thing for him. Because in this kind of battle, one's own improvement will be very fast. The moment the voice fell, this time Ron did not choose to defend, but directly chose to take the initiative. As soon as his right foot stepped on the ground, the entire ground was suddenly stepped out of a huge sinkhole. The rubble splashed all around, and Ron's body had already rushed towards Compa. Without any fear or hesitation, Ron also greeted him with a punch. Boom, hum rumbling. The moment the fists collided, the whole world seemed to be silent for a short time. Then, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire planet exploded instantly. The planet directly turned into a gorgeous firework, which bloomed in the universe capital. Call out? And Ron's body backed out again, like a spaceship of the universe, passing through the universe. Boom. Then, it directly hit another planet. The entire planet was directly smashed out of a huge bowl-shaped pit. And Ron's body is embedded in the middle of the pit. At this time, there was a bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. I have to say that the collision just now was too terrifying. Damn it! It feels like every inch of skin on my body has been torn apart. Pain, heart-pounding pain spreading all over the body. Especially the whole arm, as if every pore was being pricked by needles. Fortunately, there are no signs of living creatures on these two new balls. Ron's body shook, and the huge sinkhole behind him spread out again. The cracks are like spider webs, spreading rapidly towards the surface of the entire planet. And Ron's body also appeared in the universe. At this time, he could feel every cell in his body beating, and every inch of skin was constantly recovering. Every time he recovered, it seemed that his strength and ability had improved. Is this the horror of the enhanced angel bloodline? The ability to repair is so strong. If I were of other bloodlines and my strength was only this small, I would have already been turned into a pulp by the punch just now, Ron thought. I have to say that my previous choice was very correct. It is estimated that even Majin Buu's regeneration ability cannot complete regeneration under the punch of gods of destruction just now. After all, every attack of the gods of destruction, although not using the power of destruction, has a powerful power of god. Definitely not something that Majin Buu's regenerative abilities can fix. Oh, it seems that the little guy is really a little too weird. Master Compa has raised his strength to this level. Although it is not all strength, it is still very, very powerful. The two of them collided so fiercely that they didn't kill him. Vados on the side became even more surprised at this time. You must know that the gap between the two of them is beyond description. Unexpectedly, even so, the head-on collision between the two did not kill the little guy. I can tell by myself, Master Compa absolutely didn't hold back just now, even if the other party is really a real angel. Under the gap just now, there is also a chance of being killed by more than 80%. But his physical strength seemed unimaginable. Not only was he not killed, but he was still recovering quickly. Damn, how can there be such a human being? Even Compa had a look of disbelief on his face. He has absolute confidence in his attack just now. The punch just now should be able to completely deal with this BD. But I didn't expect him to still be standing there. And it seems that the energy in the body is starting to recover again. Could it be that this guy has infinite energy? I still have some understanding of the 7th universe. After all, the 7th universe is the corresponding universe of the 6th universe, so many things in the two universes are pros and cons. To put it simply, the two universes are very similar. What the 6th universe has, the 7th universe also has. And what the 7th universe has, the 6th universe will also exist. Although the forms that may exist are somewhat different, they definitely exist or have existed. But in the 6th universe, I have never found such a potential and such a powerful human being. He was able to block his own attack twice without being killed. This BD ant really makes people feel angry. If I don't kill him today, then I won't be in front of other gods of destruction in the future. Compa clenched his fist tightly again, furious. I seriously attacked twice, but I couldn't kill a human being? This is definitely a very humiliating thing for a gods of destruction. If this spread to the ears of other gods of destruction, he would most likely become their laughingstock. This is something I absolutely do not allow. Moreover, this BD was too arrogant and presumptuous before. With these 2 points, I have to kill him today. Think about it. Compa's body flashed out again. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of Ron, and then launched a storm-like attack. Every attack can cause the surrounding planets to shake violently. At this time, he was completely murderous. This, Ron also felt very clearly. At this time, after Ron improved his strength, his body was constantly dodging. Ultra Instinct seems to have become more mature, even if Compa raised his combat power to more than 2000 ZI. At this point Ron was able to barely dodge. This fat pig like Kampa is determined to kill me. If that's the case, then enjoy this battle. Continuing to fight like this, my terrifying ability to recover and improve will definitely greatly improve my strength. Ron's face became more and more solemn at this time, and he was also looking forward to his next improvement. Although the current strength is not as strong as Kampa, it is even far behind. But just now, he just recovered after being attacked twice, and it seems that his strength has made a big breakthrough. If he doesn't use his destructive power and keeps stalemate with himself like this, maybe it won't take too long, and I will have a huge improvement. To be honest, he didn't expect the growth rate of Angel's bloodline in the battle. Brush. At this time, Kampa kicked out again. Ron hastened to dodge. While dodging the attack, an energy ball condensed directly from Ron's palm. Then it was thrown directly at Kampa. Hey, do you still want to fight back? What a wishful thinking ant. In front of gods of destruction, he would think of such a whimsical thing. Kampa mocked indifferently. Then with a random slap, Ron's energy attack was sent flying. Then launched another storm-like attack. Kampa's attack came like raindrops. Whoosh. Every punch, every kick can directly tear the air. At this point Ron quickly fell into the disadvantaged again. After all, the gap between the two of them is not just a little bit, it is simply a world of difference. It is not easy to rely on Ultra Instinct to persist to this extent. If this continues, I will never be his opponent. It seems that I have to find a way to get out of this place. Kampa already has the intention to kill me, and this battle has also improved me a lot, which is a good harvest, and also rewarded with flash skills. Today's incident, I can only write it down first. While dodging the attack, Ron began to think. Today's events can only be temporarily remembered in my heart, because at this moment, the gap between the two of them is too huge. If you keep on fighting, there must be only one dead end. But since Kampa has murderous intentions towards him, then in the future, he will never make him feel better. With the strengthened version of Angel's bloodline, he will definitely be able to surpass gods of destruction Kampa one day, this is beyond doubt. Boom! Just as Ron was thinking, Kampa suddenly accelerated his attack speed. He punched Ron hard in the chest. With a low crashing sound, Ron's body flew upside down again. Flying directly thousands of miles away, it hit the surface of a planet again. The internal organs felt instantly shifted, and the heart-piercing pain spread throughout the body again. Although he was able to recover quickly, this heart-piercing pain made him very uncomfortable. Damn it! Strength, it is because the strength is too weak that it will suffer such humiliation. Ron clenched his fists tightly, although he knew before that he had to gain great strength. But at this moment, his desire for strength has reached a peak. If his strength surpassed gods of destruction today, he would not have suffered such humiliation. It's over? Ants. Ants are ants, even if they can jump, they can't make waves. Kampa's body stood in the universe, ignoring Ron, with disdain and contempt on his face. Although the ant in front of him is indeed a little different from other ants. Wasted a lot of my time. But his ending will not change in any way, that is to die completely by one's own hands. Now even if gods of destruction Beerus came, he would definitely not be able to save this ant. The right palm stretched out, and a purple energy ball instantly condensed from the palm. It is to destroy energy. Because from that energy ball, Ron felt the power to destroy the world. And also feel the breath of death. The shadow of death made Ron feel great pressure. It seems that we can only leave here. If you don't leave quickly, I guess you really have to explain it here. He clenched his fists tightly, even though his heart was full of unwillingness, there was nothing he could do. The disparity is irreparable for a while. Today, the relationship between myself and Kampa is finally settled. This kind of liangzi has reached the point of being immortal. As long as I give myself a few years, I will definitely be able to surpass him. When the time comes, I will never let him go. Oh, it seems that I am afraid that the adults are going to get serious. But if you do this, you will definitely be discovered by Whis, and it will not be so easy to find a super wishing bead at that time. It's a pity that such a good seedling. Vados felt very sorry on the sidelines. But she couldn't stop it. This is the angel of the 6th universe, and most of the time, she can't go against the will of gods of destruction. Especially if he wants to kill a human being, it is even more impossible for him to stop it. Ants, accompany this planet and disappear from this world completely. If there is a next life, keep your eyes open. Of course, it is impossible for you to have a next life, because I will completely wipe out your soul together. Kampa squinted, condescending, looking down at all living beings and said. After finishing speaking, the destructive energy in the palm shot towards Ron in an instant. He is very confident that he can definitely kill this ant this time. Because the power of destruction is a power of the universe law, absolutely no force can resist it. Even if the ant in front of me makes me feel different, the result will not change in any way. Damn gods of destruction. Ron gave Kampa a hard look. But in the immediate situation, he could only leave here first. Because if you don't leave here, you will only have a dead end. Just as Ron was about to turn around, he suddenly felt another wave of godliness. This breath of God is very powerful and vast, far surpassing Kampa. And it feels kind of familiar. What? This breath, is it Whis? The moment he felt that divine aura, the figure of Whis immediately appeared in Ron's mind. In this universe, Angel Whis should be the only one who can possess such a huge divine aura. It is estimated that even if it is Beerus, it will definitely not reach such a level. Almost at the same time, Vados looked in the same direction. Then Lu Mei frowned slightly. Sure enough, was it still discovered by Whis? But that's good, at least this little guy saved his life. While surprised, Vados also seemed to have a relieved look on his face. Almost at the same time as the breath of God appeared, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ron. Although only the back can be seen, the style of clothing he wears is exactly the same as that of Vados, especially the silver-white hair towering high, like a miniature hill. He also holds a staff in his hand. The only difference from Vados' staff is that one is blue and the other is red. Is it really Whis? It seems that he still can't help but shoot. What Ron thought the moment he saw Whis. In fact, he always felt that although Angel remained neutral most of the time, but after all, this is the 7th universe, and gods of destruction from other universes cannot be allowed to mess around. What's more, Whis should be able to feel some familiar things from his own body. Perhaps this is also the main reason. The moment it appeared, I saw the staff in Whis' hand lightly waved. The destructive energy that Compa had just disappeared instantly without a trace. Enough is enough, Master Compa. This is the 7th universe. Although Master Beerus is sleeping, what you are doing now is really inappropriate. After dealing with Compa's attack easily, Whis said lightly, Whis, hey, this guy who is as busy as Beerus, did he really appear? It's really like Beerus, it's unfavorable. Seeing Whis appear, Compa frowned tightly, because he knew very well in his heart that now that Whis appeared, he wanted to kill that ant again. I'm afraid it's not that simple. It seems that the force I used just now was a bit too much, so Whis was alarmed. But Angel usually seldom cares about such things. The sudden appearance of Whis now is probably because this guy is so special. I always feel that there is some connection between him and Angel. But according to Vados, this guy is not Angel at all. Whis, I didn't expect to alarm you. It looks like this little guy has been saved. At this time Vados also came over, and then said with a smile, Sister, although I don't mind if you come to the 7th universe. And in the past few years, you have come to the 7th universe very frequently, but killing people in the 7th universe seems a bit inappropriate. Whis also glanced at Vados, and then said with a faint smile on his face, After all, the other party is my sister, and they are angels who have a good relationship. So naturally there will be no unhappiness because of this matter. The main purpose of my ability this time is because the boy named Ron is very mysterious. I didn't find out when he suddenly became so powerful, but something unexpected happened to him. More importantly, I felt a lot of familiar things from his body. Want to do some research. That's why I came to help. Oh, so you've been watching us all this time. Vados spoke lightly, but there is no meaning of blame. After all, it is one of Angel's responsibilities to oversee the entire universe. Haha, the responsibility lies. Whis smiled and said, It's just that Compa's face is very ugly at this time. He looked at Ron fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Master Compa, if there is nothing important, go back. If Lord Beerus knows that you have been to the 7th universe so frequently recently, it will probably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Afterwards, Whis said lightly to Compa. In fact, it sounds like a reminder and dissuasion, but in fact Whis is already warning. Maybe whoever destroys each other is not afraid of each other? Although Lord Compa is not as strong as Lord Beerus, he will definitely not be afraid of Lord Beerus. But there are two people, whoever they destroy is absolutely very afraid. Even that kind of fear goes deep into the bone marrow. That is Master Zeno and Grand Priest. As long as Mr. Beerus goes to Mr. Zeno to complain about today's incident, Mr. Compa will definitely be punished. And that kind of punishment will definitely not be too light. You must know that Master Zeno does things as he pleases. There will be no worries, and you don't even have to think about whether this matter is right or wrong. Cackling, damn ants. Are you going to let him go like this today? Compa's face was very, very ugly. You must know that just now, I have made up my mind to completely kill this arrogant and ignorant, life or death ant. But now with the appearance of Whis, it is obvious that this matter can no longer be done by himself. If he had known this way from the very beginning, he should have used destructive energy to directly destroy this BD. Frowning tightly, after thinking for more than 10 seconds, Compa gritted his teeth, and said to Ron viciously, Ant, I have to say that you are very lucky, you saved your life today. But don't get complacent too early, unless Whis and Beerus are always by your side, or one day I will completely destroy you. He really thought so in his heart? This matter will never pass so easily. Although the appearance of Whis today saved the ant's life, but sooner or later, he will still be destroyed by himself. Now it's just letting him live on for a few more days. Lord Gods of Destruction Compa, right? Please rest assured, I will remember you well, and I will always miss you. But I swear, when we meet next time, it will never be like this again. So please, cherish the time before the next meeting. Who wouldn't say harsh words? Ron also squinted, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, Perhaps today is a humiliating day for Compa. But for himself, he also suffered a great humiliation. And this kind of humiliation, when we meet next time, I will definitely repay it double. After hearing Ron's harsh words, even Whis and Vados looked at Lu in surprise. Unexpectedly, this guy would dare to speak harshly at such a time. It really surprised them. Even if Ron's strength is indeed not weak, there is still a big gap between him and a saboteur. It is obviously not a very wise choice to speak harshly under such a gap. Very good. You are indeed the first human being who dares to declare war on gods of destruction. One day I will destroy you completely with my own hands. Kampa's bloated figure was trembling with anger. Then he said to Vados, go back. So Whis, there will be a period later. By the way, there is also that little guy, let's practice hard. Vados greeted Whis and Ron, then tapped the ground lightly with the staff in his hand. Immediately, countless brilliant light beams enveloped the two of them, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared on this planet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task, rewarding the flash time skill. And just after Vados and Kampa left, the voice of the system also sounded in his head. For receiving the reward, although Ron felt very happy, he didn't show too much excitement. Because this is what was expected. Hey, finally left. Whis sighed. Then he turned his head to look at Ron, smiled and said, Mr. Ron really has the guts to be able to stay calm in the situation just now. What can I do? Master Kampa has spoken so harshly, if I don't respond, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Ron shrugged, also smiled slightly, and said, at this time, he already felt that the injury on his body had completely healed. Energy has also returned to its peak state. This discovery made him even more ecstatic. It seems that the angel blood that I have obtained is indeed ridiculously strong. Not only can all injuries be recovered in a very short period of time, but also the strength can be rapidly improved in the process of recovering injuries. It's true to say that. Whis nodded in agreement, then asked with a smile, does Mr. Ron know about Angel? This is what he cares most about. Because when he saw Ron for the first time, he felt that this guy seemed to have some connection with Angel. Because from his body, I can indeed feel something more familiar. But as my sister said before, there is no one like Ron among angels. So it is absolutely certain that he is not Angel. So the identity of this guy is very mysterious. The main reason why I shot this time was to investigate Ron. What kind of connection does he have with Angel? Only then will I feel this familiar feeling. Angel. Sorry, this is the first time I've heard of it. Naturally, Ron would not admit that he had Angel's blood. Because admitting this matter, or saying this matter yourself, will bring me a lot of trouble in the future. Now Vados and Whis have not clearly pointed out this matter, indicating that they are not sure what kind of connection they have with Angel. It's just a little bit of feeling and guessing in my heart. Oh, that's right, maybe my feeling is wrong. Whis nodded, not too suspicious of Ron's words. After all, in this world, all angels themselves know each other. And if Ron is an angel, even if he is a trainee angel, his strength shouldn't be so weak. Maybe I think too much. By the way, my name is Whis. Whis continued to smile, and took the initiative to introduce. From Mr. Whis' shot just now, it can be seen that Mr. Whis seems to be very strong. Can I ask Mr. Whis to take me to train? Ron immediately said what he most wanted to say. The reason why he rushed over so quickly after feeling the breath of God just now, the main reason is that he thought that the divine aura just now was Whis and Beerus. So I want Whis to take me to practice. Now is a very good opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have to wait to see Whis again. Sorry? I can only train gods of destruction. If you have the idea of becoming gods of destruction or a candidate for gods of destruction, I can guide you in cultivation. But if you don't have this kind of thinking, then I can't guide you in cultivation. Whis also said straight to the point. Angel's main responsibility is to assist and train gods of destruction. Of course, if the guy in front of me can give me enough benefits, I can also consider guiding him to practice. Gods of destruction. Ron pretended not to understand, looking puzzled. The Kampa-sama just now is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. And we are now in the 7th universe, and the gods of destruction of our universe is Master Beerus, but now he is sleeping. Whis opened his mouth to explain. In fact, these things are not secrets at all, so it's okay to tell them. And this Ron's cultivation talent seems to be very strong. If he intends to become a candidate for gods of destruction, it is not impossible for him to train him. Oh, so it's gods of destruction. No wonder the posture just now was so lofty and conceited. Ron snorted and said, pretending not to know. Then, with a sudden inspiration, he took out 2 ham sausages from his body, unwrapped the package and said, the battle just now consumed too much physical energy, I need to supplement it a little. After speaking, I started to eat ham sausage directly. Ron knew that Whis had almost no resistance to delicious food. Because in Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta completely conquered Whis with a pack of instant noodles, and then followed Whis to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. Whis was staring straight at the sausage in Ron's hand at this moment. Seeing Ron eating with gusto, he subconsciously licked his lips. After 3 seconds, I still couldn't help asking curiously, Mr. Ron, what kind of food is this? You look delicious when you eat it. Like Gods of Destruction Beerus, he's a very foodie. At this time, seeing Ron actually eating delicious food in front of him with great relish, this naturally made him feel a little greedy. It's a delicacy in our hometown, called ham sausage. This is the best delicacy, definitely the only one in the universe. Ron showed off the sausage in his hand, and then said triumphantly, if you want Whis to teach you how to practice, then this should be the most direct and effective method. Ham sausage? Delicious food. After hearing these 2 words, Whis' eyes widened. It was the first time he heard the name of this food. But seeing how delicious Ron's food is, it must be very delicious. Well, it's definitely a delicacy you haven't eaten before. Ron nodded affirmatively again. To know any food on Earth, for Whis and Beerus, it is the ultimate delicacy. Even a bucket of instant noodles can drive them crazy. One can imagine how rubbish they ate before. Gilo. Well, Mr. Ron, can I have a taste of this sausage? If it is really the best food as you said just now, maybe I can consider the matter of cultivation you mentioned just now. Swallowing hard, Whis looked at Ron anxiously and said, if I can't taste this delicacy called hem sausage today, then I will definitely not be able to sleep all night after I return to God realm. So today, no matter what, I must eat this kind of food. Really? Whis hooked. Ron smiled. Then he took out 2 more hem sausages from his pocket. This is the preparation he made before leaving. Because he knows Beerus and Whis too well, and their preferences too well. If you want to completely conquer them, you can only use delicious food to lure them. So I bought 2 hem sausages at random. Although for ordinary people, the grade of hem sausage is too low, but it's enough to conquer Beerus and Whis. Okay, it just so happens that I only have 2 here. Here, I'll give this one to you. It can also be regarded as a thank you for saving my life just now. Ron was also very generous and handed over the only hem sausage to Whis. Oh ho ho, thank you so much, Mr. Ron. Whis couldn't wait to unpack the hem sausage. Then take a sip. Then, the whole person was taken aback suddenly, and there was excitement that could not be expressed in words in his eyes. The body began to shake from side to side. Obviously, sausage is too good for Whis. That's why he has such a disrespectful attitude. It's so delicious. After shaking his body left and right for a long time, finally, Whis let out a scream like an OM. Mr. Ron, which planet is this delicacy from? Why is it so delicious? We have been to many planets looking for food before, but we have never found such delicious food. While tasting the hem sausage with relish, he asked curiously, you must know that you and Master Beerus have traveled through countless planets in the 7th universe. But I have never eaten food as delicious as hem sausage. This thing is my secret. Ordinary people can't eat it. Seeing Whis's completely out of control expression, Ron said shamelessly, obviously it was bought at the supermarket for $1. From his expression, it can be seen that it should be no problem for me to practice with him. So that's the case. No wonder we haven't found such delicious food before. Whis nodded repeatedly. Besides that, I also cook a lot of delicacies, and hem sausage can only be regarded as one of them, and it's a very ordinary one. Ron continued with a smile. I really know how to cook a lot of food, although it is not considered gourmet in my own world. But for foodies like Whis and Beerus who have never seen the world, it is definitely the best food. Really, I didn't expect Mr. Ron to have such a skill in addition to his strength. There was a bright light in Whis' eyes. Then there was an idea, and then he put his fist to his mouth and coughed dryly twice. Ahem. That. From now on, I am going to take you to practice, but you have to follow me to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. Of course? There is also a necessary condition for taking you to practice, that is, you must cook some delicacies for me every now and then. Anyway, I just need to take him to the God realm and give him a simple guide. At that time, you can eat the best food like just now. Why not do it? Even if Lord Beerus wakes up by then, he will be very happy. No problem. As long as you can teach me well, you don't have to worry about food, it will definitely satisfy your appetite. Almost without thinking, Ron nodded directly. In fact, making food is not difficult for myself. Even if you tinker with it yourself, it's a delicacy in the eyes of Whis and Beerus. Besides, I can go to the earth to wholesale some food, so I don't have to do it myself. Okay, then it's a deal. Whis seemed afraid that Ron would go back on his word, so he spoke immediately. Anyway, even if you take Ron there, at most, there will be one more person in the God realm, and it will be a little more lively. At the same time, you can also eat delicious food, so why not do it? Okay, then it's a deal. But we have to agree in advance that you must guide me to practice carefully, otherwise I won't make delicious food for you. Ron is also very serious about the conditions with Whis. If he brought himself into the Gods of Destruction world, let himself weed or plant flowers and plants, or change Beerus's bed sheets or something. I will never do it myself. Although in the words of Whis, this is also a kind of practice. But Ron didn't think so. And it is absolutely impossible for him to serve Beerus? You can rest assured on that, Mr. Ron. As long as the food you make is delicious, you don't have to worry about training at all. Whis immediately nodded in agreement. It can be seen that he is indeed quite serious in order to be able to eat delicious food. Well, then we've settled for that? But before that, I have to go to other planets to collect some food-making materials. I need about 3 days, and we will meet here in 3 days. After nodding, Ron said seriously to Whis, I don't know if Cell has appeared on the Earth. I have to take a look myself. By the way, prepare some snacks, as well as some seasonings and raw materials for making food. Even if it's not for Gods of Destruction Beerus and Whis, you still have to eat, don't you? I can't bear the food they usually eat. Huh? Do I have to wait for 3 more days? That's fine. We will meet here in 3 days. Whis nodded, obviously somewhat regretful, because he can't wait to eat other delicacies made by Ron. However, as a senior foodie, he also knows that making delicious food requires a lot of raw materials. It was only natural for Ron to prepare now. Okay, then 3 days later, we'll see you here. After finishing speaking, Ron's body flickered and disappeared on this planet in an instant. What kind of food can this little guy make? It's really exciting. Whis looked at the direction Ron left, and said with a smile, Then the same body disappeared on this planet. After leaving this planet, Ron did not return directly to Earth. Instead, to a nearby planet. He needs to take a good look at his body and his current strength. The main reason is to conceal the fact that Whis has delicious food on Earth. What if he starts to supervise himself now, and then finds out that the Earth is actually the food kingdom they imagined? What if he regrets it? Preventing problems before they happen is a good thing all the time. In the battle with Compa just now, although his recovery ability is very terrifying. But he also wanted to take a good check to see if there were any problems with his body. After finding a place to sit down, Ron began to examine himself. There didn't seem to be any problems, and it was definitely stronger than before. Then I checked my system properties. Host, Ron. Bloodline, Angel Bloodline. Combat Power, 1072 Beijing, Unit 6. Skill, Flash Time Skill. With a thought, the attribute template appeared in front of Ron. AFK, the combat power has actually increased to 1072 Jing, and the unit has also become 6. I'm not kidding, it's just a battle with gods of destruction Compa, and the combat power has improved so terrifyingly. Ron looked at his fighting power in disbelief. You must know that at the beginning, your combat power only has a unit value of 5. There is no exact combat power. But this time after the battle with Compa, not only the value of his unit has increased, but also the combat effectiveness can be clearly seen. It seems that during this battle and recovery, my strength has improved far beyond my imagination. Doesn't that mean that in the future, every time I recover from injury, my strength will be greatly improved? It's not Saiyan at all, it can be compared. First adjust your own strength. After thinking about it, Ron sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. In the battle with Compa just now, although he gained a very terrifying combat power, however, this sudden increase in power still requires a little adjustment and familiarization. Time passed by every minute and every second. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ron was also surprised to find that after these 2 days of breath adjustment, his strength had improved again. The combat power has reached 1100 Beijing, although it seems that it has only increased by 28 capitals. Remember that even if it has a combat power of 1 trillion, it is easy enough to destroy Cell and even beat Majin Buu. Tomorrow is the time I agreed with Whis. It seems that I have to go back to Earth and make some preparations. At this time, Ron is also preparing to go to Earth. See if the cell has evolved. By the way, buy some snacks and ingredients on the Earth. After getting up, soon Ron disappeared on this planet. At this time on the Earth, many things have happened in the past 2 days. After absorbing the humans of several cities, the monster cell finally completed its first evolution. His strength has also been greatly improved. Then it directly devoured Android 17, completing the second form. Now as long as number 18 is absorbed, it can become the full body it dreams of. After becoming a complete cell, she feels that she should be invincible. It's just that just when Cell was about to absorb Android 18, stumbling blocks Vegeta and Trunks appeared again. At this time, Vegeta and Trunks have already trained for a day in the spiritual time room. The strength has reached the second form of Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who became the second form of Super Saiyan, directly beat up the second form of Cell. At this time, Vegeta was extremely arrogant, and seemed to have forgotten the scene of him being rubbed on the ground by Ron and number 18 a few days ago. It seems that this practice has completely opened up the gap between us. You are too weak, Cell, you really let me down. Vegeta has completely turned into a war god with a small mouth at this time, the corners of his mouth almost sticking up to the back of his neck. After a day of training in that house, his strength finally improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, it is no exaggeration to say that I have completely become the most powerful Super Saiyan. What monster Cell, what artificial man, what Ron, now I don't pay attention to it at all. As long as they appear in front of my eyes, I will kill them completely without hesitation. Giggle. Damn, how could this happen? The monster Cell had an unbelievable face, and there was still a smear of purple blood in the corner of his mouth. According to the information given by his own database, Vegeta and the others should have been killed by number 17 and number 18 in the future time and space. But now that he has absorbed number 17, logically speaking, his strength should be far superior to that of Vegeta. But why did this happen? At this time, Vegeta's power has completely surpassed himself. If this battle continues, I have no chance of winning. Wake up, you stinky reptile. My uncle has now become a super Vegeta that surpasses Super Saiyan. How can it be compared to a biochemical puppet like you? Vegeta pointed his thumb at the bridge of his nose, and said with a proud face. At this moment, he felt that he was really number 1 in the universe. Stop getting carried away, Vegeta. Even if I don't become a perfect body, my strength is absolutely impossible to lose to you. Gritting his teeth tightly, Cell jumped out. In an instant, he rushed directly towards Vegeta. He didn't believe Vegeta would become so powerful. Because according to the trajectory of history and the records of future time and space, Vegeta died in the hands of Android 17. Even number 17 can kill him easily. Now that he has absorbed number 17, he should be able to kill him more easily. Call out? Snapped? It's just that the moment Cell swung his fist, it was directly blocked by Vegeta. Then he grabbed Cell's fist. And it looks very easy. Is this your strength? Tisk tisk, I am so disappointed. I thought how strong you could become. A puppet is indeed a puppet, a vulnerable thing. It's the greatest humiliation to me that you have my cells in your body. After finishing speaking, Vegeta directly pulled hard. Cell is pulled directly towards Vegeta. Then his right knee hit Cell's lower abdomen heavily. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the third floor, and the body was instantly thrown into the air. Vegeta hit the ground with both feet, directly caught up with Cell, then clenched his fists and smashed heavily on Cell's back. Boom! Call out! Rumble! Street sounds sounded almost simultaneously. Cell's body was directly embedded in the ground, extremely embarrassed. No, impossible. Cell still can't believe that a mere Vegeta has become so powerful. He is not his opponent at all. It seems that Dad has been practicing in the spiritual time room for a year, and he has already broken through his limit. Cell can't be Dad's opponent at all. As long as we continue to fight like this, we can easily solve all the troubles. At this moment, Trunks stood on the ground, talking to himself. It seems that there is no chance to make a move by yourself. But that's okay, I don't particularly like fighting. As long as Dad can solve it, there is no need for him to take action at all. Are you kidding? How did Vegeta become so powerful? At this time, Android 18, who was already hiding, saw Vegeta is so powerful, and he was also horrified. Unbelievable. You must know that a few days ago, I could rub Vegeta on the ground. There is a very big gap between him and himself. But why did he become so terrifying in just a few days? Did he hide his fighting power when he fought me last time? But why did he do that? Number 18 was puzzled at this time. It is absolutely impossible to improve the strength to this level within a few days, because they know Vegeta well. It takes a long time to practice to become a Super Saiyan. No, Vegeta's previous combat power is indeed that little. It's just that in the past few days, he seems to have undergone special training, so he was able to improve so much in a short period of time. At this time, number 16, who was already injured, spoke. With Vegeta's proud character, if he had this kind of strength from the beginning, it would be absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing as hiding his strength. Are you saying that it has been promoted to this level in just a few days? How can this be? Even after hearing No 16's explanation, number 18 still didn't believe it. Because they have all of Vegeta's data in their database. They are very clear about his cultivation potential. Call out. After easily defeating Cell, Vegeta's body fell to the ground and directly stepped on Cell's face. Surge, damn Vegeta. Being trampled on, Cell let out an angry roar. But at this moment he could only be angry, because he couldn't resist Vegeta at all. The gap in strength is too terrifying. It's not something that can be easily compensated. Hey, I heard what you said just now. What the hell is that? After you become the so-called perfect body, will it become stronger? Vegeta asked arrogantly. The cell in front of me is too weak, so I can't arouse any interest at all. This is the chance to give him a chance, if he can really get stronger, make it into its strongest form, and then defeat it. Prove to everyone that Super Vegeta is the #1 warrior in the universe. Of course, as long as I can become a perfect body, I can definitely defeat you. After I became a complete body, whether it is strength, speed, skill, or mind, it is far beyond what it is now. Cell replied immediately. Because this guy knows Vegeta very well. Vegeta's self-righteous personality must now think that he is the #1 in the universe? He simply doesn't put his complete body in his eyes. It is precisely because of his arrogance and self-righteousness that maybe he can have a chance of survival. You can even turn yourself into a complete body. Snort. Vegeta didn't speak, and then kicked Cell directly in the waist. Rumble. Countless rocks were directly crushed by Cell's body. And Cell's body was lying on the ground in embarrassment, with anger and unwillingness all over his face. Ha ha ha. Although my heart is burning with anger. But Cell still stood up with a smile. Then he turned his head, smiled at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I know that Saiyan, your fighting nation, like fighting very much, and you will be particularly excited when you meet a strong opponent. I think you, the prince of the fighting nation Saiyan, also want to fight with me who is perfect and flawless after becoming a complete body. Please don't worry, as long as you allow me to become a full body form, there will definitely be a very exciting battle between us. While speaking, Cell also watched the change of Vegeta's expression. He could see that Vegeta was obviously ready to be fooled, because he has already started to think about this matter. It is estimated that this stupid and self-righteous guy doesn't know yet, as long as he becomes a perfect body, the gap between them will be completely widened. The landline can easily kill Vegeta. Damn, that BD Cell really knows Dad's character too well. If he goes on like this, Dad will probably make a wrong decision. Trunks frowned tightly on the sidelines, anxiously. If Dad really let this stupid thing happen, then things will get out of hand. That guy Vegeta can't. The injured number 16 seemed to know Vegeta better, and he also had a serious look on his face. What's the matter? Number 16. Didn't Vegeta already win? Number 18 asked from the side. At this time, she also felt terrified. In fact, I am not particularly afraid of death. But to carry such an ugly guy and absorb it with that dirty posture, I will never allow it. At that time, even if he blew himself up, he would definitely not let it absorb his own. Number 18, you'd better run away. Leave here as quickly as possible, otherwise there will be no hope in this world. Number 16 saw that it was number 18, and reminded him. It can be seen from Vegeta's expression now that this guy is likely to agree to Cell's request because of his self-righteousness. At that time, as long as Cell absorbs number 18, absolutely no one can stop him. Vegeta can't do it, Son Goku and the others can't even do it. On the 18th, Lu Mei frowned slightly. Where could she escape now? Number 17 is my younger brother, and number 16 is my friend. Now one of them is absorbed and the other is badly injured. If you run away alone, where do you want to go? And Cell will definitely find itself? And on the other side, hey, looks like you know Saiyan quite well. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer. Of course, I still have your cells in my body. Cell also replied with a smile. Okay, if this is the case, then I will follow your will and fall into your trap. Let me see what your so-called perfect body is all about. Anyway, even if I kill you now, there is nothing to be proud of. But I hope that your so-called perfect body will not disappoint me too much, otherwise I will destroy you without hesitation. Vegeta put his arms around his chest, and then said with a self-righteous face. At this time, Vegeta is simply expressing the character of the sand sculpture to the fullest. Then he waved Cell's big sleeve and said, you go, hurry up and become a perfect body. No, Dad, you must not do this. Conceit is your biggest weakness, you know. Trunks hurriedly stopped it loudly. Dad's weakness is fatal in many cases. Cut. Don't talk to me in such a preaching tone, kid. Vegeta turned his head and cast a cold glance at Trunks. You should know better than anyone how powerful the power in my body surpasses Super Saiyan. This brat, Trunks, dares to talk to himself like that? Okay, you can go, Cell. Then, he said to Cell with a cold tone. He couldn't wait to see Cell become a full body, and then beat him to the ground. Prove to everyone that you are the strongest Saiyan. You are the most powerful warrior in the universe. No cyborg, no biochemical cyborg, no Ron is his opponent. Dad, you must never do this. I will never allow you to do this. Trunks put his heart to one side, with an extremely tough expression on his face. No matter what, you must stop Cell. Absolutely cannot let it become a complete body. Because if this guy becomes a perfect body, then this time and space will also become like the future time and space. Maybe others haven't experienced that kind of despair. But I am someone who has been there, and I know how tormented that period was, and how hopeless it was. So this kind of thing must never happen again. Call out? Trunks flashed and came directly in front of Cell. Then he kicked Cell hard in the face, sending Cell flying again. You must know that after a year of training in the spiritual time room, Trunks' strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. So it is very simple to deal with the second form of Cell. Boom boom boom. Cell's body slid a distance of several tens of feet on the ground again. This time, there was a smear of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his face became even more embarrassing. I didn't expect that I was a dignified Cell, but was humiliated by this father and son. After I become a perfect body in a while, I must humiliate them well, and return all the injuries and humiliation I suffered just now doubled. Giggle. Vegeta, if you want to compete with me completely, just take care of your son. At this time, he can only let Vegeta hold Trunks. In this way, you can absorb Android 18 without any intervention. After becoming a perfect body, I must show Vegeta how arrogant and self-righteous his decision just now was. Get out of the way, Trunks, mind your own business. With a flash of his body, Vegeta also stood in front of Trunks. It has to be said that Vegeta is really stupid at this time. Father, you must not be so naive. Do you know that your stupid behavior is likely to destroy the world and kill everyone? Is this the result you want? Trunks asked loudly. He no longer wants to face the scene that will happen in the future time and space. South. You brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Even if everyone is killed, what does it matter to me? Vegeta also gritted her teeth angrily. This kid, Trunks, is his own son. How dare he talk to his father like that now? And he actually said he was stupid. I must teach him a good lesson today. Thank you, Vegeta. Your son will be handed over to you. After Cell's voice fell, he suddenly turned his eyes. I happened to see number 18 and the others hiding not far away. Found it. Number 18, let me see where are you hiding. The moment he saw number 18, Cell's eyes showed greed. As long as he absorbs number 18, he can become the ultimate artificial human body Cell he dreams of. At that time, no one can stop yourself. Number 18, run away. Number 16 hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Cell. Number 18 froze in place. For a moment, he actually forgot to escape. Call out? With a flash of his body, Cell was in front of Android 16 and 18 in an instant. Stop making unnecessary resistance, no 18. Being able to become a part of me and help me complete my full body should be the supreme honor of you and no 17. You should be proud of that. This is the corner of Shero's mouth that has been cracked to the back of his head. Hateful. Who can save me now? On the 18th Lu Mei frowned tightly. The thought of being absorbed by this disgusting ugly monster like number 17 made her feel nauseous. Accept your fate obediently, number 18. Stop making unnecessary resistance. Cell walked towards number 18 step by step. I'm not going to sit still. Number 18 gritted his teeth tightly, then clasped his hands together, and shot energy balls towards Cell continuously. It's just that such an energy ball will not have any impact on Cell at all. Ha 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 ha. Cell couldn't stop laughing wildly, and his body kept getting closer. Soon, Cell walked up to number 18. Then he used his tail to attack number 18 continuously. At this time, number 18 could only dodge hastily. But Cell's movements were too fast, and number 18 obviously couldn't react. Call out? And just when I felt hopeless on the 18th, suddenly, there was a crisp sound of breaking through the air. Then, a familiar figure appeared directly in front of number 18. Silver white hair, wearing a black exercise uniform. It's you, Ron. Seeing this familiar figure in front of him, No 18's face suddenly revealed a look of horror. And Android 16 is also a look of surprise. Is it a surprise? The 18th. Ron turned his head, looked at number 18, and said that on the 18th, he looked bewildered. When she was in such a desperate situation, she never thought that anyone could save herself. After all, in this world, apart from number 17 and number 16, I have no relatives and no friends. Therefore, prayers for help in the heart are only self-consolation. Unexpectedly, the person I have always hated would appear in front of me in such a desperate situation? How could it be you? After being stunned for a moment, number 18 asked in amazement. Because she didn't know what to say at this time. She didn't expect at all that it was Ron who appeared in front of her when she was in the most danger. Why can't it be me? Isn't it surprising? Ron smiled and asked. I didn't expect that the timing of my return was just right. If I come half an hour later, it is estimated that Android 18 has been absorbed by Cell. Not only Android 18, Trunks and Vegeta are also surprised. Even Android 16 did not expect that it would be Ron who made the move at this time. You must know that he had fought against number 18 and the others before. And more importantly, number 18 doesn't seem to have a good impression of him at all, and seems to hate him. Of course, the most shocking thing at this moment is definitely Cell. I didn't expect that I almost became a complete body, and now I suddenly killed a tiger halfway. But looking at this guy, it doesn't seem to be Saiyan. You must know that on the current Earth, the Saiyans such as Vegeta and Son Goku can pose a threat to themselves. So the guy in front of him, although he used it very fast just now, but he can be sure that this guy is absolutely impossible to be his opponent? Hey, who the hell are you? If you're sensible, get the hell out of here and don't delay my good deeds. If you get out now, I might consider letting you go after I become a perfect body. But if you want to get in the way, I'll absorb you right now. Cell directly threatened with anger. Although it is said that after absorbing number 17, the current self does not need to absorb other human beings to improve his own strength. But if this guy doesn't have eyes and wants to prevent himself from becoming a perfect body, I don't mind letting him be part of my power. Oh, is it so? Cell, I know you very well. But what I want to say is that you may not have that strength. Turning his head, Ron said to Cell with a slight smile on his face. Although it is said that Cell at this time has absorbed Android 17 and has also become a second form. But the gap between him and himself is simply vast. If you want to kill him, you probably only need to move your fingers to do it. At this time, Cell, after absorbing Android 17, has a combat power of 1.7 billion. It has to be said that this kind of combat effectiveness is indeed very strong for this period. It is estimated that apart from Vegeta and Trunks, Cell's strength is regarded as a top existence. But for Ron, it simply wasn't enough to watch. After all, there is a world of difference between a unit of 100 million and a unit of Beijing. Yeah, I think you overestimate yourself. It is undeniable that you were really fast just now, but you don't naively think that you can beat me by relying on speed. Cell smiled jokingly, apparently not paying attention to Ron's words at all. The reason is very simple. I have traveled from time and space in the future. I know almost everything about future time and space. Saiyans like Son Goku and Vegeta have been killed by number 17 and number 18 in the future. And among the masters of this future time and space, there is no such a guy in front of him. So I can be sure that this guy is only a little faster, and he is basically an unknown junior. Maybe even Kellen's popularity can't match. Otherwise, there should be his cells in his body. His strength is indeed very strong. Number 17 has been absorbed by him. And even number 16 is not his opponent, so be careful yourself. At this time, number 18 reminded in a low voice behind him. You must know that Ron is here to help him now, and if he is defeated, then he will be absorbed by this ugly monster. This is something I absolutely don't want to face. Don't worry, my strength is much stronger than you imagined. Let's not talk about one cell, even if it's 10,000 cells, I can easily clean it up. Smiling, Ron said lightly. Although it sounds like what I said is exaggerated, it is the truth. Even if the strength of 10,000 cells is superimposed, they can't even match their own fraction. It's really a smug thing that doesn't know how to live or die. No one can stop me from becoming a perfect body. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. After hearing Ron's words, Cell's expression changed, and then revealed a sharp killing intent. At this time, the most critical moment for him to become a complete body has arrived. No one can stop it. If you want to prevent yourself from becoming a perfect person, there is only one dead end. After speaking, Cell's tail stabbed directly at Ron. Ron didn't dodge at all, but easily grabbed Cell's tail, and then flung it out. Nanny. Cell is dumbfounded. Vegeta and Trunks, and Android 18 they are completely confused. Although they all know that Ron is very strong. But he didn't expect that Cell, which has absorbed Android 17, would be so vulnerable in front of him. It was thrown away, like throwing out trash. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Cell's body smashed into dozens of peaks, large and small, before barely stopping. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. But, damn, who is this BD? Why do I feel like he's more powerful than Vegeta, self-righteous guy? Cell clenched his fists tightly. The anger and murderous intent in his eyes just now had completely turned into fear and solemnity. He was able to easily receive his own attack, and he was thrown away by himself. That means this guy's strength is terrifying. Cut. What the hell is going on with that BD? Why can he throw Cell out so easily? Does it mean that he has the strength not weaker than me now? Vegeta also stopped fighting with Trunks, but stared at Ron closely, and said with a somewhat unsightly expression. After I came out of the spiritual time room this time, besides wanting to kill Cell, there is also a very important goal, which is to completely defeat Ron. Let him know that his Super Vegeta is the most powerful and the real #1 warrior of the universe. But now it seems that this guy is indeed much stronger than Cell. It is estimated that even if you want to defeat him, it will not be an easy task. But that's good too. I finally found an opponent that I can see clearly. For him now, it doesn't matter whether Cell will become a full body or not, because he has found a new challenge object, that is Ron. Is Mr. Ron so powerful? Great, number 18 was not absorbed, maybe this time it was saved. Compared to Vegeta's solemn expression, Trunks' expression is excited. He was indeed a little desperate just now. Under my father's obstruction, I couldn't go to the 18th at all. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ron suddenly appeared in such an urgent situation. How are you so powerful? Number 18 looked at Ron in disbelief. Although I knew this guy was very powerful before, neither I nor number 17 was his opponent. But today both Cell and Vegeta showed super strength. Unexpectedly, he could easily throw away Cell. Actually, I'm not that good, just a little bit better than the two of them. Ron gave a wry smile helplessly, because he suddenly remembered the fight with Kampa before. The current self can indeed easily kill Cell and Vegeta, and possesses a power far superior to them. But he will not feel proud because of such power. Because compared with those who are really strong, my strength is too weak. Leaving aside the Xeno and Grand Priest at the master level of the universe, even the mere gods of destruction can easily defeat themselves. So compared with the real powerhouse, the gap between my own strength is too huge. Damn. I don't care who you are, I don't care what mission you have. Even if anyone came today, it would not be able to prevent me from absorbing the complete body that I dreamed of on the 18th. Cell seemed to be going crazy at this moment, suddenly erupting. Around the body is surrounded by golden enterprise like Saiyan. Vegeta, didn't you say you would help me complete the full body? Now as long as the two of us work together, we can definitely defeat this BD, and then we can have a good fight. But although Cell is very angry, this guy has Piccolo's cells in his body after all. Soon he calmed down, then looked at Vegeta and spoke. From the blow just now, he could feel that he might not be the opponent of the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. But if he joins forces with Vegeta, Vegeta is willing to help him. We will be able to defeat this BD by then. The brain is a wonderful thing, so use it wisely. Snort. Stop dreaming, Cell. Vegeta folded his arms around his chest, contemptuous, of Cell in a lofty posture. Then he sneered and said, the reason why I agreed to let you become a perfect body just now is because I think life without an opponent will be very boring. But if you can't even beat that guy, then don't talk about getting stronger. It would be better if you were killed by him, then I can fight him. Anyway, for us Saiyan, as long as we can fight the strong, Vegeta doesn't care about these things. Vegeta's extremely indifferent voice almost made Cell feel desperate. It seems that although I have Vegeta's cells in my body, I still can't fully understand this guy. Cluck, damn Vegeta. Cell clenched his fists tightly. Then he could only look at Ron. Now that Vegeta doesn't want to help, it's up to him to defeat him. Although you can feel that guy's strength is very strong. But at this moment, I have no choice, let alone a way out. If it cannot become a complete body, then there is only a dead end waiting for you, because whether it is Vegeta or Trunks, they all have the strength to kill themselves. It is estimated that Son Goku also has the strength not weaker than Vegeta. You damn BD, dare to destroy my good deeds, I will kill you now. Confused, Cell rushed directly towards Ron. This time he used all his strength. As long as you get rid of this troublesome BD, you can complete your final transformation. Snapped. But in the next second, Ron took Cell's fist easily. Then he punched him hard in the stomach. This punch was very powerful, and a purple blood spurted out directly from Cell's mouth. Then he started to hold his stomach and vomit crazily. After vomiting for a few minutes, number 17, which had just been absorbed half an hour ago, was vomited out. It's the 17th. Seeing that number 17 was spit out, number 18 hurried forward and brought number 17 over. Number 17 is his own younger brother, and also his only relative in this world. Just now he thought that number 17 was dead, but now it seems that number 17 is not dead. And all of this was actually done by Ron, who he hated the most before. After spitting out number 17, Cell's strength dropped significantly. Moreover, its shape has also changed, and it has turned back into the appearance of a mature insect again. Disappear? Cell. Anyway, it's a matter of time for you. Ron's tone was indifferent. Looking at the Cell who was still vomiting in front of him, he directly spread his right palm. The energy condenses in the palm of the hand instantly. Without waiting for Cell to react, energy blasted out of his palm in an instant. Ah! Accompanied by heart-piercing screams, Cell's body was instantly swallowed by the energy wave. Like a candle in the wind, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. The cell that has completed the second form is completely destroyed like this? Nanny. This scene caused everyone present to open their mouths in shock. Although Cell's strength is not the strongest, everyone present knows exactly how strong he is. Especially Android 16 and 18, they have witnessed the power of Cell. You can easily defeat number 17 and then absorb it. But in Ron's hands, he couldn't even pass one round and was easily wiped out. This gap is simply irreparable? Okay, that's great. Is this Mr. Ron's true strength? He actually killed Cell in an instant. Trunks blinked vigorously, a little unbelievable at the scene he saw in front of him. Although it is said that after coming out of the spiritual time room, the strength of myself and my father has been greatly improved. It can be said that there has been a qualitative transformation, but he was not sure that he could kill Cell in an instant. If you want to kill Cell, it is estimated that you will have to go through a fierce battle. But Mr. Ron can erase it completely in an instant? The gap during this period is definitely not a star. It is estimated that neither he nor his father can be his opponent. Vegeta's face was also ugly, but after a brief surprise, Vegeta clapped his hands and walked straight to Ron. Clap clap. While clapping his hands, he said, "It's really good. It seems that you are stronger than I thought, so the next battle should be very fierce." Although he was shocked by Ron's fighting power just now, because even if you are yourself, you can't kill Cell in an instant. But this guy did it? That means he might be stronger than himself. But the battle between me and Cell just now was a bit too boring. It was simply an overwhelming advantage. So playing is not fun at all. Now that BD Ron is acting so strong, I must find him and challenge him again. Just to avenge his humiliation last time. Dad, what are you doing? Mr. Ron killed Cell, he was the savior of all of us. Trunks is very clear, what does Dad want to do next? He immediately stepped forward to stop and said. From the battle just now, it was clear that Mr. Ron's strength definitely surpassed that of himself and his father. He is now going to challenge Mr. Ron, which is simply asking for fun. If Mr. Ron gets angry, maybe he will kill Dad directly. Get the hell out of here, Trunks. Since this guy is so strong, I, Super Vegeta, must fight him again. Vegeta doesn't listen to dissuasion at all, because he felt that after coming out of the spiritual time room, his strength had also undergone a qualitative change. Definitely the number one Saiyan warrior in the universe. In any case, it is impossible to lose to Ron in front of him. Stop joking, Dad, you can't possibly be a match for Mr. Ron. Trunks spoke again, and Trunks' tone and words naturally annoyed Vegeta even more. It's okay for others to say that I can't do it, but now even my son doesn't believe in me? Go away and watch how I teach him a lesson. Vegeta directly pushed Trunks away. Then there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Ron, I accidentally lost to you last time. But this time, you won't be so lucky. I will definitely beat you to the teeth. Looking at Vegeta, who is a little carried away, Ron said coldly, don't be too self-righteous, Vegeta, I told you that Super Saiyan is not omnipotent. Even if your strength has improved, you are as weak as an ant in front of me. Ron was telling the truth. Although the current Vegeta is stronger than the second form of Cell, the combat power has reached about 2.3 billion. But this kind of combat power is not even comparable to his fraction. Cut. Damn BD, you are the one who thinks right. Now I'll show you my power over Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed straight at Ron. Without any fancy, just punched out. He almost exhausted all his strength in this punch. And Vegeta believes that this punch can definitely give Ron a strong hand. Cut. Are you really an overreaching idiot? Since you want to make fun of yourself, then I will help you. Glancing coldly at Vegeta, Ron didn't take her to heart at all. Not to mention the current Vegeta, even if it becomes the color of Super Saiyan Blue, or the Vegeta after becoming Super Saiyan 4. I don't even put them in my eyes. What's more, he didn't even reach the form of Super Saiyan 2. Before Vegeta's body touched him, Ron punched him in the air. The terrifying vigor directly sent Vegeta flying. Boom! Wow! At the same time that a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, Vegeta directly exited the Super Saiyan state. And the body directly poured thousands of feet away, and countless mountain peaks were directly smashed into rubble by Vegeta's body. At the moment of landing, the whole person passed out directly. Dad! Trunks yelled, his face very, very ugly. I had already persuaded my father just now, but he was too stubborn to listen to persuasion at all. In fact, he also knew in his heart that there might still be a gap between them. I really can't figure out what is going on in my father's heart. Why do you have to provoke a battle you know you can't win? Don't worry, although Vegeta is annoying, I didn't kill him. Ron said flatly to Trunks. Although Vegeta in this period is indeed very disliked, even disgusting. But Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super has a more pleasing personality. To be honest, I still prefer the Vegeta. Although self-esteem is also very strong, it is completely different from now, and it is not so self-righteous and arrogant. More importantly, he has become a very family-oriented man. It can be said that it is inside the Dragon Ball, so Vegeta is more like a person from the earth. But Son Goku has completely turned into a Saiyan who only thinks about fighting. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Trunks thanked him immediately, and then hurried to see Vegeta. Although this guy is a bit stubborn, he is his father after all. After easily eliminating Cell and Vegeta, Ron glanced at number 17 and number 18 behind them. Thank you. I mean, you saved number 17 just now, and I thank you for him. Number 18 raised his head, glanced at Ron, and then said with some embarrassment. I hated this guy so much before, but I didn't expect that at the most critical moment, it was he who saved me and number 17. In fact, she also wanted to say thank you for herself, but her character was also very proud, so she couldn't say that. So I can only thank him for number 17. Mr. Ron, thank you very much. Thank you for saving everyone and saving this beautiful planet. Number 16 obviously has a bigger picture, and he is thanking Ron for everyone. Because he likes the earth very much, the flowers and plants on the earth and the cute birds. If the earth fell into Cell's hands just now, then all these things I like will be destroyed. You don't have to thank me, I was just passing by and couldn't understand that guy Cell, that's why I shot. Ron waved his hand and said casually. In fact, when he first arrived on Earth and felt the breath of Cell and Vegeta, he rushed over. Because he doesn't want number 18 to be absorbed by Cell either. Regardless of whether number 18 has a good impression of him or not, after all, it's a pity that such a beautiful girl is absorbed by that guy Cell. Although he said so, they didn't think so on the 18th. How could it be possible to just pass by such a place? It was obvious that he had deliberately appeared here and saved them. All right. I'll be a good person to the end, heal the injury of no 17. Glancing at the unconscious number 17, Ron directly ejected a burst of energy and directly entered no 17's body. In a blink of an eye, no 17's injuries were all healed, and he also woke up from a coma. Number 17, you're awake? That's great. Seeing his younger brother wake up from the coma, number 18 also showed a look of excitement on his face. Although she usually seems to have a cold temperament, and her attitude towards number 17 is very bad. But after all, blood is thicker than water, and number 17 is her only relative. What the hell is going on? Number 18. I remember that I was absorbed by that ugly monster just now, am I dreaming? Or is it that you have also been absorbed? Number 17 said with a dazed expression. I remember very clearly that although I resisted desperately at the time, I was still absorbed by that ugly monster called Cell. Yeah, it was Ron who saved you. Dazed for a moment, number 18 looked up and Ron replied. Ron. Number 17 also looked up in surprise, and saw Ron. Obviously he also had an unbelievable expression on his face. While they weren't exactly hostile to Ron, they definitely weren't friends either. Why did he save himself? Could it be because of the 18th? Very likely. Maybe this guy fell in love with his savage sister, so he helped them. Other than that, I can't think of any reason. Thanks, Ron. Standing up, number 17 smiled at Ron and thanked him. Easy to do. Ron responded. Hee do you like my sister no 18? Suddenly, number 17 leaned into Ron's ear and asked this question. Although he felt that he might have lowered his voice. But the 18th is still heard clearly. Forehead. Ron was taken aback, not knowing what to do. It would be a lie to say that I have no interest in number 18. After all, when I watched Dragon Ball in my previous life, number 18 was the goddess in my mind. Whether it is appearance or temperament, in his opinion, they are all top-notch. But do you love number 18? The answer is negative. Now, he just simply likes number 18, not to the extent of love. Number 17, UBD is talking nonsense, hurry up and shut your mouth. Number 18 said with a cold face. Then he glanced at Ron quietly. I have to say that this guy is quite handsome. Although he has silver white hair, it doesn't affect his handsomeness at all. And today, at such a desperate moment, it was Ron who rescued her. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no emotion in my heart or even the slightest touch. Although I have become an artificial human, after all, I used to be a normal human being, and now I also have human emotions. Okay, then pretend I didn't say anything. But sister, Ron is really good. If you miss this village, it will definitely not be easy to find this store again. Number 17 shrugged, and then said jokingly. Although he said he was joking, but in fact this is also what he said in his heart. Cut. I want you to take care of my affairs. Number 18 gave number 17 a big white eye. Okay, let's find a way to fix no 16. If you let him stay any longer, he will really die. Ron didn't want to continue discussing this issue, then glanced at number 16 and said, emotional matters cannot be forced. I also don't think that if I hit the 18th once, he will do what he promised with his body. Such a thing seems a bit unlikely with the personality of number 18. Number 17 also nodded seriously. After getting along with number 16 these days, she also likes number 16 quite a lot. And although this guy doesn't talk much usually, his strength is ridiculously strong. At least much better than myself and number 18. Then several people returned to Ron's rental house. Then Ron went to collect some ingredients to be used. After all, there is still most of the day, and I will go to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. And Ron told the 17th and 18th. After a while, new gods will appear on the earth. At that time, he can recreate the Dragon Ball, and then use the Dragon Ball to make a wish, dismantle the explosive device and the emergency energy stop device in their bodies. Because during this time period, Piccolo has already performed fusion with God. So the Dragon Ball also temporarily disappeared from the earth. But after Dende is qualified for the position of the new god, the Dragon Ball will be made again. and the Dragon Ball maid can make 3 wishes. Time passed by every minute and every second. A day passed quickly, and Ron had already prepared all the materials he needed. Because his system has a space backpack, it can accommodate even more materials. Early the next morning, today was also the time I had agreed with Whis. What? You are leaving the Earth, where are you going? After hearing the news that Ron was leaving, Android 17 asked in disbelief. Isn't this guy from Earth? What does it mean that he wants to leave Earth? I'm going to a place far away, I guess you won't know if I tell you. This house will be transferred to you. Anyway, I may not come back for a long time. Ron smiled and said to number 17 and 18. After I arrived in the Gods of Destruction world, I might not come back for 2 or 3 years, or even longer. After hearing Ron's words, the door of number 18 crumpled tightly. Recently, I finally don't dislike this guy, and even have a good impression of him. Didn't expect him to leave Earth so soon. Who cares about your house? Number 18 said coldly. It was obvious that she was not in a good mood at this time. Ha! Ron smiled, it seemed that she was more or less interested in herself. Otherwise, if he heard the news that he was leaving, it probably wouldn't be like this. I said you can't leave. We don't have many friends on this Earth. You have a good personality, and we all like you. If you leave like this now, don't you sincerely break my sister's heart? Number 17 said with a serious face. I am not a fool, so I can naturally feel that my sister is more or less interested in this guy. As long as time goes by, there will be sparks of love between the two of them. After all, on the entire planet, there is probably no other man as outstanding as Ron. No matter how high-minded my sister is, there is no reason not to look down on her like this. But it happened that this guy actually wanted to leave at this time. Sorry, I have my own plans. Compared to many universe-level powerhouses, my strength is still far behind. I want to protect myself, and if I want to protect the person I want to protect, I have to become stronger, so I have to go out and practice. Ron also said very seriously. In this world, the most precious thing is naturally one's own life. If you don't have absolute strength, you can't control your own destiny at all, even more unable to want to protect the people they protect. The current self, although he is an undefeated god of war on Earth, but looking at the universe, even the weakest gods of destruction can't beat, and the strength really needs to be improved to survive in this universe. Then how long are you going to be out this time? It's hard to treat you as a friend. To be honest, I'm quite reluctant to leave you so suddenly. Number 17 was joking and continued. After all, in the eyes of everyone, they are man-made humans who do all kinds of evil. So in this world, apart from each other, there are no friends at all. And Ron seems to be the only human who doesn't resent them. I don't know about this either. Maybe I will come back in half a year, or it may take a long time. Ron shook his head, then said uncertainly. Because of this matter, I really can't give them an accurate answer now. If Whis guides well, and I learn faster, it is estimated that I will come back in 2 or 3 years, but if things are just the opposite, I estimate that it will take several years to come back. So now I don't know when I will be able to return to Earth. Fine. Number 17 could only nod helplessly, although he said that he didn't want Ron to leave the Earth. But they are not relatives, and there is no reason to forcibly keep them. Everyone, take care. Ron glanced at Android 18, then smiled and said. On this occasion, he really didn't know what else to say. Well, take care. This time, number 18 nodded and said to Ron with a serious face. Although she hated Ron before, it was because she felt that Ron was much stronger than herself. And in front of so many people, he directly defeated himself. Maybe it was my arrogance that made me feel like I hated Ron. But yesterday he suddenly appeared in front of him like a savior. At that moment, all the annoyance has disappeared without a trace. And now, when she heard the news that Ron was leaving, she felt a little bit sad. Although she really doesn't want to admit this ridiculous fact. Well, let's go. We will naturally meet in the future. Ron nodded. Then his body flickered, and he disappeared into the rental house in an instant. By the time the body reappears, it has already arrived at the planet that Whis promised last time. And this guy, Whis, seems to be more punctual than himself. Because he has been waiting here long ago. In fact, Ron knew very well that what this guy was waiting for was not himself, but the delicious food in his hands. Yo, why is Mr. Whis so early? Seeing Whis waiting there, Ron smiled and said. As for why this guy is so early, he is naturally very clear. Ho 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 ho, I have a very strong sense of time. By the way, have Mr. Ron prepared all the ingredients for making delicious food? Whis first smiled, then asked. Because that's what he wanted to know the most. If it wasn't for the delicious food, he would never have agreed to take Ron to the God Realm to practice. And I have always been a person who doesn't like trouble. Well, it's all ready. Ron nodded. In fact, there is nothing to prepare, and it is said that if you just go to the vegetable market casually, you can buy a lot of materials. And the food made of these materials, in the eyes of Whis and Beerus, is definitely the best food. That's really great. If that's the case, let's go to the God Realm now, Whis said impatiently. It always feels like every inch of this guy's face is full of smiles. It seems that food is more attractive to him than he imagined. But no wonder. As long as the two of them have lived in the Gods of Destruction world, it's more important. Beerus sleeps whenever he can. So Whis is almost the only one in the God Realm. What's more, there is no food to eat. Now that he finally has the opportunity to eat the best food, he is naturally very happy. Ron nodded again. Then, the staff in his hand lightly tapped the ground. The bodies of the two people were instantly wrapped in white light, and then directly turned into a stream of light, disappearing on the planet. Have to say Whis does have the fastest speed in the universe. One after another, the planets continued to pass by in a flash. At this moment, he felt as if he was acting in another dimension. Time passed by every minute and every second, and in less than half an hour, the two had already reached the Gods of Destruction realm. And Ron was also stunned by the scenery along the way. It turns out that this universe is much more beautiful than I imagined. Even Whis has the fastest power in the entire universe, and can travel through several planets in 1 second. But it took nearly half an hour to reach the God realm. So one can imagine how vast the 7th universe is. Mr. Ron, we have reached the God realm, Whis said. The world of Gods of Destruction isn't too different from the anime. A piece of purple land, but also with flowers and trees. And at the center of the God realm is the palace of the Gods of Destruction Beerus. In fact, it is a palace, and it looks more like a big purple tree from the outside. Is this where the Gods of Destruction live? It looks a little crude. After looking around, Ron spoke. Indeed, compared with some high-end planets, the Gods of Destruction world in front of us looks a bit miserable. Ho 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 ho, this is decorated in the style of Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a smile, but his implication was already clear. You see, Master Beerus has grown into that ball shape, so how can his aesthetics be better? Okay, I probably understand what you said. Ron nodded with a smile too. The aesthetics of Beerus and Compa are indeed difficult to describe, so it is not surprising that their palace is set up like this. By the way, didn't you say that the Gods of Destruction of our 7th universe is here? Why didn't I see him? Ron asked knowingly. Hey, because Mr. Beerus has a very lazy personality, and he likes to sleep very much. Now he has been sleeping for nearly 20 years. I guess it will take at least a few decades for him to wake up. Whis replied with a smile. Even if Master Beerus takes a lunch break, it is very normal for him to sleep for decades or hundreds of years. This time he only slept for more than 20 years, and it is estimated that he will need to sleep for many years before he wakes up. So that's it. Ron nodded. In the original Dragon Ball, Beerus should have slept for 39 years. So he really should have another 10 years or so before waking up. Mr. Ron, you see it's almost noon now, why don't you make some lunch first and let's eat? I deliberately didn't eat breakfast this morning, and now my stomach is growling with hunger. Whis touched his stomach, and then said with a greedy face. In fact, being hungry is just an excuse, his real purpose is naturally to taste delicious food. What? Do you Angel feel hungry too? Ron joked with a laugh. In fact, Angel does not need to eat food at all, Whis and Vados are exceptions. And they eat food not to be full, but to taste the deliciousness of food. Hee that's natural. Even if we are angels, 3 meals a day are essential. Whis was talking nonsense with his eyes open. This is of course to cheat Ron and eat more delicious food. Cut. Don't you write a draft when you tell lies. But forget it. Anyway, we agreed in advance, and help me train, I will help you make delicious food. Ron gave Whis a scornful look. Anyway, they are just a relationship of interests now. That's it. Then how about you finish lunch at noon today, and then we start training in the afternoon. Whis said with a smile. Ever since I ate that hem sausage last time, eating the food in the God realm is simply tasteless. It's just hard to swallow. So at this moment, he can't wait to try other delicacies. Fine. In this case, let's make instant noodles for lunch today. Ron could only nod, but he wasn't too lazy to cook something nice to eat. It is estimated that even a bucket of instant noodles can make Whis feel refreshed. Instant noodles. I've never heard of this name, is it delicious? Whis asked with a puzzled look on his face. Because I have been to countless planets before, but I have never heard of instant noodles. But it sounds like the name is very simple. Of course it's delicious, this kind of food is simply the best of all food. If you don't eat for a month, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Ron said very positively. Food like instant noodles is indeed very magical. If you eat 2 or 3 meals in a row, you may feel very unpalatable, and even feel like vomiting. But if you eat it once or twice a month, it will feel quite delicious. 1 bucket is not enough to eat, and 2 buckets are not enough to eat. For migrant workers with ordinary wages, instant noodles are indeed delicious. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at Ron's very determined eyes, Whis felt that this food called instant noodles was definitely very attractive. Perhaps even more delicious than hem sausage. Okay, this operation is very simple. If you want to eat instant noodles in the future, you can make it yourself. After speaking, Ron directly took out 2 buckets of instant noodles. Tear off all the seasoning packets and pour them in. Then prepare some hot water, add it and wait. Mr. Ron, is this instant noodle really delicious? It's very simple to press and operate, and it doesn't go through any processing. Whis asked with some doubts. One must know that any gourmet must go through countless ethical processes before it can become a real gourmet. But this instant noodles, can it be said that adding some boiling water becomes a delicacy? It made him a little unbelievable. But when the hot water is poured into the instant noodles, it does emit an attractive aroma. That's natural, you'll know when you try it later. During the conversation, 5 minutes had passed, and the fragrance of the seasoning became more and more attractive. Okay, let's try it. This delicacy will absolutely make you scream. After opening the lid of the instant noodles, Ron said with a smile. Aha. Whis nodded quickly. The strong fragrance just now was indeed very attractive. He can't wait to try this delicacy a little bit. Then picked it up and took a sip. In an instant, the expression of the whole person froze. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes. The whole body shook from side to side. A high-pitched cry resembling a climax came out of Whis's mouth, directly resounding throughout the entire Gods of Destruction world. At this time, Ron finally understood why Beerus was so afraid of Whis' singing voice. This guy's voice is simply killing me. After a sharp venting sound, Whis immediately opened his mouth to sip the instant noodles. A bucket of instant noodles was eaten by him, including soup and water, in less than a minute. Then he licked his lips eagerly. I didn't expect that this kind of food can become so delicious just by soaking it in boiling water. Even if I let myself eat this kind of food every day, I will never get bored of it. Mr. Ron, what kind of magical food is this instant noodles? Why does it taste so delicious just by adding boiling water? It seems very simple. Why don't you teach me how to make it? After eating a bucket of noodles, Whis looked at Ron's bucket with salivation, and then said, if you master the delicacy of making instant noodles, then you will have delicious food every day. Thinking about it makes people feel happy. Don't underestimate instant noodles, Whis. Although you feel that he just added boiling water, its seasoning needs dozens of sets of materials to make, and his noodles have also gone through countless fine processing. So instant noodles are definitely not as simple as you seem, and it is impossible to learn. Ron went straight to serious nonsense. In fact, I don't know how instant noodles are made. It is even more impossible to make seasonings for instant noodles. So I can only talk nonsense to Whis to make him give up the idea of making instant noodles. Oh, so that's the case. Whis nodded thoughtfully. But you are right, if you just add some boiling water to such a delicious dish, it would be too simple. It seems that I want to learn how to make food, but I am indeed a little bit short. But forget it, there will be delicious food every day anyway. It doesn't matter if you don't need to learn it yourself. And although the instant noodles are delicious, maybe Ron has mastered more ways to make delicious food? It is obviously irrational to give up an entire forest for a single tree. Hey, Mr. Ron, why don't you give me this bowl of instant noodles too? Instant noodles are so delicious, I can't eat a bucket of them at all. Whis said with a cheeky smile. The instant noodles just now aroused the glutton in his body. He felt that if he stopped eating a bucket, he would definitely feel very, very uncomfortable. I don't think I'm in the mood to do anything else today. That's fine, I'll give you this bucket too. Ron could only smile helplessly. He could tell that Whis really wanted to eat his bucket of instant noodles. Anyway, I ate something in the morning, so let him have the bucket of instant noodles. Perhaps for me, a bucket of instant noodles is just a few dollars. But for Whis, who has never eaten instant noodles and regards instant noodles as a delicacy, a bucket of instant noodles is definitely a priceless thing. Really? That's a big thank you to Mr. Ron. Whis is very, very polite. After all, eating people's mouth is short. He is still very clear about this truth. At the same time, he thought to himself, this deal is really a bargain. I just briefly guide Ron's cultivation, but he has to cook delicious food for himself for a long time. In the future, I will eat all kinds of delicacies. The thought of this situation made him very happy. In less than a minute, Whis wiped out the bucket of instant noodles, including the soup and noodles. Mr. Whis, I've eaten the instant noodles now, and you should be full by the looks of it. So in the next time, should we start training? Looking at the satisfied Whis, Ron asked. Well, since you brought such delicious food, I will naturally not be stingy. From now on I will train you seriously. But before that, I want to ask you a question. Have you mastered Ultra Instinct? Whis nodded, and then asked. In fact, the last time Ron and Master Compa fought, I saw clearly the whole process. Ron definitely cast Ultra Instinct, because Angel knows Ultra Instinct very well. More importantly, Master Compa would be able to defeat Ron in a very short time without the Ultra Instinct bonus. And there was no way Ron could have lasted that long. Looking into Whis' eyes, Ron also knew that such things cannot be hidden from them, because Angel is too familiar with Ultra Instinct. Then he nodded and said, well, I have indeed mastered Ultra Instinct. It's really hard for me to believe it. You must know that among the 12 universes, even gods of destruction cannot comprehend Ultra Instinct, and only Master Beerus has comprehended some superficial things. I didn't expect that you not only knew Ultra Instinct, but also could cultivate it to perfection. Although I have already guessed it, it may be the answer. But after hearing Ron's own confession, Whis still had a look of surprise on his face. Because Ultra Instinct is really very difficult to master, even if there are 12 gods of destruction, only Master Beerus has reached the point of imperfection. Moreover, Ultra Instinct has very high requirements on human nature. Only the kind of people whose mind is like still water can achieve it under a specific opportunity. By the way, I also want to ask, how did you master the Ultra Instinct? If Ultra Instinct is not a god, it is impossible to understand. But now you not only know, but also cultivate to a perfect level. It probably took a lot of time. Whis asked again. You must know that there are many gods of destruction. Even if you have practiced for thousands or even tens of millions of years, you have not yet comprehended Ultra Instinct. And the Ron in front of him seems to be a human being who is only 100 years old? He was able to master the Ultra Instinct perfectly in such a short period of time, which is indeed a shocking thing. Whis, everyone has their own secrets. I don't want to talk about this, so you better stop asking. Ron looked at Whis, then said seriously. Of course, it is impossible for me to tell anyone that my ultra instinct is rewarded by the system. And you must not tell anyone about your own system, okay? Since you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, I don't have to know, even if you have mastered ultra instinct, it's actually nothing. Whis obviously didn't want to know why Ron mastered ultra instinct. After all, as Ron said, everyone has their own privacy, and everyone also has some secrets that they don't want to be known. Then you come with me now, let's go practice together, Whis said to Ron. Then the body flashed, and Ron followed closely behind. The two appeared in a very empty purple clearing. The moment he stepped here, Ron suddenly felt his body sink. The gravity here is definitely different from the outside, otherwise I wouldn't have such a reaction. And what is certain is that this difference in gravity is very large. At this time, Whis spoke. The gravity here is 10,000 times that of the Earth, so you start here first. Although this number is a bit scary, Ron is not surprised. Because of the sudden gravity just now, he has almost guessed it. In the first few months, you will train here first, and I will prepare special props for you. Challenging the limits of your body is actually the best way to practice for you. Originally I wanted to teach you Ultra Instinct, but you have already fully understood it. And if you go the Gods of Destruction route, it may run counter to the Ultra Instinct in your body, so it's not good for you. So if you are training now, it is best to start from the basics, exercise your own body well, and constantly challenge the limits of your body, so that your body can exert more powerful energy. If I'm not wrong, you should have a potential in your body that is beyond ordinary people, even comparable to angels. As long as you can fully realize your achievements, there is a great possibility that your achievements will reach angels level in the future. Whis told Ron a lot in one breath. But to sum it up, exercise your body first. In this high-intensity, high-gravity situation, the limit of the body is constantly squeezed. Because Ultra Instinct has been fully mastered by itself, there is no need for Whis to teach it. Well, what you said does make sense. But I still want to ask, you angels should be very strong, and you have mastered a lot of superpowers. I don't know when you will give me all those superpowers. After Ron nodded, the TV smiled and said, you must know that Angel has many abilities besides Ultra Instinct. What interests me the most is their ability to control time. You must know that being able to control time is a more heaven-defying superpower than Ultra Instinct. Hey, you know a lot. But you can't chew too much, you should start training from the most basic. Whis smiled, he always felt that the little guy Ron knew a lot. As if he knew everything. Fine. Ron could only nod his head. Although I really want to learn other superpowers, it is absolutely impossible to give Whis to myself so easily, so let's start with the basics. Anyway, even if you start training from the most basic, 10,000 times the gravity plus Whis guidance, the effect will definitely be very good. Well, let's get started. After finishing speaking, the staff in Whis' hand lightly tapped the ground. At that moment, a piece of clothing with Whis' special logo suddenly appeared on Ron's body. And this dress was not an ordinary dress. The moment he put on that dress, Ron felt that his body was tens of thousands of times heavier. The suit is not as bulky as the one Son Goku and Vegeta used to wear in training, just like ordinary clothes. But the weight is far beyond imagination. At that moment, it felt as if more than a dozen planets were pressing on him. This time, it was much more powerful than the gravity just now. Ron felt that it was difficult for him to walk in this suit. This is my custom-made gravity suit for you. The weight of this dress is estimated to be as heavy as 5 or 6 planets. Then, you should start training hard, Whis said lightly. It was as if the weight of 5 or 6 planets was not worth mentioning to him. But it's true, for Angel, the weight of 5 or 6 planets is really simple. After all, in the Dragon Ball Super, Vados can quickly shuttle through the universe with several Super Dragon Balls. And the importance of every Super Dragon Ball must surpass that of the Earth. After all, the volume of that thing is no smaller than the Earth, and it is solid. Giggle. Ron gritted his teeth tightly, he felt that the clothes might crush him down at any moment. Then, when will I wear this dress? Ron asked with difficulty. You won't be training in this dress all the time, will you? If this is the case, it is simply a huge torture. Whenever you can wear this suit to train and fight freely, it will be fine. Whis' tone was still very calm. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally not train in such a high-intensity way. But he feels that Ron is not an ordinary person, he must be able to bear it? Fine. Ron gritted his teeth and nodded. Then next, you have to run forward as fast as you can. The ground behind you will also collapse at a certain speed. If you run too slowly and fall, you may fall into a different dimension and you will never be able to get out of it. After Whis' simple reminder, the ground behind him began to disappear continuously. And the speed is very fast. This is too fast. Turning his head to glance at the disappearing ground behind him, Ron's expression suddenly became miserable. He could only endure the huge gravity and run forward with all his strength. But at this moment, he has exerted all his strength. It is about the same speed as an ordinary person running. Whis sat directly on the bench beside him and began to drink. Time passed by every minute and every second, and Ron was circling in this space. After the front part of the ground disappears, it will be filled in the back immediately, and there will be a gap in the middle. It is the different dimensional space that Whis just mentioned. Although Ron felt that Whis would definitely not let him fall in, he still ran with all his strength in order to practice properly. Under the overwhelming gravity, Ron felt that his energy was constantly increasing. I have to say that this kind of training that squeezes the limit of the body seems to be quite good for me. Time passed by every minute and every second. In the blink of an eye, I have been running for more than 10 hours. There is no day and night in the world of gods of destruction. Because gods of destruction Beerus sleeps all day long, while Angel doesn't need to sleep at all. So day and night have become meaningless to them. Okay /o / this is the end of today's practice. You can actually persist for more than 10 hours. You really surprised me. At this moment Whis stood up and said to Ron. He thinks that Ron can last for 2 or 3 hours is already very good. But I didn't expect this guy to persist for more than 10 hours, and he seemed to be able to persist. He stopped Ron, not because he felt sorry for him and was afraid that he would be too tired. It was because he felt it was time to eat again. I wonder what kind of food Ron will prepare today? It's finally over. Ron stopped in his tracks. He really felt exhausted at this moment, but these 10 hours of improvement also made him feel very satisfied. Although the ground behind has begun to fully recover, but at this moment, the gravity here and the weight of his own gravity suit haven't weakened at all, so this weight still makes him feel uncomfortable. Looks like it's time to eat again. I don't know what you have prepared for us today, Whis said with a smile. At this moment Ron also felt that this guy stopped himself, purely to eat. But that's in his nature, and he needs rest too. Let's simply eat some sushi today. After taking a few breaths and resting for a while, Ron spoke. Because these things are packed in convenience stores by myself, I don't need to do it myself. Sushi. It's a good thing when you hear it. Take it out quickly, I can't wait. Whis immediately said impatiently. Seeing the impatient Whis, Ron had no choice but to take out the sushi. By the way, I took out 2 bottles of iced Coke. Come, have a drink from our hometown. Ron handed the Coke to Whis. The drink Whis drank just now is a green viscous liquid. It's like some kind of caterpillar's bodily fluids, which makes people look a little nauseous. This drink is definitely not going to be tasted by yourself. What drink is this? The packaging looks good. As he asked, he had already opened the can. Then he took a sip. Wow, so cool. What's the name of this drink? Why is it so delicious? Whis asked with a shocked face. At this time, he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The name of this drink is called Coke. Ron opened his mouth to answer. Coke? It's so delicious. Whis gulped down 2 more gulps, still wanting more. I really didn't expect Ron's hometown to have so many gourmet places, and even the drinks are so delicious. When I have time, I must go to that place and enjoy it. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed quietly. During the past 2 years, Ron did not do anything superfluous except for cultivation. Day after day, he is training to the limit of physical fitness. On the Earth, after the cell was completely wiped out, some other enemies also appeared. The strongest is the universe pirate Bojack. The appearance of Bojack and his group is also a good thing for Son Goku and the others. Because of Son Goku and Son Gohan, they both successfully broke through to Super Saiyan 2 because of the appearance of this guy. As for Vegeta, he can only be reduced to the 3rd child of 10,000 years. In the past 2 years, Ron's improvement speed is also visible to the naked eye. When he first came to the world of gods of destruction, his combat power was around 1,100 Beijing. At that time, his unit value was only 6. But after 2 years of practice, Ron's unit value has reached 8. The fighting power between Zi and Rang. At this time, his combat effectiveness reached 620 Zi. Although there is still a big gap between this combat power and gods of destruction compa. But under the premise of using Ultra Instinct, I have great confidence that I can defeat him. But at this moment, Ron was facing a more serious problem. That is, after these 2 years, all the snacks and food I had stored have been eaten. Next, there are some raw materials purchased before. These raw materials are placed in their own space backpack, so naturally they will not expire or rot. Hey, it looks like I'm going to make food myself tomorrow. Although I often made food for myself in my previous life, I haven't done it for 5 years, and I don't know how it tastes. After training, Ron said to himself, do you want to go to the Earth to do some shopping? But if so, Whis will find out where the Earth is. What if he doesn't guide himself to practice at that time? You must know that now is the most critical time for your own cultivation. In the past 2 years, I have been doing physical training. Didn't learn about Angel's true abilities. It is estimated that from now on, Whis is going to start teaching himself the true Angel ability. At this time, it is absolutely impossible to give up halfway. At this time, Whis also walked into the training ground. After all, besides instructing himself to train, he still has a lot of things to do. For example, pack Beerus to change the bed sheets, or trim the flowers and plants in the god realm. No one else did these things, so naturally it was Whis' turn. Therefore, becoming an angel is not a good thing. In addition to being quite restrictive, there are also some gods of destruction daily routines to take care of. Especially gods of destruction, like Beerus and Compa, who can't take care of themselves a lot of the time. Of course, it is even more troublesome. Ron, how was your practice today? It's time for lunch again. After walking in, Whis said with a smile. Even the snacks and instant noodles that he has eaten for a long time, but he still thinks that what Ron brings out is the best food. Okay, I get it. Ron nodded and began to think about what to do today. After walking to the kitchen, Ron looked at his system backpack. There are indeed a lot of raw materials in it, and there are a lot of meat food. To be honest, in the past 2 years, I have never eaten meat. It just so happens that I can comfort myself today. After all, I have been working hard during this time. Then make a Coca-Cola chicken wing, and a chopped pepper fish head. As for the staple food, stew a big rice. After looking at the system backpack, Ron will definitely show his skills a little today. Although I was not a professional chef before, I can still cook these simple dishes with ease. Then Ron started to make, and Whis stood behind him like a little apprentice and began to study seriously. Coca-Cola chicken wings and chopped pepper fish head are both very simple to make. Especially the fish head with chopped pepper. As long as the chopped pepper is fried, the fish head is absolutely delicious. And in the previous life, this was considered his specialty. The cola chicken wings have no special fragrance. But when the chopped pepper fish head is fried with chopped pepper, it exudes a strong fragrance. Ron, what did you cook today? It's the first time I've seen you cook, and it smells so good. Whis couldn't hold back his curiosity, and stepped forward to ask. Although in the past 2 years, I ate Ron's food, but I have never seen him actually make food by hand. Unexpectedly, today, this guy actually cooks himself, which is a rare thing. And it tastes very, very fragrant. This dish is called fish head with chopped pepper. I have to fry the chopped pepper first, and then the steamed fish head will be very delicious. Don't worry, the dish made today is definitely better than any dish you have eaten before. Ron turned his head and glanced at Whis, then spoke back. After these 2 years of getting along, although he and Whis are not good friends, the relationship is indeed much better than before. From the initial interest relationship, maybe now there is a little tendency to become friends. Chopped pepper fish head? Is it fish? I still remember the canned herring you gave me last time. After hearing the word fish, Whis showed a disgusted expression on his face. The last time Ron took out a can of herring, the indescribable smell after opening it instantly covered the entire Gods of Destruction world. That was also the first time I questioned Ron's cuisine. Okay, I just made a joke with you last time. Don't worry, this time the pepper fish head is definitely very, very delicious. Seeing Whis' disgusted expression, Ron couldn't help but said with a smile. It seems that this guy still remembers the canned herring last time? Yeah, you'd better not lie to me. If you make food like canned catfish again, I will also add water when I guide you to practice in the future. Whis threatened directly. Cut. It's not that canned herring is bad, it depends on personal preference. It's true that you really like canned herring. You find it unpalatable, but you don't like it. Ron said seriously. But I definitely don't like to eat it. While chatting with Whis, the chili sauce is almost ready. Next, you only need to spread the chopped pepper sauce on the fish head and steam it for 10 or 20 minutes. Although Whis kept saying that he was disgusted, but he looked forward to it. Because the smell of fried chili sauce just now is really good. Although I haven't eaten spicy food much before, it smells and tastes quite good. And Beerus, who was in the temple at this time, seemed to smell these smells. He sniffed vigorously, then opened his sleepy eyes. Hoo-hoo. After opening his eyes and sitting up, Beerus sniffed vigorously again. A spicy fragrance hits the nostrils instantly. Nanny? Where does this smell come from? Could it be a new dish developed by Whis? Why is it so delicious? After Beerus smelled this smell, he instantly woke up. Although it is said that he has only slept for more than 20 years this time, it stands to reason that after sleeping for such a short time, he will definitely be angry when he wakes up. But after smelling this fragrance, all the wake-up breath disappeared. He immediately wanted to know, no need to ask, where did it come from? Did Whis research new dishes? Not even bothering to change into his pajamas, Beerus rushed towards the direction where the scent was coming from. Then followed the scent to the kitchen. After seeing the strange figure of Ron, Whis suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face. What? Who is this guy? Whis. Also, what's the matter with this scent? Did you research a new dish? Beerus asked directly. You must know that the world of Gods of Destruction generally does not allow mortals to come. Now Whis actually brought a human to the God realm without his consent. I will definitely reprimand him later. Master Beerus, why did you wake up so quickly? If I remember correctly, you have slept for at least 50 years. Why did you sleep so little this time? Whis didn't answer Beerus' words, but asked directly. This really surprised him. Because Lord Beerus likes to sleep, which is well known. And every time he sleeps for a very long time, the shortest will reach about 50 years. This time, he woke up after only sleeping for 20 years. And more importantly, as long as Master Beerus fell asleep, it would be very difficult for him to wake him up no matter what method he used. Of course, unless you use your very beautiful singing voice. And even this method is actually not so easy to use. Many times it fails. Cut. You cook such delicious food here, and it smells so delicious, do you think I can still sleep? Beerus curled his lips, then sniffed vigorously. The smell is very, very fragrant. I have never smelled such a good smell. Hey, I actually forgot about this. It turns out that Master Beerus was awakened by this scent. Whis covered his mouth and smiled. Speaking of which, I almost forgot that Master Beerus loves food even more than himself. After all, it is a greedy cat. So how could it be possible to resist the temptation of such a delicious fragrance? Hey, you guy, you haven't answered my question yet. Where did he come from? What happened to the scent just now? Looking at Whis, who covered his mouth and smirked, Beerus asked indifferently. However, his eyes couldn't help but cast a glance into the steaming pot. The scent came from this place just now. All right. Master Beerus, his name is Ron, and he is the cook I invited. Of course, in exchange, I will lead him to practice for a period of time. Whis stopped laughing, and also opened his mouth to answer. There's really nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Moreover, Master Beerus is a typical foodie, so he will never object to such a thing that is neither strenuous nor pleasing. Anyway, he is not required to teach, he just needs to enjoy the food. Oh, is it the chef you invited? I didn't expect you to do a little bit of personnel work? Then the scent just now was made by him. Beerus glanced at Ron in disbelief. This guy looks a little familiar. Aside from his hairstyle, there are some similarities with Whis, and I have never seen this kind of human beings on other planets. Yes, Lord Beerus. The scent just now is the chopped pepper fish head made by Mr. Ron. Whis nodded and said in a very respectful manner. Chopped pepper fish head? Never heard of this name before. Is it tasty? Beerus looked puzzled, then asked. I have never heard of fish head with chopped pepper, but it seems to be really good after smelling it. I don't know either, Lord Beerus. Because this is Mr. Ron's first time cooking fish head with chopped peppers. Whis shook his head and replied. This sentence is not a lie, but the real first time to eat. You just said that this is Mr. Ron's first time cooking fish head with chopped peppers. That means, you've eaten many other delicacies before, haven't you? Beerus looked at Whis suspiciously, and asked. That's definitely the case, you can tell from this guy's expression. But why didn't I smell such a fragrant smell before? Ho ho, of course not, Lord Beerus. Please believe me, how could I be the kind of person who eats alone? Whis said with an embarrassed smile that his own thoughts were exposed by Beerus. It's just that his smile reveals that what Beerus said is true. Cut. You BD actually eat delicious food while I'm asleep. Like clenching your fists tightly. Although he felt very annoyed, it was useless. Because the guy Whis is really too powerful. Moreover, he is still an angel, and he can't take advantage of him at all. Hi Ron, huh. Did you feed Whis a lot of delicious food before? Then Beerus turned his head, looked at Ron and asked. It's not bad. It's only 2 years. Ron looked at Beerus and answered. The Beerus in front of me is exactly the same as in the Dragon Ball Super animation, it is a tailless cat. And at this time, he was not wearing the uniform of Gods of Destruction, just wearing a light green pajamas. Giggle. Whis UBD. There are delicious things, but one person can enjoy them all alone. Beerus gritted his teeth angrily, and stared at Whis with a grin. This guy actually secretly ate so many delicacies while he was asleep. Damn it! Whis could only smile awkwardly from the sidelines. Which planet are you from? I have been to many planets looking for food, but I have never smelled such a delicious taste. Beerus looked at Ron again, then asked curiously. I have been to any galaxy in the universe. Part of the reason is to destroy unnecessary planets in order to carry out Gods of Destruction missions. Another reason is to find food. Of course, you go out looking for good food more often than you go out to destroy the planet. I come from a remote planet in the northern galaxy. Even if I tell you, Lord Beerus won't know about it. Ron was just playing a blind eye. Then he continued, okay, the chopped pepper fish head should be ready, you two can taste my handicraft. He does it just to divert attention. If Beerus and Whis discover the Earth at this time, it is obviously not good news for him. After speaking, Ron brought out the pepper fish head. The rich aroma immediately filled the entire kitchen. Beerus and Whis sniffed vigorously, and then a look of intoxication appeared on their faces. Even Whis, although the food I ate before feels delicious, it can be called gourmet food. But many of them are prepackaged foods, which don't have this fragrance. Gillo. Gillo. Looking at the fish head with chopped peppers in front of them, the two swallowed hard. Because from the color point of view, it is too attractive. Coupled with that almost unscented fragrance, this kind of temptation is simply irresistible for the two of them. I didn't expect to have delicious food just after waking up. After living for hundreds of millions of years, this kind of treatment seems to be the first time. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After Beerus finished speaking, he sat down and picked up a piece of fish with his two sharp claws. Master Beerus, can you pay attention to how you eat? Anyway, you are also the gods of destruction of our 7th universe, can you use tools when eating? Looking at Beerus who was catching fish with his cat's claws, Whis said with a look of disgust. I didn't expect that I had guided him for such a long time, and this guy didn't listen at all. Cut. Since you know that I am gods of destruction, then shut up and eat whatever you want. While talking, he put the fish in his mouth. After chewing it lightly a few times, an unbelievable light suddenly burst out from the eyes. This smell. Beerus was just so excited that he seemed a little speechless. He had never eaten such delicious food. It melts in the mouth, not only has the smell of fish, but also the spiciness is just right. What's the matter, Master Beerus, is it delicious? Whis, who was running away, saw Beerus' reaction, and quickly asked curiously. It's so delicious. This time, Beerus yelled out directly in his own high-pitched voice. He had never eaten such delicious food, and felt that every cell in his body was shaking with excitement. Is it really that delicious? Although Whis had no doubts about Ron's cooking skills, the canned catfish that this guy brought out last time really left a deep impression on him. So he didn't have much confidence in the fish. But looking at the appearance of Master Beerus, it is obvious that this fish head with chopped peppers is very delicious. Then he quickly took a piece and put it in his mouth. In that moment, Whis completely copy-pasted Beerus' expression. The whole body began to shake with excitement. Although in the past 2 years, he has eaten countless delicacies that Ron gave him, but I have never eaten such delicious food. At this moment, he really understood what food is. In the next second, the two began to gobble up the fish head with chopped peppers in time. In less than a minute, a fish head was left with only fish bones, not even a bit of chili flakes left. Beerus sucked his fingers vigorously, as if he was enjoying the fragrance lingering around his fingertips. Beerus also kept shaking his chopsticks. It was something Ron had taught him to use, and it was a habit now. Ron, are you being so unkind? In the past 2 years, I have earnestly guided you to practice, and you have never brought out such delicious food. Whis looked at Ron with an unsatisfactory face, and said reproachfully, "Haha, I can't help it, I just researched these dishes recently." Looking at Whis who was complaining, Ron could only shrug his shoulders and said foolishly, "Hee it seems that I still have a good taste. I will have such a delicious delicacy when I wake up." Honestly, Whis, Ron's food is 10,000 times better than yours. Beerus smiled, then turned to Whis and said, "In fact, in this world, the only thing that can make me feel so excited is food. Of course, there is also the compliment from Master Zeno. It's a pity that this kind of thing probably won't happen in my lifetime." I don't refute this sentence, the food made by Ron is indeed much more delicious than mine. But there are more delicious snacks, Mr. Beerus, you have never eaten. Whis nodded undeniably at first, and then spoke in a somewhat ostentatious manner. After all, I have been with Ron for 2 years. In the past 2 years, he would bring himself delicious food almost every day, as well as those delicious drinks. Nanny, you actually ate so much delicious food behind my back. I will never forgive you. And you Ron, you have to cook me more delicious food before I forgive you. After hearing Whis' provocation, Beerus frowned, and then said dissatisfied, "I am the gods of destruction of this universe, okay?" Although it is said that Whis has a higher god position than himself, this universe still has the final say. These two guys actually hide that they have eaten so many delicious food, and I will not forgive them so easily, unless they make better food for themselves. Lord Beerus, although you are the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, if I still have to emphasize, I am not your personal chef. The reason why I make delicious food for Whis to taste is because there is a condition between us. I make some delicious food for him to eat, and he is responsible for training me. I increase my strength. If you want to eat more delicacies in the future, you can also train me some unique skills that you are better at, so that I can help you make more delicious delicacies." Seeing Beerus' displeased face, Ron said flatly, "Between myself and Whis, although a little friendship has developed in the past 2 years, but in the final analysis, the two of them were still involved in interests from the beginning. In fact, I know that although Beerus is not as strong as Whis, he is definitely not weak. In particular, he also mastered the Gods of Destruction skill, which is a god's skill not weaker than Ultra Instinct. Because in the latest Dragon Ball Ultra manga, Son Goku, who had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, was directly defeated by Granola, and Vegeta, who has already comprehended the form of Gods of Destruction, has the strength to beat Granola violently. Although there may be a reversal of the plot in the end, but it is undeniable that the Gods of Destruction form that has mastered the power of destruction is indeed relatively powerful. Although I don't know if my angel blood can master the form of Gods of Destruction, but as long as you have the chance, you can still try it yourself. After all, I will never dislike myself for mastering more abilities." "Oh." Whis glanced at Ron in surprise. You must know that Ron now knows that Master Beerus is the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. But he still has such a request? That means that he is not actually afraid of Gods of Destruction in his heart, or that he is determined that Lord Beerus will agree. Because food may be average to others. But if I didn't tell myself and Master Beerus, there was almost no resistance? Cut. Do you even know who you're talking to? I am the Gods of Destruction of this universe, and I control the life and death of all planets in this universe. You are actually talking about conditions in front of me now." Beerus' face changed slightly, his cat eyes were half closed, and he stared at Ron and said, "To be honest, when I went to other planets to look for food, which planet's leader was not respectful, and respectfully offered the most delicious food on my planet. But this guy Ron has been living on his own planet for 2 years without knowing it, and now he still talks to himself. It's just a little too much. If it wasn't for the fact that the food he made was so delicious, I would have destroyed him on the spot. After all, Gods of Destruction also has the majesty of Gods of Destruction. It's natural. In addition to teaching me some special abilities, Master Beerus must agree to another request. Of course, I will also show my true craftsmanship and make exquisite delicacies for Mr. Beerus to taste." Ron nodded seriously first, and then said to Beerus with a seductive expression, "What? One more request?" Beerus' expression changed again. But when he heard that he made a superb food and showed real craftsmanship, Beerus began to waver. In fact, his Gods of Destruction skill is not a secret. After thinking for a moment, Beerus nodded. Anyway, this is a win-win thing. The Ron in front of him seems to be very talented, and he can feel a lot of power from his body. Maybe I can teach him the skills of God first, and then make him a candidate for the 7th universe Gods of Destruction or something. And this kind of thing can be completely decided by oneself. Mr. Boxing Champion and Mr. Grand Priest will not interfere at all. Let's talk. You just said that there is another request. What is it? After agreeing, Beerus asked. As long as the request is not too excessive, I will agree to it. Actually, it's not a troublesome thing. It's just that I hope to compete with Master Beerus once in a while, so that I can roughly know the gap between me and Master Beerus. Ron said seriously. After these 2 years of training, his strength and combat effectiveness have indeed been improved, which has been greatly improved. But there must still be a big gap between gods of destruction, Beerus. Oh, so it's such a trivial matter. I agree. Beerus was very forthright this time. He waved his hand and agreed. To be honest, since I became gods of destruction, I have no opponent in this universe at all. And gods of destruction cannot fight between. But if you fight with Angel, the gap between the two is too big, and you don't have any combat experience at all. I have always longed for a hearty battle. But this kind of desire can only be a desire, because it is absolutely impossible for human beings to become the opponents of gods. Even less likely to be the greatest gods of destruction opponent. But looking at the guy in front of him, his strength seems to be pretty good. If he cultivated him a little bit, then he would be able to move his muscles and bones freely. In fact, this is not a bad thing for me. And if he becomes a candidate for gods of destruction in the future, it is very likely that he will also save some face for the 7th universe. So this matter, if you think about it carefully, you won't suffer. Of course. If it's just because of this benefit, I don't have so much time to pay attention to him. The most important reason is that this guy can make the best food. And this is also a temptation that makes him completely irresistible. Okay, if that's the case, I'll thank Lord Beerus first. Although he had already guessed that Beerus would agree, Ron didn't expect Beerus to agree so simply. In Dragon Ball Super, Beerus seeks out his dream rival, Super Saiyan God. In fact, I still want to experience a hearty battle. After all, being the gods of destruction of a universe is almost a stance of invincibility, and that invincibility is very lonely. He can't be Angel's opponent. But ordinary humans and gods are completely incomparable with gods of destruction. It is estimated that this is also the reason why he tried his best to find Super Saiyan God to fight with him. Hey, what shall we have for dinner tonight? By the way, there seems to be delicious food over there. Beerus asked, then looked at another iron. There seemed to be some meat in it, like the wings of a young bird from some planet. Yes, this is also my specialty. Coke chicken wings, Mr. Beerus can taste it. Ron brought over the Coke chicken wings. This dish is already very simple. In my own world, I guess it can be made casually. Coke chicken wings? It's a name I've never heard of before, but it seems to smell good, and it's quite fragrant. Hey, then let me taste it. Beerus directly used his cat's paw as a fork, and inserted a chicken wing into his mouth. In fact, the taste of Coca-Cola chicken wings is not as strong as the chopped pepper fish head just now, but it is definitely very good when you really eat it. After taking a bite, Beerus' face changed drastically again. The meat is very tender, and the taste of the meat is mixed with a sweet taste and an indescribable taste that is completely fusioned together. At that moment, both of Beerus' eyeballs bulged. How is it? Master Beerus, isn't it also very delicious? Looking at Beerus' expression, Whis knew that the cola chicken wings in front of him were definitely delicious. Otherwise, Master Beerus would not have shown such a retarded expression. Beerus didn't have the time to answer him at this time, so he picked up 2 more chicken wings and stuffed them into his mouth. Whis was naturally not to be outdone, and then the two began to compete to eat. Looking at the Beerus and Whis you fought for, Ron suddenly felt that these guys were actually quite pitiful. They are 2 simple dishes, but in their eyes they are the best dishes. In minutes, more than a dozen chicken wings were eaten by the 2 of them. Afterwards, Birdman still sipped the remaining sweetness on his fingers. Wow, I really didn't expect that there is such a delicious food in our 7th universe. I said, Whis, you are too incompetent to be an angel. How many times have I asked you to find a planet with delicious food? Why didn't you find Ron all these years ago? After enjoying it, Beerus asked Whis. The 7th universe has such delicacies, and this is the first time I have tasted it after living for hundreds of millions of years. Thinking about the food I ate before, it was simply not for human consumption. Master Beerus, didn't you follow me out every time? Why didn't you find it? Whis gave Beerus a big white eye, and then asked back. Master Beerus just likes to shirk all responsibilities on himself? But after hundreds of millions of years of getting along, I have already gotten used to it. Cut. That's all you can say. Beerus obviously didn't want to argue with Whis either, because the food just now was really delicious, and the 2 dishes made me very satisfied. So at this time, he was also in a very good mood, so he didn't bother to argue with Whis. Ron, what are we having for dinner tonight? Beerus asked again. Let's have barbecue tonight. I will prepare some ingredients and drinks. But Lord Beerus better think about what he's going to teach me tomorrow. Ron said with a wicked smile. If you can learn Gods of Destruction skill with just a barbecue, it's really a very good deal. After all, too many skills don't overwhelm you. Fine. As long as the barbecue you mentioned satisfies me, I will teach you the Gods of Destruction from tomorrow. Sure enough, Beerus said very generously. After lunch, Whis continued to train Ron. And Beerus is completely, no sleepy at this time, because the food just now seemed to still be lingering on the tip of my tongue, and the aroma could not dissipate for a long time. He has already begun to look forward to what he will eat tonight, and even tomorrow. Ron, today you and I will practice duel. Let me see how far you have improved in the past 2 years. After I understand your current true strength, I will also train you in other aspects according to the situation. Whis said to Ron with a serious face. Good. Ron nodded directly. In fact, he has always wanted to compete with Whis. Although I know very well that it is definitely impossible to be Whis' opponent, but in the contest with him, my strength may have a greater breakthrough and improvement. Just let me see how strong this kid is. See if he is eligible to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Beerus was also full of curiosity, leaning directly on a recliner not far away, holding the back of his head with his hands and watching the battle. In fact, I have been Gods of Destruction for hundreds of millions of years, and I have been looking for someone who can become a candidate for Gods of Destruction. However, the comprehensive level of human beings in the 7th universe does not seem to be high, so I have never found a human being who can make my eyes shine. So I have never considered being a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Ron, use all your strength. You also know very well that my strength far exceeds yours. Angel Whis said with a smile. After 2 years of contact and getting along, it is estimated that Ron has a clearer understanding of his own strength. Although he doesn't know exactly what height he stands at, he should be able to realize that he is much stronger than him. Well, you're right. Ron nodded, then clenched his fists together. At that moment, the breath of God, as vast as the universe, burst out from the body instantly. The entire Gods of Destruction world seemed to tremble with this breath. Nanny? Is there such a huge amount of energy in this guy's body? Ron suddenly erupted with his godly aura, causing a shocked look on Beerus' face. This guy's strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary humans. It can even be said that he has surpassed all humans in the 7th universe. And what he erupted was not the breath of human beings, but the real breath of God. And this breath seems to be very similar to Angel. It seems that it should be the effect of Whis guidance. Oh, I haven't realized for so many days that Ron's strength has risen to such a level. Even Whis on the side was taken aback. Because in the recent period, Ron has been challenging the limits of his physical fitness. So I didn't seriously observe his strength. Many times I let him train alone, and then do some other things by myself. But this guy's current strength is much stronger than when he fought against the 6th universe Gods of Destruction compa last time. The combat power of 621 Zi, the unit value has reached 8. However, with such strength, it should not be Beerus' opponent. Ron also felt his own strength. Being able to directly skip the unit in 2 years, and increase his strength from 1100 Jing to 621 Zi, should he be the first person in the entire universe, right? Not bad, your current improvement speed seems to have surpassed Master Beerus back then. At this rate of improvement, it probably won't take a few years for you to reach the level of Master Beerus, or even surpass him. Whis nodded and praised. Although Beerus on the side was a little upset, he also knew that what Whis said was the truth. This guy was able to improve to such a level in a few years, and looking at Whis' surprised expression, he knew how powerful his cultivation potential was. Haha, who knows? Ron just smiled lightly, then clenched his fists tightly. Almost in the next second, he rushed directly towards Whis. At this point Ron's speed is very, very amazing. Because at this moment, he cast the perfect Ultra Instinct. If you want to compete with Whis, you can't use Ultra Instinct? Call out? Ron punched it out. The speed is astonishingly fast, and countless after images have already appeared on the trajectory along the way just now. The whole body looks extremely illusory. Ultra Instinct? I didn't expect to display all my strength as soon as I came up. Whis just smiled lightly, without much surprise on his face. Because he already knew that Ron had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. But even so, the Ultra Instinct has classes. Not just the Ultra Instinct Mega, or the perfect Ultra Instinct distinction. Just like Ron has also mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, but his Ultra Instinct is definitely not as powerful as his own. And the Ultra Instinct that he and other angels have mastered, compared with his father's Grand Priest, there is a big gap. Therefore, the comprehension of Ultra Instinct also has several levels. After finishing speaking, Whis just tilted his head slightly, and easily dodged Ron's fist. Cut? Are you kidding me? Is that boy Ron's speed so fast? Seeing Ron's sudden speed, Beerus showed a look of horror on his face. The power that this guy erupted just now surprised me enough. The speed he showed now shocked me once again. Was this guy really a human before? It's really suspicious. Are you kidding? The speed this guy displayed just now has surpassed some Gods of Destruction. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Ron, and seemed to suddenly remember something. Then there was a look of astonishment on his face again, and he said to himself, just now, this guy seems to have cast the Ultra Instinct. Did that BD Whis actually teach him the Ultra Instinct? When he thought of this, the astonishment on Beerus' face became even greater. You must know that in all Gods of Destruction, only you have mastered some Ultra Instinct for. But just now, if this guy really used Ultra Instinct, let his Ultra Instinct must have reached a perfect level. Even if they are not as good as angels like Whis, they are already far beyond their own comprehension. If it takes only 2 years to master the perfect Ultra Instinct, then it has to be said that this guy's potential is really outrageous. More importantly, in addition to talent, one more important point in cultivating Ultra Instinct is that his mind must be calm. Without a peaceful and steady mind, it is impossible to truly master Ultra Instinct. And that guy, Whis, can be regarded as giving him everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron kept attacking Whis. Ron felt that his speed had become very, very happy at this point. Almost every punch seems to be able to make the space start to vibrate. But even so, Whis still had a calm expression on his face, and then easily dodged all of Ron's attacks. Cut. Is this Angel's strength? It seems that the gap between us is too huge. It's really not easy to surpass him. While launching the attack, Ron thought secretly. Whoosh. But even though he knew that he could never be Whis' opponent, but Ron never gave up, but continued to attack. The speed of punching is getting faster and faster, and the body skills are getting weirder. It's just that no matter how Ron improves, he still can't touch Whis' body. It took a full 3 minutes, although Ron felt that his speed was getting faster every time. But the ending is all the same, and Whis can't be touched at all. It seems that I can only use flash time skills. Since I obtained this ability, I have never used it. Today is just a good time to practice with Whis, to see if the ability of time can pose a slight threat to him. After launching almost thousands of attacks without touching Whis, Ron began to prepare to use the flash time technique. This is Hit's ultimate move, the 6th universe killer. With the flash time skill I have mastered now, I can only jump the time span of 0.1 second. If you are facing an ordinary opponent, or a player who is a little stronger than yourself, 0.1 seconds of flash time is enough for yourself to win. But Whis is different, because the gap between himself and him is too great. It is estimated that the flash time of 0.1 seconds will not have any effect. However, I also have my own ideas. Flash time skill. In the next second, Ron directly used the flash time skill. The body appeared behind Whis like a ghost. After performing the flash time skill, in fact, all a person's breath will disappear during this time period. So it is estimated that even gods of destruction Beerus will not be able to capture his breath during this time period. But Angel Whis can do it, because the time position he stands in has far surpassed the 0.1 second time he jumped. Call out? After performing the flash time skill, Ron punched Whis without saying a word. Whis didn't turn his head, but a slight side of his body, which easily dodged Ron's attack this time. Only this time, there was a look of surprise on his face. Time attack. When did Mr. Ron master the ability of time? No, this ability should be the same as the ability of the 6th universe killer Hit. Is it flash time? Isn't that the 6th universe Hit's unique skill? Mr. Ron has never been to the 6th universe, why can he master this ability? Although such an attack had absolutely no effect on Whis, he was very surprised. Because being able to control time is no longer something that a human being can do. 6th, Hit, the killer of the universe, lived for 1,000 years before he developed the flash time skill. But after getting along with Ron these days, he knew that Ron was only in his early 20s. That is, only 20 years. Even if he started practicing after he came out of the mother's womb, it would last more than 20 years. Over the past 20 years, not only have been able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct, but also have comprehended flash time skills. Definitely something unheard of before. Compared to Whis' surprise just now, the surprise on Beerus's face is more intense now. What are you kidding again? The moment Ron attacked just now, his aura completely disappeared. Even I can't catch his breath. Beerus' eyes were already narrowed into 2 slits, staring intently at Ron. He felt that there were too many incredible things about this guy. Not only has he mastered the Ultra Instinct that even gods of destruction can't master, but now he's so fast that he can't even feel his aura. To be precise, it should not be something that can be done quickly. But in that instant, he completely disappeared in this space. Definitely a very special and mysterious ability. A human being can actually master abilities that even the gods of destruction can't understand. Just when Whis and Beerus were surprised, Ron's body disappeared again, jumped directly for 0.1 seconds, and launched a fierce attack again. Although the jumping time is only 0.1 seconds, Ron is already very strong. In addition to the use of Ultra Instinct, the time of 0.1 seconds is already very against this guy. But even so, in front of the unfathomable Angel, he still can't show any advantage. Whoosh! Ron's body kept appearing from all directions, and his fists and feet attacked Whis again and again. But every time, Whis could easily dodge him. It seems that the gap between me and Angel is still too big. I'm afraid it's not that simple to change this result in a short period of time. After attacking dozens of times, Ron could only think helplessly. Although I feel helpless, this is also expected. After all, Angel's level of strength is definitely not what he is now, an existence that can be imagined. Even if he also obtained Angel's bloodline, even an enhanced version of Angel's bloodline. But after all, Whis, these guys are old antiques, and they have lived at least hundreds of millions of years or even longer. Such a powerful force can only be bred in the long river of time. If I can surpass him in just a few years, then Angel is too miserable. Okay, let's call it a day. However, your performance has already surprised me. As long as you practice seriously, you may be able to reach my level after practicing for thousands of years. Whis naturally also saw that Ron didn't want to continue fighting with him at this time. Because the gap is too big, there is no fun in such a battle. Ron also stopped his attack, and directly took back all the breath of God into his body. The gap with Angel is indeed too big, but in the battle with him just now, while feeling his own inadequacy, he also felt that he had improved. Although that kind of improvement is not very big. For thousands of years. Ron froze for a moment. Even though I have obtained the blood of Angel, even though I have eternal life. But it will take thousands of years to reach the level of Whis, which is too long for me. Hey, you guys are really incredible. You should have been a human before, right? How could you have such terrifying strength? And you seem to have used some kind of very mysterious ability just now. After using this ability, the speed is so fast that even I, Gods of Destruction, can't see clearly. At this moment, Gods of Destruction Beerus came over, looked at Ron and said. Although he couldn't see Ron's movements clearly, he knew that he felt a little embarrassed. But this is also true, because after that guy used that ability just now, he really made himself completely unable to see his movements clearly. Ron, if I'm not mistaken, what you just used should be an ability to jump time. This ability is also mastered in the 6th universe, and it's called Flash Time skill. I'm also very curious, how on earth did you master this ability? And when you fought Lord Compa last time, you didn't seem to have used this ability in that dangerous situation. Whis also walked up to Ron with curiosity on his face, and then spoke. The ability to master time is not something that ordinary humans can do. Even Gods of Destruction cannot transcend time. But Ron had just done it, and Hit of the 6th universe could do it too. Perhaps, this is talent. Looking at the two with curious and surprised faces, Ron shrugged, and said perfunctorily. After all, I can't tell them directly that this ability is rewarded to me by the system. After hearing Whis' words, Beerus' expression changed drastically. It's because of the change in his complexion, not because of the fact that Ron has mastered the ability of time. It's because he heard Whis say that Ron actually fought Compa. Hey Whis, what did you mean by what you just said? You mean Ron fought that fat pig Compa? When did this happen? Hurry up and tell me what happened. Beerus said impatiently with a displeased face. You must know that Ron is a human from their 7th universe. And Compa, that dead fat pig, is the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Logically speaking, the two of them have no intersection at all. But why is there a fight? Ho 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 ho, I forgot that Lord Beerus doesn't know about this yet. Whis smiled, and then explained, 2 years ago, when Ron was first discovered, it was because he had a fight with Master Compa. At that time, on the planet in the southern Milky Way, the battle between the two of them attracted my attention. Master Compa had already wanted to kill Ron at that time, so I went to have a look. After all, Master Beerus, you also know very well that Master Compa is the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. If you let him mess around in our 7th universe, you will definitely be angry when you wake up. So I can only take the liberty to stop him. Nanny. After hearing Whis' explanation, Beerus' face became even uglier. Then he clenched his fist tightly, grinning his teeth and said, that dead fat pig Compa dared to come to our 7th universe to kill the humans in the 7th universe. It seems that he didn't take me seriously at all. Could it be that he wants to get rid of Ron because he knows Ron can cook food, so that I can't win the next food competition? It must be like this. Look at the determined Beerus. Ron. Whisper, Beerus was indeed thinking too much. Because of the battle between the two of them, food has nothing to do with it. Master Beerus, you are thinking too much. Master Compa didn't fight Ron because of the food. Whis reminded. Snort. Anyway, that guy came to the 7th universe for no reason. With his character, there must be some kind of conspiracy. Beerus snorted coldly, then said firmly. The so-called no profit, no early, is definitely talking about a guy like Compa. With his lazy character, if there was no conspiracy, or if the 7th universe didn't have what he wanted, he would never have traveled so far to the 7th universe? Whis, if they didn't come to the 7th universe because Ron can cook delicious food, do you know why they came to the 7th universe? Then Beerus asked. Although I and Compa are brothers, sometimes this guy has to be guarded. So he won't harm himself, but that guy has a lot of little things in his heart. It is still very possible to do a few things that make yourself look ugly. I don't know much about this, Lord Beerus. Whis shook his head and said. Although I have discovered that Lord Compa has come to the 7th universe several times before, but as for their purpose, I really haven't delved into it. Fine. Be more careful in the future, and keep an eye on that fat pig Compa. Beerus could only speak lightly, but what he was thinking at this moment was, Ron, since he can make such delicious food, then the next time I have a food confrontation with Compa, I am 100% sure to win. The day passed quickly. The next day, Beerus had a fight with Ron as promised. The main reason is because I like to eat food. But at the same time, I haven't had a hearty battle for many years. Watching the match between Ron and Whis yesterday, he thinks this guy is really good. Qualified to be your own opponent. Even if you may not be able to fight with all your strength, at least you should be able to exercise your muscles and bones. Ron, show off your full strength in a while. Use your ability to jump time, and don't disappoint me too much. Standing opposite, Beerus said to Ron with a smile on his lips. Relax, Lord Beerus. I shouldn't disappoint you. Ron shook his fist, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. At this point he felt more excited fighting Beerus than fighting Whis. The reason is simple, that guy Whis is too powerful. It can be said that the two of them are not in the same dimension at all. Although Beerus also has very strong strength. If his unit value is 10, then his combat power has at least reached the level of the ditch. And his current strength, after yesterday's battle with Whis, has indeed improved happily. But it's only 650 Zi. You must know that there is still a unit of soil between Zi and ditch. Even if you use the freedom extremely easy skill and flash time skill by yourself, it is not so easy, and you can make up for this gap. Aha. But in the next second, Ron still showed all his strength. The combat power of 650 Zi exploded in an instant, and the surrounding dust and gravel dispersed in an instant. The entire Gods of Destruction world trembled. Interesting. To be honest, even if you look at the 12 universes, there are no more than 5 fingers of human beings who can reach your level. Beerus nodded to Ron approvingly, and then spoke. In other universes, there are indeed some humans who are very powerful, but Ron's strength at this time can definitely rank among the top 5 in the universe. Even with his current combat power, it is estimated that it is enough to compete with Gods of Destruction at the level of the 2nd universe Gods of Destruction Herace and the 9th universe Sidra. Even if this guy uses Ultra Instinct and the ability to jump time, it is estimated that he has a combat power not weaker than Compa. Of course, there is a premise that these Gods of Destruction do not use the power of destruction. If they use the power of destruction, Ron still can't be their opponent, because only Gods of Destruction and angels know how powerful the Gods of Destruction skills and destructive power are. Top 5. Ron smiled. Among the human beings known to him, the power of the human Jiren from the 11th universe is likely to surpass his own. There is also a relatively strong player, Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe. Although he may still be very weak at this time, but this guy can grow infinitely in battle. From the beginning, he couldn't even beat Vegeta in normal form, but after an hour of fighting, he was able to compete with the Super Blue Gogeta. This guy's combat power is definitely not weaker than Zi's unit, and in the tournament of power, only 8 universes with a relatively low human level participated. There are also 4 universes with relatively high human level that did not participate in the competition. Maybe in these 4 universes, there are more powerful humans. Okay, you are already proud of being able to reach such a level at such a young age. If you can master the Gods of Destruction technique, then I can guarantee that there will be no human beings in the 12 universes to be your opponent. Even most of the Gods of Destruction can't do anything to you. As if seeing Ron's dissatisfaction, Beerus spoke. In fact, the stronger Ron becomes, the better it is for him, the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. After all, every few hundred or even thousands of years, Master Zeno and Grand Priest will conduct a human-level assessment of all universes. And if the human level of universe is relatively low, it is definitely not a good thing. Maybe the appearance of Ron will improve the comprehensive human level of the 7th universe to a certain extent. In that case, I would like to thank Lord Beerus for his guidance. Ron smiled and spoke. Although he has obtained angel blood, but after all, his current strength is still very weak. Especially for guys like Angel and Gods of Destruction. And I don't have the identity of an angel, so Gods of Destruction is still Gods of Destruction in front of me. Especially since he is a person from the 7th universe, and Beerus is the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. If it was the Gods of Destruction from other universes, I wouldn't take them seriously at all. But judging from the current situation, whether Beerus is because of its own food or for other reasons, at least he was still friendly to himself. Bring it on. Beerus waved to Ron, indicated that he could display all his strength, and then attacked himself. Ron wasn't being polite either. He knew Beerus was still going strong. Although in the first part of Dragon Ball Super, especially in the final power conference, the appearance of perfect freedom Ji Gong and Jiren lowered the force of Gods of Destruction. But this does not mean that mastering Ultra Instinct or reaching the level of Jiren will not be weaker than Gods of Destruction. On the contrary, whether it is Jiren, the ceiling of human beings, or Son Goku who has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, there is still a big gap in front of Gods of Destruction. Because in the second comic of Dragon Ball, Gods of Destruction Beerus is still a ceiling-level existence. Even Son Goku who has mastered the Ultra Instinct perfectly, or Vegeta who has mastered the form of Gods of Destruction, is not considered by Gods of Destruction Beerus at all. So the power of Gods of Destruction is still a mystery. Except for Angel, it is estimated that no human beings are considered. So, Ron cast Ultra Instinct directly. Flash time skill. The moment the slight voice fell, Ron's body instantly appeared behind Beerus. In that 0.1 second, his body disappeared again. That's right, it completely disappeared in this space. Let alone Gods of Destruction Beerus, even Angel Whis couldn't detect it. A skill to jump time. If it is an opponent of the same level, this ability may be very useful, but for Gods of Destruction, it will not play any role at all. Beerus poked his lips lightly, obviously not paying attention to Shenshigong. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to his right side. Without any hesitation, he punched out directly. Although it is said that the flash time skill is indeed very powerful. If the opponent's strength is similar to his own, or if the gap is not big, it can indeed play a winning role. But if the gap between the two is too large, or the time point where the opponent is standing far exceeds 0.1 seconds, the role of flash time skills will become negligible. Boom! In the next second, Gods of Destruction Beerus accurately judged Ron's direction. Then the fists of the two collided heavily. The moment the fists collided, Ron felt a force as vast as the universe directly pass from his arms into his body. This power is completely different from Whis. The power of Whis is a softer kind of power, like a boundless sea of Wang Yang. Even under this kind of collision, it will not hurt yourself. But the power of Beerus is like a flood that has burst its embankment, and it can burst out with amazing deterrent power in an instant. Call out. Almost at the moment when the two fists collided, Ron's body was directly sent flying. Rumble? Then, the body was directly inserted into a huge rock not far away. The rock exploded and turned directly into pieces of rubble. What a powerful force. Is this the strength of gods of destruction Beerus? Just by the strength of this punch, it can be judged that his strength is indeed much stronger than gods of destruction Compa. Immediately after standing up, he moved his numb arm, and Ron said with a serious face. Then Ron took a look at Beerus' fighting strength. The unit value is 9, and the combat power has reached 1000 soil. And I can feel that this simply cannot be the full power of gods of destruction Beerus. If he used all his strength, the unit value could definitely reach 10. A unit whose combat effectiveness can reach the ditch. Master Beerus, can't you be gentler? Did you know that this punch of yours could very well kill Ron? Whis complained from the side. TCH, what do you know? That guy Ron is very strong. If I don't take it seriously, how can I let her improve her own strength? Besides, didn't you see him stand up intact? This guy's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Hehe. This really makes me a little unbelievable. During the decades when I slept, such a perverted human appeared in the 7th universe. Beerus pouted at Whis, then looked at Ron excitedly, and said, if this guy couldn't even bear his own punch, he would be too disappointed. Fortunately, he was stronger than he imagined, and also successfully withstood his own attack. As for Ron, who was standing on the other side, he felt that his body was quickly repairing the attack he had just suffered. And while repairing the injury, the energy is also rapidly increasing. This feeling has not appeared for 2 full years. Because in the past 2 years, I have almost no chance to play against Whis, and I have been doing physical training. I had this feeling just now, exactly the same as when I fought against Gods of Destruction Compa last time. Go ahead. This feeling made Ron excited all of a sudden. While clenching his fists, his body shot out like lightning. In an instant, it was in front of Beerus, and directly attacked at the fastest speed. Whoosh! Ron kept attacking, but Beerus squinted his eyes and moved back and forth with only one palm, and easily caught all of Ron's attacks. It has to be said that the gap between the two is still very large. Damn, the gap is so huge. Constantly launching attacks, Ron felt that the more he fought, the more depressed he became. Because at this time, I have exerted my speed and strength to the extreme. But everything that comes next can be understated by Beerus. Swipe. However, if you are depressed, the frequency of Ron's attacks has not decreased in any way, but the speed is getting faster and stronger. It's interesting, this guy seems to be a little stronger than before. As expected of a human genius, it took only a minute to fight against me, and his strength has improved again. Although such an improvement is completely worthless in front of his comprehensive strength. But some human geniuses spend their whole lives, and it is estimated that they are not as good as his improvement in just a few seconds. While Beerus took all of Ron's attacks calmly, he thought secretly. But at this moment, he suddenly caught the opening of Ron's attack. Then he punched out directly, hitting Ron's abdomen with precision. Boom! Wow! The instant the low crash sounded, a mouthful of blood spurted out directly from Ron's mouth. Then the body flew upside down. This time, Deo flew tens of thousands of feet before stopping. It can be seen that Beerus showed no mercy in this attack. Oh, Master Beerus, did you go too far? It's just a simple contest between you two. If there are a few more rounds, Ron will have to be killed by you. Seeing Ron being kicked out by Beerus again, and Master Beerus used stronger force this time. Whis spoke indignantly this time. If Ron is killed, then they won't be able to eat delicious food in the future. Snort. You guy, lived with Ron for 2 years, haven't you discovered his characteristics? Beerus glanced sideways at Whis, and then said with a look of disgust. In fact, after hitting Ron for the first time just now, he had already discovered a characteristic of this guy. The guy's resilience seems amazing. And after recovering from the injury, his strength will improve somewhat. Although this improvement is very insignificant in my own eyes. But just like I thought before, some human beings can't catch up with Ron's promotion for a few seconds even if they spend their entire lives. Recover from injury and become stronger. And this guy's body seems to be able to recover from injuries automatically. If this is the case, then his future achievements are absolutely limitless. Oh, since when did Master Beerus start to observe, and become good at discovering? Whis, on the other hand, looked at Beerus with a look of astonishment, and it seemed that there was a strong color of disdain between you. You must know that the thing that Master Beerus didn't like to do before was to use his brain. I didn't expect to take the initiative to use my brain today. Yes, this is a good improvement. Cut. Don't be so weird here. Beerus also looked at him with contempt, and then continued. Didn't you really notice that? After that guy was injured or received a powerful attack, he can quickly recover from his injuries, and while recovering from his injuries, his strength will follow. The punch I just had was very powerful. If it was someone with the same strength as him, this punch would be enough to hurt her. And Ron was indeed injured just now, but his injury healed quickly, and his strength has improved. If you don't believe me, just watch it. This time, he can also recover quickly, and his strength will also improve. After speaking, Beerus looked confident, even a little proud. How did I become so smart all of a sudden? This time Whis did not refute, because what Master Beerus said makes sense. 2 years ago, when Ron was fighting Lord Compa, There was a huge gap between the two, and Master Compa was determined to get rid of Ron directly. Several fatal attacks not only did not kill Ron, instead, it made his strength soar. Even when he made the last shot, Ron didn't have any injuries on his body, and from the beginning to the end of the battle, his strength has indeed improved a lot. It seems that Master Beerus is right this time. Ron, this guy is so special. I used to think he was very similar to Angel, but now it looks completely different. Because Angel has no such function. After being injured, it is impossible to recover in such a short period of time, and it is even more impossible to improve strength while returning to the market. And as Beerus said, Ron had indeed been seriously injured in that attack just now, but his injury is recovering quickly, and the energy is constantly improving at the same time. It's awesome, that's the benefit of blood. I can feel a steady stream of energy being born in my body as the injury heals. Ron clenched his fists excitedly. This feeling of rapid strength improvement has not appeared for 2 full years. It seems that as long as he keeps fighting Beerus, his strength will improve rapidly. Maybe it won't take long before he can destroy Beerus himself. It is even possible to surpass it. In just 1 minute, Ron's injury had fully recovered. He couldn't feel any pain on his body, and at this time, his combat effectiveness had also improved the most. Originally, the combat power was only 650 Zi, but now the combat power has been increased to 900 Zi. The combat power of more than 200 Zi has almost increased by 1/3. See, Whis. That guy's strength has been greatly improved again. Although this kind of improvement is indeed insignificant compared with ours, but this kind of recovery and improvement speed is simply impossible for you and me to achieve. Beerus looked at Whis smugly and said, P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards. Dear readers, if you have flowers and cheap tickets, please vote for some. I know that some parts of this book may not be liked by everyone, and thus lost a lot of readers. I feel very sorry for this, but sometimes I really can't grasp the rhythm. It may be that I want to attract hatred too much, and I am too young to give the protagonist a reason to rise rapidly, so sometimes I ignore the feelings of the readers. I'm really sorry. I wonder how many people still read this book? If anyone still reads it now, please help and support it a little bit. It seems to be true. The last time he fought Lord Compa, I didn't observe him so seriously, because at that time I felt that this guy seemed to be somewhat similar to our Angel, so I only cared about this matter, and didn't care about why he recovered so quickly. But now it seems that this guy's talent is indeed terrifying. He can actually increase his energy while returning to the market. Whis also stared at Ron seriously and said, if there is no limit to his ability, then it is probably not that difficult to surpass himself. It doesn't take as long as 1,000 years, because as long as he is not completely killed, he will be able to improve forever and increase his combat effectiveness forever. So if this guy can become a candidate for Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, it would be a very good thing. Beerus smiled and spoke. Ho 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 ho, isn't Master Beerus afraid that Ron will surpass you in strength? Whis asked with a smile. Cut. Do you think Gods of Destruction can be surpassed so easily? And even if his strength can really surpass me, it will be after thousands of years. Beerus said confidently. After all, he has his own reasons for saying this, because there is indeed a big gap between the current Ron and him. And Ron didn't learn Gods of Destruction's Gods of Destruction skill. So if you want to kill him, it is actually not a difficult thing. Hoo. Whis smiled, but didn't continue speaking. Just practice for a few years under your own guidance. If he wants to surpass Lord Beerus, Ron has every hope. Because his cultivation talent has completely surpassed Master Beerus. Coupled with this special physique that can be improved after recovery, it is estimated that within a few years, it will be able to completely surpass all Gods of Destruction. But the premise is that he must master the Gods of Destruction skill of Gods of Destruction. You must know that there is a big gap between the real Gods of Destruction and the Gods of Destruction skills of the candidate Gods of Destruction. Just like the Ultra Instinct mastered by ordinary humans and the Ultra Instinct mastered by Angel, there is also a very big gap. Although Ron also mastered Ultra Instinct, and it can be regarded as the perfect Ultra Instinct. But compared with my own Ultra Instinct, there is a big gap, and there is a huge gap between my own Ultra Instinct and Grand Priests. While the two were talking, Ron's body rushed over again. Then came another attack like a storm. Naturally, Beerus didn't show any politeness, and unleashed a stronger force, constantly ravaging Ron. And Ron's strength is also growing rapidly. In this way, in the duel with Beerus, time passed day by day, and Beerus kept his promise. While exercising, he was also constantly teaching himself Gods of Destruction skills. A year almost flies by. And for a year, Gods of Destruction Beerus didn't sleep. Because the food Ron cooks is so delicious, he feels sleepy if he sleeps. But I have never been like this, without sleep for a whole year. Above Gods of Destruction, Ron's eyes were bright, his expression was solemn, and suddenly he raised his right hand, and a huge rock in front of him floated in midair. Then he shook his right hand lightly. Rumble! The huge rock exploded instantly. The terrifying explosion wave spread out in all directions. The entire Gods of Destruction world trembled violently following the explosion just now. The hurricane swept away the surrounding trees and gravel in an instant. And those rocks just now completely disappeared from this world, and no gravel or dust was produced at all. Instead, he completely disappeared in this world. And this is the result of Ron's practice this year. Gods of Destruction's God skills, destroying. An irresistible move. Not bad. The speed of your cultivation really surprised me. In just 1 year, the Gods of Destruction technique can produce such remarkable results while its strength continues to improve. Beerus was lying on the recliner at this time, with a straw stuck in his mouth, enjoying the iced Coke in the glass. During this year, most of the time he and Ron were practicing against each other. I have to say, Ron's growth rate is simply abnormal. In just 1 year, his strength had a huge improvement and breakthrough. Now his strength has surpassed most Gods of Destruction. It is estimated that apart from the Quitella of the 4th universe and the beautiful one of the 11th universe, the other Gods of Destruction are no longer Ron's opponents. And this guy is very capable of learning. It's only been a year, and it took time to learn the Gods of Destruction skill, yet it was able to master it to such an extent. Destroying a planet or a galaxy is no longer difficult for him now. You must know that destroying planets, or other things, does not just use energy to destroy them. If it is to use energy to destroy a planet or destroy a galaxy, even if a universe is destroyed, it can be restored in some other way. However, if it is destroyed with the Gods of Destruction technique, it cannot be restored at all. Because things that are destroyed by destruction, they themselves will completely disappear from this world. Oh, perfect Ultra Instinct plus Gods of Destruction skills. To be honest, Ron is the first person to master these two abilities at the same time. Of course, that includes Gods of Destruction. Whis also spoke from the side. Although Master Beerus also mastered the Ultra Instinct. But what he has mastered is not the perfect Ultra Instinct. He just stepped into the threshold of Ultra Instinct with 1 foot. And Gods of Destruction has Gods of Destruction's God skills, so under normal circumstances they will not use this kind of calm Ultra Instinct. The Gods of Destruction technique really makes people feel quite comfortable. Ron withdrew his palm, then glanced at the huge sinkhole not far away, then smiled and said, "If it were destroyed with normal energy, the rock just now would not be able to cause such a great power at all. But if the rock is destroyed by destruction, the power caused is 100 times or even higher than that destroyed by energy. If someone was standing on the edge of the explosion just now, it is estimated that they would have disappeared without a trace with the explosion wave just now. How about it? Gods of Destruction's divine skill is more comfortable to stretch, right? I really enjoy this feeling of violent destruction, hee. A savage smile appeared on Beerus's mouth, and he said to Ron, "In fact, each has its own advantages. Ultra Instinct is more about defense and dodging, but Gods of Destruction is about offense and infinite growth. So the combination of the two is actually the most powerful." Ron smiled and said, "Whether it's Gods of Destruction's Gods of Destruction skill, or Angel's perfect Ultra Instinct, it is a very powerful skill of God, and now I have mastered 2 abilities at the same time. And more importantly, after this year of continuous training with Beerus, his strength has been greatly improved. Now his own numerical unit has been raised to 9, and his combat power has reached 950 soil. If it is paired with Ultra Instinct, it will not be weaker than Gods of Destruction Beerus in a serious battle. If I see Gods of Destruction Compa next time, I am absolutely sure that I can beat him to the ground. Alright, now you have fully mastered the Gods of Destruction skill, and your strength has indeed improved a lot. Now I will give you the permission of Gods of Destruction. In the past few years, follow Whis to destroy some unnecessary planets. And me? After working hard for a whole year, I want to sleep well. But after waking up, I must eat delicious food that I have never eaten before," Beerus said to Ron with a righteous face. Forward. Lord Beerus will really find excuses for his laziness and snooze. Whis gave another look of contempt. Now this guy is getting ready to be a hands-off shopkeeper? He knows how to eat and sleep by himself, and even the basic responsibilities of Gods of Destruction have been handed over to Ron. Cut the crap, Whis. My main purpose of doing this is to let Ron get used to being Gods of Destruction in advance. Anyway, I have already decided. I have taught him to destroy, so he will become the 7th universe Gods of Destruction in the future. It's reasonable to get acquainted with the business of Gods of Destruction now, right? Beerus raised the corners of his mouth, and said to Whis with a gesture that made sense. "Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you." Whis didn't want to argue with this guy anymore. "Anyway, I don't want to sleep every time, but I can't stop it. Now that Master Beerus is asleep, he can eat more delicious food. And no one will compete with me in the future." As for Ron on the side, he didn't speak. For the location of Gods of Destruction, he has no idea at all. But presumably the destruction is a few million years away when Beerus retires. And after millions of years, what kind of strength his own strength will reach, even he dare not imagine. But what is certain is that at that time, it was absolutely impossible for me to be satisfied with the position of Gods of Destruction. So now I don't need to think about these things at all. Okay, you two can do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep. After eloquently speaking, Gods of Destruction Beerus walked directly to his palace. When I woke up this time, I hadn't slept for a year. And I didn't even take a nap. To be honest, I'm very sleepy now. It is estimated that after this sleep, I will sleep for a long time. Whis and Ron also looked helpless. But it's good if this guy is asleep, because if he's awake, there are too many things to do. And now his Gods of Destruction skill has been imparted to Ron. So Beerus isn't much use anymore. In this way, time is still passing by day. Ron spent most of his time in God Realm and Whis practicing. But there is also a part of the time to go out to perform the task of gods of destruction. Destroyed are also some barren planets where no living things exist. Because Ron is not gods of destruction after all, even if he has the blood of angel, he still maintains his humanity. If he wanted to destroy the creatures on a planet all at once, he still couldn't accept it. Time passed day by day, and after the previous 3 years, Ron was also used to staying in the god realm. In this way, 6 years passed through the gap again. In the past 6 years, Ron's strength has also undergone a qualitative change. At this time, his unit value has reached 10. In other words, his unit value at this time is exactly the same as that of Beerus. The combat power has also reached 7000 ditch. If you add Zai's extremely easy skills, even if the opponent has the strength of Jian level, he is sure to fight against it. Ron, I didn't expect you to practice so fast. In the past few years, your current strength has completely surpassed Master Beerus. Even if you don't use Ultra Instinct, your strength has completely surpassed Lord Beerus. At this moment, Whis spoke while practicing with Ron. In fact, although he said so, he didn't feel surprised in his heart. Ever since he knew that Ron could improve his combat power after recovering from injury, he knew that Ron would be able to reach the level of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus in a few years. Now it took him 6 years to surpass Lord Beerus, which seemed to be expected. Have you surpassed Lord Beerus? In other words, my current strength has surpassed all gods of destruction. Ron held back his attack, and then a smile rose from the corner of his mouth, and he said to himself. In fact, he didn't feel very satisfied with this speed of improvement. It took 9 full years before his strength reached the level of Gods of Destruction Beerus. The combat power of one unit is improved almost every year. For Son Goku and Vegeta, such an improvement is indeed in existence against the sky. After all, it is estimated that Son Goku and Vegeta have increased their combat effectiveness by up to 1 trillion in 9 years. And my improvement in 1 minute is faster than their improvement in 9 years. In such a comparison, it is indeed very fast. However, compared with the real strong, it is indeed far away. Not to mention Zeno and Grand Priest, even if Angel is in front of him, he is powerless. So if you want to truly gain a foothold in this universe, you must have stronger power. Indeed. Master Beerus' strength is at the top among the 12 gods of destruction. And you now have more power than that Beerus man, and you also have the Ultra Instinct. After several years of training, your Ultra Instinct has become more proficient. It is estimated that even if you add up to 12 gods of destruction, it is impossible for you to be your opponent. Whis nodded with certainty. He didn't say that to make Ron happy. Rather it is. The gods of destruction of other universes, except Lord Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe, and Lord Gods of Destruction Vermit of the 11th universe are relatively strong. The strength of other gods of destruction is much weaker than Lord Beerus. And the current Ron, his strength has completely surpassed them. That's why I was so sure that even if the 12 of them joined forces, they would no longer be Ron's opponent. Their angel is very clear about the power of Ultra Instinct. Ron smiled, then stared at Whis and said, even if I am already stronger than gods of destruction, there is still an insurmountable gap between me and your angel, isn't it? I used to just speculate, but now I have a definite answer. The unit number of Angel Whis is 15, which is the unit of the monk. So the gap between myself and Angel Whis is still vast. As for Zeno and Grand Priest, their strength is even more unfathomable. Ho 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 ho. You can't compare like that. Maybe I'm not satisfied with my current strength, but you have to know that our angels have lived for at least hundreds of millions of years to have this kind of strength. And in just over a dozen years, you were able to increase your strength to a level beyond gods of destruction. It can be said that your talent has completely surpassed those of us angels. This will give you enough time. There is no problem in overtaking Angel. Whis smiled, then spoke. Judging from Ron's performance in the past 6 years, as long as he is given hundreds of years to practice, his strength can definitely surpass himself. In fact, sometimes he also wondered if Ron could live for so long like Angel. Then what kind of situation will his strength reach? After all, he is different from Angel. Angel always stands in a neutral position, and he doesn't care that much about cultivation, because they simply can't fight with all their strength, even under any circumstances. So strength doesn't really matter much to them. Once they violate Angel's law, they will disappear completely. But Ron is a different guy. He seems to be pursuing a stronger mission and a higher realm all the time. If he has always maintained a passion, then his future achievements are absolutely immeasurable. And he doesn't have as many restraints as Angel. He can improve his strength unscrupulously. Well, you are indeed right. It seems that I am a little too impatient. After hearing Whis' comfort, Ron could only smile reluctantly. At least now I have nothing to do with Zeno and Grand Priest, and Angel would not attack him at all. So now I am very safe. But once he gets the attention of Grand Priest and Zeno, his situation will become more difficult. Those guys are the real powerhouses at the cutting edge of the universe, and have a weird personality. Even if you utter a wrong sentence, you may be completely wiped out by them together with the universe. Okay, let's stop here for today's practice. Whis withdrew the staff in his hand and said to Ron. And at this time, Beerus, the destroyer who has been sleeping in the palace for 6 years, woke up again. It's just that this time he woke up not because of the temptation of delicious food, but because he had a dream. An outrageous prophetic dream? Fine. Ron also nodded. After so many years of hard training, He is also ready to take a good rest for a while. Because as I thought before, the current self is not in any danger. Besides Angel, have you encountered any more powerful beings? At present, even the angels of the 12 universes should not do anything to hurt themselves. After all, angels in every universe are neutral existences. Whis, whis. And at this moment, Beerus' violent voice suddenly sounded from his hall. Hey, Master Beerus seems to have woken up. But why did Master Beerus sleep less this time? After hearing Beerus shout, Whis held his chin with one hand, as if he couldn't figure it out. 447 and his cry this time was so irritable. Is it because I dreamed about the delicious food made by Ron in my dream, and then I was awakened by hunger? Most likely that's it. Beerus wakes up. Did he have a precognitive dream? Ron reacted quickly. According to the calculation of time, I have been away from the Earth for 9 years. When leaving at that time is the Cell event. 7 years after the Cell incident, a new enemy, Majin Buu, will appear. In the 2 or 3 years after Majin Buu, Gods of Destruction Beerus appeared, and Dragon Ball began. If calculated according to the time, my guess should be right. Come on, Ron, let's go see what's going on. After Whis finished speaking, he walked directly towards the main hall. Ron followed suit. At this time, Beerus was already sitting on the recliner in the hall, his brows were tightly furrowed, apparently in a bad mood. Hey, what's the matter? Master Beerus, why did you only sleep for 6 years this time, which is shorter than last time? Whis looked at Beerus and asked. And seeing that their faces are a bit ugly, it shouldn't be because they woke up from a dream about delicious food. And in the long history of the past, although Master Beerus sometimes wakes up and gets angry, he has never looked so solemn. Whis, I just had a precognitive dream. A rival of mine appeared in the dream. Beerus didn't hide anything, and spoke directly. It was precisely because of this dream that I woke up so quickly. Precognitive dream. Whis was stunned for a moment, and then said, Master Beerus' prediction of the dream direction is not very accurate. Last time you dreamed that our idol would move to a planet near us. Didn't it also come true? Whis spoke lightly, obviously not believing what Beerus said. It's just a dream, there's no need to take it so seriously. Cut. This time it's different. This time it was a real prophetic dream. I met a very powerful opponent. Seeing that Whis didn't believe it, Beerus said with some displeasure. It's okay for this guy not to believe him, but now that he's talking to him so seriously, he doesn't believe it either. It's just a little too much. Seeing that Beerus seemed a little angry, Whis could only ask, then who is the rival in Master Beerus's dream? What's his name? I can check it out. But he still felt in his heart that apart from Ron in this universe, it was impossible for anyone else to be the opponent of Gods of Destruction. Ron, this guy is kind of outrageous, kind of special. So you can't treat him as a human being at all. Apart from him, I feel that there is no one in the 7th universe who can be the opponent of Gods of Destruction. Not to mention the 7th universe, even if you look at it for 12 months, you will definitely not be able to find a second person like this. Beerus stroked his chin, and said, oh my daughter-in-law. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, it seems that I still haven't remembered it. It seems to be called the god of something. Super what god? Beerus tried hard to recall, but couldn't remember the full name. Because we are like this, the scene that is extremely clear in the dream, once the dream wakes up, it seems blurred in retrospect. Over time, it will be completely forgotten. Whis, hurry up and help me find out if there is such a person. Unable to name the name in the dream, Beerus said impatiently. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It's like the earwax in the ear, not all taken out, and it's like the crumbs of meat caught between the teeth that can't be picked out. This feeling is really uncomfortable. I don't have such abilities, Lord Beerus. You don't even know the name of the rival in your dream, how can I find it for you? You'd better remember the name. Wei Shi rolled his eyes and said to Bilu, although he is an angel, he has many superpowers. But if you can't know the other party's name, there is no way to find out a huge universe by yourself. What's the name? Super what god? Beerus felt the pain of not being able to remember the name. With such a clear memory, he can't remember the name at all now. Then he said, but what kind of god is this guy called? Then he must be the god of the 7th universe. No, Master Beerus. There is no such thing as a super god in this universe. Whis shook his head resolutely. There are some other gods in the 7th universe, but these gods can't be the opponent of Master Beerus at all. This home couldn't possibly be a rival. It might not even match Master Beerus's one finger 4.0. Cut. How is it possible? Beerus still didn't want to just give up. This time the dream was very real, and it was a prophetic dream. Absolutely impossible to go wrong. And when Beerus was at a loss, Ron on the side suddenly asked lightly, Master Beerus, is the name of the rival in your dream called Super Saiyan God? Because Ron knows the Dragon Ball story all too well. The story of Dragon Ball Super begins with Super Saiyan God who appeared in the dream of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Super Saiyan God. Beerus froze for a moment, then his pupils constricted suddenly. Quickly said, that's right, that's the name. Super Saiyan God. Whis, hurry up and check it out for me. Is there a deity called Super Saiyan God? After getting the accurate information, Beerus immediately said to Whis. Whis looked at the gem on his staff, then shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, Lord Beerus, there is no such a character. Nanny. How could it not be? Beerus was stunned again and finally got the guy's full name. Now Whis actually told himself that there is no such a god. But soon, Beerus turned his attention to Ron who was aside. Then he looked at Ron suspiciously. How on earth did this guy know the name of the Super Saiyan God in his prophetic dream? Could it be that he knows the existence of Super Saiyan God? Or, does he know what he dreamed about? Hey Ron, how do you know the 12 names of Super Saiyan God? Beerus stared intently at Ron. Of course I guessed. Because I've heard of Super Saiyan before, and the name you mentioned just now reminds me of Super Saiyan. Ron spread his hands and said, Super Saiyan. Saiyan. Beerus narrowed his eyes and thought about it. 39 years ago, when I started my lunch break, Frieza had already destroyed the entire Saiyan planet. And exterminate all Saiyan? But why does Saiyan still exist? What's even more outrageous is that I have never heard of what Super Saiyan is. Could it be that that guy Frieza dared to disobey his orders, and then didn't destroy the Saiyan planet? Whis, can you help me find out what's going on? Isn't Saiyan planet destroyed? Beerus spoke immediately. If Frieza is so unfavorable, I must completely destroy it this time? Good Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Then the staff in his hand tapped the ground lightly. Then a projection appeared in front of the three of them. The first screen projected to play is the screen of Frieza destroying the entire planet. After the end of the screen, followed by the second screen, it's the scene where Son Goku and Frieza fight in Namek. And at this time, Son Goku has become the form of Super Saiyan. What's going on? Whis. I remember Saiyan's hair was black, how did that guy have blonde hair? And he was able to kill Frieza, which is a bit too much. Looking at the picture in the projection, Beerus said in disbelief. Although Saiyan claims to be a fighting nation, he knows how much they have. Frieza can wipe out the entire planet with just one finger. And all Saiyan's hair is black, but why only that Saiyan's hair is golden? It was really hard for him to understand. Master Beerus, it seems that the blonde Saiyan just now is the Super Saiyan that Ron said. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Saiyan's strength will be greatly improved, so it is not difficult to explain why he can defeat Frieza. Whis explained from the side. Indeed, even he did not expect that the Saiyan nation had such terrifying potential. Super Saiyan? Can kill Frieza. It's really interesting. Looks like my precognitive dream is not fake. Now after such a long time, maybe this guy knows something about Super Saiyan God. Beerus still squinted his eyes, and there was a surging desire to fight in his eyes. Help me find out who are the surviving Saiyans, and which planets are they distributed on. Beerus spoke to Whis again. Since there are still surviving Saiyans in this world, they must know the secret about Super Saiyan God. This guy makes himself so miserable. I must be good and fight with him. See if he has what it takes to be his own rival. Although he also felt that it was impossible to have Saiyan as his opponent in this world. But things have come to this point. If I don't go and have a look, I guess I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, then retracted the projection, staring at the gem on his staff. After 3 or 4 seconds, he spoke. Most of the surviving Saiyans settled on a remote planet called Earth in the northern galaxy. There are 2 surviving Saiyans, who live on a planet called Wampa in the blue galaxy. It is worth mentioning that Saiyan's Prince Vegeta is also on the list of survivors. Whis opened his mouth and introduced in detail. Whis, this guy is really amazing. Did he even find Broly and his son? Ron thought in surprise. You know that in the Dragon Ball Super animation, Whis just said Son Goku and Vegeta, and their foothold is on the Earth. 137 is never mentioned about the Broly father and son. But now, he even revealed the whereabouts of Broly and his son? Wampa planet, that is the barren planet where Broly was exiled. Oh, Vegeta. I have a little impression of him. I remember that he was very talented when he was a child. I don't know how far he has grown after all these years. Are you qualified to have a few tricks with me? After hearing Vegeta's name, Beerus said lightly. When he saw Vegeta for the first time, he felt that this guy was quite capable. By the way, there's that blonde Saiyan, where is he? Since he can become a so-called Super Saiyan, it is very likely that he knows the secret about Super Saiyan God. Beerus asked again. Both of them are now settled on Earth in the northern galaxy. Whis answered. Earth. How long will it take to get there? Beerus asked again. It takes about 26 minutes. 26 minutes. It's a waste of time, but I have to find that Super Saiyan God. Get ready, we're heading to Earth right now. Whis simply tidied up, but there was nothing to prepare. Anyway, it's only 26 minutes away. Ron, are you going to Earth with us? Beerus looked at Ron and asked. If this guy was left alone in the Gods of Destruction world, it would probably be quite boring. Okay, then let's go together. Anyway, if I stay in the God realm alone, it's meaningless. Ron nodded and said. It has been 9 years since I left Earth. I don't know what kind of changes have taken place on the Earth in the past 9 years, although I know Dragon Ball very well. But after all, my own appearance has changed the trajectory of some history, because my own appearance has no chance to appear in a complete cell. I don't know how they are doing on the 18th. It just happened to lie down here, so you can see them. Okay, let's go together. Beerus nodded, and then continued. Why don't you go and prepare some snacks for us on the way? Perhaps, this is the real purpose of Beerus. After half an hour, everything was packed. Ron, Whis, and Beerus head to Earth together. I have to say that this guy Beerus is still pretty cheap. In the process of going to the Earth, if you see some unpleasant moods, you will be destroyed in an instant. And at this time on the planet Supreme Kai, old Supreme Kai's bent body was shaking uncontrollably. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and was smashed into pieces. My Lord Ancestor, what's the matter? How do you look like you have been frightened? God Jabatat on the side quickly discovered the changes in the old Supreme Kai, and asked immediately. The ancestor has never behaved so badly before. Even when Majin Buu appeared 2 years ago, he acted very calm, without such an expression of fear. But at that moment just now, I saw incomparable horror in the eyes of the ancestors. Is there anyone in this world who can scare the ancestors so much? And right now his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Idiot, didn't you feel anything just now? The old Supreme Kai glanced at God Jabatat hatefully, and then asked. In just a few minutes just now, 5 or 6 planets have disappeared. When such a thing happened, the first thing I thought of was that the adult had woken up. Feeling? No. I feel like everything is normal. Jebet shook his head in a dazed expression. He really didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. You stupid. In just a few minutes, several planets have been destroyed. Such an important matter, you, the Supreme Kai, didn't notice it at all. How can a piece of trash like you appear in Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai pointed at Jebet God's nose and scolded because of his voice. Sometimes he really can't figure out whether the former Supreme Kai had their brains full of water, so they chose such an idiot to be the new gods of destruction. Forward. After being scolded head and face by the old Supreme Kai, Jebet God just scratched his head in embarrassment. But if you feel it carefully, several planets did disappear in just a few minutes just now. My Lord Ancestor, what happened just now? Do you know why those planets disappeared? Looking at the old Supreme Kai whose face was still full of fear, God Jebet quickly asked. If the ancestor didn't know the reason, he shouldn't show such fear and fear. Don't you feel something else? The old Supreme Kai once again stared at God Jebet and asked. Such a powerful divine aura, this guy has not felt it until now. After feeling it carefully, a look of surprise appeared on the face of Jebet God. Then he quickly said, there are indeed 2 very strong auras, which seem to be approaching the North Milky Way. These divine auras have completely surpassed our Supreme Kai. Who are they? My Lord Ancestor. After feeling those 2 tyrannical breaths of God Jebet immediately asked. At this time, his complexion also began to change. If the breath of human beings had reached such a tyrannical level, he would not be surprised. Because Son Goku and Vegeta, although they are all human beings, possess strength far surpassing their Supreme Kai. But now I feel the breath of God. And as Supreme Kai, the most cutting-edge gods in the universe, they are in the Supreme Kai world. But why is there such a powerful and terrifying aura? It seems that the sleeping adult has indeed awakened. From this point of view, many stars in the entire universe may suffer again. The old Supreme Kai seemed to be talking to himself. While speaking, there was still a dignified and fearful look on his face. Every time the adult wakes up, many stars will be destroyed. It is estimated that this time will be no exception. And now that he is approaching the direction of the Northern Milky Way, it is very likely that the Northern Milky Way will suffer this time. My Lord Ancestor, who is that Lord you are talking about? Why do you look so afraid of him? God Jobiter on the side asked again. How come I never knew such a grown-up existed? Destroy. Lord Beerus. Lao Supreme Kai replied with an unusually dignified tone. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. The kings, Bit God still looked puzzled. But before he could continue asking questions, the old Supreme Kai opened his mouth to explain. In this universe, in addition to our Supreme Kai who creates planets and life, there is a corresponding Gods of Destruction that destroys planets and destroys life. We, the Supreme Kai, are responsible for creating planets, and the Gods of Destruction are responsible for clearing them. Every time Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus wakes up from his deep sleep, it means that many stars will be destroyed. After hearing the old Supreme Kai's explanation, Jebet God also asked with a serious face, does that mean that the destruction of Gods of Destruction also follows certain rules of universe balance? Wrong. There are no rules at all. Lord Beerus' destruction is just a whim. The old Supreme Kai turned around and said, if the destruction of Gods of Destruction also follows certain universe balance rules, you don't have to worry so much. Especially Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus of their 7th universe, almost all the destruction comes according to their own mood and interests. The value of this planet will not be considered at all, or the comprehensive level of this planet will not be considered. Oh. After hearing the introduction from the old Kai Asho, Jobita just nodded dully. Because at this moment he doesn't know what he can do at all. Even the ancestors are so afraid, then it is impossible to stop Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus with the strength of their Supreme Kai. Could it be that his appearance will only bring disaster? My Lord Ancestor, don't we have nothing to do? Can't we stop Lord Beerus? Bite the bullet, Jebet God continued to ask. Although it seems that he already knew the result, he didn't want to get any chance from the ancestors. What can be done? Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus holds the rules of destruction in this universe. As long as all the creatures in this universe, he can completely destroy them with just one thought. The old Supreme Kai turned his head and said, and then continued to say with his hands behind his back, 490 now, I hope that no one will make Lord Beerus too excited, and even say some stupid words that want to challenge this. After finishing speaking, his face became even more serious. My Lord Ancestor, who are you talking about? In fact, Jobiter knew very well in his heart that what the ancestors were talking about was nothing more than the sins of Son Goku and Vegeta. You must know that each of them is the master of trouble. Especially that guy Goku, he really likes to fight. If I let him know that Gods of Destruction, Lord Beerus is such a powerful opponent in this world, presumably he will not be able to bear the challenge at all. Cut. Don't you know who I'm talking about? I think you know better than anyone else. Who else in this universe likes fighting so much? The old Supreme Kai roared loudly. You mean Son Goku and Vegeta? Although Saiyan really likes fighting, Lord Beerus is a god, and Goku and Vegeta don't feel human at all. And Goku and Vegeta are far away on the earth, they have no chance to meet at all. So on this point, please rest assured, Lord Ancestor. God Jebit spoke immediately. To know the breath of God, only God can feel it. Goku and Vegeta are indeed strong, and have fully possessed power beyond Supreme Kai. But human beings are human beings after all, and they cannot feel the breath of gods. So as long as Lord Beerus doesn't go to Earth, they won't have a chance to meet at all. I didn't expect you to finally say something that wasn't so stupid. Indeed, as long as Lord Beerus does not go to Earth, there is no possibility that they will meet. The old Supreme Kai also nodded and said, the Earth is located on a remote planet at the edge of the northern Milky Way, so Lord Beerus generally would not go to that planet at all. You must know that during these hundreds of millions of years, he has never been to the Earth. So this time, I probably won't go to Earth? And just when the two of them calmed down a little, suddenly a voice rang from the ear. Master Supreme Kai, please allow me to interrupt. Were you discussing Son Goku just now? I'm really sorry, I have some sad news to tell you. Son Goku is not on the Earth now, but on my planet. That magnetic voice sounds like King Kai's. Nanny? You mean that troublemaker Goku is on planet Kaio? Hey, you must not let Son Goku know about Master Beerus waking up. The old Supreme Kai spoke immediately. If Son Goku knows the existence of Master Beerus, bye, the consequences will be terrible. That guy will do everything possible to find a way to fight Lord Beerus. If Lord Beerus gets angry at that time, most of the universe will probably be destroyed by him. The power of gods of destruction is definitely not an existence that Son Goku can imagine. And no human being can surpass Lord Beerus. Well, of course I know about this. It's just that this time Master Beerus washed too quickly. King Kai lowered his voice and whispered. At this time, Ron and Beerus' bodies were still advancing rapidly. In a few more minutes, they will be able to reach the northern Milky Way. After hearing the news, the faces of the old Supreme Kai and Jebit God changed drastically again. Know that Goku is on King Kai's planet. If he and Master Beerus were allowed to meet, the consequences would be quite serious. But this matter is completely beyond what they can stop. Now they can only pray in their hearts. Lord Beerus is not going for Goku and Vegeta. As long as Goku doesn't know the identity of Lord Beerus, as long as Lord Beerus isn't targeting Goku, the ending isn't too bad. Another 4 or 5 minutes passed. Whis is the one below King Kai's planet. Beerus stuck his head out behind him, looked at a palm-sized planet below, and then asked. Yes, Beerus scales. The planet below is King Kai's. Whis nodded. Oh, his planet is really small and pitiful. Beerus sneered, then spoke. You know, this planet is smaller than your average playground. Speaking of which, King Kai has lived on this planet for such a long time, how pitiful it really is. Hehe, this is not thanks to Master Beerus. The food that King Kai made was too unpalatable, so the punishment you made his planet so small. Now that you say such things, I despise you, Lord Beerus. Whis sneered, and then gave Beerus a serious look. This guy made his planet so small, and now he actually says that his planet is pitifully small. Saying this, it is really more beast than beast. Since we're here, let's go down and have a look. It's a good time to ask King Kai about Saiyan, and by the way, see if his cooking skills have improved. If there is no improvement, I can consider making his planet lower. There was an evil smile on Beerus's face, and then he said to Whis. He is a majestic god of destruction, so it is normal for him to do some outrageous things. And in the eyes of other people, it is also a very normal thing. Because that's what the gods of destruction are supposed to do. And no one dared to say a word. Oh, the food made by King Kai? I guess there is no progress. Whis showed a helpless look on his face. After eating the food made by Ron, he felt that the food made by other people was simply unpalatable. Remember thousands of years ago, the food made by King Kai was unpalatable. Now after eating the food made by Ron, my mouth becomes even more open. So the food made by King Kai, I dare not even think about it. Humph, I'll go wherever I say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Beerus snarled directly at Whis. This guy has really been getting more and more insatiable recently. Fine. Whis can only nod. Although I am not afraid of Beerus. But after all, he is Beerus' servant. If he was away from home, he still had to give him some face. Ron, are you coming with us? Beerus looked at Ron, and asked again. I won't go. You two go as long as you want. I'll go to Earth first to see the situation. Ron shook his head and refused. Because of the development of the next thing, he had already guessed it completely. On King Kai's planet just now, I already felt the breath of human beings. Then obviously, this human breath is Son Goku's. And the gap between Son Goku and Beerus, now it's a world of difference. Even if it is fighting, there is nothing to watch. So I have no interest in watching it. Alright, then you go to Earth first and wait for us. If you meet those Saiyans on Earth, ask them about the Super Saiyan God. After Beerus spoke, he and Whis went directly to the planet King Kai. And Ron's body flashed, and disappeared into the universe in an instant. Just over a minute later, Ron had appeared on Earth. After 9 years, I finally returned to Earth again. Ron's body stood in the air, standing in midair, talking to himself. Originally, I thought it would only take me 3 or 4 years to go to the God realm. but I didn't expect to stay for a full 9 years. I don't know how they are doing on the 18th. Go and see if she is still in the rental house I left before. With this in mind, Ron's body disappeared into the air again instantly. And at this time in the capsule company in Zato, Vegeta is always practicing gravity. And at that moment just now, an electric arc suddenly flashed through his mind. There is a very familiar feeling. Vegeta stopped his training immediately. Then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What happened just now? Suddenly, a very familiar feeling appeared. But I didn't feel any powerful aura. Vegeta's eyes instantly became heavy. The feeling just now is definitely not my own illusion, but I can't feel any breath. At this time, Bulma invited many of his relatives and friends on a piece of Wangyang north of the western capital. Have a luxurious birthday party. Call out. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ron appeared directly in the small courtyard of the rental house. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared in Ron's sight. Still has short blonde hair, wearing a pink sportswear. The figure is more proud than 9 years ago, and it looks more bumpy. Although there is no difference in height from 9 years ago, but the figure has become better and more straight than 9 years ago. And this person is naturally number 18. At this moment, with her back to Ron, she was watering several potted plants. Long time no see, number 18. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Ron smiled, and then spoke in a gentle tone. Unexpectedly, it has been 9 years, and she is still staying in this rental house. Bang! Hearing the voice behind him, No 18's body trembled violently. Then the watering can watering the flowers in his hand fell directly to the ground. There was an unbelievable look in those beautiful eyes. After being stunned for 7 or 8 seconds, number 18 turned around. Ask for flowers. Just saw that familiar face. Although they have been separated for 9 years. But neither man has changed much. Especially the facial features, almost no change. I didn't expect you to still be here. Looking at the unbelievable number 18, Ron continued to speak with a smile. You must know that with the ability of number 18, it is a breeze to live in a big villa. And she still lives in this rented house. So obviously, she has been waiting for her to come back. Is really you, Ron? The voice of number 18 asked in a somewhat dull voice. She wondered if she was dazzled. Before Ron left, he had told himself and number 17 that he might leave after 2 or 3 years. But after waiting for 9 years, there was no news of him at all. I didn't expect it to appear in front of my eyes suddenly today. For a while, she found it difficult to accept this fact. Of course it is me. Why, don't you welcome me? Ron shrugged, still with a handsome and warm look on his face. It's been 9 years, and for 9 years, you haven't heard anything from me. I thought you wouldn't come back. After a short period of surprise and confusion, a faint smile finally appeared on No 18's face. She seemed to be trying her best to hide her other emotions with a smile. Aren't you still waiting for me here? How could I be reluctant not to come back? Ron said something jokingly, and then said very seriously, I'm really sorry, I missed the appointment a little bit. I thought I would come back as soon as possible, but I didn't expect to make you wait so long. Cut. You're not so pretty. I didn't wait for you to come back. It's best if you don't come back, then this house will be mine forever. Number 18 cast a cold glance at Ron, and then said stiffly. In fact, after so many years, she has already seen her own heart clearly. In fact, since Ron saved himself from Cell, he has fallen in love with him. It's just that at the time, I was too embarrassed to admit it. Work, let's do it. After hearing what number 18 said, Ron could only give a wry smile helplessly. Although he knew that this should not be the truth on the 18th. Because if she really thought so, she probably wouldn't talk so much to herself at all. I came back from a long distance today no matter what, so why don't you invite me in for a drink of water? Afterwards, Ron continued to speak cheekily. Then come in quickly. It's your house anyway. Number 18 nodded. His tone seemed not as cold as before. Perhaps it is time that can change a person's character, or it may be because the attitude of the 18th towards himself has completely changed. After walking into the room, the layout inside is much better than when I left. It is full of girlish breath. Although number 18 is a modified artificial human, after all, she was also a normal May 47 human being before. Therefore, she also retains her girlish heart. The changes in this room are really big. Looking at the furnishings and arrangements around, Ron smiled and said, You should know that in the past, when I lived in this rental, at that time, I was in a very decadent period. After 3 years, there is no systematic patronage, and it is only the blood of ordinary earthlings. At that time, I was almost desperate, and almost every day I had to drink to relieve my sorrows. So many corners of the room are filled with beer cans. I couldn't live in the environment I was in before. Number 18 gave Ron a big roll of the eyes. When I came to this rental house for the first time, I still remember the dirty and messy environment in the rental house until now. Haha. Ron could only smile awkwardly, then changed the subject and asked, By the way, where did they go on the 17th and 16th? Also, the energy emergency device in your body has disappeared, right? I remember that when I left, both number 16 and number 17 lived here. But now I don't feel their energy fluctuations nearby. The day after you left here on the 17th. He said that he has returned to a normal human being now, so he wants to live the life he wants, get married and have children, and live an ordinary life. This should be the life he wants to live. Number 18 opened his mouth and replied, although I was a bit reluctant to leave with number 17 at the time. After all, I only have one relative in this world. However, number 17 has his own pursuit and the life he yearns for, and he cannot stop him. Then number 18 went on to say, as for the goods on number 16, he left that day. As for where he went, to be honest, I don't know. Because in the past 9 years, we have never been in touch, let alone any news from him. So in fact, in the past 9 years, I have lived in this rental house alone. So this is Ron nodded. There is also the energy emergency stop device in our body that you mentioned. It is estimated that all the Dragon Balls were found on the 17th, so the power of Shenron was used to remove this energy in our body. Because I have never done this thing before, but the energy emergency stop device in my body has disappeared. Then it is obvious that this matter was done on the 17th. I see. In the past few years, I have really worked hard on you? Ron stared tenderly at number 18 and said, even the number 18 is indeed stronger than ordinary women. But it is not easy for a woman to live alone for 9 years. And you must know that no 18's personality is very cold, so generally he will not take the initiative to get acquainted with ordinary human beings. Because of her inner influence, he is still different from other human beings. Cut. Stop pretending here. Besides, I'm Android 19, okay? If I want to, there's nothing I can't get. Number 18 curled his lips, then raised his haughty chin and snorted coldly. Fine. Ron could only nod. Because at this time, he really didn't know what to say to make himself not so embarrassed. In order to make up for the loneliness of number 18 in these 9 years, both of them were silent for a long time. Ron finally opened his mouth and said, we finally met, why don't we go out to have a meal? By the way, let's have fun again. I haven't been to Earth for many years, so I'm familiar with it. Number 18 looked at Ron in some surprise, but finally nodded. In fact, I have been waiting for this day, waiting for Ron to return to Earth. Although my character may be more arrogant and colder than ordinary women, but I am definitely not that kind of hypocritical person. She is also very clear in her heart that if something is missed, it is missed. So, cherish it. At this time, on the planet King Kai far away from the Earth, Beerus and Whis have arrived. Master Beerus is here to welcome you. If you are far away, please forgive me, Lord Beerus. King Kai hurried to pack in front of Beerus with a look of fear. As a god, he knows all too well the horrors of gods of destruction. Beerus. This guy can destroy a planet, or even a galaxy, with just a snap of his fingers? The reason why my planet has become so small is thanks to Master Beerus. No, King Kai, it seems that you haven't had a good life in these 1,000 years. Beerus glanced at King Kai's planet again, and spoke slowly. It is indeed a little small. It seems that the punishment I received at that time was a bit too heavy. Anyway, this guy is also a minor god of the 7th universe. Thank you Master Beerus for your concern. Although the place is a little smaller, it's okay. King Kai immediately opened his mouth to answer. But your cooking skills should have improved this time, right? If you haven't grown up yet, I think your planet can be a little smaller. As soon as the topic changed, Beerus said to King Kai with an evil smile on his face. Forward. Please don't worry, Master Beerus, since the last incident, I have started to practice my cooking skills hard. 4.2. Master Beerus probably hasn't had lunch yet, I'll help you make it now. Seeing the evil smile on Beerus' face, King Kai hurriedly spoke. What he is worried about now is not that the food he cooks is not delicious, so that his planet becomes smaller. He is more worried about another thing now. That's the troublesome Son Goku on his own planet. Once he is allowed to meet Lord Beerus, even if this guy gets hot-headed and says some stupid words that want to challenge Lord Beerus, at that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Son Goku was behind the wall that King Kai hadn't finished yet. Rubbing his head, he asked in confusion, who is that Beerus-sama? Why did the Kai-sama act so frightened after seeing him? And before that, Lord Ghost King and Lord Supreme Kai were doing business in a sneaky way. You must know that Lord Kai, although he was very respectful when he saw Supreme Kai, he didn't have such a scared expression at all. But after seeing that purple cat at this time, he actually acted so scared? Is he even more advanced than Supreme Kai? If this is the case, I can't control the excitement in my heart, and I want to compete with him, because since Majin Buu was eliminated, he has hardly encountered an opponent. It's so itchy now. And this time outside. Whis looked around, and then said to Beerus, Master Beerus, I just felt that the Saiyan who defeated Frisia is on the planet King Kai. Nanny. After hearing Whis' words, Beerus showed a look of surprise on his face. Isn't that guy on Earth, and how can a human being be on King Kai's planet? And after hearing what Whis said, King Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The thing I fear the most will happen eventually. King Kai, is there a Saiyan hidden on your planet? Beerus stared at King Kai and asked. Forward. At this time, even if he was afraid that Son Goku would see Master Beerus, he would not dare to tell lies. Because Goku is literally on his own planet. If Master Beerus finds out that he is lying, he will definitely be angry. The wrath of gods of destruction is not something he can bear. It is even very likely that many planets will be destroyed as a result. Yes, there is indeed a Saiyan on my planet. Bite the bullet. King Kai could only nod his head. Then, he shouted in the direction of Son Goku, Goku, hurry up and say hello to Master Beerus. After hearing Lord Kai's call, Son Goku hurried out from inside. Then he walked directly in front of Beerus. With a silly smile on his face, he directly extended his right hand and said hello, hey, I'm Son Goku. It's just that as soon as Son Goku's words fell, King Kai jumped up and hit him on the head with a hammer. Goku, how can you be so rude? Standing in front of you is the most powerful gods of destruction Beerus in this universe. Master Beerus controls the fate of the entire universe, and is an existence that no one can compare with. Hurry up and say hello to me. King Kai reminded vaguely. The purpose of his saying this is to let Goku know that the Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus in front of him is definitely not an existence that he can compare with. So I hope he can dispel the idea of challenging as soon as possible. Gods of Destruction. Son Goku froze for a moment, then immediately put on a straight posture. Introducing myself again. Hi, my name is Son Goku, please give me your advice. But no nonsense, Son Goku looks hilarious. You're the guy who beat Frieza, right? Beerus looked Son Goku up and down. It has to be said that this guy does have the strength to kill Frieza with ease. In the previous video provided by Whis, although this guy beat Frieza, it was not easy. It seems that in the past few years, his promotion has also been very fast. Now that he has the strength, even without turning into that Super Saiyan form, he can easily defeat Frieza. It seems that I didn't know enough about Saiyan before. Huh? How did Master Beerus know about this? Son Goku froze for a moment, but finally replied with a smile. Yes, I did beat Frieza. He kind of wonders what the hell Lord Beerus has to do with Frieza. Not bad. I didn't expect that a mere Saiyan could grow to such an extent. Beerus first gave a compliment, then cut to the point and asked, have you heard of Super Saiyan God? This is the real purpose of his coming to Northern Galaxy. Find the rival in your prophetic dream, Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Son Goku touched his chin. I do know Super Saiyan, but never heard of Super Saiyan God? Could it be that Saiyan can become a god? Then, Son Goku shook his head and replied, I only know about Super Saiyan, but I haven't heard about Super Saiyan God. Cut. You really don't know? Beerus curled his lips, seeming a little disappointed. After all, it took him more than 20 minutes to come to this Northern Galaxy. If you get nothing, isn't this trip in vain? Hey King Kai, have you heard of the name Super Saiyan God? Then, Beerus turned his gaze to King Kai and asked. I'm so sorry, Lord Beerus, I've never heard of that name either. King Kai also shook his head in a daze. He, like Son Goku, does know of Super Saiyan's existence, but never heard of Super Saiyan God? And in this universe, how could there be a demi-human god? That. Excuse me, Master Beerus is looking for that Super Saiyan God for something. 473 King Kai bit the bullet and asked again. He had better ascertain the purpose of Lord Beerus's visit now. You don't need to know about this. Since you don't know, there's no point in staying here. Since the Saiyan in front of me doesn't know Super Saiyan God, getting Vegeta will know some news. After all, that guy is Saiyan's prince, he must know more. Come on Whis, let's go to Earth and ask Vegeta. Beerus turned his head and said to Whis. Master Beerus, won't you have lunch with me? King Kai frowned and spoke. You know that guy Vegeta has a much more violent temper than Goku. If that guy doesn't have eyes and offends Lord Beerus, the Earth will definitely suffer. And although Goku said that he is a little brainless sometimes, but he can't listen to some movements more or less. But that guy Vegeta is completely different. He won't listen to the advice of people like himself at all. At this moment, Son Goku suddenly said, Master Beerus, since you are gods of destruction, you must be very powerful. Then can I compete with you a little bit? Just a little. As he spoke, Son Goku also used his 2 fingers to draw a distance of 1 millimeter. Goku, you idiot. How could you say such ignorant and stupid things to Lord Beerus? Quickly apologized to Lord Beerus. After hearing Son Goku's words, King Kai was directly frightened. Although he knew that Goku was aggressive at first, he was surprised to say such a stupid thing on this occasion. Could it be that what I just reminded him was not obvious enough? Beerus-sama, gods of destruction who can wipe out the entire galaxy and even the entire universe in an instant? He would actually propose a contest with Lord Beerus. Hey, Lord Kai, don't be so nervous, I just have a little discussion with Lord Beerus. Son Goku said indifferently, with a simple and honest smile on his face. Oh, you actually said you wanted to compete with me. Beerus also had an incredible look on his face. The person who had just turned around also turned back. Then with a sneer on his face, he said to Son Goku, I haven't heard such stupid words for a long time after living hundreds of millions of years. To be honest, this guy in front of me is really good. It's beyond my previous thoughts on Saiyan. Being able to defeat Frieza shows that he does have some strength. But if that's all, he doesn't have that qualification yet. Want to challenge gods of destruction? I really don't know whether to say he is ignorant or stupid. Or ignorance and stupidity. Even Whis on the side had a look of surprise on his face. It seems that this Saiyan is a bit too self-righteous. How dare you say such a thing in front of Lord Beerus? You must know that his current strength is not much weaker than when he first met Ron. How could he be a match for Lord Beerus? Master Beerus, you must not take it seriously. Goku was hit on the head when he was a kid, so he talks nonsense sometimes. King Kai immediately stood up and quickly explained. If they made Lord Beerus unhappy, Son Goku would not be the only one who would be implicated. Most likely the entire Northern Milky Way. Humph. Avoid King Kai for me, and watch out for me to destroy you. Since this kid wants to experience the strength of gods of destruction, I'll let him experience it a little bit. Beerus glanced at King Kai indifferently, and this look directly scared King Kai enough. The body took several steps backwards. Excellent, Lord Beerus. Thank you Lord Beerus for your fulfillment. Son Goku bowed respectfully to Beerus. At this point he was very, very excited. You must know that I haven't encountered a strong opponent for a long time. If Master Beerus is really that powerful, it must be a very exciting battle. Don't be stupid, Goku. Master Beerus is completely different from the opponents you have encountered in the past. He can blow you to the end of the universe even if he takes a breath. Looking at the eager Son Goku, King Kai reminded Son Goku again. I'm even more interested if the King of the Realm says so. After Son Goku finished speaking, his expression became serious. Although he usually looks carefree, once fighting, he is still very serious. Hey, I watched you fight Frieza before, why don't you hurry up and become Super Saiyan? Beerus spoke to Son Goku. Although the Saiyan in front of me can defeat Frieza, but I can wipe him out completely with one finger? Maybe after becoming a so-called Super Saiyan, I can more or less let myself feel the joy of fighting. Indeed. If you fight Beerus-sama in this form, it would be a bit too rude. Son Goku also agreed and nodded. Then he clenched his fists, and golden arrogance erupted from his body instantly, then directly into the form of Super Saiyan. And Son Goku's breath, don't get crazy growth in an instant. Oh, is this the so-called Super Saiyan? His strength has indeed improved tremendously in an instant. However, such power is still too weak for gods of destruction. Although somewhat surprised, Son Goku's power is nothing to Beerus. Even in his eyes, Son Goku's fighting power is not even comparable to a mosquito. Then, please advise, Master Beerus. Son Goku looked straight, and then his body flashed out instantly. I have to say they are really fast. Because at this time Son Goku's basic combat power has reached more than 3 billion, and after turning into Super Saiyan form, his combat power has directly increased to 150 billion. SHHHHHH. The moment his body flashed out, Son Goku directly launched a storm-like attack. His punching speed was so fast that King Kai couldn't see any movement at all. But such punching speed and movement, for Beerus and Whis, seemed to be slowed down thousands of times. It can be said to be slower than the speed of a snail. With a slight movement of Beerus' body, he escaped all the attacks of Son Goku calmly. How did this happen? Why can't my attack touch his body at all? And even his expression hasn't changed at all. Is the strength of gods of destruction really so powerful? Son Goku looked at the calm Beerus, with a serious look on his face. In this case, then become Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku took a step back, and then Shuang Quan gripped again, pulling out a stance. Afterwards, the terrifying golden gaseous flames erupted directly from the body in the form of jets. There are also blue electric arcs around the body. The eyes are more slender and resolute, and a fringe of bangs is constantly dancing in front of the eyebrows. After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku's fighting power doubled again. But even so, the result was the same as before. His attack still couldn't touch Beerus' body. At this time, Beerus already felt that this kind of contest was no fun. Because compared with Ron's strength, this guy is a million miles away. Hey, if you still have stronger strength, hurry up and show it. If not, this boring and meaningless contest can be over. Beerus said to Son Goku indifferently. Compared with the previous contest with Ron, this kind of contest is completely different. There is no joy in fighting at all. Son Goku stopped what he was doing. Then he said to Beerus, Hao Zhao, Master Beerus' strength is really unfathomable. It seems that I can only become Super Saiyan 3, and this is my last strength. After Son Goku said, he began to gather his chi quickly. Immediately afterwards, a huge change took place in the appearance of the whole person. The blonde hair hangs down to the waist, the eyebrows have disappeared, and the brow bones are raised high. Judging from the facial features, it does look like a villain. Oh, it's really possible to improve again halfway. It's a little stronger than before. However, it's still disappointing. Beerus sighed and said. At this time, Son Goku, who became Super Saiyan 3, launched an attack on Beerus again. After becoming Super Saiyan 3, whether it is strength, speed, or explosive power, there has indeed been a qualitative improvement. But Super Saiyan has a very fatal weakness, that is, the energy consumption is too fast. If you can't win the battle in a short period of time, you will become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered after the energy consumption is almost the same. Son Goku clenched his fists violently, and the strength on his arms seemed to be full of strength. The blue electric arc around the body is also more turbulent. It has to be said that the power of Super Saiyan 3 has far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. Almost at the same time, Son Goku attacked Beerus directly. His speed has become faster, but only relatively speaking. From Beerus' point of view, there is no difference at all. Because to him, a snail is a snail, even if the speed is slightly faster, he can't see any change. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Son Goku almost used both fists and kicks, constantly attacking Beerus. But every attack he made was easily dodged by Beerus. Even if he attacked from behind, the result would be the same. It's like Beerus also has eyes behind him. Damn, even if I become Super Saiyan 3, my attack still can't touch her body. Gods of destruction, is it really that strong? It's not an existence that the previous opponents can compare with at all. Son Goku frowned, but continued to attack like a storm. The attack speed is indeed very fast. Swipe swipe, punch after punch, right foot and right foot. But from the beginning to the end, even the hem of Beerus' clothes could not be touched. After attacking hundreds of times, Son Goku retreated backwards. Then he said, Master Beerus, if you keep dodging like this battle will never end. All right. Since you said that, then 620, I'll show you the horror of gods of destruction. Beerus nodded. It just so happens that this battle is already boring, so end it quickly and go find the Super Saiyan God. I hope that the so-called Super Saiyan God, the rival of my dreams, will not let me down so much. Call out? Ha! This time, Son Goku's body flashed out again. With all the strength in his body, he punched Beerus. Snapped. But in the next second, his hard blow was easily blocked by Beerus's index finger. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, and flicked his middle finger directly on Son Goku's heartless. At that moment, Son Goku's body flung out. Call out? But Beerus fell down in an instant, and behind Son Goku, his palm lightly pressed on Son Goku's shoulder. Even though it looks like an understatement, it doesn't take much effort at all. But Son Goku's body hit the ground directly like a falling meteorite. A huge deep pit was directly smashed into the ground. And Son Goku's eyes lost their luster in an instant, and then he exited the state of Super Saiyan. Cut. Beerus snorted coldly. Although the Saiyan in front of me is really good, if it is placed among human beings, it can be regarded as the best among human beings. However, there is still an insurmountable gap between him and the broken, by, God of Destruction. Goku. King Kai ran up to Son Goku with a worried face. But after seeing that Son Goku was still alive, a look of rejoicing appeared on his face. It seems that although Son Goku's actions are very reckless this time, Master Beerus does not intend to kill him. Otherwise, Lord Beerus would have killed Goku for his reckless actions just now. Whis, go to Earth. Beerus walked in front of Whis, and then said lightly, hope that Saiyan Prince Vegeta knows something? See you next time, King Kai. Beerus greeted King Kai, and then the bodies of the two turned into a brilliant streamer and disappeared on the planet King Kai. Meanwhile, Son Goku also struggled to sit up. Wow Kaka? Was that the power of gods of destruction, Lord Beerus just now? We are simply not the same level of opponents. However, Master Beerus's power is really exciting. After Son Goku did it, instead of feeling frustrated because of his defeat, he was excited. Goku, I know you Saiyans like to fight. But I advise you to control your excitement. I have already said that Lord Beerus is definitely not something you can handle. You are completely out of the same dimension. He is completely different from the opponents you have encountered before. You should have thanked Master Beerus for your mercy just now, otherwise, you would have completely disappeared by now. Looking at Son Goku who was full of excitement, the North Ghost King yelled loudly. Goku likes fighting, and he doesn't reject it. Because Saiyan itself is such a character. But while you like fighting, you should also have some brains. You should also understand the gap between yourself and your opponent. If one sees a strong opponent, even an opponent that he can't surpass at all, he is so excited. This is not keen to be aggressive, it is pure fool. Ah, I see, Lord Kai. Son Goku nodded quickly. He understood everything King Kai said. And the gap between himself and Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, he also knows better than anyone else. It is estimated that even if I break through again on the basis of Super Saiyan 3, I may not be the opponent of Master Beerus. Master Beerus just said he was going to Earth. That person called Super Saiyan God seems to be very important to Master Beerus. His purpose of going to Earth this time is very likely to find Vegeta, so I'd better inform Vegeta immediately, and hope he won't act more recklessly. If Master Beerus is really angered, then the Earth will be completely lost. King Kai said to himself. And just on Earth, Ron and number 18 have already eaten? The relationship between the two seems to have become very delicate. It's the kind of people who like each other, but don't know how to speak. I'll take you to a good show. After eating, Ron spoke to number 18. Beerus will definitely come to Earth today, when Super Saiyan God will have a fight. To be honest, this is also the song of the famous scene of Dragon Ball. Although Beerus may not even use 1% of his power, it is still very interesting. After all, Super Saiyan God himself has seen it in comics and anime before, and has never seen the birth of Super Saiyan God with his own eyes. This time I went to have a look. Well, you can go wherever you say. Number 18 nodded, but did not refuse. Anyway, she has nothing to do at home by herself, and being able to be with Ron, no matter what she is doing, she feels good. Because I don't know when he will leave the Earth again. So cherish the time we have together. Walk. Ron took number 18's hand and disappeared in place in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already on the giant cruise ship where Bulma was hosting a birthday party. And the moment Ron and number 18 appeared, they directly attracted everyone's surprised eyes. Nanny? That guy is Ron. When everyone's eyes came together, Piccolo recognized Ron immediately. Then, Kellen and Tien Xinyan also recognized Ron. Because they are more familiar with Ron than others. Surge, it's that BD. I just said, why did I have that familiar feeling before? It turns out that this BD is back. Just a few minutes ago, Vegeta couldn't bear the pressure of Bulma, and also came to this birthday party. But unexpectedly, the BD Ron suddenly appeared here. He disappeared for 9 full years, but he didn't expect to appear suddenly now. The so-called friends are extremely jealous when they meet. When Vegeta saw Ron, he clenched his fist tightly. You must know that 9 years ago, this guy beat himself twice until he lost consciousness. Ron disappeared for 9 years, how did he suddenly appear? I don't know what purpose he has for appearing this time. Kellen and Tien Xinyan both showed serious expressions on their faces. Although he killed the monster cell 9 years ago, he can be regarded as the savior who saved the Earth. But this guy is different from them, no one can see what he is thinking. But what is certain is that his character is completely different from these warriors on Earth. Therefore, the purpose of his appearance at this moment is not very clear to everyone. And he still has Android 18 by his side. Don't worry, although that guy's personality is different from yours. But I can feel he's not a bad guy. Piccolo was very determined, said to the two of them. Didier. At this moment, Vegeta stepped forward directly, appeared directly 3 meters away from Ron. Hey, what are you doing here, you BD? Do you want to be beaten down by me? Although at this time Vegeta's eyebrows no longer had that kind of violence. But I have to say, this guy's tone of voice is still so annoying. Vegeta, I think your scars are healed and you forget the pain. Slap me down? Do you think you're qualified for that? Glancing at Vegeta with disdain, Ron said flatly. I have to say that Vegeta's strength is not bad at this time. The basic combat power has almost reached 4 billion. If it becomes Super Saiyan 2, it will reach hundreds of billions of combat power. But in his own opinion, this kind of combat power is really too weak. After all, even Zhao has not reached. He said without hesitation that even if he breathed out casually, he could blow him away like booger. Hey, what do you want to do? Today is my birthday party, and all the guests who come today are guests. Vegeta, did you know each other before? At this moment, Bulma hurried up to smooth things over. From Vegeta's expression, it can be seen that this mysterious guy who suddenly appeared in front of him must be very powerful. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have shown such an expression. If there was a fight, maybe Vegeta would suffer. As a wife, he naturally didn't want her husband to suffer at his birthday party. Cut. Move away, Bulma, mind your own business. I must teach this BD a lesson today, Vegeta said to Bulma indifferently. Today I have to fight Ron no matter what. For one thing, this guy defeated him twice, causing him to accumulate a lot of resentment in his heart. And this guy disappeared for 5 years after defeating himself. This made him even have no chance to seek revenge from him. However, with the passage of time and the change of my personality, the resentment in my heart has almost dissipated. But when he saw this guy again, he couldn't help but want to fight him again. Even if he doesn't ask about revenge, he still wants to prove himself. In the past 9 years, I have been cultivating desperately day and night. The current strength has reached the peak state of Super Saiyan 2. Even in the form of Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3, it is not much stronger than himself. So he is confident that this time he will definitely not be as embarrassed as the previous 2 times. Hey Vegeta, I advise you to give up this idea. Ron's strength is still beyond your imagination. At this moment, Piccolo hurried forward and spoke to Vegeta. I am not trying to stop this fight. It wasn't about hitting Vegeta either. But the moment Ron first appeared, he could feel an overwhelming pressure. And there is a very powerful divine power that makes me feel irresistible. Ever since I fully integrated with the old god, I can feel the breath of God. The breath of God released by Ron at this time was something he had never felt before. In Ron's eyes, Supreme Kai and the others are no exaggeration to say that they can't even compare to a small bug. So almost certainly, let alone Vegeta. It is estimated that even Vegeta and Son can't be Ron's opponent. Stop kidding me, Piccolo. You don't even know the humiliation I suffered 9 years ago. My proud self-esteem was trampled on the ground by this guy. Ask for flowers. So no matter what I do today, I will teach him a good lesson. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, then yelled at Piccolo. They are not themselves, so how can they experience the shame they felt at that time? Cut. Self-righteous guy. Since you don't listen to advice, then do as you please. Piccolo wasn't the kind of wordy character either. After hearing that Vegeta didn't listen to persuasion, he just turned around and returned to his position. Since he is so persistent, let him learn a little lesson. Uncle Piccolo, is that Mr. Ron who killed Cell? But why can't I feel any breath from his body? 0. At this time, Son Gohan asked curiously. Although Ron's name is often heard by himself, but did not see him, because Ron showed up a few times and he wasn't there. When the monster Cell was killed, he happened to be training with his father in the spiritual time room. So from beginning to end, I have never seen Ron's true face. But from what everyone said, Ron's strength is outrageous. It can kill the monster Cell in an instant, and can easily defeat Uncle Vegeta in the second form of Super Saiyan. So it shows that his strength is very strong. But why can't I feel his anger now? Not even a tiny bit. Even if a person can hide his aura, he will definitely not be able to do so. Not even a trace of breath is released. Gohan, this guy Ron is very likely to be a god, because he has the breath of a god in his body, so ordinary people can't feel it. I'm also in fusion with the old god, so I can feel his divine breath. Piccolo explained from the side. I see. Like gods like Supreme Kai and the others. Son Gohan nodded suddenly. You can say that. But his strength is countless times that of Supreme Kai and the others. Piccolo said again with a serious face. After all, Supreme Kai's strength is too weak. But Ron's aura of God was ridiculously strong. If you say that, isn't Uncle Vegeta going to suffer soon? Son Gohan frowned, then asked. Since Uncle Piccolo said that Ron is so strong, then Uncle Vegeta must have no chance of winning. But his proud and self-righteous personality, probably no one can make him change, right? Snort. Piccolo snorted coldly, and then said, didn't you hear what that guy said just now? I have already dissuaded him, but he didn't listen. Even if he is taught a lesson, it is his own fault. After speaking, he folded his arms directly to his chest. And Son Gohan has nothing to say at this time. After all, with Uncle Vegeta's character, it is estimated that no one can persuade him. Ron, it cannot be denied that you were really strong 9 years ago, but in the past 9 years, you have no idea what kind of 380 battles we have experienced, and what kind of opponents we have fought. So it is even more impossible for you to know to what extent our strength has increased. Of course, I'll let you know soon. It's not that simple to surpass our Saiyan. Vegeta was rather egotistical when he said that. You must know that after Ron left the Earth, they have experienced the Universe Pirate Bojack and the most difficult Majin Buu. Although the appearance of these guys made them feel very troublesome, they were even killed. But the characteristic of Saiyan is that he can constantly improve himself in battle. And every time there is a serious injury or death, there will be a great improvement after recovery. After these few battles, his strength has become very strong. So the current Ron doesn't even know how strong he is. Isn't it possible to become Super Saiyan 2? I haven't even reached the form of Super Saiyan 3, so I dare to talk big here. You're not afraid to flash your tongue. Ron sneered, then looked at Vegeta disdainfully. Even Son Goku, who has become Super Saiyan 3, his combat power at this time has reached the Mega level, and Vegeta, after becoming the second peak state of Super Saiyan, a little more is just a few hundred billion. But now his combat power has reached the level of the ditch, so there is no comparison between them at all. Cut. What a smug BD. Since you're so confident, I'll show you the power of Super Saiyan 2. Seeing Ron's disdainful gaze, Vegeta was instantly furious. This guy doesn't take Super Saiyan seriously either. The self now is completely different from 9 years ago. Even if he does not become a Super Saiyan, his strength is countless times greater than that of the Super Saiyan at that time. Haha. Then, Vegeta suddenly roared. With a shake of his arms, he directly opened a stance. Immediately afterwards, golden flames erupted from his body instantly. The terrifying golden gas flames were in the form of jets, and blue electric arcs appeared around the body. It does look a little aggressive. Under Vegeta's terrifying atmosphere, the entire huge cruise ship is about to move. Some snack stalls around were even blown out. This guy Vegeta, his strength has improved so much in the past 2 years. Even if his current strength is weaker than Goku's, he probably won't be much weaker. Piccolo and the others looked at Vegeta in surprise, and said, feeling Vegeta's breath. I have to say that Saiyan is really perverted. The speed of improvement is simply unmatched by them. Amazing. Has Vegeta actually improved to such a level? Even number 18 next to Ron had a look of surprise on his face. Then he looked at Ron and asked, Vegeta has become so powerful now, are you sure you can defeat him? Speaking of which, he did feel a little worried for Ron. Because 9 years ago, Ron had humiliated Vegeta. If Ron loses to Vegeta at this time, Vegeta will definitely teach Ron a good lesson. Don't worry, I didn't take him seriously at all. Ron smiled, then said lightly. Seeing the smile on Ron's face, Vegeta felt that the anger in his body was about to spurt out. Surge, self-righteous BD, get down on the ground for me. Vegeta roared, and then his body shot out like an arrow from Li Xian. With a bang, the air was torn apart, and he punched Lao indirectly. He almost exhausted all his strength in this punch, so he is very confident in his own strength. Even if this punch can't knock Ron down, he can't hold back a few punches of his own. Overreaching. Seeing Vegeta rushing towards him, Ron just said calmly. There was no shot at all. When Vegeta's body was 1 meter away from Ron, he suddenly stopped in midair. The whole person came to a complete stop, as if an acupuncture point had been tapped. Nanny? What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Damn, what the hell is this BD doing? The moment his body froze, Vegeta felt fear instantly. A look of incomparable horror appeared on his face. Just now that BD Ron didn't make a move at all, just stood there motionless. And his body couldn't move at all. Uncle Piccolo, what the hell is going on here? Uncle Vegeta's body can't seem to move. Son Gohan and Kellen also looked at Vegeta, who was stagnant in midair with serious faces. Even if Ron defeated Vegeta in a devastating manner, they wouldn't feel too surprised. But right now, Ron didn't make a move at all. Even without changing his complexion, Vegeta stopped directly. This is simply not something that power can do. It's definitely a superpower. Perhaps this is the power of God. Piccolo also said with serious eyes. Ron's strength at this time completely exceeded his imagination at 4.3. Can make Vegeta's body unable to move. This kind of strength is indeed beyond their imagination. Then, Ron's eyes narrowed suddenly, and a sharp light shot out. In the next second, Vegeta's body flew upside down. Rumble, then directly pierced the right side of the giant wheel. The body has been retreating tens of thousands of feet, smashing more than a dozen mountain peaks before stopping. Although Vegeta didn't pass out at this time, the consciousness is still there, but it is obvious that it has completely lost its fighting power. Lying on the ground, obviously unable to move. Sure enough, it was still the original Speed Party Vegeta. Hey you! Seeing her husband being bullied, Bulma just wanted to go up to argue, but was held back by Piccolo. If you don't want everyone to be killed, you'd better not talk. Ron didn't kill Vegeta directly, so he was showing mercy. Casually, he said to Bulma coldly. Both the husband and wife seem to be born with no clear understanding of the form. Now that Vegeta has been easily defeated by others, he goes up and argues that if he angers others, will they still have a chance to survive? Sure enough, stupid people will be with stupid people. Uncle Piccolo is right. Aunt Bulma, you should stop messing with Mr. Ron. Son Gohan on the side also dissuaded him. From the situation just now, they can also clearly realize that the power of Ron in front of them is beyond what they can imagine. Even if he wants to kill everyone in an instant, it is probably a breeze. And since he didn't kill Uncle Vegeta just now, that means he didn't want to kill anyone. But if you continue to provoke, it may not be necessarily the case. Although Bulma sometimes has a domineering personality and 12 big breasts and no brains, she also immediately realized the problem. Then he hurried to Vegeta. I'll go to Immortal Karen and bring back some fairy beans first. After Son Gohan finished speaking, his body flashed and flew directly towards Kalinta. And at this time in the Supreme Kai world, Master Ancestor, who is that Ron? Why have I never seen him before? But his body also contains the breath of God. And it's very, very powerful, even I can feel the huge pressure. God Jebet looked at Ron in the crystal ball, and then said solemnly, in this universe, there are not many people who can defeat Vegeta. But he had never encountered anyone who could defeat Vegeta so easily. Stupid, how many years have you survived? Even the guys on Earth know that guy named Ron, why don't you, the ghost who created life and planets, not know? And I have been sealed for thousands of years, even you don't know, how would I know? The old Supreme Kai scolded Jabatat again. However, he continued after venting his breath, looking at it now, among the two breaths I felt just now, one of them belongs to Master Beerus, and the other is this Ron's. It seems that he is very likely to be Lord Beerus' bodyguard, or the candidate gods of destruction of our 7th universe. This is his guess. But this kind of guessing is almost inseparable. Because gods of destruction will not bring anyone besides Angel at all. Now the Turin appeared beside gods of destruction, and he has such a powerful breath of God. Then there are only two situations. Candidate gods of destruction. Jebet froze. But he was still a little confused. Is the candidate gods of destruction just like Jebet? No wonder it still has such a strong fighting power. TCH, it's all the fault of Son Goku and Vegeta, these two idiots, they are both troublemakers. Now one has messed with Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, and the other has messed with those around Lord Beerus. If the earth is really destroyed in a while, they can't blame others. The old Supreme Kai said loudly. The words clearly blamed Son Goku and Vegeta for being troublesome. Then I'd better remind King Kai quickly, and ask him to remind Vegeta again. Don't mess with Ron and Lord Beerus again. I hope this time the earth can get through it safely. God Jebet spoke immediately. After all, I and the earth can be regarded as having some experiences of suffering together. If it is destroyed by gods of destruction like this, I will feel bad in my heart. After Vegeta on Earth ate the fairy beans, he recovered quickly from his injuries. But at this moment, he pulled his face away and found a corner alone to stay, not daring to face Ron at all. He really didn't expect that after 9 years, the gap between them hadn't changed at all. Even the gap between the two is even bigger. That guy can actually beat himself calmly. What's more, he used to shoot himself, but he didn't shoot at all just now. Vegeta. Just when Vegeta looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do next, King Kai's voice suddenly rang out from his mind. King Kai, you BD, what do you want from me? Vegeta was in a very bad mood at this time, so his words were extremely indifferent. Vegeta, what I want to tell you is, don't mess with Ron anymore. Because he is very likely to be the bodyguard of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, or the heir of the Destruction Beerus celestial being. And let me remind you that regret is that Master Beerus is about to arrive on Earth. When they get here, you must find a way, and don't let anyone provoke him. Because once you anger Lord Beerus, the consequences will be more serious than angering Ron. It is very likely that the entire Earth will be destroyed. By the way, I want to tell you that Master Beerus has come to my planet just now. That guy Goku didn't listen to the advice and played a match with Master Beerus, but he became Super Saiyan 3763 but was easily used by Master Beerus, a complete defeat with one move. King Kai's voice is very serious. After finishing speaking, Vegeta was not allowed to continue talking, so he cut off the call directly. Nani? Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. It's such a familiar name, where does it feel like I've heard it before? Vegeta's expression became more serious. Because she thinks she has definitely heard the name of Gods of Destruction Beerus, but for a while, I can't remember where I heard it, or where I saw it. And this Ron in front of him is actually Gods of Destruction's bodyguard or his candidate. How can it be? Wasn't this guy from Earth before? What happened in just a few short years? And just when Vegeta was thinking about it and couldn't figure it out, an indifferent mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yo, son of King Vegeta, long time no see. The voice was indifferent, full of ridicule and banter. After hearing the voice, Vegeta's expression changed and he turned around immediately. But no one was found. Didn't find any traces either? Could it be? Was it because I was so fascinated by what I thought just now that I had auditory hallucinations? Just when Vegeta wondered if he had an auditory hallucination, the bodies of Beerus and Whis suddenly appeared behind him. Then Beerus stretched out his sharp cat's claws, directly on the back of Vegeta's head. When his fingertips were almost touching Vegeta's skin, Vegeta suddenly reacted. Then the body slammed forward. Then he turned his head quickly and saw Beerus and Whis. Not bad, the perception is still very sharp, cat. Beerus withdrew his finger and said with a playful face. You, who the hell are you? Vegeta asked immediately, but after asking, he felt that his question was stupid. This guy is definitely what King Kai called gods of destruction Beerus. And his face is very, very familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. Oh, did you forget me so quickly? But it doesn't matter, I can deepen your memory for you. The corner of Beerus's mouth showed a sinister arc, and then he stretched out his right palm and pressed down. Vegeta's body fell directly on the deck uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt the same as before, his body was out of control again. He couldn't use any strength, so he could only lie on the ground and endure the humiliation. Only when he looked up at Beerus again, this time he was really impressed. A picture instantly appeared clearly in my mind. This guy once went to planet Vegeta when he was very young. Because of a pillow, he directly stepped on his father, King Vegeta, under his feet. At that time, he also glanced at himself, and his body was lying on the ground, unable to move. That scene was almost exactly the same as today's scene. You are Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. Vegeta immediately changed his address. His fear of the gods of destruction Beerus is simply deep in his bones. The moment I recognized Beerus, I was sweating profusely. In fact, everyone is like this. The fearful things experienced when they were young will not be forgotten when they grow up. Even whenever I really think of those things, I feel even more frightened than when I was a child. Of course, Vegeta was so terrified, because at this time, he has more fears, and also has more things he wants to protect. Looks like you've finally figured it out. But you've really disappointed me, Vegeta. I thought that when you grow up, you should be able to let me practice my hands more or less, but your current strength seems to be inferior to that of Saiyan from the planet King Kai. After finishing speaking, Beerus still had a look of disdain on his face. I used to feel that Vegeta had a good talent. He possessed great fighting power at a young age. Of course, the term combat power is Frieza and Vegeta's favorite term. Hey, I want to ask you something. If your answer satisfies me, I can let you go, Beerus said to Vegeta indifferently. Master Beerus, if you have any questions, just ask. Vegeta immediately said respectfully. In fact, he really didn't want to abandon his dignity and arrogance. But I am not the same now as I was 10 years ago. I now have my own family with my favorite Bulma and Trunks. He could die, but he didn't want to see Trunks and Bulma get hurt. Have you ever heard of the name Super Saiyan God? Or let me ask you another way, do you know a guy named Super Saiyan God? After asking, Beerus also had a look of expectation on his face. After all, this guy Vegeta is the Prince of Saiyan. He may know things that other Saiyans don't. After Beerus finished asking, a puzzled look appeared on the faces of the Vegetas. Obviously, he didn't know. Never heard of Super Saiyan God either. It seems you don't know, Vegeta. If this is the case, it seems that there is no need for this planet to survive. At the same time as the extremely cold voice fell, Beerus' eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. If none of these surviving Saiyans know about Super Saiyan God, then there is no need for them to exist. It doesn't make a difference to gods of destruction whether these guys exist or not. But, damn it, are you going to die? Vegeta wanted to clench his fists tightly to resist, but his body seemed to be completely imprisoned, unable to exert any strength. Now he can only wait to die, there is no other way. Master Beerus, aren't you going to ask the others again? Isn't it a bit too random to just destroy a living planet like this? Whis on the side spoke. Although there are indeed many planets in the 7th universe, but there are not many planets with living creatures, and even fewer people with intelligence. Although the planet Earth is not considered an advanced civilization, at least it looks good. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. Snort. I came to this place for nothing, but I haven't found the Super Saiyan God in my dream. If I don't destroy this planet and vent my anger, I won't be able to sleep well, Beerus said indifferently. Then, a purple destructive energy suddenly popped out from the fingertips. Although it is only the size of a pea, it is more than enough to destroy a planet. It's over, it's over. I can't stop him no matter what, and no one can stop gods of destruction. Earth is really doomed this time. Vegeta lay on the ground, almost desperate. Even Kakarot was defeated by one move, and I had no power to resist in front of him. Then on Earth, no one can compete with Beerus. Call out. And just when Beerus condensed the energy ball, Vegeta was completely desperate. Suddenly there was a piercing sound, and then Ron's body appeared in front of Beerus. Master Beerus, well done, Whis, you are here. Ron let out a laugh. Because just now he felt Beerus use the energy of destruction. I can't let him destroy this Earth. After all, I will still live here in the future. Hey, have you found any news about Super Saiyan God? If not, the planet could just disappear. Beerus glanced at Ron, then said noon. And Vegeta on the side looked even more like a dead witch. It turns out that Ron really was with gods of destruction. I had offended him so stupidly before. It seems that this time, the Earth is completely hopeless. Not only did I find news about Super Saiyan God, but I also found you, the superb food that is never late. I think we'd better enjoy the food of the Earth for a little bit, and then talk about the Super Saiyan thing. Ron smiled and said to Beerus. In fact, how to create a Super Saiyan God, it is estimated that no one knows better than Ron. In fact, it is relatively simple, only 6 Saiyans with a heart of justice can complete it. Gourmet food. Really? It's hard to believe that there are delicacies on this planet. Beerus gave Ron a suspicious look, and said, you must know that in the past billions of years, I have been to countless planets. There are many more high-end and advanced planets than this planet, but the food produced is really hard to swallow. What kind of delicacies would such a planet on the edge of the universe, which is not trash, have food? Trust me, after a while, there will be so many delicious foods that will make your jaw drop, and you will find something delicious to bite your tongue. Looking at the doubtful Beerus, Ron smiled and said, "Know that you are not a professional chef. Whether in this life or in the past, the food produced can only be regarded as mediocre. Compared with those real chefs, they are not on the same level at all, and the food made by themselves is regarded as the best food by Whis and Beerus. Then when they know the real Earth food, maybe they will really bite their tongues. The reason why 153 themselves do not tell them the delicacies of the Earth, it is because I want to practice with them. Now his strength is not weaker than Beerus, so there is nothing to worry about. After all, I have always been with Whis for the past 9 years, even though they are angels. But they are also sentient beings after all. I believe he will not break his previous promise just because he discovered other delicacies." "Really?" Beerus still asked suspiciously. But Ron's serious words obviously have a little more credibility. "Master Beerus, why don't we go and have a look? Anyway, there is nothing to lose. If the food on Earth is really good, that's a good thing. Even if the delicacies on Earth don't meet our taste, it's only a few steps away." Whis helped out from the side. Of course, he wasn't trying to help the planet, or anyone else, but to not miss the opportunity to eat delicious food. What if what Ron said was true? It would be a pity if there is really a superb delicacy on this planet, if it is destroyed. "Okay, since even you say that, I'll go and have a look." Beerus nodded, and followed Ron. After the three of them had left, Vegeta felt relieved and his body could move freely. Call. I saved my life because of that guy Ron. Vegeta frowned tightly. Although I don't like Ron, I even hate him a little bit, but I have to admit that today he really saved himself, and even saved the whole Earth. This is also a great favor. After being able to move freely, Vegeta immediately followed Beerus, behind them. I have to make sure that I can't make Beerus angry today. No one can offend him. Otherwise, there is a glimmer of life for Earth High. It may be discarded. After coming to the meeting place, there are food stalls all around, exuding a tempting aroma. Wow, a lot of exquisite food, and it smells so good. "Master Beerus, look, that kind of food looks delicious, and that. Whis at this time is like Grandma Lu entering a big manor, or like a typical old man rushing into the city. He kept pointing at the delicious food around him, and sucked his saliva vigorously. I have to say, his appearance is really too contemptuous. Beerus wasn't looking much better either. A pair of eyeballs were widened, looking at the dazzling array of delicacies. In addition to the delicious taste of each food, it also exudes a variety of attractive aromas. "It seems that you really didn't lie to me. It looks like Bka is going to eat well. If this is the case, then we will not be polite." Beerus wiped his drool and walked straight to a food stand. "Lord Beerus, wait for me." Whis is also close behind. And this sudden scene, as well as Beerus and Whis' unseen appearance, as long as everyone is dumbfounded. "Vegeta, who the hell are these two? It looks like I've never seen it before, and it doesn't look like a person from Earth." After experiencing Ron's incident, Bulma became more cautious. Asked in a low voice, "The one who looks like a cat is the gods of destruction of this universe. He controls the life and death of all planets in this universe. As for the other one, it looks like it should be his servant." Vegeta frowned and answered. In fact, if such a question was put on a normal day, he would not even bother to answer it. But today is different. He had to let Bulma understand the form. If Bulma accidentally angered Beerus, the consequences would be disastrous. Is it so powerful? He actually controls the entire universe, the life and death of all planets. After hearing this, Bulma also showed an unbelievable look on his face. Looking at Vegeta's terrified eyes, he knew that those two guys should be very powerful existences. Because she knows Vegeta too well, she is proud and has a very strong self-esteem. If he wasn't a real strong man, he wouldn't have such a fearful look. "Gods of destruction? What's that? It's the first time I've heard of it." Piccolo, with his keen hearing, quickly picked up Vegeta's words. Then a serious look appeared on his face. From Vegeta's expression just now, it can be seen that the so-called gods of destruction Beerus should be more difficult to deal with than Ron. After all, although Ron is very powerful, Vegeta is not too afraid of him. But the one called gods of destruction Beerus made Vegeta look so terrified. It seems that today's birthday party may not be passed so peacefully. "Bulma, please remind others not to provoke gods of destruction Beerus. If you get angry with that guy, then the whole Earth will be finished." Then, Vegeta exhorted Bulma. Bulma also nodded seriously. "The end of the Earth, this is a big event, and it must not be sloppy." Beerus and Whis are devouring all kinds of food. Vegeta and Piccolo were on the sidelines thrilling. Although they are extremely cautious, things like accidents are not so easy to control. No, they were just a few seconds away and didn't keep an eye on them. There has been a conflict on Beerus' side. Because of Beerus they wanted to taste the dessert called pudding, but Majin Buu refused to change his life. A bloodbath caused by a pudding. "Damn it! Why didn't you stare at me for a few seconds?" And this happened. Vegeta's complexion became even uglier at this time. Because he knows better than anyone else how terrifying the anger of gods of destruction Beerus is. If he is really angry, maybe it is not just the Earth that is implicated. Vegeta can only let go of all his arrogance and self-esteem, and then apologize to Beerus. But Beerus, who was in a fit of anger, didn't pay any attention to Vegeta at all. because these guys are nothing more than a group of ants in his eyes. Gods of destruction, how can it be possible to reason calmly with a group of ants? In just 1 minute, Vegeta, Piccolo and others were all defeated by Beerus. And at this time, he seems to really want to completely destroy the earth? Just then, Son Goku appeared. In fact, he had been hiding in the dark and observing just now, been trying to find a way to find the so-called Super Saiyan God. But after thinking about it, I don't know the so-called Super Saiyan God at all. Master Beerus, please give us another chance. We will definitely find a way to find Super Saiyan God. Son Goku immediately stepped forward and said to Beerus, Ron, what the hell is that cat about? Why is he so arrogant? And Vegeta Son Goku seems to be afraid of him. Number 18 also asked curiously. He obviously has a cat face, so I can't feel that he is so powerful. But it can make both Son Goku and Vegeta so scared. Although I have not met Son Goku and Vegeta in the past few years, but they still know that they beat Majin Buu. It can be said that the two of them can be regarded as the strongest on Earth. At this time, in front of that cat man, he was so scared. He is the gods of destruction of our universe. With the power of the rules of this universe, the entire universe can be completely disappeared in an instant. It is because Vegeta and Son Goku know his identity that they are so afraid. Ron looked at number 18 and began to explain. Hearing this answer, number 18 also showed a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, the fate of a universe is actually in the hands of a cat person. And at this moment, Ron also took a step forward. Then he said to Beerus, Master Beerus, you should wait for a while to fight Super Saiyan God before deciding whether to destroy the earth or not. You must know that the main purpose of coming to join in the fun this time is to see Super Saiyan God. If you can't see it, you will feel a little bit regretful. You are Ron, right? It seems that you are much stronger than I imagined, and you can defeat Vegeta so quickly. At this moment, Son Goku also looked at Ron, and then spoke. Although I have never met Ron, but his reputation is loud. Especially these fighters on their Earth, almost everyone knows the existence of Ron. Single-handedly killed the second form of Cell. This alone is enough for them to remember. And just now, he was able to defeat Vegeta in an instant. It also gave me a new definition of his strength. It can be said without hesitation that even if I become the strongest form of Super Saiyan 3, I am definitely not Ron's opponent. I didn't expect so many strong people to appear all of a sudden today. I really don't know whether I should feel excited or worried. Long time no see, Son Goku. Ron smiled faintly, looked at Son Goku and said. The reason why he said long time no see is because he had met Son Goku 9 years ago. It's just that he was fighting Android 19 at the time, so he didn't see himself. Haven't seen you for a long time. Son Goku was taken aback because he had never met Ron. But he still asked, do you really know Super Saiyan God? Same problem with Beerus. Because I came to Earth this time, originally to find Super Saiyan God. Of course I know. Actually, Super Saiyan God is not alone, but requires all of you Saiyans to work together to create a Super Saiyan God. Ron nodded, then said without hesitation. Anyway, even if they don't say it, they will definitely summon Shenron, and then ask about the secret of Super Saiyan God. Does Super Saiyan God need all of us working together to make it? Both Son Goku and Vegeta were surprised. When Beerus first mentioned Super Saiyan God, they thought Super Saiyan God was a person. But I didn't expect that it would take all of them to work together to create it. It's actually very simple to say. It only takes 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice to transmit their heart power to the body of another Saiyan with a heart of justice, then this Saiyan can become the legendary Super Saiyan God. After nodding, Ron directly said the method of creating Super Saiyan God. Ask for flowers. In other words, 6 Super Saiyans are needed. Kakarot, me, Son Gohan, Trunks and Son Goten, there are only 5 subhumans in total. To create Super Saiyan God, there is still 1 person short. After careful calculation, Vegeta's face revealed a serious look again. They simply couldn't gather 6 Saiyans because of the looks. Could it be that he is going to another planet to bring his younger brother Tabor over? But I haven't seen him a few times. That guy didn't know which planet he was sent to, so if he went to find it by himself now, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. 0. Besides, even if he finds him by himself, he doesn't necessarily have a heart of justice. After all, every previous Saiyan was violent and aggressive. There's still 1 more thing to go. How is this? What a headache. Son Goku also muttered. There is no way to become a Super Saiyan God without the last Saiyan person. Knowing the method but not being able to achieve it makes them feel even more uncomfortable. Everyone's face became heavy. And at this moment, Son Gohan's wife Videl suddenly took a step forward. Then he said to everyone, maybe, I can help. Hearing Videl's words, Son Goku and others quickly looked over. It's just that although Videl has some combat power, she is just an ordinary human after all. Not Saiyan, not helpful at all. Videl, I know you want to help, but you may really not be able to help with this matter. Son Gohan smiled wryly, then said to Videl. Others thought the same way. If ordinary people can help, none of them will not. But unfortunately, they can't. Gohan, originally I didn't want to tell you so early, I wanted to surprise you. But what I have to say about the current situation. I am pregnant. Videl said shyly. In fact, I have known about this for a month. But she has always wanted to give Gohan a surprise, so she didn't say it, but today's situation is related to the safety of the Earth, so let alone say it. What? You said, you're pregnant, is that true, Videl? After hearing Videl's words, Son Gohan almost jumped up excitedly. This was indeed a big surprise for him. I never thought I would be a father soon. This was something he had never thought of before. At least before today, he never thought that he would become a father so soon. After hearing this sentence, Shishi and Satan also ran over quickly, with the same year of excitement on their faces. After all, this can be regarded as the birth of a small life of their family. It seems that only Son Goku is not very concerned about this matter. What he cares more about now is the matter of Super Saiyan God. After it was confirmed that Videl was pregnant, Son Goku and others also seriously prepared. Although Vegeta was upset, he agreed to let Son Goku become Super Saiyan God 147, because that guy is indeed stronger than himself. Perhaps only after becoming a Super Saiyan can he have the power to fight gods of destruction. Beerus. Then everyone, I will trouble you. Son Goku spoke to Vegeta and Son Gohan's people. Then he stood directly at the front. And Son Goku and Vegeta put their hands on Son Goku's back, and then several others held hands. At that moment, golden halos appeared around the bodies of several people. Soon, this golden halo enveloped everyone. In an instant, the whole world was shrouded in darkness. Only Son Goku and the 6 of them were surrounded by golden light. Immediately afterwards, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. It directly wrapped the bodies of the 6 people. Oh, it's interesting. Maybe such a method can really give birth to Super Saiyan God. Beerus' body floated in midair and looked at Son Goku and the others with interest. Then he glanced at Ron again. How did this guy know how Super Saiyan God was born? Moreover, the name of Super Saiyan God was also brought up by him when he forgot. It seems that Ron is not an easy guy, he seems to know a lot of things. It seems to be possible, it seems that Goku has a high chance of becoming a super subhuman god. I'm really looking forward to it. What will Goku look like when he becomes Super Saiyan God? Kellen and Tien Shinyan both clenched their fists excitedly. Piccolo is also full of expectations. To be honest, he also really wants to know what Son will look like when he becomes Super Saiyan. Could it be a match for gods of destruction? Beerus. But at this moment, the moment the golden beam of light soared into the sky, the clouds in the sky were all rendered golden. Immediately afterwards, the already extremely dim sky was shrouded in golden light. Magnificent. Everyone looked up, looking forward to the birth of Super Saiyan God. Time passed by every minute and every second. A full 3 minutes passed. The golden halo also began to dissipate little by little, and the sky also began to return to its normal color. Son Gohan and Vegeta seemed to be exhausted, with bean-sized drops of sweat appearing on their faces. Then he directly pulled his palm away. But Son Goku's body slowly floated into the air. This is his body enveloped by a golden light. But all can see one very striking feature. That is Son Goku's hair at this time has changed from black to purple. And his body looks slimmer than before. Great, he made it. Son has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God. I didn't expect this method to really work. Piccolo was the first to shout out excitedly. Piccolo, how are you sure that Goku really became Super Saiyan God? Kellen on the side asked curiously. Although Goku's form did change. But it seems that there is not much change. Only the color of the hair has changed a little, and the body has become a little thinner. Could it be that this is Super Saiyan God? Why does it look like this change is unremarkable? Snort. The corner of Piccolo's mouth raised, and then he said confidently, because I feel the breath of God from his body, you should not feel his breath anymore, right? This is the best proof. I have to say that Piccolo is really smart. Kellen and the others didn't pay attention to so many things. But even for such a detail, Piccolo was able to grasp it at the first time. Really, we really can't feel Goku's breath anymore. It looks like he has really turned into Super Saiyan God. It's great. I'm really looking forward to his next performance. Tien Shinyan also said excitedly. In retrospect, Goku was a bit too much of a guy too. You must remember that when you first met, your strength was stronger than him. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time and decades, his growth has far surpassed people like himself. Even now they can't comprehend what Goku has achieved. While envious, I also feel happy for Goku from the bottom of my heart. After all, he is a person who pursues a higher realm and likes to enjoy fighting. Oh, it's really a success. Is this Super Saiyan God? Not bad. Looks like I didn't come in vain. Beerus naturally also felt Son Goku's divine breath. Although at this time he is still very weak in his own eyes, but it is undeniable that this guy has indeed become a god, transformed into a true Super Saiyan God. Under everyone's attention, the golden light around Son Goku's body disappeared. Immediately afterwards, his god form was completely presented in front of everyone. Son Goku's hair turned purple, and his pupils completely turned purple. The body is leaner than before. Other than that, there is not much change. Is this Super Saiyan God? It seems that it is not as shocking as I imagined, and this strength is a bit too weak, right? In the Dragon Ball Super animation, Beerus seems to have said that Son Goku has hit 60% of his strength. Now it seems that he is lying. Son Goku's strength at this time, 4.7, is estimated to be less than 1/10,000 of his strength. Ron looked at Son Goku, who had become a Super Saiyan God, and thought secretly in his heart. Because at this time Son Goku, the unit value has only reached 6. The combat power has reached the level of 5,000 Beijing. For Son Goku, this is indeed a qualitative improvement and a huge change. After all, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 3, his combat power is only a few megabytes. Now it has reached 5000 Jing all of a sudden. It is indeed an unimaginable improvement. Is this the power of Super Saiyan God? What a shocking power. Master Beerus. Son Goku clenched his fist and said to Beerus excitedly. He really didn't expect that after becoming Super Saiyan, his power could reach this level. Clap clap. Beerus clapped his hands, and his body slowly fell in front of Son Goku. Yeah, you have suddenly acquired such a huge strength. I guess you are already eager to try it. To tell you the truth, me too. Then let's get started. Beerus grinned and said to Son Goku. Son Goku nodded, and his body began to slowly float in midair. On the other hand, Vegeta had a look of envy and jealousy. Clenching his fists tightly, he said unhappily, Kakarot, BD, why does he always come first when good things happen? It's really infuriating. You must know that you are the Prince Saiyan, the Saiyan with the strongest potential. But Kakarot, that BD, walks in front of him every time. Forget it, and let him come first for every good thing. This must have upset Vegeta. At this time, the bodies of Son Goku and Beerus were already floating in midair. Ron, who will win between the two of them? Son Goku seems to be getting really good too. At this time, number 18 asked. Beerus, of course. Although Son Goku did become Super Saiyan God at this time, there is a difference between God and God. Even Son Goku, who has become a god, is still as weak as an ant in front of Beerus. It's no exaggeration to say that if Beerus wants to, he can crush Son Goku to death in an instant. Ron replied without thinking at all. Because of the gap between the two, 10,000 times is not enough to describe. So how could Son Goku be a match for Beerus? Not to mention Son Goku who has become a god, even if he has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he still has no chance of winning in front of Beerus. That cat is so powerful. Number 18 was surprised. He didn't expect that guy to look so ugly but possess such great strength. The conversation between Ron and number 18 was naturally overheard by Piccolo. After hearing that, Piccolo's face became very heavy. At this time, Son Goku is already extremely powerful in his opinion. Compared with Super Saiyan 3, his strength has definitely improved countless times. But even so, isn't he still the opponent of Gods of Destruction Beerus? Ron didn't have to lie at all. So is Son Goku really hopeless? At this time, the old Supreme Kai and Gebet God in the Supreme Kai world are spinning around in a hurry. It's over, it's really over now. Goku, that BD, it's okay to be reckless at ordinary times, but he actually did such a stupid thing at this critical moment. The old Supreme Kai said angrily. It is because of the reckless actions of these guys that it may very likely cause the destruction of the Earth. It may even involve other planets around the northern Milky Way. Master Ancestor, hasn't Goku become a Super Saiyan God? His aura at this time is so strong that I feel scared. Maybe Goku can defeat Master Beerus. If Goku defeated Master Beerus, wouldn't he have a chance to destroy the Earth? God Gebet said innocently from the side. Because after Goku became a god just now, he really felt that Goku's strength had improved 10,000 times. You indistinguishable fool. You can't even imagine how powerful Master Beerus is. Although Son Goku has improved a lot after becoming the god of Saiyan, I can tell you very clearly that there is still a world of insurmountable difference between him and Master Beerus. Even if his strength is increased by 1,000 times, it is absolutely impossible for Beerus to fight against the people. What's more, Lord Beerus already has the power to rule a universe. Even if Son Goku's strength surpasses Master Beerus can make Son Goku and the entire Earth disappear in an instant. The old Supreme Kai immediately said seriously to God Gebet. You must know that besides his own strength, Lord Beerus also possesses the power of the rules of the universe. In this way, Beerus has the right to clear the things themselves that exist in this universe rule. Nani? Is there such a big gap between Goku and Beerus after becoming the god of Saiyan? Gebet God is a bit unbelievable. This is really beyond his imagination. And the kings of the world in other places were all terrified. Because once Lord Beerus is angered, he may not only destroy the planets in the northern galaxy, quite possibly destroying planets anywhere in the universe. At that time, their other 3 galaxies may also be implicated. At the same time, I was secretly scolding Son Goku for being a troublemaker. MZE. Son Goku and Beerus stood in the air, looking at each other. It can be seen that Son Goku is extremely excited at this time. Let me see. What is the power of Super Saiyan God? The corner of Beerus' mouth raised, and then he said to Son Goku. Although I knew from the moment this guy became Super Saiyan God, he was absolutely impossible to be my opponent. But after looking for such a long time, I still need to compete with him a little bit. Son Goku nodded, then made an attacking motion. Coming. The moment the sound fell, Son Goku's body rushed directly to Beerus. The speed is very, very astonishing, passing directly beside Beerus in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Son Goku had a look of incomparable horror on his face. Wow Kaka, isn't this speed and power amazing? Much stronger than I imagined. Son Goku looked at his body in disbelief. At that moment just now, you were unable to fully grasp the power of this god. Snort. It's not enough to make a fuss, you should be able to exert more powerful power. Come on, Son Goku. Beerus squinted his eyes and said calmly. Okay, then I'll try the Kamehameha after becoming Super Saiyan God. Son Goku nodded his head, and then made a classic signature move. Kamehameha waves. With Son Goku's voice falling to 890, the blue energy instantly condensed in the palms of both hands. Golden arcs flickered around the energy ball. In that moment Son Goku's Kamehameha wave was truly terrifying. Ha! With a roar, Son Goku's Kamehameha wave instantly pushed towards Beerus. Just looking at the imposing Kamehameha wave, Beerus was unmoved. There was still a relaxed look on his face. Straight out a finger. It easily blocked Kamehameha's wave, and then raised his finger. The Kamehameha wave flew straight into the universe. Obviously, even the Kamehameha wave that Son Goku is proud of has no effect at all in front of Beerus. Blocked so easily. Son Goku had a look of surprise on his face, but he was even more excited. Just now I just tried casually, and didn't show my real strength. But at the same time, he also knew that Beerus was more powerful than he imagined. Even if I become a Super Saiyan God, it is not so easy to defeat him. It looks like you've more or less mastered some Super Saiyan God powers, Son Goku. With a flash, Beerus appeared directly in front of Son Goku, and then said calmly, "Ah." Son Goku nodded, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and then he said to Beerus, "Let's fight, Master Beerus. Also, Lord Beerus, if I win this game, please be merciful and don't destroy the earth." Son Goku continued speaking. "This time, I am not only fighting for myself, but also for the earth. No matter what, you must protect the earth. Because I have lived on the earth for decades, I don't want to see the earth destroyed by anyone. Even if the opponent is gods of destruction, absolutely not. Okay, then I promise you. However, I want to remind you that gods of destruction is the strongest existence in this universe. There is absolutely no way that anything can defeat gods of destruction," Beerus said confidently. But then he glanced at Ron again. That guy's talent is even inferior to himself. If you give him some more time, he will definitely be able to surpass himself. But so far, he feels that Ron's strength should not be comparable to his own. After all, it has only been 6 years since the last fight, so he will not believe that this guy can equal himself in 6 years. Ha! After the words fell, Son Goku rushed towards Beerus directly. At this time it seems that he has not fully grasped the power of Super Saiyan God, so all the attacks are open and closed. Perhaps in their view, this speed is very slow. Especially in the eyes of Ron and Whis, Son Goku's speed is ridiculously slow, but at this speed, Son Gohan and Piccolo couldn't see clearly at all. Clap clap! Son Goku kept attacking, punching, and kicking, at an increasing speed. Obviously, he was familiar with the sudden increase in his body's powerful strength while attacking. And Beerus just used one hand, and lightly blocked all of Son Goku's attacks. Is this the strength of gods of destruction? It's just ridiculously strong. Even if my strength has been greatly improved, there still seems to be a big gap in front of him. Son Goku was also secretly frightened while attacking. The power of Beerus is indeed stronger than I imagined. It seems that even if it is Super Saiyan God, he is really not his opponent. SHHHHHH. As the battle continued, the battle between the two became more intense. One after another sonic boom circles appeared continuously in the sky. Every physical contact and collision will make the whole earth tremble. What a horrible fight. If it wasn't for the two of them deliberately controlling their power, it is estimated that just one attack would wipe out the entire earth. Piccolo frowned and commented. At this time, the faces of other people are even more ugly. It looks like today is a stalemate and protracted battle. Even if he became a Super Saiyan God, it would not be easy for Goku to defeat gods of destruction Beerus. The battle continued, and Son Goku's strength grew stronger and stronger. Well, in fact, he has almost completely mastered Super Saiyan God's power zone. Every attack can directly cut the air. It's interesting, you seem to be gradually mastering the power of Super Saiyan God. But there seems to be a big gap between you and the rival in my dream. Beerus spoke while receiving Son Goku's attack easily. Although Son Goku's improvement in the past few minutes surprised him. But it was just an accident. As I said before, there is nothing stronger than gods of destruction in this universe. Except, of course, Angel Whis. Because he doesn't belong to this universe at all. It's true that there's a big gap, but I don't think I'm going to throw in the towel like that. Son Goku gritted his teeth, and then directly cast instant transmission, appearing behind Beerus. Without any hesitation, he swept out with one leg. Such a raid poses no threat to Beerus. Simply raising his right arm, he easily received Son Goku's attack. Then he grabbed his wrist directly, and with a flick, Son Goku's body was thrown flying. Call out. Then, like a falling meteorite, it smashed directly into Wang Yang Sea in a straight line. Boom! Thousands of layers of huge waves were directly stirred up on the sea surface. Seeing Son Goku at a disadvantage, everyone's expressions became even uglier. Son Goku, who has transformed into Super Saiyan God, is their only hope. If even he can't defeat gods of destruction Beerus, then the fate of the earth can be imagined. Everyone can only die. Boom boom! In the next second, the entire ground began to shake, and the sea surface seemed to be boiling. Then, a flame-like aura suddenly rose from the sea. Call out! With the sound of breaking through the air, Son Goku's body jumped up. At this time, the arrogance around his body was booming. A flaming aura enveloped his whole body and his aura became stronger. Interesting. Beerus sneered, but still didn't take Son Goku seriously. Then try this next. After speaking, Beerus directly extended his middle finger. The purple energy ball instantly condensed from the fingertips. Although it looks a bit like destroying energy, it is not. because he didn't want to kill Son Goku at this time, but to defeat him openly. SHHHHHH. Afterwards, energy balls shot out from the fingertips one after another, and shot directly towards Son Goku. Seeing this, Son Goku could only quickly raise his double row block. Boom boom boom. The energy balls continued to explode around Son Goku's body, and Son Goku also let out a miserable cry. Every time he could explode the ball, he felt like his body would be exploded. The heart-piercing pain stimulated every nerve in him. Cut. Too weak. It seems that a dream is just a dream. How could there be my rival in this world? Looking at the embarrassed Son Goku, Beerus shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that what I was dreaming was just an ordinary dream. As far as Son Goku's current strength is concerned, if he wants to surpass himself, he will probably have to practice for 100 years. If that's the case, let's end it quickly. I'm already feeling a little drowsy. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said to himself, this kind of boring battle is really easy to arouse people's drowsiness. The moment the voice fell, Beerus' body appeared directly beside Son Goku. Without any hesitation, he directly punched Son Goku's arms heavily. Call out, rumble. Son Goku's body was punched flying again, and the moment it hit the ground, the whole ground collapsed immediately. There are even cracks around it like spider webs. And Son Goku's body is in the middle. Oops. Kakarot, get out, you're going to lose, no-nos. Vegeta and Piccolo had incomparably solemn expressions. From the beginning to the end, Beerus did not show his real strength in the fight, more like playing Son Goku. And now, the game seems to have lost its fun. So Beerus is ready to decide the winner? Beerus' body swooped down, directly onto Son Goku's body. Then both fists left and right bowed. Super Saiyan God, I am really disappointed, there is no fun in daily battles. This kind of boring battle made me start to feel drowsy. While beating Son Goku violently, Beerus said with disgust in his mouth. If I hadn't fought Ron in the past few years, maybe I would have played more with Son Goku. After all, I have not fought for thousands of years. But since the last time he fought Ron, he felt that fighting Son Goku wasn't any fun anymore. Compared with Ron's strength, this guy's strength is also worlds apart. Although, no fun at all, after a violent beating, Son Goku directly exited the form of Super Saiyan God. Although Super Saiyan God is stronger than he imagined, the gap with gods of destruction is really too big. After taking hundreds of punches from Beerus, Son Goku was completely injured. Cut. What a boring battle. It seems that predicting dreams or something is really not reliable at all. Beerus stood up, then walked to Whis' side, and said with a look of disdain. In my precognitive dream, that Super Saiyan is very powerful. It can almost be said to be on par with myself. But the Son Goku in front of him probably didn't even reach 1/10,000th of his own strength. Are you kidding? That BT Kakarot absorbed the strength of the five of us, and he was beaten so badly. If I knew this, I would have become a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and cursed secretly. But the most important question now is that once Kakarot loses, it means that the Earth will not be guaranteed. Here, no one can stop Beerus at all. Piccolo and Son Gohan clenched their fists tightly, although they are well aware that there is an insurmountable gap between them and the Beerus of destruction. However, if this guy insists on destroying the Earth, they will stop it even if they try their best. At this time, Son Gohan hurried to Son Goku, and then gave Son Goku a celestial bean. After eating the fairy beans, Son Goku quickly recovered from his injuries. Son Goku, you have lost the battle. According to our previous agreement, I will completely destroy this planet. Beerus looked at Son Goku and spoke. Master Beerus, please raise your hand high. Give me some more time, and I will definitely be your opponent. Son Goku frowned and said to Beerus again. Although according to the previous agreement, Beerus can indeed destroy the Earth, but he is not reconciled. He does not allow the Earth to be destroyed so easily. Don't be so self-righteous, Saiyan. Even if you are given another 10,000 years of cultivation time, you will never be my opponent. I told you long ago that the gods of destruction cannot be defeated. Nothing in this world, BCCH, can defeat the gods of destruction. Beerus said indifferently. Now he doesn't want to give Earth any chance. After all, I have said this before. If he didn't say it, he didn't want to destroy the Earth. But if I let the Earth go now, where will I put my face of gods of destruction in the future? After all, a huge ball of energy condensed directly from the palm of Beerus. The energy ball contains the power to destroy the world. Ron could clearly feel that Beerus was condensing destructive energy at this moment. That is to say, this guy really intends to completely destroy the Earth? What about Ron? That guy is really going to destroy the planet, and all of us will be killed, including 17 and 16. The boy number 18, who has always been relatively calm, also showed a look of anxiety. Although they are artificial humans, it does not mean that they are not afraid of death. What's more, this way of dying is really too embarrassing. He watched himself being killed by others, but there was nothing he could do. Do not worry. As long as I'm here, no one can kill you. Ron patted number 18's hand lightly and said. And at this moment, Vegeta and Son Gohan have all stood by Son Goku. Apparently, they have a final battle with Beerus. Although they are very clear in their hearts, there is no chance of winning this battle. But as long as there is still a breath, there will be no compromise. Oh, do you want to die together? If this is the case, then I will fulfill you. Beerus' tone was indifferent, and his eyes became even colder. Almost at the same time as the sound fell, the energy ball in the palm blasted out directly. It seems that Son Goku and others in front of him at this time are like ants that can be crushed to death. After feeling the terror of the destructive energy, Vegeta and the others showed expressions of fear on their faces. Under this kind of energy ball, they have no chance of survival at all, only waiting to die. And just in the nick of time, Ron's body disappeared in a flash. It was time for Son Goku and Vegeta to appear again. Then he slapped casually, and the destructive energy was directly sent flying out. Nanny, what are you going to do, Ron? Are you trying to disobey my orders? Still trying to stop me from destroying this planet? If you have such an idea, I can only say that you are too stupid. Seeing Ron appearing suddenly and blocking his own attack directly for Son Goku and the others, Beerus' expression changed suddenly. This guy has been in the Gods of Destruction world for so long, and the strength has also been greatly improved. Now he dares to stop himself openly? It seems that this guy is a little too complacent, forgetful, and takes himself too seriously. Lord Beerus, I don't want to stop you. You're going to kill Son Goku and Vegeta, it doesn't matter to me at all. But there are some friends of mine on Earth, so please Lord Beerus, don't destroy the whole Earth. Ron looked at Beerus, then spoke. Although in the previous life, I really liked Son Goku and Vegeta, the protagonists of the Dragon Ball world. But since I came to this world for 3 years, I no longer like them like I used to. And the world is already cruel. Whether they are dead or alive has nothing to do with me. However, the 18th and 17th can be regarded as their friends. I don't want them to be killed, and I don't want the Earth to be destroyed even more. In any case, I have been on this Earth for a few years. And this is also the planet I am most familiar with. What the Gods of Destruction said will never be taken back. So don't have such extravagant thoughts. If you insist on stopping me, I don't mind destroying you together. Don't think that you can stop me from destroying just because you have lived in the world of Gods of Destruction for a few years. Beerus squinted his eyes, and a murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Although I still prefer Ron this guy, but if he is arrogant and wants to prevent himself from destroying it, then I will never let him go. No one can stop the Gods of Destruction from wreaking havoc. How about this, Lord Beerus? Didn't you make a bet with Son Goku just now? As long as Son Goku wins, the Earth will not be destroyed. Then let's make another bet. Let's play a game. If I win this game, you can't destroy the Earth. If I lose, the Earth is at your disposal. Of course, the life and death of Son Goku and others has nothing to do with me. Even if I win in the end, you can deal with them as you like. Ron looked at the angry Gods of Destruction Beerus, and said. The current self is not afraid of Beerus at all. But in any case, I have lived in the Gods of Destruction world for several years. And in the past few years, Gods of Destruction Beerus has actually taken care of himself. Moreover, he taught himself his ultimate Gods of Destruction skill. Although he may have made such a decision because he wanted to eat delicious food, no matter what his purpose is, he has indeed learned the Gods of Destruction skill. It is obviously not appropriate to turn against him now, and it doesn't fit my personality either. Nanny, you mean you want to fight me? Or do you think you have the strength to defeat me? Stop joking, Ron. Although you have practiced for 6 years, if you want to defeat me, you are probably daydreaming. A look of surprise appeared on Beerus's face, and then he said confidently, I have to say that Ron is really strong, although Son Goku has become Super Saiyan God. But compared with Ron, there is no comparison at all. This guy is probably the only one in the 7th universe who needs to show some real strength to fight. Don't jump to conclusions, Beerus Scales. And I know you must have not enjoyed the battle just now, so let me play with you. Anyway, no matter whether you win or lose, you are not too bad. Earth is a kingdom of gourmet food, you should already know this. If it is destroyed like this, I guess you will feel it is a pity, right? Ron smiled and spoke. Now I have absolute certainty to defeat Beerus, because his fighting power is about the same as his own, and at the same time they both mastered the Gods of Destruction skill. What's more important, I have mastered one more divine skill than him. That is the perfect Ultra Instinct. If you match it with Flash skills, Beerus has no chance of winning in front of him. After hearing Ron's words, Beerus was slightly taken aback, because Ron was telling the truth. In the battle between myself and Son Goku just now, I really didn't enjoy myself at all. I didn't even feel the joy of fighting, it just aroused my desire to fight. If you don't have a hearty battle, you will indeed feel uncomfortable for a long time. Furthermore, it is undeniable that the Earth is indeed the food kingdom of the 7th universe. In the previous hundreds of millions of years, I have never found a planet with so many delicacies like the Earth. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. The reason why he is so determined to destroy the Earth. The main reason is that I have already said this before. If I repent now, my face as Gods of Destruction will be lost. What Ron said at this time can be regarded as a step down for himself. Son Goku and Vegeta waited nervously for Beerus' results. In fact, they were very surprised at first. Unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, it was Ron who stood up. And will Beerus agree? Even if Beerus agrees, is Ron sure of defeating Beerus? That guy is a Gods of Destruction of the universe, after all. The real strength lies there. Son Goku understands the horrors of Gods of Destruction better than anyone else. Although she always felt that Ron might be strong. But compared to Gods of Destruction Beerus, that's an unknown. Master Beerus, why don't you have a competition? If the Earth is destroyed, there will be no way to eat so many delicacies in the future. It's a pity to think about it. Whis on the side also spoke at this time. For a foodie, the temptation of food is simply irresistible. The delicacies produced on the earth seem to be more diverse than the delicacies produced by Ron. And the taste is not inferior to the food made by Ron. He has also lived for hundreds of millions of years, and has never seen a planet with so many delicacies. It's a pity if I finally come across one, and it gets destroyed. Cut. Beerus curled his lips. After thinking about it for a long time, he said to Ron with a haughty face, if that's the case, then I agree to your challenge. But I still say that, gods of destruction is an invincible existence in this universe. There is absolutely no way that anything can surpass gods of destruction, and you are the same. I said, that's not necessarily true. Master Beerus, don't forget that I also learned the gods of destruction skill, and at the same time I also mastered the perfect ultra instinct. Ask for flowers. After hearing Beerus agree, Ron smiled and said, overreaching. If that's the case, then come on. It just so happens that I can see what kind of improvement you have made in the past 6 years, and actually challenge me. Beerus smiled contemptuously, then waved to Ron. Be careful. Number 18 reminded in a low voice. Although I also feel that this cat person makes me very disliked. But it is undeniable that he is indeed ridiculously strong, terrifyingly strong. Don't worry, he can't hurt me, and he probably won't hurt me either. Ron smiled confidently. Then he walked directly in front of Beerus. But at this time, Bulma and Shishi couldn't see the situation at all. What the hell is going on here? Aren't they two in the same gang? Why are the two of them fighting again now? Bulma asked with a puzzled look. Judging by the way Ron beat Vegeta earlier, he wasn't everyone's friend. But why now he wants to protect the Earth and fight against gods of destruction? Mr. Ron probably wants to protect the Earth. I think Mr. Ron seems to have an unusual relationship with Android 18. Maybe that's why he wants to protect the Earth. After hearing Bulma's doubts, Dende, the god beside him, explained. Perhaps this is the only explanation. Otherwise, Ron doesn't need to protect this Earth. Whis, do me a favor. Please create an energy barrier. Before the battle between me and Master Beerus is over, please ensure that the Earth will not be destroyed. Ron turned his head and said to Whis, know that you and Beerus are equal in strength now. If two people really fight with all their strength, let alone a mere Earth, even the entire 7th universe may collapse in the battle between the two of them. And this should never happen. Beerus also nodded towards Whis, signaling that he could do the same. Whis nodded, and nodded lightly with the staff he held casually. A huge energy shield appeared in midair. Whoosh! Then the bodies of the two flashed at the same time, and they directly got into the energy protection cover. Come on, Master Beerus, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Ron smiled excitedly, and said to Beerus, okay, just let me accept the results of your cultivation in the past 6 years. After Beerus finished speaking, he also became serious. Because he knew that Ron was completely different from the Saiyan just now. His strength far surpasses the so-called Super Saiyan God, and it can be said that he is not of the same level at all. So I have to deal with it seriously. This guy has mastered the Ultra Instinct that he didn't even learn, and that ability to jump through time. Although it is said that this ability did not have much effect on him 6 years ago. That's because the gap in strength between him and himself is too great. But after 6 years of training, this guy must have become stronger, and the ability to control time is estimated to have improved. If you don't take it seriously, you will lose face if you capsize in the gutter. At this time, in the group watching the 870 on the side, Dad, which one do you think will win, Ron or Lord Beerus? Son Gohan asked from the side. In fact, he really wanted to know the answer to this question. Because if Ron wins, then the Earth is saved. I just learned that Videl is pregnant. If the Earth disappears like this, he will definitely not accept it. So in his psychology, he is very much looking forward to Ron's victory. I can't give a definite answer either, Gohan. I haven't played against Ron, so I don't know how strong he is. But Master Beerus, I can say very seriously that he is ridiculously strong, completely beyond my imagination. So it's really hard to say who will win this game. Son Goku answered seriously from the side. At this time, he is also rare serious, because everyone knows very well that an earth-shattering battle will definitely take place next. And this level of battle, they have never seen it before. Although Son Goku did not give a definite answer, but Son Gohan and others frowned even deeper. You must know that Son Goku is a very unyielding person, but at this moment he said that Beerus is so powerful. That means gods of destruction Beerus is really ridiculously strong. In contrast, Ron doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. After all, defeating Uncle Vegeta, such a thing, Master Beerus probably can easily do it. Sunday, what will we do if Ron loses the battle? Do you have any other options? Piccolo on the side also asked. In fact, I am not afraid of death. But I care about Gohan very much. Now Gohan is going to be a father soon, and I feel happy for Gohan. So he doesn't want the Earth to be destroyed even more. I'm so sorry, Piccolo, there's really nothing I can do about it. If Ron is defeated, no one will be able to stop Master Beerus. Son Goku frowned and said to Piccolo seriously. Although she didn't want to say such discouraging words, it was the truth. He must let everyone know this fact. If Ron is really defeated in the end, then they can only resist desperately. But the final result must be a dead end, there is no doubt about it. At this time, it is inside the energy protection cover. Purple flames burned directly around Beerus' body. At this time, his divine aura was countless times stronger than when he was fighting Son Goku just now. Silver flames burned around Ron's body. This time, he didn't hold back at all, and the combat power of the 7,000 ditch broke out in an instant. At this time, Ron can clearly see that Beerus's combat power has reached 8,500 ditch. Although the combat power of the two people is in the same unit value, but Ron's fighting power is still not as strong as Beerus. It looks like my fighting power is still not enough. Although she has the same unit value as Master Beerus, her combat power is 1,500 times higher than mine. And more importantly, maybe he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Ron muttered to himself with a heavy face. Originally thought that after his strength reached 7,000, he should at least be able to reach the level of Beerus. But now it seems that Beerus's strength has reached the extreme of 10 units. Ron was very surprised. But the look of surprise on Beerus's face was stronger than Ron's. The moment he felt Ron's burst of energy, Beerus' face suddenly changed, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. Are you kidding me? In just 6 years, has this guy's strength improved to such a level? Do you feel that his strength is not much weaker than mine? 6 years of strength has actually surpassed several levels. It is simply a perverted existence. Beerus also commented in his heart. Originally thought that although there would be some delay in this battle, Ron is absolutely impossible to be his match. The end result is definitely his own victory. But now he feels that this battle seems to be full of some unknowns. If he relied on energy alone, he was still stronger than Ron. But you must know that this guy has mastered 2 abilities that he has not mastered. One of these is Angel's Ultra Instinct, and the other is the time jumping ability. You must know that these 2 abilities play a huge role in the duel between masters. Even if it is a time difference of 0.01 second, in this level of battle, it is possible to tell the winner in an instant. It seems that in the next battle with this guy, I must not take it lightly. After thinking of this, Beerus directly stretched out his right hand, the most accurate Ron. A huge destructive energy ball condenses from the palm. At the moment when the energy ball condensed, Son Goku and Vegeta felt the breath of death. And this breath of death is stronger than before. This shows that Beerus is more serious this time than before. Aha! Beerus roared angrily, and shot the destructive energy directly at Ron. Ron's expression didn't change at all. 5.4 is extremely calm, and a destructive energy is also condensed on the fingertips. Then it shoots out like a bullet. When the 2 energies came into contact, they disappeared without a trace. Although Gods of Destruction's destructive energy is capable of destroying anything in the universe, but Ron, who has already mastered the destructive energy, did not say that the destructive energy of Gods of Destruction is not a threat at all. Go. Just kidding. That guy Ron has mastered that horrible power too. It's really unimaginable. How could these guys be so strong? Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were all shocked beyond measure. While shocked, they also seemed to see some hope. The stronger Ron was, the better their chances of surviving. Cut. That BD, Ron, actually used the destructive energy I taught him against me. If I knew this, even if he made any delicacies at that time, I would not agree to him. Seeing that his own destructive energy had no effect, Beerus felt somewhat regretful. But the matter has come to this point, even if it is regrettable, it is useless. Since he wants to compete with himself in destroying energy, let him know that Gods of Destruction will never lose to him. With this in mind, countless energy balls suddenly appeared around Beerus' body. Every energy ball contains destructive power that can destroy the world. Then with a tap of his fingertips, countless energy balls shot towards Ron. Ron didn't change either. Because although there is a large amount of destructive energy, for myself who has mastered destructive energy, it can be said that these things are not a problem at all. Ron stretched out his 5 fingers, and the destructive energy instantly condensed on his fingertips. Then it shot out like an arrow. The moment the energy ball collided with the energy beam, it disappeared without a trace again. At this moment, Beerus' face turned a little green with anger. If I hadn't taught Ron Gods of Destruction skills in early 12th, I wouldn't have the trouble I'm in now. But it's no use regretting now. The destructive energy and destructive force had no effect on Ron. It seemed that he could only defeat him with pure strength. After gritting his teeth, Beerus' body rushed directly towards Ron. At this time, his speed is very astonishing, almost disappearing in a flash. Except for Ron and Whis, no one present could see Beerus' movements clearly. Without any mercy, he directly kicked Ron with a sweep. Although Beerus was fast, it was not so fast that Ron couldn't react. With a retreat, Ron easily dodged Beerus' attack. After all, Ron has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, and this Ultra Instinct has completely become the norm. So dodging Beerus' attack is almost a subconscious behavior. Cut. Damn it. An attack missed, and Beerus' face became even uglier. This guy's Ultra Instinct is indeed very difficult for him. And more importantly, his strength improvement in the past 6 years is much stronger than he imagined. In the case of using Ultra Instinct, it is really not easy for him to defeat him. Even if he can win in the end, it will definitely be a protracted battle. Brush. SHHHHHH. However, after one attack failed, Beerus launched another storm-like attack. Every punch, every kick can directly cut the space and make a swishing sound. And Ron just kept dodging. Beerus missed a hit in all estimates. As time went on, Beerus' face became more and more ugly, and his attacks became more and more violent. You know, since being Gods of Destruction, there's nothing but Angel Whis. I have never tried my best to fight a person. Unexpectedly, today, with all his strength, he couldn't touch Ron's body. This made him feel that his self-esteem had been greatly frustrated. Hey, if you keep using Ultra Instinct to dodge, this game will be unbeatable. And I can tell you exactly that, as gods of destruction, I will infinitely improve my combat experience in battle. So even if you make this game a protracted one, you will definitely lose in the end. Hundreds of attacks failed to hit Ron, and Beerus also became irritable at this time. Immediately stopped attacking, then said to Ron. He didn't talk big either. After casting the form of gods of destruction, he can indeed do anything without restriction. And the energy is definitely not exhausted. Therefore, even if Ron drags on in this battle, he will never have a chance of winning. And the longer the delay, the more unfavorable the situation will be for him. Makes sense. In that case, let's decide the winner quickly. Ron nodded and spoke. In fact, I am not afraid of a stalemate and protracted battle with Beerus. Because I have the enhanced version of Angel's blood, I also have unlimited physical strength. And the speed at which he improves in battle is definitely much faster than Beerus. So even if this battle becomes a protracted war, I will never say it. And as the battle continues, one's own strength will become stronger and stronger. But now I don't want to keep procrastinating like this. He wanted to have a good fight with Beerus. Feel the true power of the strongest gods of destruction, Beerus. Call out. Almost as soon as the sound fell, Ron's body suddenly disappeared in place. That's right, this time it completely disappeared in place, and disappeared directly from this space. Because his breath has been completely unable to be captured. Even Whis couldn't catch Ron's breath in a very short time. Cut. Is it this annoying flash skill again? I told you 6 years ago that this ability has no effect on gods of destruction. Beerus said contemptuously. Perhaps the flash skill is fatal to ordinary people. But for gods of destruction, it is not worth mentioning at all. Because of this ability, I have seen it 6 years ago. Yeah, Master Beerus, you are so self-righteous. I'm completely different now than I was 6 years ago. Ron's voice suddenly came from behind him. Without any hesitation, Beerus turned around and punched him behind him. The fist pierced Ron's body instantly. But there was no resistance at all. In that 957 seconds, Beerus' face changed wildly. Then he cried out in surprise. Afterimage. That's right, what he just hit was just an afterimage of Ron. Brush. Snapped. And almost at the moment Beerus was surprised, Ron's body suddenly appeared on his right side. Without any warning, he directly kicked Beerus on the cheek. Beerus' body was directly swept away by this kick. The body retreated a distance of hundreds of megabytes before barely stopping. Nanny. Looking at the scene in front of them, Son Goku and Vegeta all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. All of them opened their mouths wide in shock. Unexpectedly, gods of destruction Beerus was kicked and flew out. And what makes Son Goku and Piccolo feel extremely horrified is that, at the moment when Ron attacked just now, his divine aura completely disappeared. That's right, it completely disappeared in this space. Although Ron's speed makes it impossible for them to catch at all, because there is a world of difference in strength between them. But no matter how fast they are, as long as they are still on the earth, the two of them can catch Ron's breath. But at the moment Ron attacked, within about 0.1 second, Ron's aura completely disappeared. It's like it never existed. Piccolo, at that moment just now, did Ron's aura completely disappear. After Son Goku was shocked, he quickly looked to Piccolo and asked. Because he knows very well that among all people, only Piccolo can feel the breath of God. And after I experienced becoming a Super Saiyan God just now, I can vaguely feel the breath of God. But at that moment just now, Ron's aura did completely disappear. You must know that no matter how fast a person is, it is absolutely impossible for him to completely disappear in an instant. Because when exerting strength or speed, a more powerful chi will actually erupt at that moment. The breath should become stronger, not disappear. Yes, Ron's aura did disappear just now. It's as if for a moment you don't exist in this space. Piccolo also nodded dully. To be honest, he also felt incredible and unbelievable. What kind of strength does it have that can make people unable to feel his aura in an instant? As for Vegeta on the side, his face became even uglier. This level of fighting is completely beyond his comprehension. Whether it is the speed displayed by Ron or Beerus-sama, it is beyond what I can see through. As for the aura of the two people, it is the aura of God. I am just a human being, so I can't feel their anger at all. So I don't know what Kakarot and Piccolo mean by what they said. Watch Piccolo and Son Goku in total astonishment. Whis on the side explained calmly, Ron did disappear just now, because he jumped in time to attack, so the two of you couldn't feel his breath at all. Not to mention the two of you, even Master Beerus couldn't feel Ron's anger just now. Whis' words shocked the two of them even more. What kind of method is it to be able to jump in time to attack? They never thought that they still have such abilities. If you can jump time to attack, wouldn't it be an invincible existence? There is no way to crack it at all. No wonder even gods of destruction Beerus suffered just now. But at this time in the energy barrier, Beerus' face became even uglier. Although he has long known that Ron has the ability to jump time, but he never paid attention to it. Because as long as his speed exceeds the time Ron jumped, then his jumping time probably won't have any effect on him. But as this guy's strength has improved in the past 6 years, it can be said that his dimension has reached my own level. Now if this guy uses his flash time skills on this basis, it really makes him feel a little tricky. Damn, UBD. Unexpectedly, he was actually hit by Ron, and there was a burning tingling sensation on his face. Beerus gritted his teeth tightly and clenched his fists. Obviously, he was really a little angry at this time. In the hundreds of millions of years since he became gods of destruction, he has never had a human being let himself feel pain. Ron is definitely number one. And what's even more damning is that this guy has found this level, and he has a certain amount of credit. When he thought of this, he became even more angry. Accompanied by Beerus' anger, the purple arrogance around his body increased even more. At this time, Beerus' combat power was also soaring crazily. The combat effectiveness of the original 8,500 ditch was quickly increased to more than 9,700 ditch. Breaking through to the next unit is already within reach. Call out? The next moment after raising his breath, Beerus' body suddenly disappeared in place. This time his speed became faster. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ron, and without any warning, it returned the same punch. Seeing this, Ron immediately took a few steps back to avoid Beerus' attack. But he didn't expect that the attack just now was just the afterimage of Beerus. Beerus' body appeared directly behind this Ron, and he kicked heavily on Ron's back. Boom! Accompanied by a low crashing sound, Ron's body threw himself forward. It flew a full distance of 100 feet before stopping. There was even a hot feeling coming from the back of the stage. Is it going all the way? It seems that Lord Beerus is a quick learner. With the same corners of his mouth, Ron smiled and said. He wasn't annoyed by an attack. On the contrary, he just felt more and more excited. This kind of evenly matched battle is what makes people feel the most exciting. Don't get too carried away, Ron. It is undeniable that your current strength is indeed very strong, and you are already in the same dimension as me. But what I have to tell you is that you absolutely cannot defeat me. And no human being can defeat me, Beerus said to Ron with a straight face. It is undeniable that Ron's strength is indeed very strong. But the final victory is definitely his own? Yeah, if that's the case, let's try again. After hearing Beerus' confident words, Ron still said with a smile. After several previous bouts, he already knew the strength of Beerus completely. Although the combat power is 2,000 more than his own. Logically speaking, his strength is more than 20% higher than his own. This should be a battle without benefits. Because once the difference in combat power between the two exceeds 20%, there will be no suspense in this battle, and it definitely won't be a long game. But things are different now. Not only has he mastered the flash time skill that can jump time, but he has also mastered the ultra instinct that can dodge freely. In this level of battle, these two abilities can completely reduce the gap of 20%. The reason why I let Beerus hit me just now was because I made him feel a little better. But in the future, such a thing will never happen again. Cut. This BD is too self-righteous. Today I must teach you a good lesson. Seeing Ron's confident smile, Beerus became more and more angry. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards Ron like lightning. The speed is indeed very, very amazing. But Ron's face didn't change in any way. Instead the smile of Zhao's just now disappeared, and he became extremely calm. It's like a calm trickle in the mountains, without any waves. Brush. Beerus kicked out. Ron passed it several times with ease. Swipe swipe. Then came another attack after another. No matter the attack was from the front, side, or back, Ron could perfectly dodge it. OMG, how the hell did that guy Ron do it? Does it mean that he also has eyes behind him? You don't need to look at the attacks behind you. You can easily dodge all the attacks of Lord Beerus. The jaws of Son Goku and others were already shocked on the ground. Although the speed of Beerus makes them happy invisible. But Ron just stood there motionless. Just moving the parts of the body in a small range means avoiding all of Beerus' attacks. Whis smiled faintly. This time he didn't open his mouth to tell Son Goku about their ultra instinct. By this time, Beerus had performed thousands of attacks. But all of them were easily dodged by Ron. Damn it, BD. Ultra instinct is disgusting. At this moment, Beerus had 10,000 muddy horses galloping in his heart. Fighting this guy by myself, now it's like all the power is hitting the cotton, and it doesn't have any effect at all. Moreover, Ron who cast Ultra Instinct is like a slippery loach, unable to touch his body at all. If this continues, there is no chance of winning this battle. Thinking of such a result, Beerus felt his heart sink. Since becoming gods of destruction, when has he suffered such humiliation? SHHHHHHH. But although he was very angry, Beerus' attack speed did not slow down at all. On the contrary, the strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Master Beerus, although my basic strength is indeed not as good as yours, but 070 is this game, you will definitely not be able to beat my peak Ultra Instinct. Then let's end this battle soon. Ron said to Beerus with a serious face. Exercising free and extreme intentions by yourself will not consume physical energy at all. Because Ultra Instinct has now become its normal state, there will be no energy and physical consumption at all when it is used. But the battle is always over. So let's end it as soon as possible. I told you a long time ago, don't get too carried away. Although Ultra Instinct makes people feel difficult, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me. Beerus is still talking hard at this moment. In other words, he is still so confident. Although Ron, who cast Ultra Instinct, couldn't defeat it himself. But Ultra Instinct is just an ability to avoid attacks freely. It is absolutely impossible for Ron to defeat himself. Try it, Ron said, and his body disappeared in an instant. At the moment when the body flashed out, countless afterimages were left on the spot. When it reappeared, it was behind Beerus' body. This time Ron directly used Ultra Instinct and Flash Time. Even with any one of these abilities, it would be quite difficult for Beerus to deal with it, not to mention the combined effect of the two abilities. Boom, boom. Without any accident, Ron directly kicked Beerus's waist heavily. Beerus' body was thrown into the air immediately, and Ron's body disappeared again, appearing above Beerus' head, and while clenching his fists, he directly smashed heavily on Beerus' chest. Boom boom. The body smashed heavily on the energy wall of the energy protection barrier, and there was a piercing humming sound. Even with the protection of the energy barrier, the entire earth was shaken violently a few times. Amazing? Ron has the upper hand in front of Lord Beerus. If this continues, Ron can definitely win this game. Son Goku no longer knew what words to use to describe the horror in his heart. Because I know how powerful Beerus-sama is. After becoming Super Saiyan before, his strength is ridiculously strong. Compared with himself in Super Saiyan 3, he has only improved 10,000 times. But even so, in front of Master Beerus, he is still vulnerable. It is no exaggeration to say that he can easily defeat himself with just one finger. But now in the battle between Ron and Master Beerus, BCDG, Master Beerus was almost crushed. Because since just now, he has launched hundreds of attacks, but none of them hit Ron. Instead, Ron seized the opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack directly. Although I don't know how Ron did it, but the guy's behavior just now is too mysterious. It was as if the whole body was covered with eyes, and every attack of Master Beerus was clearly seen by him. When the attack is about to touch the body, it can be easily dodged in an instant. According to my previous fighting experience, Master Beerus has no responsibility this time. This point, Vegeta is also very clear. At this time, he was both surprised and uncomfortable. This must be a joke, right? The opponent is Gods of Destruction Beerus. That guy Ron didn't lose the slightest bit, but completely suppressed Beerus. I was actually provoking this pervert before. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly and whispered to herself. Speaking of which, he was really lucky. If Ron wanted to kill himself, he would probably be able to do it with his fingers. Thinking of my arrogant attitude before, I am really lucky to be able to survive till now. Although he is very excited that Ron has such a powerful ability. But seeing that even Gods of Destruction Beerus was suppressed by Ron, he felt more or less comfortable in his heart. After all, if this guy can even defeat Gods of Destruction Beerus, then there's nothing wrong with beating yourself. But in the future, I am determined not to do such a stupid thing. Because if this guy is really angered, maybe he will wipe himself out easily by then. And at this time in the Supreme Kai world. How is this possible? Isn't that guy Lord Beerus' bodyguard or candidate? Why is he stronger than Lord Beerus? And he stopped Lord Beerus from destroying the earth, which is beyond amazing. At this time, the shock on the old Supreme Kai's face is also a little unbelievable. From the current picture, it can be seen that the guy named Ron doesn't seem to be afraid of Lord Beerus. And he seems to have more power than Lord Beerus. But this is definitely a joke? In the entire universe, how could there be someone more powerful than Lord Beerus? That Mr. Ron is really amazing. I originally thought that Goku and Vegeta should be considered the strongest in the entire universe. But now it seems that there is no comparison between them and Mr. Ron at all. 17. God Jebet also said in shock. It seems that my previous self was indeed short-sighted and shallow-sighted. Are you kidding? Son Goku and Vegeta are just Saiyan. As for that Ron, he surpassed the existence of Gods of Destruction. It is no exaggeration to say that he also has the strength to easily destroy the entire universe. And haven't you noticed before, that Ron is the same as Master Beerus, he also has the power of Gods of Destruction. In other words, although he is not Gods of Destruction yet, he has the same ability as Gods of Destruction. You're an idiot for comparing Son Goku to Vegeta with him. The old Supreme Kai turned around and said to God Jabet. This time, he even missed himself. I didn't expect that Ron to be so powerful. It is estimated that in the entire universe, no one can compete with him. Son Goku and Vegeta are also powerful on the earth, and they can be regarded as the best among human beings. There is no comparison with Ron at all. Yes, what the ancestor said is true. There really isn't any comparison. Jebet, God, nodded quickly. Firstly, he didn't want to refute the Lord Ancestor, and secondly, what the Lord Ancestor said was indeed correct. Judging from the current situation, even if Goku becomes Super Saiyan God, there is a world of difference between him and Ron. Master Ancestor, do you think the earth will be destroyed by Lord Beerus this time? Could it be that even if Master Beerus loses the battle, he will still destroy the earth? Jebet asked again. Because the ancestors said before, the form of Gods of Destruction can do things according to one's own preferences. So I don't believe that this kind of guy will abide by the rules and keep his promise. Maybe even if he loses the battle, he will do the same and want to destroy the earth. After all, Beerus who lost the game will definitely be furious, feeling humiliated, then do something crazy. After hearing the words of God Jebet, the old Supreme Kai buried his head and suddenly drummed. Something like this is absolutely possible? If it's someone else, it's likely to keep the promise. But promises don't limit Gods of Destruction Beerus at all. Because even if he doesn't keep his promise, no one can do anything to win him. Hopefully, Ron can handle it. After seeing Lord Ancestor's expression, God Jebet also knew the answer. I prayed in my heart. Ron was so powerful, maybe he had other ways to contain Lord Beerus. Then let him do things that won't harm the planet. And this time on Earth. Beerus wiped the corner of his mouth lightly. The eyes have been narrowed into a slit, the gaze is cold, and the surrounding air suddenly drops. Clearly, this time Beerus was downright serious. Master Beerus, the current situation is very clear. With me mastering Ultra Instinct, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me. Although I don't expect you to take the initiative to admit defeat, let's just let it go. Ron looked at Beerus, then spoke calmly. If the fight continues, Beerus has absolutely no chance of winning. Admit defeat. It seems that not only your strength has improved, but your ability to make jokes has also improved. How could you say such a stupid thing? Beerus sneered, feeling the sneer outright. Although this guy said he didn't expect to admit defeat on his own initiative. But what he meant was very clear, that is to say that he lost the competition. As the most powerful gods of destruction, how could he admit such a thing? Fine. Then what do you think of this? I take the initiative to admit defeat, but you can no longer destroy the Earth. Seeing Beerus' stubborn look, Ron could only say so. Defeating gods of destruction Beerus, defeating him in public is not a big deal. It doesn't do me any good, but it will make the conflict between me and Beerus stalemate. From now on, at least Beerus treats himself well. Even if he has some purpose, this is normal. To know how serious ordinary people are in gods of destruction Beerus, they are like ants. Just like when Kompa saw himself. Giggle. You BD? How dare you say such a thing? Do I need you to let me win? I will, definitely beat you to the ground. After hearing Ron's words, Beerus' anger seemed to grow even higher. If what Ron said earlier made him feel angry, then what this guy said just now made me feel hugely humiliated. Didn't he say that to let himself admit that he is stronger than himself? It seems that if you don't teach him a good lesson today, this matter cannot be stopped. Ask for flowers. Beerus, whose anger had almost reached max, flashed and rushed towards Ron in an instant, then launched a stormy attack. It seems that anger can indeed increase strength, whether it is a human being or a god. In the case of this kind of anger, the strength can be skyrocketed. This is Ron's speed at this time, and it has reached the level that Beerus can't touch, so he can't be N's opponent at all. No matter how tricky and weird the attack is, it can be easily caught by Ron. Hateful. Obviously I have also cast Ultra Instinct, but I can't touch this guy at all. It's only been 6 years, why did he grow so amazingly? At this moment, Beerus became more and more frightened. You must know that you have also mastered the very easy skill of freedom. 0. Although there is no such thing as Whis and Ron, master the perfect Ultra Instinct. But I have also reached the point of getting started. Coupled with his own strength, the effect displayed is also very terrifying. But now, he still can't touch Ron. Over time, Beerus' active estimation has turned into passive defense. Ron launched a counterattack, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Beerus can only parry and has no power to fight back. And it has been attacked dozens of times before and after. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ron's strength has indeed surpassed himself. Even if this battle continues, he will not be able to win the final victory in the end. Boom! Call out! Just then, Ron kicked Beerus in the chest again. Beerus' body burst out a distance of several hundred feet. But Ron didn't stop because of this, but with a flash of his body, he was in front of Beerus again. This time, with all the strength in his body, he punched Beerus in the head. There is always a silver flame in the air. If this punch was hit, even gods of destruction Beerus would probably have to shed a layer of skin. But at this time and under such circumstances, Beerus had no chance to evade at all. He could only watch Ron's fist grow bigger and bigger in sight. Call out! Boom boom! The fists whizzed past, and the barrier behind the fist shocking Beerus buzzed. This time, Beerus has no chance. Ron's fist stopped 5 centimeters from Beerus' brow. Because if this punch is really on Beerus' forehead, it is estimated that even if he is not dead, he will be injured. It's not a good thing to tear yourself apart from Beerus, and I definitely don't want to do it. Although I am not afraid of him at all now, but anyway, he can be regarded as my half-master. And my purpose today is to keep him from destroying the Earth. Not to hurt Beerus. Master Beerus, the outcome has been decided, it's over. Ron withdrew his fist and breath at the same time, looked at Beerus with somewhat complicated eyes and said, in fact, I had already given him a chance just now. Things have developed to this point, and they are out of their control. Beerus looked at Ron, then lowered his hands, his breath calmed down. Indeed, this battle has ended 6-5-7. I lost. Although this is the result that I am very unwilling to admit, but the truth is in front of your eyes, and it is seen by everyone. And Whis shook his head helplessly when he saw the battle was over. Then the staff in his hand tapped lightly, and the energy barrier in midair disappeared instantly. In fact, such a result also made me feel very embarrassed. After all, Lord Beerus is the gods of destruction, and part of Ron's strength is also guided by himself. Phew, you won. Earth saved? Beerus took a long breath, then looked up at Ron and said. However, it could be seen that he was still a little frustrated. After all, Beerus never thought that he would lose to anyone other than Angel. Thanks. Ron said seriously. It seems that after today, there will be some grievances between myself and Beerus. Beerus didn't speak any more, but with a flash of his body, he appeared directly in front of this Whis. Simply said 4 words. Let's go Whis. In this scene, Ron actually felt that Beerus was a bit lonely, But he is gods of destruction with a relatively big nerve, so he should be able to forget about this matter soon. Whis looked at Ron, but didn't say much, because it is really not suitable to say anything else on this occasion. He knew Lord Beerus better than anyone. Although it seemed that he was very calm at this time, the calmer he was, the more uncomfortable Master Beerus felt. Then the staff in his hand lightly tapped the ground, and a brilliant ray of light directly enveloped the two of them. Then it turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the earth in an instant. It seems that in the next long period of time, the world of gods of destruction will not welcome me very much. With the same long sigh of relief, Ron murmured to himself with a wry smile. Great, Mr. Ron won. Now that the earth is saved, we all don't have to die. After seeing this result, Son Gohan and others were full of excitement. You must know that when Son Goku was defeated, they all thought that the earth was going to be destroyed. Unexpectedly, Ron stepped forward at that time, and he actually defeated gods of destruction Beerus. That guy Ron is too strong, isn't he? Unbelievable. Son Goku stared at Ron bewilderedly. Ron really made him feel too shocked today. Even stronger than gods of destruction Beerus? It has become so powerful that they are no longer in the same dimension as them. Vegeta, it seems our strength is still too weak. We must work harder to improve our strength and find a way to catch up with Ron and Master Beerus. Hey, today's battle really made my blood boil. One day, I will definitely have such a hearty battle with them. Son Goku turned his head and glanced at Vegeta, and then said excitedly, "Stop daydreaming, Kakarot. I know it's cute that you think you're stupid, but what you just said was so idiotic. How big is the gap between us and the two of them? I guess you know better than anyone else. Do you think the two of them will stand still and wait for us to overtake? Cut." Vegeta looked at the excited Son Goku and poured cold water on him. Although I am the prince of the fighting nation, I have my own arrogance and self-esteem. But Kakarot's words are a little too self-deceiving. Trying to overtake Ron and Beerus is just a dream. Although I really want to do that. But that's almost impossible to do, because the gap between them can no longer be made up by combat power. It's just a dimensional gap? Forward. The embarrassment on Son Goku's face. Unexpectedly, Vegeta, who has always been aggressive and unwilling to admit defeat, would say such discouraged words. But Vegeta was right. It is indeed not an easy thing to surpass Ron and Beerus. After all, they have practiced for more than 40 years, and now their strength has only reached Super Saiyan 3. And Ron and Beerus are a million times stronger than them. Unless properly directed otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to surpass these two guys. Thinking of this, Son Goku looked at Ron. Although if you practice by yourself, you may never be able to reach the state of Beerus and Ron. But with their guidance, maybe I really have a chance to reach their level. And at this moment, Son Gohan walked in front of Ron, and then said respectfully and gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Ron, you once again saved the Earth and all of us. On behalf of everyone on the planet, thank you for coming to the rescue." It can be seen that Son Gohan's words are very sincere. "You don't have to thank me, I am saving the Earth, not trying to save you." Ron glanced at Son Gohan, then said in a flat tone. At this time, Son Gohan looked sluggish, emaciated, and wearing a grey shirt. The whole person looks so weak that it feels like any wind can blow him down. This is completely different from the divine food in my previous memory. There is no comparison with Son Gohan in Dragon Ball's Future Time and Space, 5.9, without that kind of fighting spirit and blood. Seeing Son Gohan like this, Ron is more or less a pity. Such a good talent was wasted by him. More importantly, although he won the battle with Beerus just now, he was not happy at all. So naturally there is no good tone when speaking. After speaking, Ron walked up to number 18. Then he said, Let's go back first. Because in a short time, I definitely won't be able to go to the Gods of Destruction world." Even if Beerus didn't blame himself, he felt that what he did today did hurt Beerus a bit. After a while, "Go to the Gods of Destruction world yourself?" Number 18 nodded, and then the bodies of the two disappeared on the cruise ship in an instant. And Ron, Son Goku, and Vegeta seemed thoughtful as they watched away. "Kakarot, what are you thinking as you look in the direction Ron left?" Vegeta glanced back at Son Goku, and asked in a cold voice. "Hey, we all think the same thing, don't we, Vegeta?" Son Goku smiled cheaply and said to Vegeta. In fact, the two of them had the same idea at this moment. "Cut. You BD. Everything is for you to come first, but this time I will definitely not let you." Seeing Son Goku's mean smile, Vegeta's anger is not in one place. This guy turned him into a Super Saiyan God just now, and he was already extremely upset. More importantly, after becoming Super Saiyan God, although he was easily defeated by Gods of Destruction Beerus. So in this matter right now, I will definitely not let him succeed first. And this time in the universe, the figures of Whis and Beerus are galloping at extreme speed. "Master Beerus, did 12 take a big hit today? I never imagined that you would be defeated by Ron, did you?" Whis turned his head and asked with a slight smile. "To be honest, since Master Beerus became Gods of Destruction, I have been by his side. In all the battles Lord Beerus has fought, none of them have been lost. The only time he lost was because of wrestling with Gods of Destruction Quitella from the 4th universe. He actually lost to Ron today, so his mood must be extremely bad. After all, Ron is considered Master Beerus' apprentice. His Gods of Destruction ability was given to him by Beerus himself. And the reason why Ron's strength has improved so quickly is that it is inseparable from the opposite of Lord Beerus during that time, and the various ravages that Lord Beerus had done to Ron. Cut. Beerus snorted coldly. Then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he said to Whis lightly, "In fact, such a result has long been in my expectation. With Ron's cultivation speed, I already knew that he would surpass me one day. I just didn't expect him to be ahead of me in only 6 years. And what makes me most angry is not that he defeated me, but that this guy actually fought me because of a small planet, and defeated me in front of so many people. Where will I put my face of gods of destruction?" When it came to the end, Beerus' tone was somewhat angry. "After all, I am the gods of destruction, so I have to save face. Today he actually defeated himself in front of so many people on the earth. Wouldn't it be better if this matter didn't get out? If it reaches the ears of other gods of destruction, they will definitely laugh at them. Those guys are not friendly to me one by one. Actually 6 years ago, I trained with Ron for a year, and at that time I felt that Ron's talent was outrageous. It can simply be called a monster. At that time, his strength had surpassed a part of gods of destruction, so it will be a matter of time before his strength surpasses his own. I was defeated by that guy today, although it made me feel a little unbelievable, but it was also expected. At that time, I was more or less frustrated and a little angry. But if you think about it, it's actually nothing. It's a good thing for the 7th universe that this guy has become so strong. At least with his own strength, he can slightly improve the comprehensive human level of the 7th universe. Who? Master Beerus is not angry. It's beyond my expectation. I thought you would be so angry that you wouldn't be able to eat for a few days. After hearing what Beerus said, Whis had a look of surprise on his face. This time Master Beerus' attitude was indeed completely beyond his expectations. He thought Lord Beerus would be furious after losing to Ron. I didn't expect to be so calm now, and it seems that this kind of thing has long been expected by him. Cut. Don't talk to me in a strange way. Did you know that guy's strength has actually surpassed mine? Beerus pouted, then stared at Whis and said, "This guy must know that Ron has surpassed himself. He didn't stop the fight at the time, and this guy was also responsible." Hoo. Whis didn't answer directly, but just covered his mouth and smiled. But his smile actually gave the answer. Before the two of them fought, he had actually foreseen the outcome of the battle. Although in terms of basic strength, Master Beerus is indeed a little stronger than Ron. But Ron mastered the Ultra Instinct perfectly. Although most people may think that Ultra Instinct can only increase defense and automatic dodge. If you think so, you are wrong. The perfect Ultra Instinct can increase a person's strength, speed, physical strength, and various functions of the body, plus 0.1 seconds of flash power. Beerus-sama is no match at all. Although the flash time of 0.1 seconds sounds like the 850 is very short for the jumping time. But if the strength reaches their level, let alone 0.1 second, even 0.001 second can determine the outcome of a battle. Sure enough, you two bastards. Beerus cursed coldly. There is always a feeling of being cheated. Lord Beerus, it's actually a good thing that the Earth hasn't been destroyed. I guess Ron will feel guilty now too. And the Earth can be regarded as the gourmet kingdom of our 7th universe. When we want to eat delicious food in the future, we can go directly to the Earth. Besides, losing to Ron is much better than losing to Lord Compa, right? Now that the Earth has not been destroyed, the next time we have a food competition with Mr. Compa, as long as we take out any food on the Earth, we can easily win. So it should be the best of both worlds. More precisely, this should kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Whis explained to Beerus. What you said seems to make a lot of sense. After thinking about it, Beerus nodded. Losing to Ron is a disgraceful thing though, but it was better than losing to that Compa guy. At least Ron shouldn't be madly mocking himself because of this matter. Snort. But you fellow, don't think that I can forgive you in this way. You and Ron teamed up to deceive me. I will definitely settle the score with you two in the future. Beerus still said unforgivingly. When I think of Whis, who actually followed Ron to trick me, I feel very upset. You must know that I have been with Whis for hundreds of millions of years. And Ron had only known him for a few years. Unexpectedly, this guy started eating inside and out. Hey, Master Beerus, have you forgotten that you are not my opponent at all? And now you can't even beat Ron, so stop thinking about it. Otherwise, you will be the one who will be injured. After hearing Beerus' uncomfortable threat, Whis said with a smile. And his words and that kind of smile made Beerus very upset but hard to refute. Angel's strength is already far stronger than gods of destruction. So I never thought about defeating Whis. And now, Ron's strength is stronger than himself. More importantly, this guy's cultivation speed is very fast. It can be called abnormal, m less than or equal to. If you give him a few more years, it is estimated that it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Looking at Beerus who was gnashing his teeth angrily, Whis smiled. Then suddenly a lunchbox appeared in his hand. Said, I know Master Beerus is also working hard today, and he must be in a bad mood. So I packed a lot of delicacies, including the pudding that we didn't eat, so that Beerus can continue to enjoy it after returning to God Realm. It is estimated that after eating delicious food, the mood will be much better. Nanny. Looking at the lunchbox in Whis' hand, Beerus showed a look of surprise on his face. Then I was a little moved. Unexpectedly, this guy Whis still cares about himself. Knowing that I must have worked hard after fighting for such a long time, I packed some delicacies for myself. In this way, his mood improved a lot in an instant. I didn't expect you to be quite caring. For the sake of delicious food, I won't give birth to you for the time being. But that guy Ron wants to get my forgiveness, he must also come up with better food, otherwise I will never forgive him. Beerus' tone was still arrogant, but that greedy gaze never left the lunchbox. I don't even know what pudding tastes like. That guy called Majin Buu is just too much. Speaking of which, he was the one who provoked all these incidents. If he had given himself a pudding then, such a thing would not have happened today. Maybe there is no need to fight at all, and everything is over. In retrospect, it was really a bloody crime caused by pudding. Hoo, don't worry, Master Beerus, Ron will definitely bring some delicious food to the door to apologize. 17. But speaking of it, Ron is still very kind-hearted. I can see that the reason why he fought you was to protect the Earth. And he stopped in the end, and he didn't deliberately embarrass you. Whis explained seriously. Because after he defeated Master Beerus, he could clearly see the guilt in his eyes. He probably felt that he had practiced with Lord Beerus for a while after all. But now I want to defeat him, so I am very entangled in my heart. Beerus didn't speak, but his face obviously improved a lot. The bodies of the two disappeared in a flash, and disappeared into the universe in an instant. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the day passed quickly. Although there were some twists and turns in Bulma's birthday party today, fortunately, it was successfully completed in the end. Son Goku and others also returned to their homes one after another. This time, Vegeta, who returned to the capsule company, did not directly return to the gravity room to practice. Instead, he took the initiative to find Bulma. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to be so active tonight. I didn't go to call you, you came. Seeing Vegeta walk into the bedroom on his own initiative, Bulma said shyly. You know, all along, I have to call Vegeta from the gravity room before going to bed. Cut. Childish. Looking at the shy Bulma Vegeta, she blushed instantly. Bulma, although I like her tough character very much, but sometimes it's just too straightforward. Even I can't bear it. I haven't seen you blushing that often, Vegeta. Okay, come up quickly. You worked hard today, let me give you a good massage. Bulma beckoned to Vegeta. In fact, as a wife, she still understands Vegeta very well. Vegeta's character is very proud, and his self-esteem is stronger than anyone else. Today, he was easily defeated by Ron first. Immediately after Sun Jun became Super Saiyan God, a more powerful gods of destruction appeared. A series of events all happened on the same day. This naturally dealt a very big blow to Vegeta. After all, he used to think that this was the most powerful existence in the universe besides Sun Jun. But in just half a day, his ranking dropped directly from 2nd to 4th. This change is a very heavy blow to Vegeta, who has a strong self-esteem. As a wife, she is naturally obliged to comfort Vegeta at this time. Cut. Vulgar. I don't need your massage. Vegeta pouted arrogantly, then folded her hands on her chest. Although it has been more than 10 years since he was married, this kind of thing still made him feel ashamed. And most of the time it is Bulma who takes the initiative. You are really strange, you are an old couple, and you are still so hypocritical. Okay. Bulma gave Vegeta a big roll of the eyes. Hey, I'm looking for you today because I have something very important to do. Tomorrow you will prepare me the largest villa in the western city, and I will use it. Even if you eat soft rice, your tone must be tough. This is the characteristic of Vegeta, a typical representative of soft food but hard food. What do you want the villa for? There are so many houses in the family, and I have furnished the training room for you. Do you want to move out? Bulma asked suspiciously. Why does Vegeta suddenly want a villa at this moment? Are you splitting up? Just kidding, impossible. Don't worry about it so much, just get ready tomorrow. I'm going to practice hard tonight, go to bed early. After Vegeta finished speaking, she walked out of the bedroom arrogantly. Cut. It's really inexplicable. You Saiyans are all wood. Watching Vegeta push the door straight out, Bulma rolled his eyes heavily and muttered. Although I don't require Vegeta to understand romance, take me shopping or watch movies. But you at least care about your wife, don't you? But this guy has never said a single word of concern since he got married. It's just too much. On the other hand, Ron doesn't have Vegeta's treatment. He was directly assigned to a room next door by number 18. Although she admits that she likes Ron, number 18 usually looks aloof. But what girl doesn't like heroes? Number 18 is also a normal girl, and naturally she is the same as other girls. And Ron is now the superhero with the strongest strength, even gods of destruction can defeat. Such a man is in high demand in any corner of the earth. And Ron's performance today is also very good. But, it's only one day, cohabitation is absolutely not allowed. The next morning, Ron woke up early, stretched, with a look of enjoyment. Been in the gods of destruction world for 9 years. To be honest, I haven't had a good night's sleep in the past few years. Because there is no day and night in the world of gods of destruction, and the teacher often urges himself to train 643. Sleeping is such a luxury, so last night, I slept very, very comfortably. It hasn't been this easy in a long time. At this time, the 18th has also woken up. After a simple wash, the 18th made a delicious breakfast. During these 9 years, she cooked her own breakfast. So I also practiced a good cooking skill. It's not bad, I didn't expect you to cook such delicious food. After eating an egg roll, Ron looked at number 18 in surprise and said, Cut, that's natural. How can such a simple thing as cooking be difficult for me? Number 18 pouted and said arrogantly. Apparently, she was very pleased with Ron's compliment. Look what you can do. Looking at No 18's arrogant expression, Ron was actually very happy. Number 18 being able to joke like this to himself shows that the gap between him and himself has become closer. By the way, where are we going to play today? All joking aside, Ron asked seriously. This time back to the Earth, let's enjoy the Earth for a while? After all, during this time in the world of gods of destruction, I was really, BCDH, too hard. After hearing Ron's words, number 18 put down the tableware in his hand. Then he raised his head and said, Number 17 and I have been separated for 9 years, and we haven't seen each other in these 9 years. To be honest, I still miss him a lot. I don't know how he is doing now. Do you have the ability to find out where number 17 is? After speaking, number 18 looked at Ron expectantly. In fact, I have looked for number 17 before, but I didn't find it. After searching twice, I gave up. Now that Ron's ability is so strong, maybe he can help him find number 17. Looking for number 17. This is very simple. I'll take you there after breakfast later. Ron nodded and said. Although most people can't feel the breath of number 18, but I am completely able to lock the energy of number 17. Even the whole Earth is under their own monitoring. It is too easy to find a person. And number 17 is not. There is a powerful energy in his body, so very easy to find. Aha. Then thank you. Number 18 hurriedly spoke. I am such a real brother. I haven't seen each other for 9 years, but she still can't figure it out. Why didn't the 17th come to find her? Is it because he has his own family, so he forgot his sister? After breakfast, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time Ron has found the position of number 17. Hold my hand and I'll take you there. Ron held out his hand and said to number 18, and number 18 grabbed Ron's hand without any hesitation. The bodies of the two disappeared in the next second. When it appeared again, it was already on an island. In front of them are a few relatively simple houses. A familiar figure appeared in front of the two at the same time. He was wearing a light green and white sweater on his upper body, and a pair of light blue pants on his lower body. The appearance of number 17 has not changed much, but the whole person has obviously become much calmer. Number 17. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, number 18 cried out excitedly. It's been 9 years, and I haven't seen number 17 for 9 years. And when number 17 saw number 18 and Ron, there was a look of surprise on his face. But after a moment of surprise, he smiled. Number 18, brother-in-law, how did you find it here? Number 17 barked very smoothly, and then asked in surprise. The place I found is very hidden. Of course, this is not because I deliberately want to hide here. It was because of the needs of my work that I brought my whole family here to live. What brother-in-law are you calling? When did he become your brother-in-law? Number 18 gave number 17 a blank look. But he didn't blame number 17 for his appearance. You must know that when number 17 called Ron's brother-in-law, number 18 wanted to tear his mouth apart. This shows that number 18 has completely changed now. Ha. Number 17 just smiled. Even if the relationship between the two of them has not yet been determined, it will be a matter of time. Ron, this guy, he didn't expect to become his sister-in-law after all. Ron found you. If it weren't for him, I don't think I would have found you in a few years. After finishing speaking, number 18 blamed me again. I said, what's the matter with you? You haven't come to see me for 9 years since you left, and you can send a message. Thinking of this incident makes me angry. My fault, my fault. Because I was so busy with work and family, I neglected it. And I thought my brother-in-law was back early, so I didn't bother. Number 17 smiled and apologized. He just came back yesterday. Number 18 glanced at Ron, and there was clearly some complaint in his eyes. I said brother-in-law, you are too unkind, aren't you? I remember that when you left, you said you would go out for 2 or 3 years, and it took you 9 years to go out. Isn't it too outrageous? Number 17 pretended to blame and said, haha. Ron just smiled. Many things are beyond his control. If he only practiced in the gods of destruction world for a year or 2, although he could leave. But how could he have the strength to defeat Beerus? In this world where strength is the most important thing, strength can represent almost everything. If there is no strength, it is the existence of cannon fodder. Maybe whenever a key blast comes over, they will be blasted to pieces. There are some things I can't help myself. Ron could only continue to laugh. Even the current self has power beyond gods of destruction Beerus. But I know very well that in this world, my strength is definitely not strong. People like Zeno and Grand Priest can still wipe themselves out easily. Maybe you only need to move your fingers, and you will disappear in smoke. Understand? Number 17 nodded in understanding. Indeed, in this world there are many involuntary. Just like the current self, as a cyborg with powerful strength, he still has to work hard for his life running around. I have to commute to get off work on time every day, and then support my family. And at this moment, 2 children suddenly ran out of the room. Behind him was a woman with exquisite facial features who looked about 26 or 17 years old. Papa, who are they two? Why did you come to our house? There are 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy looks older, probably about 4 years old. The girl was younger, probably under 3 years old, and she still staggered when she walked. There are guests at home, How can you let them stand outside? Hurry up and let the guests in. The woman said very gently. Obviously, he is no 17's wife. Let me introduce to you, this is my sister Lazari, and this is my brother-in-law Ron. Number 17 introduced to the woman and 2 children. But the 2 children were at a loss. Because it was the first time they saw these 2 people in front of them, they looked very strange. So it's my sister and brother-in-law, please hurry up. After hearing No 17's introduction, the woman became more polite. Then several people walked into the room. The layout of the room is relatively simple, but very tidy. It can be seen that No 17's wife is a very virtuous woman. Sister, I often hear him mention you, but I have never had a chance to see you. I finally got the chance to meet you today. My sister is really more beautiful than what he described. The wife of number 17 held the hand of number 18, and the 2 began to chat. But what she said was not to please number 18. But I sincerely say that number 18 is indeed very beautiful. I have seen many women, but I have almost never seen one who can reach the level of 18. Whether it's her temperament, appearance, or figure, they are all so perfect. After sitting for 2 hours, No 17's wife also cooked some meals for entertainment. The current number 17 has become more enthusiastic, which is completely different from 9 years ago. After all, he was still an arrogant teenager 9 years ago, and Ron still remembers the scene when he thought he was number 1 in the universe. But the current number 17 has become a wife and father, so the character is also more stable and introverted. After dinner and a few simple greetings, Ron and number 18 were ready to leave. Sister and brother-in-law, are you leaving so soon? Although our place is poor, the environment is very good. Would you like to stay for a few more days? No 17's wife was very hospitable and asked to stay. We won't bother you today. I am very happy to see you today. There are also 2 such cute little nephews. Number 18 gently stroked the heads of the 2 children and said with a smile. It could be seen that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Aunt and uncle, when will you come to play with us again? The little boy was also a little reluctant to ask. In fact, children of this age are the easiest to establish relationships with others. So in just a short time, this little kid has already made a very good relationship with number 18. Anyway, the same blood runs between them. Don't worry, my aunt will come to see you in a few days. I will definitely buy you a lot of fun toys by then. Number 18 touched the little boy's small brain, and said with a gentle smile. To be honest, after knowing number 18 for such a long time, Ron saw such a gentle smile on number 18 for the first time. Although a little reluctant, the 2 finally left. Now we know the exact location of their home on the 17th. When do you think about it? It will be over soon. After returning home, Ron did not practice. Instead, he continued to go shopping with number 18, watching movies and so on. After all, girls need to be coaxed, and they also want to relax. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Seeking flowers, 0. And this day was early in the morning, just after breakfast. An uninvited guest came. And this uninvited guest made Ron feel a little surprised. It was Vegeta, who had been humiliated 3 times by himself. Hey, I said, what can you do if you run away? Could it be that you are still unconvinced and want to compete with Russia? Ron looked at Vegeta and asked indifferently. To be honest, I have never had a good impression of Vegeta, especially the arrogant and self-righteous Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z. But I don't really like Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super, but I don't really hate it either. After all, Vegeta in Dragon Ball is more full of emotions than Son Goku, and more like a human with flesh and blood and feelings. 0. Please don't get me wrong, Mr. Ron. I didn't come here this time to compete with you, because I know that no matter how I practice, I will never be your opponent. Vegeta immediately opened his mouth to explain. Although this answer is considered flattery, it is also true. Where Ron was standing now, he was no longer in the same dimension as him. No matter how much I practice with my own efforts, it is absolutely impossible to surpass Ron. Absolutely? Of course, this is also the main reason why I came to Ron this time. Oh, looks like you finally have a little self-knowledge. After hearing Vegeta's answer, Ron smiled, and then continued to ask. You didn't come to compete with me, so why are you here? Actually, Vegeta had a bit of embarrassment on his face, but after gritted his teeth tightly, he replied sonorously, the purpose of my coming this time is to let Mr. Ron guide me in cultivation, please. Obviously, Vegeta himself was not used to saying such words, but that BD Kakarot actually followed that Whis to the planet of gods of destruction to train without telling him yesterday. After hearing the news, I almost exploded with anger. Because in this way, if Kakarot gets the guidance of gods of destruction, then in a short while, his strength will definitely surpass himself. So if you want to catch up with his footsteps, or even surpass him, you must also get the guidance of gods of destruction or Mr. Ron, who is stronger than gods of destruction. Look for me to practice. I think there is something wrong with your brain. Vegeta, why did you suddenly come to me to guide you in cultivation? Don't you think that in itself is a very ridiculous thing? I remember that a few days ago, you still hated me so much. Looking at the sincere Vegeta, Ron smiled and said jokingly. He never thought that Vegeta would come to him to guide him in cultivation. You must know how proud he was before, and how strong his self-esteem was. His performance today is completely inconsistent with his Vegeta character. If it was Son Goku who came to find him, then he wouldn't be surprised at all. But if the person who came here was replaced by Vegeta, I was a little confused. Mr. Ron, I was really wrong about the previous things. It's because I'm a bit blind. 683. So please don't take offense. I came this time to sincerely want to find you to practice. Vegeta straightened her body, bowed, and said to Ron sincerely. The reason why I hated Ron so much in the past was indeed because of my self-esteem and arrogance. Because he felt that a human being was actually stronger than himself, a majestic Saiyan prince. Of course he couldn't bear this kind of thing. Especially when I just became Super Saiyan, I was easily defeated. That kind of humiliation really hit him very hard. But just a few days ago, Ron defeated Gods of Destruction Beerus with an absolute advantage. And at the same time, I also got the news that Ron is not a human being, but a god through and through. A god beyond the Gods of Destruction. I can bow my knees in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus, without any regard for dignity and face. Then why didn't I give up my arrogance and self-esteem in front of Ron, who was stronger than Gods of Destruction? Then get stronger? You go back, Vegeta. To be honest, I have no interest in guiding you in cultivation, and I don't have the time either. Ron said flatly to Vegeta. Although I don't hate Vegeta in this period, but it doesn't mean that I can guide him to practice. Mr. Ron, this is what I have prepared for you. It's a villa next to Zadu Food Street. I know these extraneous things are a bit too tacky for Mr. Ron not to say, but I really don't know what Mr. Ron likes. A key to a villa on the ground, Vegeta said with a sincere expression. Ron looked at the key to the villa in Vegeta's hand. It seems that this guy is indeed well prepared and fully prepared. Although a villa is really not attractive to itself. But it can also be seen that Vegeta sincerely wants to practice with him, and this guy is also very good at life. Number 18 looked at the key to the villa in Vegeta's hand and was a little surprised. Is this the means of the richest man in the western capital? It's so easy to give a villa to someone else. Like it? Number 18. Ron looked at number 18, then asked. This rental house of mine does seem a bit shabby. It would be nice to have a bigger villa instead. But I don't have money in my hand now, although with my own strength, it is appropriate to rob the bank. But such a thing, I really don't like doing it that much. It doesn't quite fit my personality either. If you can have a big villa, it would be nice to think about it. Speaking of which, I've grown up so much, I haven't lived in a villa yet. Number 18 nodded, then looked up at Ron and said, a large villa is attractive to anyone, especially next to Zadu Food Street. In that case, Ron glanced at Vegeta, and then said, then put the key down. As for me to guide you in cultivation, I'll think about it a little bit. Okay, Mr. Ron. Hearing that Ron actually accepted the key, Vegeta nodded excitedly. Then he handed the key to Ron respectfully. This is indeed a bit out of Vegeta's character, but it also depends on the person. If Ron is just a human from Earth, no matter how powerful he is, he will definitely not be like this. But Ron is now a god, and a god beyond the Gods of Destruction. So in this case, even if I let go of my self-esteem a little bit, what's the problem? And the more important question now is that the guy from Kakarot country has gone to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. If he is still self-cultivating on the Earth, Kakarot will definitely surpass himself in a short time. Even the gap between the two will become bigger and bigger. This is something that I can hardly accept anyway. By the way, Vegeta, why didn't that Son Goku guy come with you? According to my understanding, he seems to be more enthusiastic about fighting than you. Ron asked curiously. Son Goku in Dragon Ball Super, that is simply a fighting maniac. More like a qualified Saiyan than Vegeta. So today he didn't have anyone to ask him to train him, which really surprised him. Kakarot. When talking about Son Goku, Vegeta clenched his fist tightly. Then he said unwillingly, the guy named Whis came to Earth yesterday, and I don't know what Kakarot did, and let that guy bring him to the Gods of Destruction world. Now it's time to practice in the Gods of Destruction world. After finishing speaking, Vegeta's face was full of unhappiness and jealousy. Son Goku went to God Realm. Fine. Ron was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Son Goku to be brought to God Realm by Whis. So obviously, Beerus and Whis have started training Son Goku. Under the training of the two of them, it is estimated that Son Goku's 0.4 strength will surpass Vegeta soon. No wonder Vegeta was so anxious at this time. Even the self-esteem and arrogance that I value most can be discarded. Vegeta clenched his fists and nodded. In that case, then you can bring me a large cruise ship tomorrow. Your family should not lack such things. At that time, I will start to guide you in cultivation. Ron nodded thoughtfully. Now that Beerus and Whis have decided to train Son Goku, let's train Vegeta himself. After a while, let's see who is stronger, Son Goku or Vegeta. Really. Thank you Mr. Ron. Hearing that Ron suddenly agreed, this sudden sense of happiness instantly made Vegeta extremely excited. Of course it's true. Is it any good for me if I lie to you? Also, I didn't train you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that Whis and Beerus are training Son Goku, so I hope to train you out. When the time comes, I must defeat Son Goku. Don't embarrass me. Ron spoke in a calm tone. Don't worry Mr. Ron, I will definitely defeat Kakarot. Vegeta was very firm in his promise. As long as you get the training from Mr. Ron, defeating Kakarot will definitely not be a difficult task. Have absolute confidence in yourself. Bring the yacht over tomorrow, and then you can start training. After Ron finished speaking to Vegeta, Vegeta couldn't wait to go home. If you have a villa and a cruise ship and you can let Mr. Ron guide your training, it is really a bargain. Their family lacks everything, not just money. I'm so sorry, Ron, but you can say no to Vegeta if you don't want to. We can earn our own money to buy villas. As for the yacht, it's just a random talk on the 17th, and you don't need to pay attention to the 12th at all. It's just that she still feels a little guilty. Because before Ron agreed to Vegeta, he asked his opinion first. And he asked Vegeta for a yacht, probably because he heard what number 17 said yesterday. He wants to sail the yacht firsthand, and then travel with his family. It's nothing. Anyway, I can get a villa and a yacht by simply guiding him. This is a very good deal. Why refuse? Ron shrugged and smiled. In fact, my main idea is not villas and yachts. These things are actually not very attractive to me anymore. I just want to see, if I train Vegeta by myself, will Vegeta or Son Goku be stronger after a few months? Oh well. No matter when it is, I still hope you don't feel embarrassed because of me. Number 18 nodded, and then spoke. But he was more or less guilty, because she always felt that Ron promised Vegeta had something to do with her. Don't think too much, anyway, just deal with it casually. Ron looked at number 18 who was a little bit lost and guilty, and comforted him. Early the next morning, Vegeta came back with a capsule. Mr. Ron, this is a luxury yacht ready. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can tell me directly, and I will improve it. Vegeta became more polite now. After all, whether he can catch up with Kakarot's footsteps, whether he can become the strongest Saiyan, now depends on Ron. Okay, that's it. Since you are so caring, I will train hard from today on. After I finish my breakfast, we will go to the spiritual time room for training. Ron nodded and said. After a simple breakfast, Ron and Vegeta went to the spiritual time room of the Tenjin Temple. The spiritual time house is definitely the best place to practice. 1 year here is equivalent to 1 day outside. As long as he cultivates in it for 2 days, Vegeta's strength will definitely be greatly improved. And taking this opportunity, I can also consolidate my own strength. Vegeta, Son Goku has become Super Saiyan God. His strength has far surpassed yours. It is no exaggeration to say that he can easily defeat you with just one finger. But you don't have to worry, because as long as I guide you, you can catch up with or even surpass Son Goku in a few days. Ron said confidently. He is confident because he knows Saiyan's method of ascension. It is clearer which path Vegeta is suitable for. Really? Can I really overtake Kakarot in a few days? That's up to Mr. Ron. After hearing Ron's words, Vegeta was naturally extremely excited and excited. You must know that he is eager to defeat Kakarot every day, even every minute and every second, and become the first subhuman in the universe. Now is the chance. And Mr. Ron can make himself surpass Kakarot in a few days. This is something I never dared to imagine before. When Kakarot defeated Majin Buu before, he did admit that Kakarot was the number 1 Saiyan in universe. But in the past few years, my transcendent heart has begun to move. I am still unwilling to be suppressed by Kakarot all the time. Do you think I have to lie to you? Ron squinted at Vegeta. Then he said, actually, if you want to surpass Son Goku, there are 2 paths you can choose. And as Saiyan, there are 2 ways to improve. What way? Vegeta asked impatiently. First of all, the first one is to become Super Saiyan God like Son Goku, continuing the line of God. Of course, there are many forms and realms in Super Saiyan. Next is the second type, which is relatively more stable, and I think it is more suitable for you. The second is the evolution of the Saiyan bloodline. I can turn you into Super Saiyan 4 in a very short period of time. By then your strength will definitely surpass Super Saiyan God's Son Goku. Of course, this transformation is called Great Ape Saiyan, and it can also be called Super Saiyan 4. Looking at Vegeta who couldn't wait, Ron said, you must know that although Vegeta is often suppressed by Son Goku in strength, he is the Prince of Saiyan after all, and he has shown a strong cultivation talent since he was a child. The reason why he has been suppressed by Son Goku is entirely a matter of mentality. Son Goku and Vegeta's training methods are completely different. Vegeta is in a state of mental tension all the time, so no matter what kind of battle it is, he cannot exert his full strength. But Son Goku's personality is completely opposite to Vegeta's. Great Ape Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this name, Vegeta's eyes flashed an elite light. He has seen what Super Saiyan God looks like before. Although it is undeniable that the strength has indeed become very strong, but the appearance is indeed difficult to describe. It's like dyeing Super Saiyan's blonde hair red. And to be honest, I am a widow. Naturally, I prefer to take the route of Saiyan bloodline evolution. Now that I have this opportunity to choose, I would of course prefer to choose Saiyan's bloodline evolution route. More importantly, Mr. Ron said just now, as long as he becomes Super Saiyan 4, you will be able to have power beyond Kakarot. And this is what I dream of now. Mr. Ron, I choose Saiyan's bloodline evolution route. Please guide me to become Super Saiyan 4. Almost without much thought or hesitation, Vegeta said directly to Ron. I choose Super Saiyan 4, the route of bloodline evolution, partly because I feel that I am more suitable for the route of bloodline evolution. Because he is a pure blood Saiyan prince. If I become a god in the future, I always feel a bit awkward about being useful. Of course, this is only part of the reason. Another big reason is that since the guy Kakarot has chosen the route of God, then if I have other choices, I will definitely not follow in his footsteps. So I must become Super Saiyan 4, and then defeat Kakarot's Super Saiyan God. Have you decided yet? Actually, there are many transformation forms beyond Super Saiyan God. Ron looked at Vegeta and asked in confirmation. Yes, I've made up my mind. Super Saiyan God strengthening route, I leave it to Kakarot. I must go through the bloodline evolution route and defeat Kakarot, who became Super Saiyan God. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said firmly, as long as there is Mr. Ron's guidance, he will soon be able to defeat Kakarot, then become the strongest Saiyan in the universe. Okay, since you are so determined, then I will teach you to become Super Saiyan 4. Ron also nodded seriously. In fact, he really wants to know whether Super Saiyan 4 is stronger or Super Saiyan God is stronger. In the past, this issue has always been debated by many people. Now in real life, I can finally draw a real result. After a while, Super Saiyan God's son Goku and Super Saiyan 4's Vegeta will fight. That would be absolutely brilliant, although their strength is far from that of themselves and Beerus. But this will definitely not affect the intensity of this game. And according to my own observations, Son Goku and Vegeta's current basic combat power is almost the same. And Vegeta's basic combat power is a bit stronger than Son Goku. Mr. Ron, if I want to become Super Saiyan 4, what do I need to prepare? Vegeta asked. It is absolutely impossible to obtain superpowers without paying anything. Actually, there are no special requirements, as long as your strength reaches Super Saiyan. There is another very important requirement, that is, you must have Saiyan's tail, but I have already figured out a way for this. As long as you endure a little pain, it can be done. Ron said lightly. Actually, Saiyan's tail is the source of Saiyan's power. And if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, it is absolutely impossible without a tail. Even if it is barely possible to use Super Boolean Light to become Super Saiyan 4, but that is only temporary. With the tail to become Super Saiyan 4, that is the power you really get. Tail. Vegeta froze for a moment. Didn't expect my tail to have such a function, but when he came to Earth for the first time, his tail was chopped off by that fat man Gai Fengjianhao, Yaki Liubei. In the past, I thought the tail was useless, so I never thought of a way to regrow the tail. But I didn't expect to use the tail when I wanted to become Super Saiyan 4 today. And at this time in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, Beerus was eating instant noodles, and Whis was teaching Son Goku to practice. Hey Son Goku, I've almost eaten the food you brought over. If you don't have other food to bring, don't practice in the God realm in the future. After Beerus finished eating a bucket of instant noodles, he said to Son Goku in a sarcastic manner. Although I let Son Goku practice food here is part of the reason, but the more important reason is, Son Goku can become Super Saiyan God, which shows that his talent is also very strong. Give him a little guidance, and maybe he can become a strong man in the 7th universe in the future. Even if it can't catch up to Ron's level, at least it should be considered difficult to find a match in other universes. Okay, Master Beerus, I'll bring more food next time. Son Goku immediately agreed. After seeing the battle between Ron and Master Beerus last time, he became more determined to become stronger. So as long as he can practice with Whis and Beerus, it doesn't matter if he prepares the most delicacies. At this time Whis also stopped training. Then, he said to Son Goku and Beerus, I heard that Vegeta has been practicing with Ron. It seems that Ron wants to continue to compete with Lord Beerus. Cut. That BD actually started to guide Vegeta. But it doesn't matter, we all know the strength of Vegeta, how could he be Son Goku's opponent? Even if you know Ron's teachings, it is absolutely impossible to surpass Son Goku in a short period of time. After all, this guy already possesses the power of God. Beerus curled his lips and said nonchalantly, if Son Goku hadn't turned into a Super Saiyan God, Vegeta might still have some chances against Son Goku. But Son Goku after becoming Super Saiyan God will never put Vegeta in his eyes, because the gap between the two of them is too great. Huh? That fellow Vegeta actually practiced with Ron. It looks like I have to train harder. Son Goku also spoke at this time. Getjao. Maybe other people don't know about Vegeta's cultivation talent, but he knows it very well. In fact, Vegeta's cultivation talent is no worse than his own. If Ron guides him now, his strength will definitely be improved the most. So are you serious about training, Mr. Goku? Otherwise, if you lose to Vegeta at that time, you will lose not only your people, but Master Beerus will also lose face very much. Whis said to Son Goku with a smile. Judging from the current situation, Son Goku and Vegeta will definitely have a fight. And this battle is actually another contest between Ron and Lord Beerus. I will definitely work hard. Son Goku nodded very seriously. He was even more curious at this time, wondering what level Vegeta could reach when they met next time. Will he become a Super Saiyan God like himself? Thinking about it really makes people feel excited and looking forward to it. Whis, you should hurry up and guide me in cultivation. Under Ron's guidance, Vegeta will definitely become very strong. I don't want to lose to Vegeta. Son Goku turned his head and said to Whis immediately. Expectations belong to expectations, but I still have to work hard to practice now. Never lose to Vegeta. This is not because I am competitive, but because I want to be the strongest. Fine. If that's the case, let's move on. But before we start, I want to tell you one thing. Do you know why Ron and Lord Beerus were able to accurately avoid every attack of Lord Beerus in the previous battle? Whis looked at Son Goku, and then asked seriously. Forward. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then shook his head after thinking about it. He replied, maybe, it's because Ron is much stronger than Master Beerus. Even if this is the case, Master Beerus may not like to hear it. But this is indeed the idea in my heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Ron was much stronger than Lord Beerus, why would he be able to avoid the attacks of others? Lord Ruth, very accurately every time. And the body didn't move much from beginning to end. 173 cut, what the hell are you BD talking about? How could that guy Ron be stronger than me? Beerus immediately cursed. Although I lost to Ron. But didn't he lose in basic strength? Instead, they lost to Ultra Instinct and Flash Time. If he didn't have the blessings of these two abilities, he could defeat him in minutes. Look at the angry Beerus and the innocent Son Goku. Whis smiled and explained, actually, Ron's strength is indeed not as strong as Master Beerus. The reason why he was able to defeat Master Beerus, and every time he was able to dodge Master Beerus attacks accurately. This is because Ron has mastered an ability called Ultra Instinct. To be more precise, justice is a realm, but it may be easier for you to call it an ability for you to understand. Beerus explained as carefully as possible. Nanny. Ultra Instinct, I've never heard of this ability. Son Goku shook his head, the look of surprise on his face was even worse. Has he never heard of Ultra Instinct? And what Whis and Beerus said just now also surprised him. Lord Beerus' basic strength is stronger than Ron's, but Ron showed the strength to easily defeat Lord Beerus during the battle. Is it all because of what they call Ultra Instinct? If this is the case, then this ability called Ultra Instinct, or the realm, is too powerful, right? Generally speaking, this is a realm that can only be mastered by gods. It's normal if you don't know, because there are 12 universes in this world, and correspondingly there are 12 gods of destruction. Among all the gods of destruction, only Beerus's discounted free and easy work has reached the entry stage. Whis went on to explain. Just kidding, even Lord Beerus can't master it perfectly, but Ron has mastered it. Ron's guy, isn't it too scary? Son Goku was even more surprised. I was even more horrified. Compared with Master Beerus, Ron seems ridiculously strong. And Beerus gritted his teeth in anger. Facing Whis, he said, you guys can teach as much as you want, why are you talking so much nonsense? Besides, it's not that I can't learn Ultra Instinct, I'm just too lazy to learn the divine skills of your angel. What he said was not angry words, but facts. Because Gods of Destruction also has its own god skills, the power is not weaker than Ultra Instinct at all. And this kind of god skill called freedom doesn't fit the character of Gods of Destruction, see, at all. Mr. Whis, then you must also be Ultra Instinct, right? Can you teach me Ultra Instinct? Son Goku immediately asked with longing. If Ultra Instinct is so powerful, if you learn it by yourself, your strength will definitely increase a lot. I can teach you Ultra Instinct. However, I have to tell you that Ultra Instinct is definitely not so easy to master, it requires a very high level of mind. If you can't do it in your heart, you can't understand Ultra Instinct at all if you are absolutely calm. Whis continued to speak seriously. This is also why many gods of destruction are unable to master the Ultra Instinct. Because of their gods of destruction each character is more irritable. It simply does not meet the Xingxing requirements for cultivating Ultra Instinct. But Son Goku is a careless guy, maybe he's easier to learn than Gods of Destruction. And at this time in the spiritual time room of the earth. After several hours of painful experience, Vegeta's tail finally grew out. At this moment, Vegeta was sweating profusely, the experience just now was too painful. Mr. Ron, now that my tail has grown back, what should we do? Suppressing the sharp pain from the base of his tail, Vegeta asked. Although it hurts, as long as he can improve his strength, it won't have any effect on him at all. The rest is easy. As long as you become Super Saiyan, and then on the basis of Super Saiyan, you become a great ape. Finally change back to the normal Super Saiyan form, and you can still reach Super Saiyan 4. Ron replied flatly. In fact, it is easier for Vegeta, who is a Saiyan prince, to become a Super Saiyan than Son Goku, because Saiyan is just an ordinary Saiyan bloodline. After becoming a great ape, he will lose his reason. It is very difficult to change back to Super Saiyan's transformation again. In Dragon Ball GT, Son Goku still remembers the past because of the tears of his granddaughter Xiaofang. It eventually became Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, he'll just be a rampaging gorilla who knows nothing but destruction. But Vegeta is different. He is the Prince of Saiyan, belonging to the new nobility of Vegeta. He has pure royal blood. So after turning into a gorilla, I don't know medical science at all. So if you want to become like a Super Saiyan, it will be easier. Should I become Super Saiyan first? A serious look appeared on Vegeta's face. Obviously, he was trying his best to suppress his excitement. But when he thinks that he will soon become Super Saiyan 4, and his strength can surpass Kakarot, he will feel inexplicably excited. And it's very, very exciting. Then his fists were suddenly clenched. Golden flames erupted from his body in an instant. Then directly into the form of Super Saiyan 2. A blue electric arc swirls around the body. Vegeta in this period is indeed very strong. If it is also Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku and Son Gohan are really not Vegeta's opponents. Very good, now I will change into the form of a great ape based on this. Remember, keep your Super Saiyan transformation while changing into great ape form. Ron nodded at Vegeta, then spoke. Vegeta nodded very seriously. Now is the most critical time. He was both excited and extremely nervous at the same time. Then, Vegeta suddenly stretched his arms, and pulled away a posture. The terrifying golden flames instantly spread towards the surroundings. And at that moment, it was obvious that the entire spiritual time room was shaking. Haha. With roars, Vegeta directly turned into a golden giant ape. The height is about the size of a small mountain. Standing in front of him, Ron looked a little insignificant. To be honest, it was the first time for Ron to see this kind of golden giant ape, and he was really curious. After observing for a while, Ron continued, "Okay, now change back to Super Saiyan form again." After turning into the giant ape form, Vegeta can completely maintain his sanity. After hearing Ron's words, golden arrogance lingered around his body again, then directly wrapped Vegeta's body. The golden light instantly covered the entire spiritual time room. The space that was originally white has now completely turned into gold. The entire spiritual time room, and even the entire temple of heaven began to shake violently. Time passed by every minute and every second. The golden light also began to disappear little by little. Vegeta's body appeared in front of Ron again. At this time, Vegeta has undergone tremendous changes. Whether it is his appearance or his aura, there has been a huge change. I didn't expect it to be really successful. Congratulations, Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta who has become Super Saiyan 4 in front of him, Ron said with a smile. The black spire stands tall, but unlike before carrying the guitar, his shoulders and back are also covered with strands of black hair. At this time, the pupils turned into light blue, with red eye sockets. The most obvious is that his upper body is covered with red hair. Behind him is a red tail, swinging flexibly. This is the Super Saiyan 4. This power is really unbelievable, and it feels too strong. Vegeta spread out his palms and looked in shock. An incomparable terrifying force was constantly flowing away from his body. At this moment, he felt that his strength had reached its peak state. The form of Kakarot's Super Saiyan God is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. This point, he has been very sure. Continue to feel the power in your body. The shock on Vegeta's face had turned into excitement and ecstasy. I actually became Super Saiyan 4, and possessed such a powerful force. This was something he had never thought about before, and he didn't even dare to think that he could have such a powerful power. And all this is all with the help of Mr. Ron. After being shocked and excited, Vegeta quickly looked at Ron. Then he said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Mr. Ron. If it wasn't for your help, I would definitely not be able to become Super Saiyan 4, and I might never even know that Saiyan still has this form." Vegeta is grateful from the heart. And every word he said was from the heart. If there is no Ron, maybe I will learn how to become a Super Saiyan God like Kakarot. But in that case, I always feel that I have been following Kakarot's. This feeling will make him very uncomfortable. Ask for flowers. But it's different now. Kakarot has taken the route of Super Saiyan God, and he completely runs counter to him. The evolution path of Super Saiyan was chosen. This kind of improvement not only allowed him to have a huge breakthrough in strength, but more importantly, it allowed his self-esteem to be maintained. Okay, don't be so excited. Super Saiyan 4 is indeed powerful, and you have indeed surpassed Super Saiyan God's son Goku, but I must tell you that Super Saiyan 4 is not the strongest form of Saiyan. As long as Son Goku surpasses Super Saiyan God in the next time, then he can still beat you. So you have to work harder to truly master the form of Super Saiyan 4, so that you can completely defeat Son Goku. Looking at the excited and grateful Vegeta, Ron said calmly. At this time, Vegeta's combat power has reached a terrifying level of 150 Gai. I remember that Golden Frieza's fighting power should be 100, at that time Son Goku and Golden Frieza were equal in strength. In other words, Son Goku, who has just turned into Super Saiyan Blue, should have a strength of around 100 Gai. That strength is not enough to be the opponent of Super 4 Vegeta, but if that guy works a little bit and even reaches full power form in Super Saiyan Blue color, the strength will definitely completely surpass Vegeta. Therefore, Vegeta must practice as soon as possible. It is best to master the form of the 4 full energy of Super Saiyan. In this way, even if Son Goku turns into the full power form of Super Saiyan Blue color, he is completely sure to win. Yes, Mr. Ron's lesson is, I will definitely continue to work hard and practice desperately to live up to Mr. Ron's guidance. Vegeta stood up straight respectfully. The excitement on his face still did not dissipate. It has been 10 years, except for the first time I became Super Saiyan, I have never been so excited as I am now, thinking that his current strength has surpassed Kakarot. It won't even take too long, I will defeat Kakarot in front of everyone, tell everyone that I am the strongest Saiyan, and I will be so excited. Dead. Zero. Seeing Vegeta's eyes full of sincerity and excitement, Ron really had a hard time imagining that this guy in front of him was that arrogant, self-important, and overconfident tragic tower. But everyone has changed. Vegeta has started to undergo a lot of changes in Dragon Ball. Otherwise, even if you see gods of destruction, you will definitely not be so humble. The reason why people change is because they have worries, fears, and people they want to protect. That's why I'm afraid, and I give up many of the things I valued the most before. Mr. Ron, I really want to know how strong you are. Even gods of destruction Beerus is not your opponent, so are you the most powerful existence in this universe? Vegeta asked curiously at this moment. In fact, he has always been very curious about this question, because according to his understanding, and the introduction of King Kai and the others, Beerus, the bad god who destroys 173, is the master of this universe, and he has the ability and right to create a universe in an instant. So it is no exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful god in this universe. But to the surprise of anyone, Ron beat Beerus? So logically, Ron should become the most powerful existence in this universe. You think too much. Ron smiled, shook his head, and continued, with the strength of me and Beerus, we can't even rank in the universe. I can give you a brief explanation. The guy next to Beerus called Whis is actually an angel, and Gods of Destruction Beerus is his apprentice. And part of the reason why I became so powerful is Whis. It's no exaggeration to say that I can't even beat Whis with one hand. And in this universe, the most powerful is not only Whis, there are more powerful existences above Whis, they can also completely erase Whis with one finger. Although Ron's tone was very flat. But after listening to it, Vegeta's face became extremely exciting. Go, just kidding? This world seems to be different from what I know. He really couldn't imagine, and even couldn't believe what Ron said. There are such powerful humans in the world? In other words, Ron and Beerus are not really strong at all. Even Whis, which can instantly kill Beerus and Ron, can be erased with one finger. So how powerful are those guys? Looking at it all the time, they are simply frogs at the bottom of a well. Before I met Gods of Destruction Beerus and Ron, I always thought that Kakarot was #1 in the universe. But now it seems that their previous ideas were so naive and stupid. Kakarot's fighting power is not even comparable to one of his own fingers now. There are so many things in this world that you can't imagine. That's why I told you a long time ago, although Super Saiyan 4 is amazing, it doesn't deserve a place in this universe at all. If you want to know my strength, I can tell you clearly that even 10,000 of you will definitely not be my opponent. Ron's words were not exaggerating at all. Because even if Vegeta becomes Super Saiyan 4, he is not a dimensional existence with himself. His own strength has reached the level of the ditch. And Vegeta's strength has only reached Guy. The gap in this interval is simply unimaginable. Vegeta naturally didn't deny it either. Although the current self may be a little stronger than Super Saiyan God's Kakarot. But there's no comparison to Ron at all. But you don't have to be discouraged. Those guys I just mentioned, they are all the strengths that have been precipitated in the long river of history. Even the Gods of Destruction have lived for at least tens of millions of years, so if you are given such a long time, you will definitely surpass them. Ron patted Vegeta on the shoulder, smiled and said, Mr. Ron, then is there any way to improve quickly? Vegeta frowned and continued to ask. It looks like the moment when I turned into Super Saiyan, I seem to have entered another world. A world I didn't know at all before. And in this world, his own strength seems to be the bottom of the existence. This is something he absolutely does not allow, so he must practice desperately and work hard to become stronger. If I'm not wrong, Whis will definitely teach Son Goku Ultra Instinct. Ron rubbed his chin, talking to himself. Because in Dragon Ball Ultra, Whis taught Son Goku Ultra Instinct. If Son Goku has learned the free and easy skill, then even if Vegeta becomes Super Saiyan 4, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. To deal with Ultra Instinct, it is estimated that Vegeta can only do it by becoming a Super Subhuman 5. But there are no shortcuts in Super Saiyan 5, you have to work hard to practice. To reach that level. Of course, you can also temporarily become Super Saiyan 5 by controlling your emotions. But this point, Vegeta probably can't do it. Ultra Instinct? What's that? Although Ron's voice was not loud, Vegeta could hear it clearly. Then he asked curiously. He had never heard of that name before. Ron turned his head and explained, remember when I fought Beerus before? Although there is not much difference in strength between the two of us, even my strength is weaker than Beerus, but I can be accurate every time. Dodge all his attacks. Everyone would even think that I have eyes all over my body. Actually, at that time, I cast Ultra Instinct. To be honest, if there is no Ultra Instinct, I really can't win the battle with Beerus. Is that the Ultra Instinct? Vegeta said in shock. At that time, he and Kakarot felt very surprised. Because Ron didn't move his sight at all, no matter which direction Beerus came from, Ron could easily dodge it. At that time, I really thought that his whole body was covered with eyes, so he was able to avoid all flaws. It turns out that that ability is called Freedom 0.7 Extreme Intention Power. That's right, Ultra Instinct can make the body's muscles spontaneously judge the danger and then avoid it before the human brain gives instructions. When the free and easy Kung Fu reaches a perfect level, a person's physical strength, speed, and strength will be greatly improved. This is also the reason why I was able to defeat Beerus when my basic combat power was weaker than Beerus. Ron introduced without concealment. Gollum? Vegeta swallowed hard. There is such a terrifying ability in the world. Unexpectedly, before the human brain reacts, the body can spontaneously predict the danger, and then make evasive actions. He had never thought of this kind of thing before. Looking at your appearance, you seem to be very interested in Ultra Instinct. Looking at Vegeta squirming Adam's apple, Ron asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Ron, I am really interested to hear that Ultra Instinct is so powerful. So Mr. Ron please guide. Vegeta immediately nodded very respectfully and said, I have now become Super Saiyan 4. If I can master Ultra Instinct on the basis of Super Saiyan 4, then my strength will definitely be greatly improved. And that guy Kakarot will definitely never be his counterpart again. It's okay for me to teach you. However, Ultra Instinct has very high requirements for practitioners Sing Sing, and they must be able to concentrate on nothing else. And you have to let go of all your guards. If you can't do this, you won't be able to comprehend Ultra Instinct at all. On this point, to be honest, Son Goku has an advantage over you, so he may comprehend Ultra Instinct faster than you. Ron nodded, and then told Vegeta the truth. The reason why Vegeta can't always surpass Son Goku is because he is too defensive. When fighting, I will never use all 12 powers to fight, but choose to reserve one hand to deal with possible accidents. In this way, it will be impossible for Vegeta to use all his strength if he becomes a habit over time. It is precisely because of Vegeta's character that he has been lagging behind Son Goku. And in Dragon Ball Ultra, Vegeta can't master Ultra Instinct either. When he heard Ron say that Kakarot was easier to practice Ultra Instinct than himself, Vegeta's face obviously changed. But he quickly said, "Mr. Ron, please guide me. If I really can't comprehend it, it can only be said to be a problem with my qualifications. But now I want to try it." It can be seen that Vegeta is really eager to comprehend Ultra Instinct at this time. Fine. In this case, I will guide you from now on, but if you can't understand, I can't help it. After saying a word, Ron began to teach Vegeta about some requirements of Ultra Instinct. At the same time, he also started sparring to train him. Because if you want to understand Ultra Instinct, then pair practice is an essential link. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 months have passed. Of course, Ron and Vegeta have only been in the Spirit Time Room for 2 years. Although with the strength of the two of them, even if they want to stay there for 20 years, it is completely fine. But it's really not a place for people to stay in there. After staying in it for 2 years, Ron felt like he was going crazy. Eat some nasty food every day. And there are only 2 big men who pick their feet. However, in the past 2 years, while training Vegeta, Ron's own strength has also been greatly improved. Originally, his combat strength was only 7,000 dich, but after 2 years of training in the Spiritual Time Room, his strength has reached 8,500 dich. That is to say, his current basic combat power is not weaker than that of Beerus. So if they fight next time, even if I don't use Ultra Instinct, I will definitely not be weaker than Beerus. Of course, during this period of time in the Spiritual Time House, Vegeta did not comprehend the Ultra Instinct. In fact, this is also expected by Ron, because Vegeta's character is really not suitable for the in itself. Naturally, Vegeta has no complaints about this. Because according to what Mr. Ron said, Ultra Instinct is comprehended by a person's comprehension ability. The most important thing is to look at a person's Xing. My Xing is not up to standard, even Mr. Ron can't help me. However, although he didn't comprehend Ultra Instinct, his strength has also improved tremendously in the next 2 years. Now the strength has been firmly consolidated in the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energy, so he can guarantee that Kakarot will never be his opponent. And now he is looking forward to the battle with Kakarot more and more. This morning, Vegeta delivered a very beautiful breakfast early in the morning. After all, Bulma's family is the richest man in Zidou. There are countless Michelin chefs at home. The breakfast was delicious, especially for someone like Ron who's been in the Spirit Time Room for 2 years. These breakfasts are nothing short of gourmet. Vegeta, you don't have to come in person to deliver breakfast like this in the future, do you? Anyway, you used to be King Vegeta's son, and now you are also the proprietress of the capsule company, so it seems inappropriate to do such a thing. Ron laughed and joked. After Vegeta trained himself, it felt like a completely different person. Especially for myself, I can't respect it. It is estimated that Vegeta has never respected his father as much as he has respected himself. But thinking about it, I made him a Super Saiyan 4. And it also helped him break through the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energy. This kind of help is simply a grace of regeneration, because if Son Goku becomes Super Saiyan God, even more powerful than Super Saiyan God, but he doesn't improve at all, that kind of humiliation and blow, Vegeta is absolutely unacceptable. Forward. Being called by Ron the proprietress of the capsule company, Vegeta looked embarrassed. But it is undeniable. The capsule company is indeed managed by Bulma alone, without any help at all. It seems good to be able to mix up the name of the proprietress. Okay, it seems you have something to say, let's talk. Ron looked at Vegeta, enjoying a delicious breakfast, and then asked, Mr. Ron, these days, I've actually wanted to fight Kakarot head-on. I can't wait to beat Kakarot. So Mr. Ron, can you find a way to help arrange this? Vegeta clenched his fists and said confidently with a firm face. The current self is absolutely sure of defeating Kakarot? No matter how strong he becomes, he is sure. I knew you would have such an idea a long time ago. It is estimated that this idea has been in your heart since you left the Spiritual Time Room. Okay, I'll talk to Whis in a few days, let you have a fair and just fight with Son Goku. Of course, this battle is not just about the two of you, you represent me. If I lose to Son Goku this time, I will never forgive you. Ron smiled at first, then said to Vegeta with a serious face. Seems like a contest between Son Goku and Vegeta. But in fact, Son Goku represents Beerus and Whis, while Vegeta represents himself. This contest was actually a contest between himself and Beerus. Please rest assured, Mr. Ron. My current strength will never lose to Kakarot. Vegeta nodded, then smiled confidently and said, Your overconfident character really makes me hard to believe. I hope you will always remember, never underestimate the enemy, especially Son Goku. Ron taught seriously. You know Son Goku's guy is the first protagonist in Dragon Ball. No one knows what kind of power can erupt in a critical moment. I remember. Vegeta nodded embarrassingly. Although he was very clear in his heart that Mr. Ron's guidance and teachings to him were absolutely correct, but he didn't take this sentence to heart. Because Kakarot's Super Saiyan God, how could it be his opponent in Super Saiyan 4? You must know that the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 is a very stable transformation form. It is fundamentally different from the previous Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 transformations. After a huge consumption, it will directly exit the form of Super Saiyan. Even when injured, it will exit Super Saiyan form, but Super Saiyan 4 will not, unless it is really fatally injured. Otherwise, it will not exit the form of Super Saiyan 4 at all. To put it simply, after becoming Super Saiyan 4, there is not much difference from my normal state. And it won't consume too much when fighting. Based on this alone, he feels that Super Saiyan God is not comparable to Super Saiyan 4. So even if it is a protracted battle, Kakarot is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. However, before you fight Son Goku, maybe there is an old friend of yours who needs you to solve it. Ron spoke to Vegeta again. Because a few days ago, he felt a powerful aura that suddenly appeared in the universe. Although this aura is not as strong as Super Saiyan 4's Vegeta, it far surpasses Super Saiyan God's Son Goku. This aura is very evil. If I am not mistaken, this aura should belong to Frieza. Because at this time stage, it is possible to have such a powerful aura, even surpassing the aura of Super Saiyan God Son Goku. That leaves Golden Frieza alone. Old friend, who is that? Vegeta asks suspiciously. Do you have any old friends from before? Except for Kakarot, among the people I knew before, it is impossible for anyone to be my opponent. Even if Majin Buu is in front of his eyes, he has absolute confidence that he can kill him with one punch. So he couldn't think of any old friend who needed to solve it by himself. Frieza. Ron said the name lightly. And after hearing this name, Vegeta's face obviously instantly revealed a look of incomparable horror. Frieza. But soon the look of surprise turned into doubt. He shook his head and said, impossible. That guy Frieza was killed by Trunks more than 10 years ago. How could he be alive? This is absolutely impossible. There is no way Frieza is alive. He has been dead for 10 years. And his body was directly leaked by Trunks at that time. So Frieza is definitely dead and can't die anymore. There is absolutely no way he will be resurrected. It seems that you have forgotten the existence of the Dragon Ball. Although Frieza has been dead for a long time, as long as he finds his wreckage, and then uses the high technology of the Frieza Legion to restore his body, he can naturally be resurrected with the Dragon Ball. Looking at Vegeta, who looked puzzled and obviously disbelieving, Ron began to explain lightly. Dragon Ball. Just kidding, that guy actually came back to life. But even if he is resurrected now, it's useless. With his strength, I can easily kill him. So resurrection is actually not a good thing for him. Vegeta clenched his fist, then said coldly. In fact, the grievances between him and Frieza are really hard to describe. That guy not only destroyed their Vegeta planet, but also kept it hidden from him, telling him that Vegeta planet was destroyed by an asteroid impact. And let myself work under him for so many years. Thinking of that BD made his teeth itch with anger. If he was really resurrected, it would be a good thing for him. Because of this, I can get rid of him with my own hands. After the resurrection, Frieza became even stronger, and his strength far surpassed Super Saiyan God's Son Goku. Why? So you'd better not underestimate the enemy too much. You have to always remember that whether it's the old Frieza or the current Frieza, he can destroy the earth in an instant without warning. I remember when I was in the Dragon Ball, because Bigasui said too much, and then the earth was destroyed by Frieza. If it weren't for Whis' ability to turn back time, all of them would have died. Well, I remember, Mr. Ron. Vegeta nodded. Then he clenched his fist tightly. That guy Frieza is back to life. What a time to resurrect. This time, I must ravage him well, and wash away the humiliation this guy once brought to me. 3 days later, 10 large universe spaceships appeared above the Earth. Afterwards, it continued to press down on the Earth without slowing down. Ho 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 ho! Finally revenge on Son Goku and that Saiyan. I have been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. Every day, every minute, or even every second in hell, I want to crush them to death with my own hands. Soon, my dream wish will come true. Frieza sat in her pram, sipping a glass of red wine. A faint smile appeared on his face at first, and finally turned into a devilish smile. Click! The red wine glass in his hand shattered, and the red wine flowed down Frieza's fingers on the ground. That is, if the blood generally spread towards other places. And Frieza's whole body exudes a devil-like holy aura. The subordinates beside him dared not let out a terrified atmosphere. Because Frieza at this time is really too scary. In just 4 months, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. But at this moment on Earth, Vegeta, who was training, froze suddenly. Then there was a look of incredulity in his eyes. Nanny? This familiar breath. It's really Frieza, that BD really came back to life. Vegeta was stunned for a moment. It's amazing. While unbelievable, it also moved the direction of Frieza's breath at the fastest speed. Because the breath released by Frieza at this time is very powerful. This time, promised, I will definitely trample you under my feet, and let you taste the humiliation. Seeing Ron's figure, everyone's tense hearts relaxed a little. And when they get there, you must know that even Gods of Destruction Beerus is not Ron's opponent, let alone a mere Frieza. So for Frieza, there was a visceral sense of dread. What's more, each of them was tortured by Frieza on Namek. At this time, Son Gohan and Piccolo also felt the breath of Frieza. Then the show also showed a ferocious smile. Vegeta clenched his fist, and then disappeared in a flash. Ron and Vegeta were already there waiting for Frieza. Because as long as Ron is around, Frieza can't make any waves at all. This guy Frieza actually came to Earth for revenge? And now Goku is not on Earth. Frieza, this time I will let you know how good Super Saiyan is. Everyone is nervous. Mr. Ron, Uncle Vegeta, is the breath just now from Frieza. I feel exactly the same as the Frieza breath I felt on Namek. But the aura I feel now seems to be much stronger than Frieza. Son Gohan hurried up to Ron and Vegeta, and then asked, "Yes, that BD smell of Frieza indeed." Vegeta nodded, then turned around and glanced at Piccolo and Klin, smiled and said, "Although I don't want to belittle you, but you can't help in such a battle, you should go back quickly. If it is the previous self, this will tell them mercilessly that they can go home and watch TV and drink milk, because that guy Frieza, he can kill all of them by himself. But I have lived with these people for too long, maybe my personality has also undergone some changes, right? Uncle Vegeta, please don't say that. Although I know your strength, it may have improved a lot. But this time there is a lot of breath around Frieza, which means that he is not alone, and we can help here more or less." Son Gohan spoke quickly. In fact, he didn't know how much Vegeta's strength had improved. Because in the recent period, it can be said that since the battle between Mr. Ron and Lord Beerus, he hasn't seen Uncle Vegeta very much. So how strong he has become now, I don't know. But I can also feel that Uncle Vegeta's temperament has changed a lot. It can be seen that his strength has greatly improved in the past few months. It's just that just now, what I felt was not just Frieza's breath. There are a few relatively strong chi among them. So when the time comes to fight, maybe they are not Frieza's opponents, and he can also help deal with others. Do as you please. But if you are killed in a while, don't expect me to save you. Vegeta folded his hands on his chest and said to Son Gohan. Minutes and seconds passed. 10 minutes passed, and a harsh buzzing sound also sounded from the sky. Everyone quickly raised their heads to take a look, and a huge dark cloud descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. After a closer look, it is completely recognizable that this spaceship is the spaceship of the Frieza army. Coming. Everyone cheer up, it is estimated that it will be a difficult battle. Piccolo frowned, then pointed to Son Gohan and Krillin and Master Roshi, they reminded. When Frieza and the others approached, they could feel that these guys were really strong. Even apart from the strongest Frieza, there are still a few more powerful auras. The chi of these guys is much stronger than the Jinyu special forces back then. Both Son Gohan and Kling nodded seriously. If it was Son Gohan's peak period, he could transform into a mysterious form. Even Frieza in front of him, he is not afraid at all. But now, in the past few years, Son Gohan has not practiced at all, and has been busy with academic problems. Therefore, not only did his strength not increase, but it dropped dramatically. Now she doesn't know if she can become Super Saiyan. In fact, Piccolo has said this more than once. In this crisis-ridden world where the strong are like clouds, strength is the only shortcut to protect yourself and your family. Although reading can achieve some achievements on Earth, if you want to deal with those powerful aliens, reading is useless. Come on, Frieza. I can't wait to trample you under my feet so that you can see how powerful this prince is. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, then said confidently and excitedly. To be honest, I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Today I can finally avenge my shame. Return the humiliation that Frieza made to herself 100 times back. Boom boom. Finally, the companion hums extremely harshly. Frieza's universe ship landed before everyone's eyes. Creak. There was a crisp sound, and the door of the universe spaceship was opened. Like locusts, members of the Frieza army stood in 2 rows on the left and right, and welcomed Frieza's grand appearance. I have to say that Frieza's way of playing is still full of style. Frieza is in her pram. The body floated directly in midair. Looking at Vegeta and Piccolo who suddenly appeared in front of them, there was a look of surprise on their faces. It seemed that these guys knew they would show up today. They were quite self-aware, and they ran over to die one by one on their own initiative. Ho ho, looks like they are all familiar faces. Long time no see, Vegeta, and that Namek man. Frieza smiled incomparably coldly. That smile is just like a devil, but Frieza flinched in pain when his eyes caught on to Kling. There was an icy look on his face. Cackling. Gritting her teeth tightly, Frieza said in a cold tone, that little booger has come back to life, damn it. You must know that when I was in Namek, it was because of this little booger. Turned Son Goku straight into Super Saiyan, then beat himself to pieces. If it wasn't for this little booger, or if he didn't kill him, Son Goku may not be able to become Super Saiyan yet. You won't be so embarrassing yourself? So all of this has a lot to do with this little nose. 0100055512 Fila 0844014171. It seems that after the last time he died, he was resurrected by using the Dragon Ball, but this time, I must completely destroy him, so that he can never be resurrected. Seeing Frieza's icy gaze, Kellen subconsciously stepped back. A look of incomparable fear appeared on his face. Maybe everyone has this visceral fear of Frieza, but Krillin's fear is definitely the strongest, because I was killed twice by this guy. The first time he pierced his chest directly with the horn on top of his head. The second time was even more ruthless, directly crushing myself. So that kind of fear has already been deeply imprinted in the deepest part of my heart, and it is simply insurmountable. Hey Frieza. I didn't expect to see you for more than 10 years. You haven't changed at all. You're still sitting in your stroller like a baby. Tisk tisk tisk. It really makes me sympathize with you. Vegeta jumped up and appeared directly in front of Frieza, then mocked with a sneer. Ask for flowers. Now I am not afraid of Frieza at all. And in his own eyes, he was as weak as a little ant. You can pinch him to death anytime. I waited for this day, but I waited for more than 10 years. I even thought that I would never have such a chance. Cackling. You wild monkey, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know what happens when you talk to me like that? Hearing that Vegeta actually said that he is a small nose, and his height has not changed at all, Frieza immediately flew into a rage. What I hate the most is that others say I am short. In my Frieza army, there were several people who were directly killed by themselves because they said behind their backs that they were short. Vegeta should be very aware of his own taboos, but he dares to say that. It seems that this guy's strength has improved a bit, and then he has been a little too inflated. Oh, angry? Shorty. But so what? Watching Frieza look angry, Vegeta continued to add fuel to the fire. 0. Killing Frieza is very easy, but before killing him, he must humiliate this guy well? Only in this way can I feel the thrill of revenge. Vegeta, it seems that you have indeed bloated and forgotten your identity. Or, you have forgotten how powerful and terrifying I am. If that's the case, then I have to help you recall the memory. Frieza clenched her fists tightly, and from her scarlet pupils shot out a murderous look like a devil. Then he said to Saul be behind him, if any one of you kills Vegeta, I can make you the second leader of the Frieza army. Know that you are very strong. Generally, when you don't need to do it yourself, you will definitely not do it yourself. The purpose of my visit this time is to kill Son Goku and the Saiyan who once killed me. For a small character like Vegeta, he didn't even need to make a move. After Frieza's voice fell, the members of the Frieza army who were like locusts immediately became excited. Then he rushed directly towards Vegeta. Kling and Son Gohan are also ready to fight. It's just that at this moment, the corner of Vegeta's mouth raised an evil arc. Then he clenched his fists and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta has a different personality from Son Goku. He would not be interested in these low-level roles at all. Those who can be killed in seconds will never procrastinate. When the Frieza army reacted, it was already. Vegeta's ultimate flash formed a huge shock wave, instantly engulfing countless people. The figures are like candles in the wind, completely dissipating in the energy beam. Thousands of figures disappeared without a trace in an instant. Nanny. Vegeta, a wild monkey, when can Tien become a Super Saiyan? Looking at Vegeta, whose whole body was glowing with golden light, Frieza's eyes flashed a look of surprise. In the past few years, I have been wrapped in heaven by that thing like a silkworm chrysalis, and I have suffered all kinds of torture and humiliation, and I don't know anything about the outside world. He didn't expect that even Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.